Junior, let us be together. I am aware that you have always harbored feelings for me, and this time I shall grant you an opportunity, declared the school bell. Just as Lin Yi was engulfed in confusion, he fortuitously awakened to the super wealthy sign-in system. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 10 trillion. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a luxurious mansion in Jinxi House. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 shares in a Fortune 500 company. Lin Yi, I apologize, but I have a cleanliness obsession. I do not wear worn-out shoes. Chapter 1. Traversing into Another World. Ancient Capital University, Library. Junior Lin Yi, let's be together. I know you have always liked me. Today, I offer you a chance, so make sure to seize it. A voice stirred Lin Yi from his slumber. Rubbing his drowsy eyes open, Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings. Within the vast library, numerous gazes were directed at him. More accurately, they were fixated on a stunningly beautiful woman before him. She had cascading hair, skin as fair as snow, a tall stature, and donned a knee-length skirt, exuding an aura of aloof elegance that seemed to repel strangers. What on earth is happening? Lin Yi instinctively uttered a phrase of national essence. Before Lin Yi could gather his thoughts, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind. After a considerable moment, Lin Yi finally comprehended the situation. He had traversed to a world akin to a parallel universe. This realm bore little distinction from the blue star of his previous life. He had assumed the identity of a senior student at Ancient Capital University, on the brink of graduation. The enchanting woman before him was named Chu Exan, one of the 4 school belles of Ancient Capital University, known for her cold and captivating demeanor, often ignoring others. Yet today, she had actually confessed to him. What on earth was going on? Suddenly, Lin Yi discovered a significant detail from the memories of the previous owner of this body. The former inhabitant of this body had worked part-time at a hotel during his university days, serving essentially as a security guard responsible for the safety of the parking lot. Last night, while at the hotel parking lot, the previous owner witnessed the school Belle Chu Xian and the wealthy heir Wang Junjie from Ancient Capital University fighting in a car. Moreover, if Lin Yi recalled correctly, at that moment, Chu Xian appeared to be wearing a collar to which a dog leash was attached. At that time, Lin Yi had not lingered, hastily departing, for it was prudent to avoid witnessing indecency. Could it be that she had seen him leave last night and sought to exact revenge? It is not entirely impossible. However, circumstances have changed. Lin Yi is now a time traveler. As a time traveler, possessing a system is a standard feature. System, are you there? Lin Yi called out in his mind. Ding! Detecting the host's summons, the system is activating. Indeed, there is a system. It seems that my habitual reading of online novels has paid off. Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. Ding! The system is loading. Please wait. Before Lin Yi appeared a blue virtual screen, upon which a progress bar was displayed, initially at 1%, but in the blink of an eye, it surged to 99%. Ding! System activation successful. This system is named the Ultimate Tycoon System, designed to assist the host in completing tasks. The system allows for daily sign-ins, with rewards extending beyond mere money, mansions, and luxury cars. Ding! In light of the host's initial binding to the system, a special novice gift package has been awarded. Upon opening, the host will receive supercharged rewards x 10,000. May I inquire if the host wishes to begin the sign-in? A series of voices echoed in Lin Yi's mind. My goodness, I did not anticipate the system to be this formidable. Sign in, Lin Yi silently urged. Ding! The host signed on June 1st, receiving a reward of 1 billion renminbi. Ding! Triggering supercharged rewards. The reward is multiplied by 10,000, and the host shall receive 10 trillion renminbi. Please check your account. Incredible! Lin Yi hastily retrieved his phone from his pocket, and the screen displayed a message. Your savings card ending in 2905 has received a deposit of 1 trillion renminbi on June 1st at 14:35. Current balance, 100,762 renminbi and 47 cents. Jiantu Bank, 10 trillion, just like that? Lin Yi meticulously counted several times, confirming its authenticity before succumbing to overwhelming joy. This was indeed 10 trillion. Based on an annual interest rate of 3%, The interest on 10 trillion in a year amounts to over 30 billion. If he were considered a major client, the interest could rise to 5%, yielding 500 billion. Thus, even without lifting a finger for an entire year, Lin Yi could effortlessly pocket hundreds of billions while lounging at home. Truly, a young cow soaring through the skies, utterly magnificent. Meanwhile, Chu Exin, observing Lin Yi's unrestrained laughter and his incessant phone checking, felt a twinge of irritation. Who is she? She was one of the 4 campus beauties of ancient Capital University, with countless suitors yearning for the chance to converse with her. Today, she had taken the initiative to approach him, only to be met with Lin Yi's indifference. Had it not been for Lin Yi witnessing her intimate encounter with the wealthy second-generation Wang Junjie in the car last night, she would not have stooped to this level. To prevent any potential leakage of her indiscretions, she sought out Lin Yi, aiming to transform him into her boyfriend, ensuring he would remain tight-lipped. Of course, there's a deeper motivation. The affluent Wang Junjie had made it clear that his tastes had changed, preferring to engage in philosophical discussions with the girlfriends of others at hotels, as it provided a thrilling experience. A wife is no match for a mistress, and a mistress cannot compare to an affair. Therefore, in light of the aforementioned, Chu Exin approached Lin Yi. Yet, this was not in pursuit of a genuine relationship. It was merely a facade. Chu Exin would never allow Lin Yi to lay a finger on her. Her body and spirit belonged entirely to the wealthy Wang Junjie. Lin Yi, I have come personally to seek your response. Chu Exin fixed her gaze upon Lin Yi and reiterated. At that moment, all eyes in the library turned to him. Who was Chu Exin? One of the 4 campus beauties of ancient Capital University. Today, she was publicly confessing to an ordinary student. Who would believe such a tale if it spread? This fellow named Lin Yi must have stumbled upon incredible luck to receive a confession from a campus beauty. Indeed, he must be extraordinarily lucky. Yet how I wish to be in his position, if only to bask in the favor of a campus beauty. Forget basking in her favor. I would gladly lick the campus beauty's toes. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter, some remarks reaching Lin Yi's ears, which he found revolting. Yet, what was even more nauseating was Chu Exin's demeanor. Typically aloof and unapproachable, she had revealed herself to be a wanton creature for the wealthy Wang Junjie. I apologize, Chu Beauty, but I am rather particular about cleanliness and prefer to wear fine shoes, not tattered ones. Lin Yi articulated each word with precision. Chapter 2. The Awakening of Humanity. What is a broken shoe? In feudal society, some individuals who traded their bodies for money would hang a single embroidered shoe outside their homes as a guise. Lin Yi, what nonsense are you spouting? Chu Exin's expression darkened instantly as she questioned him. Nonsense. You know in your heart what I mean. Some people, outwardly aloof and disdainful of this and that, are secretly as desperate as a lustful dog. Lin Yi replied slowly. Do you really think you are worthy to be with me? Now, Lin Yi was worth billions. Even in the throes of hunger, he would not seek out someone like Chu Exin, whom he regarded as a broken shoe. The phrase lustful dog struck Chu Exin's heart like a dagger. For a moment, she was so enraged that she nearly fainted. If word of this got out, how could she possibly maintain her status as the campus belle? Once that title was lost, her value would vanish. Why do some women enjoy flaunting revealing attire and dancing sensually online? Because it attracts considerable attention. With a growing fan base, they ascend to the status of internet celebrities. The worth of internet celebrities is incomparable to that of ordinary people. Of course, not all internet celebrities fit this mold. Lin Yi was speaking only of a certain segment. Some female influencers are indeed exceptional, a fact that cannot be denied. However, among them lurk those with ulterior motives. More followers naturally lead to higher worth. Chu Exin was at a loss for words, consumed by anger. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Lin Yi waved his hand, wishing to disengage from the confrontation. Let me remind you one last time. One must not judge solely by appearances. Some may seem glamorous on the outside but harbor filthy souls within, while others appear ordinary yet possess noble character. You think being with me is an act of charity? I apologize, but I do not require it. With that, Lin Yi strode out of the library, leaving Chu Exin frozen in place. A mix of shame and fury washing over her. She could not fathom why Lin Yi, whom she considered a pushover, had suddenly transformed and dared to reject her. With so many onlookers, she felt like a clown, the subject of their scrutiny. No, she had to retaliate. Revenge was a must. Around them, people began to murmur. Wow, that guy Lin Yi is something else. He actually turned down the campus belle and humiliated her. Perhaps people are just different. I think Lin Yi is remarkably enlightened. He is not distracted by superficial beauty. What a fine young man. I've realized I'm here to attend university, not to engage in romance. I'll take another look at my girlfriend's videos and then dive into my studies. Pardon my bluntness. Who is your girlfriend? Oh, it's the illustrious teacher, Yui Hitano. Upon exiting the library, Lin Yi contemplated the next steps. With wealth at his disposal, he needed to align his lifestyle accordingly. Villas and luxury cars must also be addressed. After all, wealth is meant for enjoyment. If one merely hoards money, what joy does it bring? Just as Lin Yi was about to head to the 4S dealership, his phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yi? I am Manager Wang from the Gudu branch of Jintu Bank. A middle-aged man's voice came through the line. Lin Yi had deposited his money in Jintu Bank. Could it be that the large transfer had raised suspicions? Having an extra trillion in his bank account would certainly warrant investigation. As Lin Yi prepared to explain, Manager Wang continued, just now, you have become a Diamond Black Card user at our bank, and I will be your personal financial advisor from now on. Do you have time to meet? Diamond Black Card? That sounds impressive. Lin Yi replied. As a customer of your bank, do you not know my address? Mr. Lin Yi, you are quite the humorist. You are a Black Card user, and your information is encrypted with SSS-level security within our system. I wouldn't dare access your information without proper authority. Manager Wang chuckled. To obtain a Diamond Black Card at Jintu Bank, one must maintain a fixed deposit of 1 billion. This card represents the highest tier of clientele. Simply put, 10 billion qualifies for a Diamond Black Card. And 5 billion also does, which is why Manager Wang was unaware of Lin Yi's account balance. However, possessing a Diamond Black Card signifies a distinguished status. On the other end, Lin Yi's information was SSS-level encrypted, indicating he was someone of great significance, prompting Manager Wang to exercise extra caution. For a client of such stature, he felt compelled to ingratiate himself, as a future promotion might hinge on this association. I'm at the east gate of Guda University. Please come find me. Lin Yi instructed. Certainly, Mr. Lin. Give me half an hour. No, just 20 minutes, and I will be at your service. Manager Wang replied respectfully before hanging up. Lin Yi waited at the school gate, and in less than 20 minutes, a sleek black Bentley pulled up before him. Wow, a client manager drives a Bentley? Of course. Such things no longer held any allure for Lin Yi. Next, a portly, balding man in his 50s emerged from the car, wiping sweat from his brow as he hurried over to Lin Yi. You must be Mr. Lin. I am Wang Chang'a. Just call me Xiao Wang. Manager Wang bent slightly, extending his right hand. This attitude left Lin Yi feeling somewhat uneasy. Xiao Wang sounds peculiar. I shall refer to you as Lao Wang, Lin Yi suggested. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he sensed a slight awkwardness. Lao Wang sounded akin to an insult. Yet, Manager Wang showed no signs of offense. On the contrary, he appeared honored. Mr. Lin, you may call me whatever you like. Lao Wang, please take me to a nearby 4S dealership. I wish to purchase a vehicle. Lin Yi commanded. Of course, Mr. Lin. Manager Wang eagerly took the driver's seat, ready to personally chauffeur Lin Yi to the dealership. The school gate was bustling with activity, and a distinguished elderly gentleman emerged from a black Bentley, unexpectedly displaying utmost respect towards a student. In that moment, many speculated that this student must possess an extraordinary background. As for the esteemed gentleman, they instinctively assumed he was merely the student's servant. If even the servant was so impressive, then the student must indeed be remarkable. Chapter 3. The Diamond Black Card user. Curious onlookers captured this scene and shared it on the school's forum. The Gudu University forum was exclusive, frequented only by students. In a female dormitory, one girl scrolling through the forum stumbled upon the post. She couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Wow, a big shot has emerged at Gudu University, with even servants driving luxury cars worth millions. What? The servants are driving million-dollar luxury cars? A curious young woman approached, and it was none other than Chu Xian. Having returned to her dormitory from the library, she initially believed that the news of her rejected confession would spark considerable discussion at Gudu University. However, much to her astonishment, before her own post could gain traction, another one emerged. Upon seeing the person in the image, Chu Xian was taken aback, despite the photograph being taken from a distance. Rendering the subject's features indistinct, she recognized him instantly. Who else could it be but Lin Yi? Just half an hour prior, Lin Yi had turned down her heartfelt confession. Little did she expect that the seemingly ordinary Lin Yi possessed such an illustrious background. How terrifying! Chu Xian murmured to herself, was this truly the case? No wonder Lin Yi had dismissed her. Who would have imagined his identity was so extraordinary? The car she recognized, a Bentley, was driven by her benefactor, Wang Junjie. To her disbelief, Lin Yi's subordinate was also behind the wheel of the same vehicle. This realization struck Chu Xian with a profound sense of disparity. It seemed she had underestimated him. Had she known, why had she even considered Wang Junjie? She should have pursued Lin Yi directly. With this thought in mind, Chu Xian felt compelled to take action. Although Lin Yi had previously rejected her, she firmly believed in the old saying that a man pursuing a woman is like a mountain apart, while a woman pursuing a man is like a veil apart. As long as she managed her subsequent actions wisely, there was a possibility of rekindling her chances. Ladies, could you lend me some money? Chu Xian called out to her roommates. Chu, with your stylish attire and expensive cosmetics, why would you need to borrow money from us? Her roommate inquired, puzzled. I am in urgent need of funds for a procedure, and I promise to repay you tenfold. Chu Xian asserted with unwavering determination in her eyes. In the current era of the Great Xia Kingdom, restorative surgeries had become available, and she felt compelled to restore her lost virtue as a means to attract Lin Yi. If she executed her plan effectively, Lin Yi would surely be ensnared. Previously, her arrogance had likely provoked his disdain. Now, with a more humble approach, perhaps she could win his favor. After all, wealthy individuals often seek the unconventional. Wang Junjie had approached her due to her aloof exterior, desiring to see her submit to his whims. If that was the case for Wang Junjie, surely Lin Yi would share a similar inclination? Chu Xian contemplated. Of course, if she were to truly pursue a relationship with Lin Yi, she could no longer entertain any connections with Wang Junjie. One must learn to make sacrifices. If she could indeed win Lin Yi's favor, acquiring funds from him would likely suffice for a lifetime, far more enticing than remaining by Wang Junjie's side. With this resolve, Chu Xian commenced her preparations. Meanwhile, Lin Yi remained blissfully unaware of Chu Xian's ulterior motives. Inside the Bentley, Manager Wang began to introduce himself, his presentation polished and adept. Overindulgence in details could alienate clients, while insufficient information would fail to convey one's capabilities. Mr. Lin, I am your financial advisor, and you may also refer to me as your butler. The essence of our roles remains the same. As your personal financial consultant, my purpose is to serve you and ensure you experience the warmth of our bank. For any trivial tasks, simply entrust them to me. For instance, if you wish to purchase a vehicle, just give me a call. I know several dealers who can send images and specifications directly to your phone. Once you make your selection, they will deliver the vehicle to your doorstep. Manager Wang never discussed interest rates, as clients holding a diamond black card generally dismissed such trivialities. Instead, he emphasized the practical utility of his services, essentially as a facilitator. This approach often left a positive impression on customers. Is it true that when deposits at the bank reach a certain amount, one can arrange for relatives to work there? Lin Yi inquired, having heard this through the grapevine and curious about its authenticity. Indeed, we have a policy in place. If there is a large deposit certificate, over 30 million, you can arrange for relatives to work at the bank. Typically, these are minor roles with fixed salaries. Manager Wang explained, as a diamond black card holder, if you wish to arrange employment for someone, just let me know. I can facilitate this for up to 50 individuals. Beyond that, I would need to consult with my superiors. I was merely curious. I have no intention of arranging employment at this time. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, indicating he had no such plans. However, for Manager Wang, every word from Lin Yi was of utmost importance, akin to a royal decree, as Lin Yi's financial decisions directly impacted Manager Wang's compensation and promotion prospects. The minimum requirement for a diamond black card was a staggering 1 billion. If calculated at that figure, a portion would be allocated as reserve deposits, leaving approximately 900 million, loaned out at an annual interest rate of 20. That 900 million would yield an income of 18 billion. Thus, a single diamond black card, at the minimum threshold, could generate an annual revenue of 18 billion for the bank. This figure represented Manager Wang's performance, making it imperative for him to treat Lin Yi's every word with reverence. Moreover, Lin Yi's account held not merely 1 billion, but an astonishing 1 trillion. However, that was a discussion for another time. Manager Wang was aware of Lin Yi's diamond black card status, but had no means to ascertain the exact amount in his account. He could only surmise it was substantial, especially with the SSS level encryption in place. Mr. Lin, what kind of vehicle do you wish to purchase this time? If it falls within our purview, our bank could present it to you as a gift, a token of our initial cooperation. Manager Wang continued to cultivate rapport. I hadn't considered it. Perhaps a sports car, something fashionable and reputable. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before responding. A sports car? I initially thought you were looking for something more modest, but it appears you are aiming for a supercar. Manager Wang likely felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that such a significant purchase would be beyond his authorization, given that supercars typically cost several million. How about this, Mr. Lin? I can apply to gift you a vehicle within the range of 3 to 5 million, perhaps as a family vehicle for errands. Manager Wang quickly pivoted his approach. Chapter 4. Seize the opportunity. Is this the privilege of the wealthy? The bank offers cars to maintain relationships? It makes sense, considering Lin Yi had deposited such a substantial amount, generating significant annual profits for their institution. Then let us go with the Barton armored vehicle. Lin Yi concluded after a moment's reflection. With a sports car secured, an off-road vehicle would also be beneficial, especially if it's complementary. The Barton armored vehicle is a rugged off-roader, boasting a length of nearly 6 meters and a width of approximately 2.5 meters. Often referred to as a land-based armored vehicle. Many armored cars are modeled after the Barton vehicle. The price for this vehicle hovers around $3.8 million. And with import taxes included, it would likely exceed $4.5 million. Not a problem. We will handle the paperwork and personally deliver it to your residence, Mr. Lin. Manager Wang nodded in agreement. As they conversed, the two had already arrived at the 4S dealership. Manager Wang hurriedly exited the vehicle and approached the car door, bending slightly to open it for Lin Yi, shielding Lin Yi's head with one hand to prevent any accidental bumps. Inside the 4S dealership, everything was being meticulously arranged. This particular 4S store was relatively upscale and had business dealings with Jintu Bank. Many individuals financed their vehicles through loans from Jintu Bank. Just 10 minutes prior, the supervisor of the 4S store received a text notification from Manager Wang, indicating that a Diamond Black Card user was coming to purchase a car, and it was imperative to ensure an exceptional buying experience for this esteemed customer. The supervisor promptly sent a message to the sales group, summoning all female sales representatives aged between 18 and 25 with appealing appearances to his office. Among the 10 or so sales representatives, he selected the most attractive one to attend to Lin Yi's needs. As Lin Yi stepped into the 4S store, several young female sales representatives stood on either side of the entrance, dressed in coordinated professional attire, bowing deeply to him in welcome. Shortly thereafter, a sales representative with a ponytail and exquisite features approached Lin Yi with a bright smile. "Mr. Lin, greetings. I am your car purchase consultant, Song Qingqing. Please feel free to call me Xiao Song." The grandeur of the scene caught Lin Yi somewhat off guard. "Goodness, this is all rather extravagant. Please, lead me to the vehicles," Lin Yi requested. "Certainly, please follow me," Song Qingqing replied, walking closely beside Lin Yi, deliberately positioning herself nearer to him. To ensure the success of this transaction, she had spritzed on a hint of her rarely used expensive perfume, leaving a delicate fragrance in her wake. Not long after Lin Yi's arrival, another vehicle pulled up at the entrance of the 4S store. A middle-aged man in his 40s, with an arm wrapped around a woman in her 20s, entered the establishment. The vehicle he drove was also impressive, a well-equipped Mercedes-Benz G-Class. "Darling, I am a gold member at this 4S store. In a moment, I'll show you what real prestige looks like," he boasted to his companion. "Sweetheart, I know. You're the best," the young woman replied, playfully leaning against him. The middle-aged man beamed with delight, becoming increasingly unrestrained. Observing the warm welcome Lin Yi received from all the female sales representatives as he arrived in a Bentley, the man felt even more assured that he had made the right decision today. As he reached the entrance, he spread his arms wide, prepared to bask in the enthusiastic reception from the sales staff. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, he was met with an unexpected silence. What is going on? Why is it that a Bentley garners a welcome while my Mercedes G-Class does not? The middle-aged man's irritation began to surface as he called out to a nearby female sales representative. "Where is your supervisor? Have him come over. How do you conduct business like this? Aren't you afraid he won't return to this dealership again?" "Good day, sir. Our supervisor is currently occupied. If you require assistance with your vehicle purchase, I can act as your consultant," the sales representative replied. Although she had missed the opportunity with the earlier prominent customer, she remained hopeful with this new arrival. After all, she could still earn a commission. However, she couldn't help but envy Song Qingqing, who was likely to earn a 6-figure commission from her transaction. "A consultant? That won't do. I am a gold member of your establishment. Where is the pomp and circumstance? Don't you realize I brought my companion today? Will you not conduct business properly? Have all the sales representatives come out to welcome me." Quickly, the middle-aged man sought to impress his female companion, prioritizing his appearance. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, having departed not long before, heard the commotion at the entrance and frowned, the arguing becoming increasingly loud. The supervisor of the 4S store, noticing Lin Yi's displeasure, felt a surge of anger himself, more incensed than Lin Yi. "What is happening? Do they not realize Mr. Lin is here to view vehicles? Go handle this situation immediately. Do not disturb Mr. Lin's enjoyment," the supervisor commanded his subordinates. "Supervisor, that gentleman is a gold member and wishes to receive the same grand treatment as Mr. Lin did moments ago." With all the female sales representatives forming a welcoming aisle, a subordinate attempted to explain. Recognizing the potential profits a gold member could bring to the dealership, "Forget about his membership status. Cancel it and escort him out. If he continues to make a scene, call security," the supervisor ordered decisively. "Understood. I'll take care of it right away." The subordinate, sensing the supervisor's fury, rushed to address the matter. Meanwhile, the supervisor turned to Lin Yi with a sycophantic smile. "Mr. Lin, We shall provide you and your purchase consultant with privacy. The rest of us will step away for now." With that, the supervisor exchanged glances with the staff and gestured to Song Qingqing before leading the others out. Earlier, Lin Yi had watched a television drama where a line struck him. Having wealth is indeed remarkable. Not only can one purchase a home, but one could also buy the sales representatives as well. At the time, he had chuckled, never imagining it would manifest into reality. It seemed to imply that purchase consultant Xiaosong was now, in a sense, his. "Mr. Lin, which model are you interested in purchasing?" Song Qingqing inquired, leaning closer to Lin Yi, their proximity allowing him to catch a whiff of her subtle fragrance. "Supercars, do you have any recommendations?" Lin Yi replied, not one to miss an opportunity, subtly leaning in closer and resting a hand on Song Qingqing's waist. "A deal's a deal." Lin Yi was not about to let such an opportunity slip away. "How about a Porsche? The 911 model is priced around 1.3 to 3 million. Song Qingqing suggested. "That price seems a bit low. Do you have anything higher?" Lin Yi asked. "Higher? What about a Lamborghini Aventador? Its price ranges from 6 to 9 million. As you know, Lamborghini is among the top-tier supercars. Purchasing this model would offer significant prestige and practicality." Song Qingqing continued. "Still somewhat low." Lin Yi chuckled, shaking his head. "Goodness, claiming that several million for a supercar is cheap. This isn't just a big client. This is a major benefactor." Song Qingqing took a deep breath, nearly leaning against Lin Yi, but she restrained herself, mindful of the working environment and the onlookers. "What about an Aston Martin? The 1-77 model is priced around 47 million. Song Qingqing suggested, her excitement palpable. "What does Mr. Lin think?" "That seems acceptable. Let us go with that one." Lin Yi nodded. "Let us proceed with the contract. Full payment." "What? So soon? You're ready to sign a contract, and for full payment?" Song Qingqing was taken aback. In her time at the 4S store, she had encountered many wealthy individuals, yet some worth over 100 million still haggled for days over a few thousand. She had anticipated that Lin Yi would be prepared to purchase immediately. Just how much wealth did he possess? So young and already so affluent. If she could win over Mr. Lin, would that not secure her future? Indeed, if such a scenario were to unfold, she would instantly transform into a lady of high society. However, Song Qingqing was well aware of the improbability of this notion. The more opulent the family, the more stringent the expectations for their daughters-in-law. Generally speaking, one must possess extraordinary talents to be welcomed into such elite circles. Yet, being a mistress might not be entirely unappealing. In the manager's office, Lin Yi signed the contract and submitted a 20% deposit. The price of this Aston Martin was a staggering 47 million, and with the added costs of shipping and taxes, it would undoubtedly exceed 50 million. To expedite the acquisition of the vehicle, Lin Yi incurred additional expenses, such as arranging for it to be airlifted to the ancient capital. As for the Batmobile that manager Wang was to deliver, a contract had been signed for that as well, and it would be sent over simultaneously. This gesture was a welcoming gift from the Jian Investment Bank. As long as Lin Yi kept his funds deposited in the bank, a car costing 3 to 4 million was merely a trifle. Acquiring another one would pose no difficulty at all. Upon completing the contract, Song Qingqing glanced at the lengthy series of figures. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, tens of millions. Just from this vehicle alone, her commission was estimated to be several 100,000. If she could consistently align herself with Lin Yi, making additional car purchases in the future would yield even greater profits, potentially enabling her to establish a foothold in the ancient capital and secure her livelihood for the rest of her days. "Mr. Lin, allow me to escort you." Upon finishing the contract and witnessing Lin Yi prepare to leave, Song Qingqing proactively offered. As they walked together, she continued, "Mr. Lin, your car should be delivered within 3 days. If you have some time during that period, I would love to treat you to a meal." "Just a meal?" Lin Yi teased with a playful smirk. "Of course, if there are any other requests, I wouldn't mind," Song Qingqing replied, her voice laced with shyness. Understanding her intentions, manager Wang promptly drove Lin Yi and Song Qingqing to a nearby upscale restaurant. Meanwhile, Song Qingqing excused herself to the restroom to change into something more comfortable. A Balenciaga ensemble was a must. She donned a black ultra-short skirt paired with Balenciaga stockings, a sporty tank top, and a light jacket. Her figure was undeniably alluring, and the cooler attire only enhanced her appeal. As they dined, basking in the air conditioning, Song Qingqing found herself feeling slightly chilly, instinctively gravitating closer to Lin Yi. There's a saying that goes, "A woman who cannot see her toes while looking down is a true beauty." Without a doubt, Song Qingqing was that kind of beauty. "I'm full," she declared, looking at Lin Yi. "Since you're full, let us settle the bill." Lin Yi called for the waiter. Although it was initially meant to be Song Qingqing's treat, Lin Yi ended up paying. During the meal, she had suggested covering the cost. Especially considering the substantial order he had placed, but Lin Yi firmly declined. Mr. Lin, you're so kind to me. Song Qingqing blushed. Such kindness deserves a reward. How will you repay me? Lin Yi responded with a grin. Whatever you wish for, I shall grant. Song Qingqing nestled into Lin Yi's embrace. That depends on your performance, Lin Yi replied. How naughty of you. Song Qingqing blushed even more. Hand in hand, they made their way to the hotel upstairs. Manager Wang had already reserved a room for Lin Yi, allowing them to enter without delay. Lin Yi trusted him to handle matters efficiently, knowing he rarely made mistakes. This girl was indeed quite attractive. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been assigned to entertain him. The manager was quite astute. Should Lin Yi wish to purchase a vehicle in the future, he could certainly return to him, gently caressing Song Qingqing's face, which was smooth and pleasant to the touch. Lin Yi felt no pangs of guilt regarding such a woman. Song Qingqing opened her eyes and extended her arms, seeking an embrace. It had to be Lin Yi. And the system was truly remarkable. The average person could not boast such capabilities. Chapter 6. Truly Dazed. On the forum of the ancient capital university, 2 posts were pinned. One post revealed that a certain student at the university was an enigmatic tycoon. The other reported that the campus belle, Chu Xin, had confessed her feelings to this mysterious wealthy student, only to be rejected. Both posts sparked an avalanche of discussions. Indeed, the intelligence network of the campus belle was formidable. She had learned of the presence of a prominent figure before anyone else. I admire Chu Xin's courage to confess so boldly. I must admit, I misjudged. I thought that fellow was merely a breath of fresh air, but he is indeed impressive. Hey, big shot, do you need a driver? May I apply for the position? I could serve as security. Various comments flooded in. Others criticized Chu Xin, claiming she appeared aloof but was, in fact, materialistic. Unfazed by such remarks, Chu Xin retorted, what if I am materialistic? If I can align myself with Lin Yi, it would all be worth it. With that, she prepared to leave, eager to undergo her surgery promptly. The following afternoon, despite the mightiest of men, encountering a woman like Song Qingqing could bring one to their knees. Lin Yi, who considered himself quite formidable, found his legs weak the next day. However, Lin Yi was in a better position than Song Qingqing, who was unable to rise from bed. Thus, he extended their hotel stay for another day, allowing her ample time to recuperate. Sign-in, Lin Yi mentally recited. He had yet to complete today's sign-in, so he decided to do so now, curious about the rewards the system would offer. The super double reward was likely no longer applicable, as it was only available for the initial sign-in. Otherwise, if everything were given at 1,000-fold, that would be quite impressive. Ding. Sign-in successful. On June 2nd, the host receives a physique for 13 encounters in one night. Goodness gracious, is that really the case? 13 encounters in one night? This was akin to a young cow lost in a herd of bulls. This time, Song Qingqing could barely rise from bed for a day. Next time, she might be incapacitated for an entire week. Thankfully, there was no super double this time. Otherwise, 13 encounters at 100,000 would be outrageous. On average, if each encounter lasted only 3 seconds, Lin Yi certainly did not want to be labeled a 3-second man. Fortunately, the super double was out of the equation. It seemed that this doubling feature was not to be used lightly. Upon returning to ancient capital university, Lin Yi had become quite the celebrity. As soon as he arrived at his dormitory, a roommate approached him, claiming that a girl was looking for him. A girl? Lin Yi hardly knew many women at ancient capital university. The university was of decent caliber, and many young women focused on their studies, unfazed by external distractions. Lin Yi held great respect for those diligent individuals, as anyone who worked hard deserved admiration. What he despised were women like Chu Xin, who sought to climb the social ladder. Lin Yi recalled a saying he had come across. Some people aspired to marry for wealth, while others sought love. Yet, where did such individuals end up? In the end, they often married neither wealth nor love. They possessed nothing at all. The majority of people's lives are rather mundane and ordinary. Upon descending the stairs, a woman stood outside, cradling a bouquet of flowers. At the foot of the dormitory, candles were arranged into a heart shape. The woman stood right in the center of that heart. Her appearance was not unpleasing. She looked quite presentable. Yet there was an air of shrewdness about her. Senior, would you consider being with me? She fixed her gaze intently on Lin Yi as she spoke. What on earth? Lin Yi thought, bewildered. How did I become a heartthrob? Previously, he had only witnessed such declarations on television, where female fans would profess their love to celebrities, even donning wedding dresses to propose in person. He never imagined he would encounter such a situation himself. Wait a moment, miss, I believe I don't know you. Lin Yi replied. That does not matter. I feel we are quite compatible. Firstly, we both attend the same school, and our educational backgrounds are quite similar. Although you come from wealth, I have never been one to covet material possessions. I genuinely admire your character. You even turned down Chu Xin, which indicates you are not merely superficial. Such a person whether in terms of character or other qualities, is truly commendable. The woman praised Lin Yi, and for a moment, he almost found himself swayed by her words. Stop right there. Lin Yi interjected. I rejected Chu Xin. Why do you assume I am not superficial and do not value appearance? Could it not be that Chu Xin simply did not meet my standards, and I found her unappealing? The woman was momentarily taken aback, having not considered that angle. After a brief pause, she responded, Then could you grant me a chance? I mean, we could attempt to spend some time together, and if it doesn't work out, we can part ways. A common delusion? Lin Yi retorted. Why should I grant you an opportunity? I don't even know you. Who instilled such confidence in you? Liang Jingru. Truly, she was both ordinary and self-assured. The woman was left speechless, unable to counter his argument. His words crushed her dignity to the ground. Was it not said that for a man to pursue a woman was akin to crossing a mountain, while for a woman to pursue a man was merely a veil? Moreover, to profess one's feelings publicly, under the gaze of many, surely the other party would find it difficult to respond harshly? Those men could engage in moral coercion. Why could she not? Furthermore, if she succeeded, what harm would there be? History is written by the victors. Go home and wash up. It's time for bed. At your young age, why waste your time on such trivial pursuits? In such a prestigious school, one ought to focus on studying. Otherwise, what has all these years of education been for? With that, Lin Yi rejected the woman and left without looking back. At such a tender age, why indulge in detours? In this excellent institution, one should strive for academic success. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of all those years spent in pursuit of knowledge? Meanwhile, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. What a common delusion. She is a fairy, for goodness sake. A woman, standing at 5 feet 8 inches and weighing 105 pounds, protested. That girl isn't unattractive. If it doesn't work out, so be it. Why reject her outright? Doesn't she have dignity as well? Dignity? Where was her dignity when she confessed her feelings? Now she speaks of dignity? Retorted a man dressed in white. And you, a Kinder Surprise egg, what business do you have meddling in others' affairs? If she isn't concerned, why should you be blocked? That punch, honed over 20 years, was effortlessly intercepted by the man in white. Someone exclaimed, speechless. Today I went to the convenience store to buy cigarettes. Huazi is truly extraordinary. I inhaled a storm. The taste was delightful. On the way, I even encountered a human-shaped spinning top. Getting near that Kinder Surprise egg just brings misfortune. What a bore. Regardless, today is another day of escapades with my good brother. Chapter 7, Stars in My Eyes. With matters nearly settled, Lin Yi found himself with little to do tonight. Perhaps he should pay another visit to Song Qingqing? With that thought, he called Wang to pick him up, then headed to the hotel. Sure enough, Song Qingqing had not left. Even her meals were being delivered by the staff. Upon seeing Lin Yi, her joy was palpable. She had feared she would be utterly bored alone in the room. Have you requested leave from your supervisor? Lin Yi inquired. Not yet. I plan to do so shortly. Song Qingqing replied. Request several days off. Take an entire week. Lin Yi suggested. Huh. Song Qingqing momentarily failed to grasp his meaning. You will understand soon enough. Lin Yi said with a mischievous smile. One day is hardly adequate. Does that imply you think so little of yourself? June 3rd, afternoon. In the past, Lin Yi felt time dragged on endlessly. How could a day pass so swiftly? Now, he felt time was slipping away far too quickly. A day could vanish without accomplishing anything. He had spent the day at the hotel, napping intermittently. I just transferred 200,000 to your account. Indulge yourself for the next few days. Lin Yi announced. 200,000? Song Qingqing's face instantly lit up with excitement. Brother Lin, I feel I can still walk. I can endure another day. I could manage a fortnight without getting out of bed. She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Let us refrain from that. It's better to take it slow. I worry that if something goes awry, it would become troublesome. With that, Lin Yi dressed and prepared to leave. Ding. Sign-in successful. On June 3rd, the host has signed in, rewarding the host with a villa at Jinxi Renjia, 1000 SQM. Lin Yi signed in once again, and the system bestowed another reward. This reward was quite impressive. Jinxi Renjia, located in the southern suburbs of the ancient capital, is considered a wealthy district with the highest property prices and the finest environment. Nestled against the Lingqin mountain range. While its prices may not rival those in the Magic City or the ancient capital, a square meter still commands around 60,000 yuan. Thus, a 1,000 square meter house would be valued at 60 million. If one includes the accompanying facilities and additional amenities, the price could escalate even further. Some villas come with private lakes and essential infrastructure. Consequently, the estimated price of a standalone villa could easily exceed 100 million. In this light, this reward was indeed commendable. Just as Lin Yi was contemplating this, his phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? I'm the supervisor from the 4S dealership. Your car has arrived, and we are ready to deliver it to you. Are you available right now? The supervisor inquired. Please deliver the sports car directly to the Yuqing Hotel. I am here. As for the Barton War vehicle, send it to Jinsi Renjia, Lin Yi instructed. Understood. I will arrange for it immediately. The supervisor hung up and began making arrangements. Meanwhile, Lin Yi called manager Wang to clear the final payment. For typical customers, processing bank transactions can be tedious, but Lin Yi, as a major client, enjoyed priority. Transactions worth several tens of millions were hardly an issue. With the sports car arriving, Lin Yi planned to take it for a drive to view the property. Approximately half an hour later, a truck pulled up in front of the hotel. Just as the security guard was about to dismiss it, a young man in his 20s emerged from the hotel. The hotel manager had previously indicated that this young man was a VIP. Consequently, the security guard stood at attention. However, the guest ignored him and walked towards the truck. The distinguished guest engaged in brief conversation with the truck driver, after which a metal plate was lowered from the truck's enclosed compartment. Subsequently, the driver entered the confines of the cargo area. A few minutes later, a sleek silver sports car emerged. What? Within that sealed compartment lay a sports car? However, the security guard had never encountered such a vehicle before. He promptly opened a specialized car identification app and began his search. Mere seconds later, the guard was left utterly astonished. The car was identified as an Aston Martin 1-77, with a price tag that boasted an astounding series of zeros, units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, and tens of millions. Good heavens, it was worth a staggering 47 million. His monthly salary was a mere 3,500, amounting to 42,000 annually. This meant that, under the condition of subsisting without food or drink, he would need a staggering 120 years to afford it. Incredible. He would have to start working back in the year 900 AD. If memory serves correctly, that was around the end of the Tang dynasty. And that is without any sustenance. Truly, this guest is of high standing, with a vehicle worth tens of millions. He felt an overwhelming sense of envy. As a security guard who also worked part-time as a valet, he wondered if this distinguished guest would allow him to park the car during his next hotel stay, thus granting him a taste of the luxury of handling such an exquisite automobile. Meanwhile, the driver handed over some paperwork to Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, I have entrusted the documents and the vehicle to you. The supervisor has instructed that you can contact him at any time should you have any questions. His phone is available 24/7 to assist you. Thank you. Mr. Lin had initially intended to offer the driver a small tip, but after rummaging through his pockets, he discovered he had no cash on him. Indeed, in this day and age, the use of cash is becoming increasingly rare. Are you from a 4S dealership? Mr. Lin inquired. I handle the towing services for the 4S dealership. If you ever require towing, you can also reach out to me, the driver replied. Please inform your supervisor to increase your salary by 1,000 yuan each month, and just say it was my suggestion, Mr. Lin remarked. Thank you, Mr. Lin. The driver exclaimed with delight. No need for pleasantries. Mr. Lin waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. After all, it wasn't his own money being spent. With an Aston Martin in his possession, Mr. Lin was already a valued customer at the dealership. Arranging a salary increase for the driver would undoubtedly pose no issue. The profits he brought to them far outweighed the modest monthly raise of 1,000 yuan. Chapter 8. Leaving a good impression at the property management office of Jinxiu residence. The owner of the property company summoned all levels of management, senior, middle, and junior, into a meeting. Property manager Wang Kuan and owner Wei, having been childhood friends, enjoyed a cordial relationship. Observing the formality of the gathering, Wang Kuan curiously asked, Wei, what is going on? Has there been some trouble? For a property company, the greatest concern is dissatisfied owners opting to vote for a change in management. However, there had been no rumors of owners wanting to switch property companies. Jinxiu residence is one of the most prestigious neighborhoods in the ancient capital, home to the affluent and elite. The property fees alone yield substantial profits for the entire company each year. The central villa within Jinxiu residence has sold. Wei announced gravely. I need not elaborate. It is the most expensive villa, with an external price tag of 120 million. It has been on the market for 3 years without a buyer. I just received news that it has finally sold, yet I cannot access the owner's information, only that it is a male named Lin Yi. By the name alone, he cannot be very old. Ladies and gentlemen, our property company relies on our owners for profitability. Therefore, we must wholeheartedly assist Mr. Lin Yi and strive to leave a positive impression. Wei understood that while there were indeed individuals capable of purchasing a villa at the center, outsiders were often reluctant to spend such exorbitant sums. Consider this, a price exceeding 100 million. In the ancient capital, let alone in the capital cities of Beijing and Shanghai, one could acquire a splendid luxury villa. On an island, one might even secure a prime ocean view estate. Wealthy individuals are not foolish. Purchasing in the ancient capital would undoubtedly lead to a loss. Thus, The central villa had languished unsold. The developers aimed to create a landmark, and the high price was merely a gimmick to proclaim Jinxiu residence as the most upscale villa district in the ancient capital. Unexpectedly, today, someone has actually purchased it. This represents a staggering 1.2 billion. What does it indicate? It signifies that the buyer of this villa is not short on funds. Concerns over losses are of no consequence to them. Now, what must we do next? I need not elaborate. Security measures must be heightened to protect the owner's privacy. Furthermore, the gardening department should be diligent in maintaining the landscaping of the villa. The environmental department must also be vigilant. Not a speck of garbage should mar the public areas of the community. Under no circumstances should the owner perceive our neighborhood as lacking in cleanliness. Very well. You may all return to your duties. Wei waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. At this moment, Lin Yi remained blissfully unaware that his mere presence had instigated a wave of tension throughout the entire property management company. On Welcome Avenue, a silver supercar glided down the road, with surrounding vehicles maintaining a respectful distance, unwilling to encroach upon it. Among them, a white Maserati Quattroporte nearly strayed into the 10-meter vicinity of the silver sports car due to the driver's momentary lapse in attention. Startled, the driver quickly slammed the brakes and swerved right, maneuvering the Maserati into the adjacent lane. This sudden maneuver provoked discontent from the lady seated in the passenger seat. What are you doing? Don't you realize that sudden braking is dangerous? You almost caused an accident, she exclaimed indignantly. It's just a sports car. What is there to be afraid of? Our Maserati isn't cheap either. It cost 1.5 million. She continued, frustrated. What do you know? This isn't just any sports car. It's an Aston Martin. The driver retorted, equally vexed. So what if it's an Aston Martin? Why should I be afraid? I've never even heard of that brand. She countered. Her ignorance was evident. She paid little attention to car types. Women, after all, may know much about cosmetics, but often remain oblivious to automobiles. You think a Porsche 911 is something special? It's merely an entry-level sports car. Do you have any idea how much this car costs? It's worth 47 million. With taxes, it's easily over 50 million. The Maserati owner replied, exasperated. I usually let you have your way, but today, you went too far? If something were to happen, we'd have to sell our car just to cover the paint job. Is that so? The lady fell silent, realizing that one car was worth the equivalent of over 30 Maserati Quattroportes. All right. I didn't mean to criticize. Just remember to keep a low profile. While our car is indeed nice, there are others out there who are far more impressive, the Maserati owner advised. Understood, dear. Please don't be angry with me. Tonight, I'll wear the white stockings you like, all right? Lin Yi, oblivious to the unfolding drama in the right lane, remained fully focused on his own pursuits. Driving a supercar is a completely different experience, whether it is the thrilling push against the seat or the roaring symphony of the engine. It brings an unparalleled sense of exhilaration to Lin Yi. Such an experience is unattainable in a standard sedan. Lin Yi's speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the end of the road. 40 minutes later, he found himself at the entrance of Jinxi residence. A public parking area nearby was predominantly occupied by vehicles belonging to the property management staff. Lin Yi parked his Aston Martin there, and then proceeded to the security office, intending to inquire about the location of the property management office. Lin Yi, what brings you here? Just as Lin Yi approached the security office, a voice suddenly called out to him from the side. Turning around, he spotted a woman standing about 5'6", dressed in quite fashionable attire, and possessing an appealing figure. While her looks could not be described as extraordinary, they were certainly commendable, warranting a solid 7 out of 10. And who might you be? Lin Yi asked with curiosity. Me? Have you forgotten me so soon? That's rather unkind. The woman playfully patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. I'm Chun-Shi. Chun-Shi? Lin Yi pondered for a moment before finally retrieving some memories of Chun-Shi from the past life of the previous owner. She was a high school classmate of Lin Yi, their relationship neither too close nor too distant, and they had lost contact after graduation. To encounter this old classmate here was quite unexpected. Oh, I remember now. What are you doing here? Lin Yi countered. I could ask you the same. What brings you here? Chun-Shi queried. Just came to take a look. Lin Yi casually replied, omitting his true purpose for being there. You must be eager to gain some insights, right? I also wish to enter and broaden my horizons while live streaming to gain some followers. Unfortunately, the security at Jinxi residence is too stringent. I can't get in at all. Chun-Shi lamented. Since we've run into each other, let's have a meal together and catch up. That sounds great. However, I have some matters to attend to. How about I contact you later this evening? Lin Yi suggested, his mind preoccupied with the impending visit to the villa. Are you out of your mind? Chun-Shi exclaimed, grabbing Lin Yi's arm. The security here is extremely strict. If you try to enter so openly, you'll undoubtedly be thrown out. Huh. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. You want to get in and see for yourself, don't you? In Chun-Shi's recollection, her high school classmate Lin Yi though handsome, came from a rather ordinary background. Such a place was certainly not one that someone of modest means could easily access. Well, you could say that. Lin Yi chuckled, finding the situation amusing. This was indeed his first time visiting this place, and he was genuinely there to broaden his horizons. Since we can't enter from here, let's take a look around and see if there's another way in. She suggested eagerly. There's no need for such trouble. I can take you inside. Lin Yi smiled. You can take me in? Are you an employee here? She was skeptical, as she could hardly believe Lin Yi had any property in such a high-value area, where even the cheapest houses were rumored to cost over 50 million. Something like that. I'll just have a word with the security. Lin Yi replied. Really? You're an employee here? She couldn't believe it, considering the high standards set by the property management. To work there, one would need to possess a high level of education, as positions that dealt with property owners and financial matters required qualifications that only a select few could meet. I'll just notify the security. Wait here. With that, Lin Yi made his way to the security office. Upon entering, the security personnel immediately stood up, asking, How may I assist you? I'm Lin Yi, here to look at some properties, Lin Yi stated directly. You are Mr. Lin? The guard's demeanor became even more respectful. I will inform our property manager right away. Please hold on. An hour prior, a meeting had been held to ensure that all staff were aware of Lin Yi's status, mandating them to treat him with utmost courtesy. In their eyes, Lin Yi was a significant benefactor, as he was interested in one of the most expensive villas, thus incurring the highest property fees. Please go ahead and notify them. I'll take a look at the villa in the meantime, Lin Yi said, stepping out of the security office. Did they agree? She eagerly inquired. Absolutely, we can go in now. Lin Yi nodded. Wonderful. She was taken aback by her classmates' surprising influence over the security staff, who had allowed them entry so readily. Previously, when she had tried to enter with her 200,000 followers, the guards had dismissed her without hesitation. With that, Lin Yi led Shi inside. As they passed the security office, Shi was astonished to see the guards saluting her high school classmate. Perplexed, she was about to ask Lin Yi about it when he initiated the conversation. How did you end up in this line of work? To earn money, of course. I graduated from a regular university, and my salary isn't particularly high. This job pays reasonably well, and if luck is on my side, I can earn around 40 to 50,000 a month. Shi explained, adding, but I'm not the typical PK streamer. I mostly create content about visiting stores or live streaming scenic spots and hotels, which earns me advertising fees from the business owners. I see. Lin Yi appreciated this type of influencer, someone who relied on their talent rather than exploiting their audience. What did you study in college? Lin Yi inquired as they walked. I majored in economic management, closely related to finance. But as you know, we don't come from wealthy families, so who would hire us? She lamented. If I had attended a prestigious university, I might have had a shot at landing a job in a major corporation. But as a graduate from an ordinary institution, opportunities are scarce. For typical companies, the salaries are too low, around 4,000 to 5,000 a month. Ultimately, I decided to pursue a career in media instead. If only my family lived here, I could engage in the pursuits I truly desired. She gazed around at the villas, her face betraying a hint of envy. Every residence in the vicinity was anything but inexpensive, and they were all standalone properties, surrounded by lush greenery. Here in the southern suburbs of the ancient capital, this is the area with the highest property prices. It's such a waste for this much land to be developed into greenery, She exclaimed, noticing a large lake in the distance, where several white birds glided gracefully above the water. If you ever decide you no longer want to work in media, you can come to me, Lin Yi mused after a moment of contemplation. Come to you? Lin, with your limited assets, do you really need to hire someone? Shi teased, adding, I may earn a decent amount, but I also spend a lot on cosmetics and bags. At the end of each month, my bank card often dwindles down to a mere 3-digit sum. Sometimes, I ponder the absurdity of safeguarding a trifling balance with a 6-digit password. It seems quite illogical. This old classmate's understanding of Lin Yi appears to be stuck in their high school days. Well, I suppose I have a bit of spare cash, Lin Yi remarked. A bit of spare cash? Shi nearly burst into laughter. Old Lin, you can't be serious. I know your situation all too well. Surely, you didn't strike it rich overnight during university, did you? Something like that, Lin Yi nonchalantly fabricated. My grandfather had a brother who ventured abroad in his youth, and, having no offspring, left me a fortune of several hundred billion to inherit. Isn't that a plot from a movie? You're just spinning tales now. It's becoming increasingly implausible. Anyway, I'll find a way to sneak into a villa for a live broadcast. That would lend more credibility. The fans in the live streaming room would surely appreciate it. She declared. If you don't believe me, so be it. Lin Yi chuckled and shook his head. If she chose skepticism, there was no necessity to prove anything. In that case, I'll find a place to broadcast. You go ahead with your tasks. Once I'm done, I'll contact you, and we can dine together. I'll treat you, although I'm part of the month-end crowd. I still earn a decent sum of 40 to 50,000 a month. Chun-Shi emphasized, just don't go off the grid on me. All right, we'll talk then. Lin Yi nodded, and after exchanging these words, they parted ways. Lin Yi, on the other hand, headed straight to his villa. Chapter 10, a villa worth hundreds of millions. This villa is situated in the very heart of Jingsarenkan, and Lin Yi regretted not driving straight in. Walking had wasted a considerable amount of time. However, traversing the premises allowed him to familiarize himself with the layout. The villa boasts an impressive architectural area of 1,000 square meters, with one basement level and 3 above-ground floors. It contains a total of 8 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and several multifunctional spaces, such as a karaoke room, a mahjong room, and a study. While the space is indeed ample, living alone renders it somewhat cavernous. Even with the assistance of 2 housekeepers to tidy up and prepare meals, the atmosphere felt rather desolate. Upon entering the villa's grand entrance, General Manager Wei was already waiting. You must be Mr. Lin Yi, he greeted, introducing himself as the owner of the property management company. In the future, should you encounter any issues, please feel free to contact me immediately. My phone is operational 24/7, always at your service. Show me around this villa, Lin Yi requested. The villa is extensive, and it would be beneficial to have someone from property management provide insights. As for the exterior, it is also impressive, featuring a lawn of approximately 300 to 400 square meters, a quaint garden, and a small pond of around 200 square meters. The surrounding greenery is well maintained, with numerous towering ancient trees and some peculiar stones. Such a villa undoubtedly exudes sophistication and grandeur. In Lin Yi's eyes, it is certainly worth the investment. After spending about half an hour, Lin Yi gained a general understanding of the villa. General Manager Wei, as you are in property management, you likely have some knowledge of housekeepers. I would like to hire 2, Lin Yi stated directly. No problem, Mr. Lin, you can leave this matter to me. However, may I inquire if you have any specific preferences regarding the housekeepers, such as an age range of 18 to 25? Wei inquired. 18 to 25? Is that a housekeeper? Lin Yi felt slightly embarrassed to point it out. Just ordinary ones, perhaps in their 40s or 50s. The primary requirement is that they must be adept at cooking, and they should be diligent when it comes to cleaning, Lin Yi clarified. You can rest assured. The housekeepers from our partner domestic service companies are generally well-versed in various cuisines. As for tidying up, that is even less of a concern, Wei assured him. Such high-caliber housekeepers do not come cheaply, with monthly wages starting at 15,000. As for those in the 18 to 25 age bracket, their capabilities are equally commendable, with salaries exceeding 30,000. If they are particularly attractive, monthly compensation can reach upwards of 50,000. Of course, hiring housekeepers in this age range would entail additional duties, such as having casual conversations with the employer while lounging on the bed, discussing life and the intricacies of human reproduction. While Wei was cheerfully explaining this, a staff member clad in black entered and whispered something in his ear. Instantly, Wei's expression shifted to one of concern. He lowered his voice and admonished the staff member. Don't you know how to handle this matter? Why come to me? The staff member nodded and exited. Is something wrong? Noticing Wei's altered demeanor, Lin Yi inquired. It's nothing serious, Mr. Lin. You needn't worry. It will be resolved shortly. Wei replied with a forced smile. However, no sooner had he spoken than a commotion erupted outside. Lin Yi listened intently and recognized the voice. It was none other than Chun-Shi. Had she come to his villa in search of a place to broadcast? Wei, realizing he could no longer conceal the situation, hurriedly explained, Mr. Lin, someone attempted to enter the villa but was stopped by our staff. This was a matter best kept under wraps to avoid inciting your anger. But since you have already discovered it, I must be forthright. These high-profile individuals do not take kindly to deceit. Bring her in, Lin Yi commanded. This. Wei hesitated. Do you not understand my words? Lin Yi's voice turned cold. Money instills confidence in a man, now that Lin Yi was financially secure. His demeanor exuded a newfound poise. Very well, Mr. Lin. I shall have the staff bring her in at once. Wei replied, beads of perspiration forming on his brow as he hurried out. Approximately half a minute later, he returned, escorting a woman inside. The woman was none other than Chun-Shi, holding a smartphone stand. Lin Yi, is that you? Upon spotting him, Chun-Shi's excitement surged, and she turned to Wei, asserting, Didn't I say I had an acquaintance here? I'm not here uninvited. With that, she hurriedly stepped behind Lin Yi. All right, General Manager Wei. She is indeed someone I brought in. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave, Lin Yi instructed. Then, Mr. Lin, we shall not intrude any longer. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out, Wei replied repeatedly, nodding. He then addressed Chun-Shi. Miss, I apologize for my subordinate's earlier rudeness. I hope you will forgive us. Our company has prepared a small gift for you. I hope you will accept it. With that, Wei produced a card from his pocket and handed it to Chun-Shi. Subsequently, he departed with his team, leaving behind a perplexed Chun-Shi and Lin Yi. Old Lin, why did they give me a shopping cart? Chun-Shi asked, bewildered, noting its substantial limit of 52,000. Not many people shop in stores these days. It's all online now. I doubt I could spend this 52,000 in 5 years. Just accept it. They offered it to you. So take it, Lin Yi replied. Lin Yi remarked, moreover, this shopping cart is not as simple as it seems. When you take it to the supermarket, it can be exchanged for 50,000 yuan in cash. Such a transaction is quite straightforward. Shopping cards are undoubtedly more convenient to gift. Typically, individuals who acquire these cards either use them for personal purchases or exchange them at the bank. In the case of cash redemption, a fee of 2,000 yuan applies. Supermarkets are certainly keen on this. By issuing a large volume of these shopping cards, they can earn a substantial profit just from the fees alone. It is akin to gifting luxurious cigarettes and fine wines during occasions. However, the recipients often find themselves overwhelmed with such items, leading them to sell them at nearby supermarkets at a discounted rate. Chapter 11. I truly am a tycoon. Why is that shopkeeper so respectful towards you? Chun-Shi inquired, plopping herself onto the sofa. Dressed in a delicate skirt, her graceful figure was unmistakable. Perhaps it is because I am the property owner, and he represents the management. Lin Yi replied. Owner? Don't jest, old Lin. How could you possibly be the owner? Chun-Shi remained skeptical. Since when did you become so silver-tongued? Just a moment ago. You claimed your wealth was in the trillions, and now you're saying you're the owner here. The properties in this area start at 50 million. This figure is utterly preposterous to me. Well, as the old saying goes, if you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do. Lin Yi said, half amused. By the way, aren't you going to start your live stream? You can do it right here. All right then, I'll begin broadcasting now. After I finish, I'll treat you to a meal. With that, Chun-Shi activated her phone and commenced her live stream, while Lin Yi discreetly avoided the camera. Fame can sometimes be a double-edged sword, exposing one to public scrutiny and complications. Babies, can you guess where I am right now? Chun-Shi lifted her phone, giving a panoramic view of the surroundings. This is the most expensive community in the ancient capital, Jinxi. Friends from the ancient capital would know that the average price here is no less than 60,000. Though it may not rival the ultra-large cities like the imperial capital and the magic city, it is considered quite a high price in the northwest region. In the villa area of Jinxi, the minimum price is 50 million, and my unit is the most expensive, reportedly starting at 100 million. Observing the villa's decor and furnishings, the comments section erupted with chatter. Wow, is this really where the wealthy reside? I'm in tears. Poverty has limited my imagination. Xiaoxi, you're amazing. You even get to tour a place where such big shots live. I'm envious. All right, tonight I will dream of this villa, hoping Xiaoxi will be my wife in the dream. The comments section buzzed with excitement. Lin Yi found it amusing and registered an account to join the live stream. Chun-Shi's live stream was quite pleasant, with viewers being rather harmonious, frequently addressing her as wife. This was not unusual, as many national-level internet celebrities or stars are affectionately referred to in this manner. Though the weather is scorching, my heart remains as cool as ice. Occasionally, Lin Yi noticed that most viewers were quite endearing. He recharged his account with 10,000 yuan and sent Chun-Shi 3 carnival gifts. Wow, a big shot has entered the live stream, gifting 3 carnivals at once. The comments section erupted in astonishment. Chun-Shi was not a well-known internet celebrity, typically attracting only 500 to 600 viewers. The highest gifts usually amounted to a few hundred or 1,000 yuan. 3 carnivals, however, amounted to nearly 9,000 yuan. Boss, you're incredible. These 4 characters flooded the screen. Upon witnessing the gifts, Chun-Shi intensified her efforts in the live stream. Babies, next, we will tour the study. This study is quite spacious, with decor leaning towards a traditional Chinese style. Take a look at the structure of the bookshelves, all crafted from mahogany. The desk is exquisitely carved. As Chun-Shi spotted a document on the desk, her curiosity was piqued. This document appears to be a property purchase contract. What is going on? Such an important document left lying around. Chun-Shi pointed the camera towards the entrance and briefly scanned the contract. Suddenly, she was taken aback. The name in the homeowner section read Lin Yi. Wow. Chun-Shi's jaw dropped in disbelief, exclaiming a phrase from the national essence. Could it be a coincidence of sharing the same name? Initially, Chun-Shi was reluctant to believe it, but upon examining the identity information, she could no longer contain her astonishment. The string of numbers in the ID represented the date of birth, and the homeowner's age was akin to Lin Yi's. Both being 22. It truly was Lin Yi. This old classmate had quietly acquired a property worth over 100 million. Ah, babies. My phone is running low on battery and is about to shut down. Please wait a moment while I charge it before continuing the broadcast. With that, Chun-Shi hurriedly ended the live stream. She rushed into the living room, seeking out Lin Yi, whose phone remained on the live stream's closed page. In an instant, Chun-Shi understood. Those 3 carnivals were from you? Of course, who else could it be? But you ended the live stream too early. If you had delayed a bit, I could have gifted more. I just recharged 100,000. Lin Yi chuckled. 100,000 is hardly an insignificant amount. To you, it's akin to mere pennies. Old Lin, you've kept your secrets well. Chun Shi remarked. This mansion plainly belongs to you. Indeed, it is mine. I mentioned it earlier. You just didn't believe me. Lin Yi replied. Upon reflection, it does seem true. Lin Yi had stated before that this house was his, but at that time, Chun Shi thought he was joking. I also mentioned that I have several hundred billion in inheritance to claim. Lin Yi continued. I believe you now. Whatever you say, I will take as truth. Chun Shi sighed, regretting her earlier skepticism. She had never anticipated that her classmate, with whom she shared years of schooling, was actually a billionaire. No, a lavishly wealthy tycoon. The term wealthy hardly suffices to describe him. Ha ha ha, there's no need for such formality. We are old classmates. There's no need to stand on ceremony, Lin Yi chuckled. I would prefer not to be formal, but the disparity between us is simply too vast. Had I known in high school, I would have clung to your coattails. I would be living without worries now. Chun Shi lamented, realizing that she had previously offered to treat him to a meal without hesitation, only to discover that she was the one being foolish. Well, does it matter who treats whom? Let me take you out. Just tell me what you wish to eat. Lin Yi smiled. I must treat you to a proper meal. Chun Shi opened the app and searched for options, finally selecting a Western restaurant with an average cost of 500 per person. Although she felt a twinge of guilt for suggesting such an expensive meal, she reasoned that the money belonged to Lin Yi, not her. She feared that demanding something too extravagant might come across as low class. This place is great. I've been there often and the food is quite good, so I recommend it. Then it's settled. Let us go. What are we waiting for? Lin Yi escorted Chun Shi towards the entrance of the community, and upon encountering Lin Yi's sports car, Chun Shi was once again taken aback. The reason Lin Yi engaged in such extensive conversation with her was, in fact, to solicit her assistance in financial management. While Chun Shi's expertise was somewhat lacking, her dependable character made her a suitable choice. For more specialized financial matters, Lin Yi intended to hire professional experts at a premium, while Chun Shi would oversee this sector, managing those professionals primarily concerning the detailed accounts. Chapter 12. A rejection once more. On the villa's side, some household necessities still needed to be procured, so Lin Yi planned to return to his school dormitory for the night. After finishing dinner, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yi drove through the streets of the ancient capital, the roar of the supercar attracting countless glances. As he approached the ancient capital university, he parked by the roadside, intending to visit a nearby convenience store. Upon exiting the store, Lin Yi noticed another sports car parked next to his Aston Martin, a McLaren. At that moment, the owner of the McLaren, a young man around 25 or 26 years of age, stood beside it. As Lin Yi approached, the McLaren owner greeted him with a smile. Brother, are you the owner of that car? Is there something you need? Lin Yi retorted, what's the matter? Nothing much. It's just that your supercar is incredibly impressive. It's truly mouth-watering, the McLaren owner replied. I'm part of the Ancient Capital Car Club. I wonder if you would be interested in joining us. The car club? I've heard of it. It's usually a gathering for the affluent and elite. Lin Yi remarked. What benefits come with joining? Certainly. Our club frequently hosts events and gatherings, not to mention plenty of high-end women. The McLaren owner continued. It's evident that these gatherings are simply a playground for the wealthy to mingle and chat. It's all about boasting and flirting, quite enjoyable indeed. I'll think about it, Lin Yi said. Not a problem. Let us exchange contact information. I'll reach out to you for our next event, the McLaren owner suggested. My name is Qin Zheng. You can save my number as Old Qin. Understood. After exchanging contact information, Lin Yi departed. Once he had driven a considerable distance away, Qin Zheng gazed at his McLaren, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Cars cannot be compared. That Aston Martin is simply too magnificent. I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to touch its steering wheel next time Lin Yi comes around. Meanwhile, one of the 4 campus beauties of Ancient Capital University, Chu Xin, lay on the operating table. Wang Junjie had called her over a dozen times, all of which she had ignored and eventually turned off her phone. Previously, she had been blind to the truth, thinking someone like Wang Junjie was a second-generation rich kid. What a joke. Someone like Lin Yi was the real deal. Even his subordinates drove Bentleys. On the operating table, a female doctor in her 40s remarked, Young lady, your life has only just begun. You must learn to value yourself. Some things, once lost, can be compensated for, but they will never be the same as what nature intended. The doctor was quite opposed to such procedures. Typically, those who sought them were women who had indulged excessively and, having exhausted their options, wished to find a reliable partner. However, honest individuals are not fools. They can easily discern the genuine from the counterfeit. Thus, those who had exhausted their options often turned to surgery to avoid further complications. Yet, why should honest individuals be the ones to suffer? Auntie, don't worry. I'll be more careful in the future, Chu Xian responded, masking her irritation with feigned compliance. The surgery lasted about half an hour, after which Chu Xian left the hospital. Upon opening her phone, she found yet another barrage of missed calls, all from Wang Junjie. She called back. As soon as the call connected, Wang Junjie's furious voice erupted. You shameless BTCH. Ignoring my calls, do you think you're above it all? I'm at the Donglishan Hotel. You have 10 minutes to come find me. Wang Junjie, let me make this clear. We are done. Do not flaunt your power over me again, Chu Xian declared before hanging up, filled with aspirations for the future. She believed that as long as she could successfully win over Lin Yi, everything else would fall into place. Ding. Sign-in successful. The host signed in on June 4th. Receiving the reward of advanced automotive driving skills. Time swiftly moved to June 4th. Lin Yi signed in once again. This time, the system rewarded him with perfected driving skills, instantly filling his driving skill points to capacity. Just as Lin Yi was preparing to head downstairs to procure household items for the villa, he spotted Chu Xian standing below. This time, she wore a rather conservative outfit, yet still exuded an air of aloofness. In her mind, men preferred such demeanor, particularly those who were cold and distant. As they presented a challenge, around her, a throng of onlookers quickly gathered. Wow, Chu's determination is commendable. She was rejected last time and is still so persistent. Is this the privilege of the wealthy? I'm feeling envious. All roads lead to Rome, but some are born in Rome. How disheartening. The crowd buzzed with various comments. While Lin Yi, observing Chu Xian, felt weary. Just yesterday someone had declared their feelings, and now here she was again, despite having already rejected her once. Lin Yi, I realize I was wrong before. I have cut ties with Wang Junjie, Chu Xian pleaded. You must believe me. There was nothing between us. What you saw was a misunderstanding. If you don't believe me, let us go to a hotel tonight, and you'll see I am still pure. As she spoke, Chu Xian adopted a pitiful expression, almost on the verge of tears. This tactic of feigning weakness to elicit sympathy was her forte, as it is for many women. Excuse me, please make way. I have something to attend to, Lin Yi said, walking past her as though she were invisible. Perhaps last time Chu Xian had intended to ensnare him in her web, but this time, it seemed she had abandoned any ulterior motives and genuinely sought to cling to Lin Yi's support. Nonetheless, Lin Yi had no interest in her whatsoever. Such a person had always repulsed him. Pure? Spare me the theatrics. You usually maintain an aloof demeanor, shunning others, yet now you are willing to debase yourself for me. Lin Yi's disregard was more devastating than outright rejection. It rendered her invisible, as though she did not exist at all. Am I truly that terrible? Chu Xian questioned Lin Yi, a hint of desperation in her voice. You're not terrible, you simply disgust me. The late-night snack I had last night almost came back up. Lin Yi replied, I implore you, cease your pursuit of me. This utterance crushed Chu Xian's dignity beneath its heel. The onlookers around were filled with a sense of lamentation. The campus belle of Gudu University. Who would have thought she would end up in such a predicament? In Chapter 13, titled The High Bride Price, Chu Xian found herself momentarily stunned as she faced rejection once again. This time, she was first disregarded by Lin Yi, only to be met with his scornful words, branding her as repulsive. As the crowd's amusement intensified, Chu Xian could no longer endure the humiliation. She turned on her heel and departed. Upon returning to her dormitory, a wave of composure washed over her. It was evident that pursuing Lin Yi was a futile endeavor. Initially, she believed that the notion of a woman chasing a man was merely a thin veil. However, she discovered it to be far more challenging than anticipated. Who was responsible for propagating such a fallacy? It was nothing short of misleading. At this juncture, a solitary path remained before Chu Xian, the possibility of rekindling her relationship with Wang Junjie. She pondered whether to borrow money from her roommate for her surgery, a sum amounting to several thousand yuan that she could not repay without Wang Junjie's assistance. Resolute, Chu Xian dialed Wang Junjie's number, hoping to salvage their connection. As soon as the call connected, she prepared to explain that her previous jest was merely a joke. However, before she could utter a word, Wang Junjie's icy voice pierced through the line. You shameless girl, how dare you show me your displeasure? Get lost. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Overcome with emotion, Chu Xian could no longer restrain her tears. It was a classic case of trying to steal a chicken, only to lose a rice bowl. She had incurred losses both in love and dignity. Most painfully, after being rejected twice, the scornful gazes of those around her felt like daggers. In that moment, Chu Xian felt as though she had descended into the depths of hell. She had failed to win Lin Yi's favor and was met with rejection again when attempting to return to Wang Junjie's embrace. Why was fate so cruel to her? It was utterly unjust. Deep within, Chu Xian screamed in despair. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, he remained oblivious to the turmoil within Chu Xian's heart. Upon exiting Gudu University's gates, he received a message from Qinzhong, brother Lin. There's a gathering at the Banshan Villa tonight at 7. A few new girls have joined. They're quite lovely, including some freshmen from the Gudu Academy of Arts. What a timely invitation. Lin Yi had been pondering where to spend his evening. He promptly replied, "Save me a girl. Don't let them all get snatched away." Understood. Upon taking the driver's seat, Lin Yi pressed the accelerator, and his Aston Martin soared down the road like an arrow released from a bow. Eventually, the sports car came to rest near a shopping center dedicated to household goods, the largest of its kind in Gudu, offering a range of products across high, medium, and low price tiers. The bustling crowd made it challenging for Lin Yi to find a parking spot. After securing his vehicle, he ventured into the mall, where an array of dazzling merchandise overwhelmed his senses. While Lin Yi busied himself selecting household items, outside in the open-air parking lot, a young woman in her 20s was conducting a street interview live on her phone. She was currently interviewing a woman in her 30s, a quintessential office worker clad in a business suit. Though not particularly tall, standing at around 5 feet 3 inches, her demeanor exuded an air of arrogance. "Excuse me, may I interview you? What are your thoughts on the current exorbitant bride prices?" The interviewer inquired. "What else is there to think?" The woman replied bluntly. "Isn't the bride price a given? My mother gave birth to me and raised me for decades. What is wrong with asking for a bit of bride price? Moreover, do men even understand the pain of childbirth? They merely offer the trivial advice of drink some hot water without a shred of consideration. If they can't show care in life, what is wrong with demanding a higher bride price? If there's no money, why marry at all?" Her words ignited a frenzy in the live chat. A timid male commenter ventured, "I believe marriage is a matter between two people. Even without money, if there's love, can't they be together?" The moment he spoke, a barrage of female commenters descended upon him with scorn. "Without money, how can you support a family?" "Exactly. Men like you are just clueless. Don't you think you should work harder to earn money instead of watching live streams? Without money, you can't even raise a child. My mother raised me for so many years. Was it all for nothing? People like you deserve to be single. Anyone who dates you is making a grave mistake. I can't stand men like this. No resources, yet they talk so much." In a heartbeat, the man's solitary comment provoked a storm of backlash from dozens of women in the chat. Feeling overwhelmed, he quietly exited the stream. Meanwhile, the street interview host resumed her questioning. "Hello everyone, I'm the host awakens. It seems many support high bride prices, and I share the same view as the earlier lady. We women are like fairies. If you want to marry one of us, you must have the means. Furthermore, our demands for high bride prices are aimed at putting pressure on men, motivating them to strive for success. We mean well, don't we?" Awakens' words resonated with the female viewers, who eagerly agreed. But was it truly goodwill? Suddenly, a voice interrupted her. A tall man, about 6 feet tall, strolled by wearing shorts and flip-flops, none other than Lin Yi. Earlier, Lin Yi had not lingered in the mall. He swiftly purchased a significant amount of items, spending approximately 39,000 yuan, and arranged for the store to deliver them to Jinxi Rinjia the next day. Upon exiting, he was met with the scene unfolding before him. Is it your intention to pursue relationships with the wealthy while seeking ambition from the less fortunate? Is this your objective, your double standard? Lin Yi challenged. The host, awakens, puffed up with indignation, retorted, "Wealthy individuals have life security. Those without money do not. Wake up, wealthy people are a minority. Do you truly believe that the affluent would be interested in you?" Lin Yi countered, "Most people are ordinary. Besides, does lacking money equate to not being able to live? What is wrong with having children? Wealthy individuals can raise children, and so can those without money. Some feast on lavish meals, while others have simple, everyday fare. By your logic, should the less fortunate cease to exist because they cannot afford extravagant feasts? And as for your argument about demanding a higher bride price because your parents raised you, what of the men? Haven't their parents raised them for years too? Once you marry into the man's family, do you sever ties with your own parents? Will you no longer visit them when they fall ill? And to use childbirth as an excuse, have the audacity to ask your father how he married your mother without money and how she bore you in a state of financial hardship?" Under Lin Yi's incisive questioning, awakens found herself at a loss for words. The women in the live chat also fell silent. Chapter 14, The Arrival of a Big Shot. "Humph, you're simply broke and panicking," awakens attempted to retort, resorting to her usual tactics. This was a common strategy among these women. They began by discussing reason, but when faced with logic, they resorted to unreasonable outbursts. When Lin Yi retaliated with frustration, they would exclaim, "See, I was right. I hit a nerve, and now you're desperate. Observing your attire, shorts and flip-flops, one cannot help but perceive you as a destitute individual. Such as yourself can only engage in empty bravado." The female streamer, Xiao Qingzi, flushed with indignation, commenced her personal attacks. "A destitute individual? It has been quite some time since I heard such a term. However, Average male is a phrase I encounter frequently. Lin Yi chuckled softly, gesturing toward a vehicle parked at a distance. Do you see that car? That dilapidated Volkswagen? In my opinion, any car valued below $1 million is mere trash. Naturally, the female streamer would not consider the sports car parked nearby to belong to Lin Yi, for in her eyes, he was simply a penniless wretch. Firstly, I do not drive a dilapidated Volkswagen. Secondly, even if I did, may I inquire if you can afford to purchase one? Lin Yi smiled, retrieving a car key from his pocket and pressing a button. Instantly, the headlights of an Aston Martin flickered twice. Behold, this is my vehicle, Lin Yi proclaimed. This magnificent machine is called the Aston Martin 1-77. If you're unfamiliar, feel free to conduct a search online. With that, Lin Yi nonchalantly entered his car. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingzi hastily opened an app to search for this vehicle. Upon discovering its staggering price of $47 million, she was left dumbfounded. What foolishness had she just committed? Standing before her was a veritable catch, yet she had completely missed the opportunity. Not only that, but she had also insulted him. While she may not have directly confronted him, she had likely left an unfavorable impression in his mind. This simply would not do. Just as Xiao Qingzi approached, Lin Yi had already started the engine. A plume of exhaust billowed forth, splattering her face. Without granting her a moment's respite, Lin Yi exited the parking lot. At 7 o'clock on a summer evening, dusk lingered longer. At this moment, the hillside villa had been entirely rented out by a sports car club. Beside the expansive swimming pool, numerous barbecue grills had already been set up. The aroma of grilled meat mingled with fine wine, as several stunning women clad in bikinis showcased their figures by the poolside. Old Qin, weren't you supposed to have new friends joining us today? Are they not here yet? Inquired a wealthy heir. They should be arriving shortly. Qin Zheng nodded in response. As the organizer of many events for the sports car club, he was well acquainted with the proceedings. A few meters away from Qin Zheng, two girls in bikinis were seated by the pool, taking selfies. One of them, Shen Jingnan, was a first-year student at the Ancient Capital Art Institute, while her companion was a third-year student. Hailing from the same hometown, both were strikingly beautiful, particularly Shen Jingnan. With her snow-white skin, heart-shaped face, and a cascade of golden hair, posed with her long legs draped over the pool's edge, snapping several selfies. Without the aid of beauty filters, even the raw images showcased her remarkable beauty. Excuse me, may I have the pleasure of knowing you? Suddenly, a young man approached, addressing Shen Jingnan. Those who frequented such venues were typically affluent. Shen Jingnan and her friend had come here with the intention of meeting some wealthy and handsome individuals. Just as Shen Jingnan was about to respond, her friend intercepted her, saying to the young man, "Brotherly, this is my younger sister. She wishes to make a few more acquaintances." Her friend tactfully declined the advance. The young man, unfazed, turned to seek his next target, knowing that at this gathering, numerous potential matches awaited. Once the young man departed, Shen Jingnan, perplexed, asked, "Sister, is it really such a big deal to just get acquainted?" "Silly girl, you're new here and don't understand." Her friend explained. "When someone expresses interest, it usually means they want to court you. That fellow named Li has only average standing in the club. If we are to pursue someone, let us aim for someone of higher caliber. Someone less likely to be unfaithful. I know your father is gravely ill and you wish to secure funds quickly, but we must not act in haste." "All right, sister. I will heed your advice," Shen Jingnan nodded. "That car he drives is a mid-tier Porsche 911, valued at $1.6 million, her friend pointed out, indicating the young man nearby. "Cars in the million range are the entry-level standard for the club, thus he is not suitable for you. The vehicle over there, a McLaren, belongs to Qin Zheng, the club's organizer. Although his car may not be the most expensive, his connections are extensive. He could be a viable option for you." And at 8 o'clock, the gentleman named Su Ziwei drives a Porsche 918. Despite both being Porsches, the latter is valued at around $14 million. Su Ziwei's car is the most expensive in the club, but his personality is eccentric and somewhat peculiar. Yet, if you truly need a substantial amount of money, it might be worth exploring. Her friend meticulously analyzed each option, every detail etched into her memory, as if reciting a cherished tale. Shen Jingnan listened, somewhat bewildered. Yet she admired her friend's extensive knowledge. "How do you know so much?" "It's nothing. Just observe more and you'll understand, preventing yourself from being deceived. Besides, if you can memorize the myriad brands and shades of cosmetics, why not vehicles?" Her friend countered. Just as Shen Jingnan was about to agree, her friend suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my, a big shot has arrived today." Following her friend's gaze, Shen Jingnan beheld a sleek silver sports car speeding towards the villa. "My goodness, an Aston Martin 1-77. Her friend gasped, shocked by the car's estimated worth of around $50 million. "I've never heard of such a big shot in the club before. Could they be a newcomer?" "What? $50 million? Shen Jingnan echoed, equally astonished. Just one car's value reached $500 million. Is this what a wealthy lifestyle entails? Impressive. Is that the new brother who just joined us? Someone inquired of Qin Zheng. Indeed, that is the new brother, Qin Zheng confirmed, nodding. This car nearly made me drool the first time I laid eyes on it. As for this gentleman's wealth and background, I am still quite uncertain. But one must never underestimate someone capable of owning such a vehicle. Chapter 15, A Gentle Understanding of Attire. Brother Lin, welcome. As the car came to a halt at the Villa's entrance, Qin Zheng was the first to greet him. Excellent job with this event, Lin Yi remarked, surveying the array of handsome men and beautiful women inside, noting that many of the women were even more stunning than the campus belle, Xin. Of course. Qin Zheng chuckled. Brother Lin, from now on, you shall be a regular guest here. With a conspiratorial grin, Qin Zheng leaned closer to Lin Yi, pointing to Shen Jingnan in the distance. Do you see that girl? How is her quality? I noticed someone approached her for a chat earlier, only to be turned away. Her standards appear to be quite high. Most importantly, she is new here, participating in such an event for the first time. I suspect she may still be quite innocent. It's up to you, Brother Lin. Absolutely. Lin Yi nodded. He then made his way towards Shen Jingnan, igniting a flurry of excitement in her friend. He is coming over to us. Xiaonan, we cannot let this opportunity slip away. Let us compete fairly. Didn't you bring me here to see the world? Shen Jingnan exclaimed, feeling anxious. She found Lin Yi quite handsome, possessing a certain politeness, and, most importantly, wealth. Such men are indeed the epitome of an ideal partner. Indeed. I brought you here to broaden your horizons, but there is no rule stating I should concede to you. Let us compete. Whoever secures his affection first wins. Her friend declared, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. After uttering those words, her friend boldly approached Lin Yi, swaying her hips as she stepped forward. Hey there. Are you new here? Yes, Lin Yi nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed his first visit. I didn't expect to encounter so many beautiful and charming ladies here. Ha, you certainly know how to flatter. The friend immediately linked her arm with Lin Yi's. Shall we chat over there? Wow, that's rather forward. Lin Yi adhered to a principle of nonchalance, neither initiating nor rejecting, nor taking responsibility. Meanwhile, Shen Jingnan grew anxious. This was also her first time here, and she lacked experience. If she simply sat idle, her friend would undoubtedly win Lin Yi's attention, rendering her presence pointless. In a moment of restless determination, Shen Jingnan stood up, approached Lin Yi, and linked her other arm with his. Count me in. Let us all hang out together. Lin Yi marveled at the audacity of the situation, facing a challenge of 1 against 2. Thankfully, he had previously received a reward. Otherwise, he might have been at a loss. Here's to you, handsome. Her friend raised her glass and downed her drink in one go. The beverages here were all craft brews, of considerable quality. With the ladies taking the initiative, Lin Yi naturally did not refuse and raised his own glass in return. As they exchanged toasts by the poolside, his friend's cheeks flushed slightly, enhancing her already charming appearance. Shen Jingnan, not one to be outdone, leaned towards Lin Yi and said, Can you tell me a joke? A joke? Lin Yi pondered, realizing he didn't know many. He recounted a story about a time he went karaoke with a group of single colleagues, both men and women. Just as the clock struck 10, one girl stood up to leave, prompting the others to persuade her to stay. One guy quipped, Why are you leaving so early? Is someone waiting for you at home? The girl, with a mischievous smile, replied, Hee, I'm hiding a beauty at home. Another guy chimed in, But you're not a guy. What beauty are you hiding? To which another retorted, A banana. Uff, that's terrible. How could you say such a thing? Her friend exclaimed, blushing instantly. Shen Jingnan took a moment to grasp the joke, and when she did, her cheeks flushed crimson as well. So, what do you do for a living? Shen Jingnan inquired. I'm a psychologist, Lin Yi replied earnestly. A psychologist? You don't look like one, she remarked, surprised to discover he held such a prestigious profession. So, tell me, do I have any issues? Her friend pressed eagerly. Well, the issues aren't overly severe. But I have always been adept at understanding people. Many problems can be resolved once they are unraveled, Lin Yi explained. Oh dear, here we go again. Her friend chuckled uncontrollably. It's simple, really. When you have a fondness for someone, everything they say brings you joy. Conversely, if you feel indifferent or even repulsed by them, no matter how humorous their words may be, they elicit no reaction from you. This insight revealed her friend's extensive experience in such matters, while Shen Jingnan appeared refreshingly naive. As a result, Lin Yi gradually shifted his attention towards Shen Jingnan. Recognizing the social dynamics, her friend tactfully excused herself, seeking other company, leaving Lin Yi and Shen Jingnan alone. The gathering continued late into the night, and the villa nestled in the hills had ample empty rooms, all tidied up and ready. The following day, Lin Yi awoke feeling invigorated. He noticed Shen Jingnan rubbing her eyes and gazing out the window, clearly unfamiliar with her surroundings, likely brought here by her friend. Such scenarios are common. For instance, when a girlfriend invites you to a nightclub, it's often to meet other men, while a male friend introduces you to potential romantic interests. Hence, many friendships among women can be rather unreliable. I'm not that type of person, she confessed. The previous night's ambience had been inherently suggestive, easily leading one to act irrationally. Upon waking, Shin Jingnan regretted certain decisions. My father is ill, and I urgently need medical expenses, which is why my friend brought me here, she stated candidly. Lin Yi nodded, choosing not to press further. After all, one can only speak so much. The truth of her words remained uncertain, and he had no desire to waste time investigating. Send me your account details, and I will transfer 500,000 as a contribution to your father's treatment, he offered, a mere trifle for him. 500,000 was but a drop in the ocean for Lin Yi. His account boasted a staggering 10 trillion, yielding an annual interest of 500 billion, or approximately 136 million daily. Such a sum was insignificant. Whether 100,000 or 1 million, it was inconsequential. However, he felt that this amount was appropriate, an equitable exchange, with 500,000 already representing a premium. Thank you. Shin Jingnan lowered her head, speaking softly. Is it worth it? For Shin Jingnan, it certainly was. Her father's grave condition rendered money the most scarce resource. Let us keep in touch, Lin Yi said, expressing a favorable impression of her. At least she wouldn't cling to him, which he found most tiresome. He believed that while enjoying youth and freedom was vital, ultimately, one must seek a suitable partner for marriage when the time came. Ding. Check-in successful. The host checked in on June 5th and received a reward of master-level culinary skills. Upon seeing this latest system reward, Lin Yi felt somewhat underwhelmed. Nevertheless, it was a system gift, and he had no intention of refusing it. Their essay saying, "Isn't there? A moment of free indulgence is delightful. Continuous indulgence is eternally satisfying." That was precisely Lin Yi's current mindset. The system consistently granted him rewards of the highest caliber, placing him at the pinnacle of his field. In culinary arts, few could rival his expertise, with only a handful achieving master-level status, having reached a point of founding their own schools. After a quick wash-up, Lin Yi prepared to head out. Shin Jingnan had also finished her preparations, but walked with a slight limp, supporting herself against the wall. Let me take you back to ancient capital university, Lin Yi offered, eager to take his sports car for a spin. Since unlocking master-level driving skills, he hadn't had the chance to utilize them much. Seated in the car, gripping the steering wheel, Lin Yi felt as if the wheel were an extension of his own hand, displaying an unparalleled familiarity. With a thunderous roar, the Aston Martin's engine came to life, echoing like a clap of thunder. Shin Jingnan had already fastened her seatbelt. As Lin Yi pressed the accelerator, the car surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly departing from the villa nestled in the hills. Along the way, Lin Yi transformed into a master of the winding roads, the vehicle gliding through the mountain passes with breathtaking speed. Soon, they entered the city. At this juncture, Lin Yi eased his pace. Upon entering the urban landscape, surveillance cameras lined the streets, and the traffic was more congested, prioritizing safety. Although Lin Yi's driving skills were exceptional, the same could not be said for others. A minor accident could lead to significant complications. As they approached a traffic light, Lin Yi gradually brought the car to a halt. To his side, a young man on an electric scooter kept glancing curiously at Lin Yi's sports car. Wow, what a life to lead, the electric scooter rider exclaimed, his tongue clicking in admiration. Cruising in a supercar, with a stunning girl flaunting her long legs in the passenger seat. While waiting for the light, I could just reach out and touch. This life, I can see it all from my scooter. Bro, how much did you pay for this car? The young man couldn't help but inquire. Not much. Around 50 million or so. Just a modest goal. Lin Yi replied without any airs, simply answering the question posed. Wow, that's impressive. Now that's what life is all about. The electric scooter rider enthusiastically gave Lin Yi a thumbs up. At that moment, the light turned green, and Lin Yi pressed the accelerator once more, the Aston Martin roaring to life as it surged ahead. This life, with the wind in his hair and the occasional chance to brush against those long, alluring legs, was indeed delightful. Beside him, Shin Jingnan, radiating grace and charm, gazed at Lin Yi with eyes that sparkled with a hint of affection. Although their acquaintance was relatively brief, Lin Yi was her first man, not only in a psychological sense, but also emotionally. She harbored an inexplicable fondness for him. This sentiment could perhaps be described as affection. Yet, Shin Jingnan was acutely aware of her unworthiness. Gradually, the car arrived at the gates of the ancient capital art academy. We've arrived, Lin Yi announced. Shin Jingnan nodded. In truth, she wished to spend more time with Lin Yi, but their brief encounter was drawing to a close. With a pang of reluctance, she turned and planted a kiss on Lin Yi's cheek. Then, blushing furiously, she opened the car door and hurriedly departed. It was the weekend, and the school entrance was bustling with activity. Am I seeing things? Shin Jingnan, one of the three beauties of the freshman class, just got out of a sports car? A male student from the ancient capital art academy exclaimed in shock. Bro, you're not imagining it. That's the reality. It's a pity, though, that even a freshman succumbs to wealth. Is there no pure-hearted girl left in this world? Another lamented. Oh, please. At the school gates, a female student interjected, unable to contain herself. You guys pursue those girls. Don't you also want to sleep with them? Even if you don't desire it now, can you honestly say that you wouldn't want to touch them once you're together? In college, hardly any relationships end up lasting. Who are you sleeping with anyway? Why shouldn't someone seek out a wealthy heir instead of being with you broke guys who lack both money and sentiment? Under the barrage of her remarks, the young men fell silent. As for Lin Yi, he merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. Each party seeks their own needs. This act is neither particularly noble nor utterly base. After dropping Shin Jingnan at school, Lin Yi drove towards Jinxi Rinjia. He had recently purchased some furniture, which had arrived in the morning. However, he had not yet risen to receive it. Now, he decided to make a trip to tidy up the house a bit. After all, this would be the place he would reside in for quite some time. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi drove straight there. Meanwhile, Shin Jingnan felt her heart flutter. She perceived Lin Yi as a gentleman. While he could be a bit lewd at times, he was predominantly courteous. He was affluent and personable, a man of great talent. Upon arriving at Jinxi Rinjia, the lush greenery astonished him, and the air was remarkably refreshing. Lin Yi drove through, appreciating the scenery along the way. Soon, he reached the center of the villa area, surrounded by opulent residences that exuded an air of prestige. Mr. Lin, your housekeeper has arrived. After the furniture was delivered this morning, I had it unloaded and arranged for you. The property manager, Wang Kuan, promptly informed him. Thank you for your trouble. Lin Yi nodded appreciatively and strode inside. With the addition of the new furniture, the villa no longer felt so empty. The only shortcoming was the absence of a female presence to grace the home. If only a lady of the house could join him, it would be perfect. However, Lin Yi was not in a hurry to find a mistress, being so youthful after all. Mr. Lin, we are your housekeepers. Two women emerged from the living room, bowing gracefully to Lin Yi. What? You call this a housekeeper? Lin Yi had previously requested two women in their 40s, yet these two appeared to be in their 30s, if not younger. Moreover, they were Westerners, embodying the allure of exotic beauty. With their fair skin, long legs, and striking features including high cheekbones, azure eyes, and cascading golden waves, complemented by their maid attire, they were simply breathtaking. Men understand women best. Lin Yi mused, appreciating the excellent arrangement made by Mr. Wei. Not to mention, simply having them around would undoubtedly lift one's spirits. What are your names? Lin Yi inquired. The two housekeepers spoke fluent Chinese, suggesting their salary was likely quite substantial, conservatively estimated at over 50,000 a month. Of course, to Lin Yi, this amount was insignificant. After all, happiness could not be bought with money. As long as he was content, it was more important than anything else. Replying to Mr. Lin, my Chinese name is Kaidi. My Chinese name is Xiao Ai. They responded in turn. There was a distinction between Kaidi and Xiao Ai. Both were striking, yet Kaidi had a more voluptuous figure, while Xiao Ai, though slender, possessed a unique grace. Both were truly exceptional beauties. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied? Wang Kuan asked with a smile. Very satisfied. Mr. Wei certainly knows how to handle these matters, Lin Yi replied cheerfully. These two housekeepers, despite their Western origins, excelled in the culinary arts of the Great Xia, having achieved top scores during their training at the housekeeping agency. Furthermore, they were adept at maintaining the home and were diligent. So Lin Yi had nothing to worry about in this regard. Wang Kuan elucidated that, regarding the financial aspect, the monthly salary for each of them amounts to 88,000 yuan. The property management company has graciously advanced half a year's salary as a gesture to congratulate Mr. Lin on his residency at Jinxi Rinjia. After 6 months, the subsequent salary will be the responsibility of Mr. Lin. Of course, should you find this arrangement less than satisfactory, you may inform General Manager Wei, who will gladly select alternatives for you. During this half-year period, should Mr. Lin have any other requests, he is welcome to express them, and General Manager Wei will make every effort to accommodate. Furthermore, concerning the two caretakers, their services are manifold. While the underfloor heating system in our villa is commendable, it can easily lead to discomfort during winter. You may deactivate a portion of the heating system and have them assist in warming your bed. This is indeed a worthwhile expenditure. It is no surprise that General Manager Wei meticulously selected them. Their dedication is evident. Please extend my gratitude to General Manager Wei. Lin Yi chuckled. The pleasures of wealth are indeed delightful, a lifestyle that is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Very well, Mr. Lin, I shall not intrude any further. Wang Kuan nodded and departed. Lin Yi then turned to the two caretakers, inquiring about their proficiency in foreign languages, given their foreign origins. Sir, foreign languages are our mother tongue. We are certainly proficient. Katie nodded affirmatively. You see, I am quite fond of learning foreign languages, particularly with charming young ladies, as it greatly facilitates my language acquisition. Since we have some free time, why don't we embark on a language learning session right now? Lin Yi proposed. Huh. The caretakers momentarily seemed taken aback. Come on, Lin Yi proclaimed, picking up a foreign language book from the table and ushering the two caretakers into a room. Abandon. This English word is pronounced abandon. As a verb, it signifies to cease nurturing, to forsake, to relinquish entirely, to indulge in, to succumb to leave behind, to discard, or to permit someone or something to be in a state of neglect. As a noun, it conveys a sense of unrestrained freedom or indulgence. Sir, why have you removed your clothing? Are you feeling too warm? How can one learn a language without shedding one's clothes? Really, you have no sense of ambience. About an hour later, Lin Yi sat up from the bed, fully dressed. The two Western caretakers, however, appeared invigorated. Indeed, it is no wonder. The stamina of these women from Western nations surpasses that of ordinary women from the Great Xia nation, who would likely have succumbed to fatigue and be asleep by now. Mr. Lin. Katie's eyes sparkled with admiration, her gaze towards Lin Yi growing increasingly fervent. I had no idea you were so remarkable. Lin Yi waved his hand modestly. Oh, it's nothing significant. I still have room for improvement. Already so impressive? If you were to improve further, wow, that would be extraordinary. Not only Katie, but little AI's eyes also gleamed with excitement. Ahem, well then, let us get to work. Please tidy up the house, Lin Yi instructed. The larger pieces of furniture had already been arranged upon arrival, yet several smaller items remained scattered about. Next, it was imperative to organize both the interior and exterior of the villa to ensure comfort during habitation. Such tasks were typically assigned to the caretakers. While Lin Yi settled into the study was equipped with a state-of-the-art computer, boasting top-tier specifications, ideal for gaming. Lin Yi was engrossed in an online game, reputedly one where monetary investment does not guarantee superiority, as even substantial expenditure cannot secure a top position. The company behind this game is called W. Official game notification. As a new player, your first recharge of 648 yuan grants you 100,000 gold coins, a set of virtual clothing valued at 648 yuan and 10,000 skill points. Upon entering, Lin Yi was greeted by a line of text on the game page. Games under W are notorious for being both financially demanding and requiring significant effort. They drain both finances and energy, making it challenging for the average individual to thrive. Chapter 18, Direct Acquisition. The initial recharge of 648 yuan comes with a discount. Lin Yi, naturally, dismissed such a sum, directly accessing the back-end to initiate a recharge. Sister Xia, finished with work? Shall we go out for a drink? A staff member at W Yi's game back-end called out to a woman. Just a moment, let me finish up some overtime. This is a peak time for recharges. I must ensure customer satisfaction. Sister Xia replied, emphasizing the importance of avoiding any issues to prevent reprimands from the manager. Behind many games, there exists a cadre of NPC-like staff members. Sister Xia is one of them. Their primary task is to cater to affluent players. When necessary, they may even suppress wealthier players to encourage further spending. For instance, they can manipulate their account's attack power to rank first in the server, while the second position goes to a genuine player. If the second-ranked player is repeatedly vanquished, they would undoubtedly feel aggrieved, striving to enhance their equipment to reclaim their standing. In this way, as they acquire better gear, opportunities for profit arise. However, Sister Xia's responsibilities are not solely confined to this. Primarily, she seeks to provide affluent players with an enjoyable gaming experience, such as managing multiple accounts to allow new wealthy players to dominate the game, evoking their excitement. Due to her later entry into the company, Sister Xia's team has not secured any of the prominent players, leading to underwhelming performance and the looming threat of termination. Suddenly, a notification chimed. This was an alert for a significant recharge, indicating an influx of over 50,000 yuan. Sister Xia quickly accessed the backend, discovering an unfamiliar ID. LBW haven't hacked. A new wealthy player? LBW? Sister Xia murmured. As soon as she uttered those words, the staff member who had earlier invited her to dinner stood up promptly. Everyone, stand up. No questions asked. LBW is formidable. This account merits our utmost attention, Sister Xia declared, recognizing its potential as a future source of revenue for their team. Just as she spoke, the recharge amount surged to 300,000 yuan. Could there be a bug, or is someone manipulating the backend? Sister Xia pondered. Though there are instances of players recharging vast sums in the game, she found it hard to believe such a user would appear before her. The backend technology was sound. It was indeed a genuine recharge. A nearby backend staff member noticed the anomaly, investigated, and reported back, confirming it was a bona fide high roller. Sister Xia nodded, exclaiming, "The revenue is here. Let's all cooperate." Aren't their robot accounts available? Let us dispatch a few with decent equipment to allow this new player to experience some victories, enhancing their gaming enjoyment. Additionally, assign dedicated customer service to connect with this affluent player, ensuring they develop a reliance on our game. In mere minutes, over 300,000 yuan had been recharged. This truly is a wealthy individual who must not be offended. If this player continues for 6 months to a year, it would be a reasonable expectation for them to invest several million. On the other side, Lin Yi gazed at the background of the points system, sinking into contemplation. He was truly insufferable. Despite Lin Yi having infused a substantial amount of money, there was not a whisper of acknowledgement. At this moment, Lin Yi remained oblivious to the circumstances behind WE's operations and was unaware that a staff member was about to reach out to him. Frustration boiled within Lin Yi. Unable to wait for their service, he promptly retrieved his phone and dialed his high school classmate, Chen Shi. Hey, regarding what I mentioned earlier, have you given it any thought? Are you considering joining me? Chen Shi responded, of course. I've been eager to latch onto your success. All right, I'll assign you a task. Acquire a gaming company, Lin Yi declared without hesitation. Don't worry about the finances. Just negotiate with Old Wang from Gudu Investment Bank. I'll send you his contact information shortly. Remember, complete the acquisition in the shortest time possible, Lin Yi added, emphasizing the urgency. After all, he had invested 300,000. He could not let that money go to waste. As long as the gaming company was acquired, the funds would still belong to Lin Yi. Furthermore, given the company's assertiveness, Lin Yi decided to adopt a similarly bold stance and acquire them, wondering how they would respond then. With a net worth in the trillions, entirely in cash flow, acquiring a company was certainly within reach. Provided the price was reasonable, he doubted anyone would refuse. Buzz. Just as Lin Yi concluded his instructions to Chen Shi, his phone rang once more. This time, the caller was his childhood friend. From the memories of the previous owner, Lin Yi discerned that he and his childhood friend shared a strong bond, although this friend was 2 years his senior, having graduated the year before last and now working in Gudu. Hey, Lao Lin. Before Lin Yi could utter a word, his friend exclaimed, I need your help with something, or I swear I'll go insane. What is going on? Lin Yi inquired. If it's about a girlfriend being pregnant and needing money for an abortion, I can lend you some. But if you've gotten someone else's girlfriend pregnant, that is a different story. What pregnancy? Why are you accusing me of such things? His friend retorted over the phone. Let us be serious. My mom wants me to go on a blind date, and I really don't want to. I'm counting on you to do it for me. Given their brotherly bond, it seemed inappropriate to refuse at this point. In the past, the previous owner of this body often relied on his childhood friend for support during university. When and where? Lin Yi asked. Tonight at 7. At the North Street Tea Restaurant. The girl is 24. I'll send her photo to your phone. Just politely decline when the time comes, his friend instructed. All right, I'll go, Lin Yi agreed. After all, he had nothing else planned for the evening, and it would be interesting to see how a blind date unfolded. Meanwhile, at the office of WE Games, Sister Shah stared at the numbers on the screen, momentarily stunned. The figures had ceased their fluctuations. And when customer service reached out to the wealthy player, they discovered that his phone was unreachable, perpetually engaged. Could it be that the affluent player had grown disillusioned with the game? How unfortunate. They had thought they had secured a new wealthy patron, anticipating rewards. Who could have guessed they would be unable to establish contact? Chapter 19. The Ceiling of an Average Woman, June 5th, 7 p.m. As the roar of supercars gradually faded, Lin Yi arrived at the Gudu Tea Restaurant. This establishment was rather unremarkable in Gudu. By the time Lin Yi arrived, the dining hall was already bustling with patrons, except for a corner where a young woman with yellow hair and a white dress sat. This woman was Lin Yi's date, standing in for his childhood friend. Her looks were average, but with some makeup and dressing up, she was passable. Lin Yi approached and took a seat directly across from her. Are you Li Chang'an? The woman inquired. Lin Yi was indeed using his childhood friend's name for the ruse, benefiting from the fact that she had never seen a photo of him. Otherwise, the deception would have been exposed. Yes, Lin Yi nodded. The introducer mentioned you were 175 centimeters tall, but you don't seem to be. You look at least 183 centimeters, she remarked. The introducer might not have had the right information, Lin Yi replied. Perhaps. Let's get straight to the point, she continued. I have a second-tier university degree, and while that may not be impressive, I expect my boyfriend to be well-educated. A degree from a 211 university is non-negotiable. It's essential for fostering a conducive family environment. 211 university? That's within my reach, Lin Yi thought, as he was a student at Gudu University, which indeed fell into that category. Secondly, regarding housing, it must be fully paid off. I have no intention of enduring a mortgage after marriage, which would lower our standard of living. As for the car, it must be worth at least 500,000, something respectable to drive. Thirdly, after marriage, I don't wish to be a housewife. I must work. For childcare, We should hire a nanny. As for finances, my salary will be mine. I need to save for clothing and cosmetics. You, on the other hand, must provide me with at least 5,000 yuan per month for living expenses, as I need to save for larger purchases. The woman rattled off her demands. And what about you? Are you a local? What is your salary? Lin Yi countered. Of course, I'm not a local. Why would I marry someone from Gudu? I just want to obtain a household registration here. As for my salary, that is confidential for now. As a man, you must bear the family's burdens. She cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yi, her eyes brimming with contempt. To her, it seemed Lin Yi could not possibly meet her standards, and this date was destined for failure, a waste of time. Seated across from her, Lin Yi found himself deep in thought. Thankfully, his childhood friend hadn't come. Otherwise, he would have been furious. With a rural household registration, a second-tier university degree, a monthly income likely under 10,000, and looks that barely rated a 6 out of 10, Lin Yi appraised her as if she were a mere commodity. What is the matter? Do you have a problem with rural households? The woman asked, her displeasure evident as she frowned. Don't put words in my mouth. I never said I looked down on rural households. What I disdain is you, Lin Yi retorted, openly mocking her. What qualifications do you have to list such conditions? You claim your salary is confidential, but I estimate it to be no more than 10,000, perhaps even only 5 or 6,000, given your own standards. Why do you feel entitled to demand anything from others? That's none of your business. She shot back, her anger visibly rising. Indeed, it's not. Lin Yi stood up, looked directly at her, and began to outline his own circumstances. Allow me to present my conditions. I am indeed from Gudu. While I do not own a home here, I possess a villa of considerable value. As for my vehicle, it is of the supercar variety. I want to disclose its price, lest it frightens you. Regarding assets, I shall refrain from discussing them, lest you think I am boasting. My conditions are as such. But do you truly believe I could be interested in you? Without allowing the woman an opportunity to retort, Lin Yi continued, do not speak of me. Even considering your demands, you require a fully paid villa in the ancient capital. Do you grasp the significance of that? Calculating at 20,000 per square meter. A 100 square meter property would amount to 2 million. Adding a vehicle worth 500,000, that totals to 2,500,000. Furthermore, you demand a degree from a 211 university, along with a monthly allowance of 5,000. Do you genuinely think someone who meets such criteria would set their sights on you? With your meager conditions and such lofty expectations, it is no wonder you remain unattached. Truly, a delusional, ordinary woman. Lin Yi found himself astounded by such a person. Although the former campus Belle, Chu Xin, had been somewhat repulsive, she was undeniably beautiful. Yet this woman, lacking in everything, yet her demands soar high. It is as though a toad aspires to feast upon a swan. At times, Lin Yi could not fathom why so many women, possessing only a 3 or 4 out of 10 in looks, after applying makeup, consider themselves to be a 6 or 7, and still aspire to a flawless partner. Is this not absurd? Perhaps next time you venture out for a blind date, you ought to remove your makeup first and truly reflect on your appearance. Utterly clueless. With that, Lin Yi turned to leave. Meanwhile, the woman had paid no heed to Lin Yi's subsequent remarks. Her focus remained solely on his initial statements regarding a villa in the ancient capital and a supercar. The introducer had not mentioned these details. Could he possibly be a hidden scion of wealth? It seemed imperative that she seize this opportunity. With that thought, she hurriedly followed Lin Yi out of the tea restaurant. To her astonishment, she witnessed Lin Yi entering a supercar. Wow, there truly was a sports car. This was no jest. With renewed courage, she approached Lin Yi. Yet, he did not afford her the chance, driving away from the restaurant without a backward glance. Just as she thought her opportunity had slipped away, the sports car traveled a short distance before inexplicably turning back. It halted right before her. The woman quickly tidied herself, eager to make a favorable impression on Lin Yi. I apologize. I was unclear about the situation earlier, which made my tone rather brusque. I am not as materialistic as I may have seemed. I hope you can offer me another chance. She gazed at Lin Yi with longing, speaking earnestly. Chance. You are overestimating your position, Lin Yi replied, bewildered, as he had been overtly dismissive. Initially, his childhood friend had suggested he decline politely. But Lin Yi had been irked earlier, and his tone had reflected that. What do you mean by overestimating? The woman was taken aback and quickly explained. I was at fault earlier. May I apologize? I believe there must be some misunderstanding between us. How about we exchange contact information to get to know each other better? Any misunderstandings will surely be resolved. Add me on WeChat. Lin Yi scoffed at the notion that his WeChat friends list could be so easily expanded. I'm sorry, but I did not bring my phone. He flatly refused. His disinterest in her was palpable, as he had only returned to the restaurant after realizing he had left his lighter behind. There were no convenience stores nearby, and he desired a smoke. Didn't he bring your phone? How is that possible? She retorted incredulously. In this day and age, How many people venture out without their phones? For most, a phone has become an integral part of their existence. Lin Yi's outright rejection was glaring, yet the woman persisted. Just tell me your WeChat ID, and I'll add you. You can confirm it once you retrieve your phone at home, all right? No, my WeChat friend's limit has been reached. Lin Yi rebuffed her once more. How bothersome. To refuse once and still come back for a second time. How annoying. Lin Yi muttered as he disregarded her, heading straight into the restaurant to retrieve his lighter before departing once more. Once Lin Yi had left, the woman frantically dialed the introducer's number, inquiring about Lin Yi's contact information. In truth, this scenario is common among many women. When faced with impoverished suitors, they demand exorbitant dowries and conditions under the pretext of seeking future stability. However, when presented with wealthy individuals, they lower their standards significantly. Ultimately, it all boils down to financial considerations. As for Lin Yi, he wished these individuals could gain some self-awareness, at the very least. They ought to recognize their own capabilities and appearances, using beauty filters or photo editing to create the illusion of long legs, only to mistakenly believe they possess such traits and are of above-average attractiveness. If Lin Yi were to express his thoughts, beauty-enhancing software could be beneficial, making one's photos more appealing. However, if one becomes ensnared by such filters, it becomes problematic, especially if one's judgment is clouded. That evening, Lin Yi drove to the ancient capital art academy. Hey Lin Yi, have you arrived? Came the voice of Shen Jingnan over the phone. I'm right at the entrance. Lin Yi replied. At the entrance of the academy, Shen Jingnan, dressed in a flowing gown, hurriedly emerged upon spotting Lin Yi's car. Her face lit up with excitement as she approached, opening the passenger door to settle into the Aston Martin. Numerous students passed by the school entrance, witnessing this scene, and many felt their hearts shatter. I heard just yesterday that campus Belle Shen Jingnan was being kept by someone. I didn't believe it, but seeing this, it's evidently true. I'm heartbroken. My youth has met its demise. Money truly has its privileges. If one wishes to pursue a campus Belle, one can easily do so. If only I could drive a supercar, how wonderful that would be. I too wish to pursue a campus Belle. Stop dreaming, be realistic. I just looked it up. This car costs around 40 to 50 million. That expensive? Well, tonight I shall dream of this car. Though I wonder if the campus Belle will appear in my dreams. Shen Jingnan held a notable reputation at the ancient capital art academy. As one of the 3 rising campus belles in her freshman year, she had many admirers. However, none of those suitors had captured her interest. Deep down, they felt envious. And though they might say a few disparaging remarks, none would dare speak such words in Lin Yi's presence. Where are we going? Shen Jingnan inquired. Earlier, she had been watching a drama in her dormitory, but half an hour prior, Lin Yi had reached out to her, expressing his desire to meet. Consequently, she hurriedly applied her makeup. Half an hour was hardly sufficient for makeup, but with her excellent complexion and stunning features, she merely tidied herself up before rushing out to find Lin Yi. This was the first time she had been so invested in her appearance. Let us grab a bite. I'm still a bit hungry, Lin Yi stated. What shall we eat? Hot pot? Stir fry? Shen Jingnan gazed at Lin Yi affectionately, inquiring. Naturally, I would prefer to feast upon you. Lin Yi replied with a mischievous grin. How rude. Focus on driving. Shen Jingnan chided, then leaned over to plant a kiss on Lin Yi's cheek. The sensation was pleasantly tingling. Just kidding. Let us go to the night market. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. In the sweltering summer, the night market paired well with beer. Near the ancient capital art academy, there exists a plethora of night market stalls, renowned not only for their affordability, but also for their proximity to numerous hotels. After indulging in a meal, it is only fitting to engage in some physical activity. Driving approximately 2 kilometers, we halted beside a night market stall. Upon catching sight of the sports car, the stall owner was momentarily taken aback, rendering him unable to respond and welcome the customer. Boss, I'll have 30 skewers of grilled meat, a plate of grilled eggplant, a plate of chives, a platter of vegetarian assortments, a plate of clams, and 2 servings of fried noodles. Lin Yi instructed the proprietor. Certainly. Please hold on for a moment while I prepare your order. The stall owner quickly regained his composure and replied. Meanwhile, several diners nearby turned their attention towards Lin Yi. One burly man exclaiming, Wow, brother, you're impressive. Driving such a fine car and still dining at a roadside stall. Is this not the essence of experiencing the joys of life? Lin Yi chuckled. Primarily, it's convenient, and I am indeed famished. Moreover, to Lin Yi, roadside stalls held no particular disdain. Your car is incredibly cool. May I take a few photos with it? The large man inquired. Most men harbor dreams of owning a sports car, though many cannot afford one. Of course, that's no trouble at all, Lin Yi readily acquiesced, considering it a mere triviality. You're quite generous. Here's to you. The man raised his glass in salute. Lin Yi also lifted his beer mug and drank heartily. This lifestyle feels quite authentic. Before his journey through time, Lin Yi often frequented night market stalls. The vibrant atmosphere of the city is best felt amidst the lively hustle of such places. While high-end restaurants offer a taste of luxury, the experience of dining at a roadside stall is equally worthwhile. On the other side, the large man busily snapped selfies around the sports car, internally acknowledging the generosity of those who drive luxury vehicles. The clicking of the camera was incessant, and soon enough, his phone indicated that storage was full. I must remember to upgrade to a phone with a larger memory next time, he resolved, contemplating the addition of sunglasses for a more stylish look, and pondering the necessity of shedding a few pounds to enhance his appearance. Chapter 21. Who Writes a Diary? In bed, Lin Yi stretched languidly. Time had swiftly transitioned to the following morning, and beside him, Shen Jingnan felt sore all over. How should one put it? Last night was undeniably pleasurable, yet rather exhausting. Brother Lin is truly remarkable. Although she lacked expertise in such matters, she had heard from her roommates about their boyfriend's experiences, which typically involved no more than 2 or 3 encounters in a night, and those were brief. Women tend to discuss such topics amongst themselves, sharing whispered secrets despite their initial shyness. Brother Lin, Shen Jingnan nestled into Lin Yi's embrace. Well done. Here's an extra chicken leg for you. Lin Yi chuckled as he transferred an additional 200,000. Thank you, Brother Lin. Shen Jingnan nodded appreciatively. In truth, she did not desire the money, but her father was undergoing treatment, and this sum was crucial for his care. Thus, at times, she felt immense disgust towards herself, considering her actions rather distasteful. However, in comparison to her loved ones, this amount seemed trivial. Thank you? Merely saying thanks is insufficient. It requires a gesture of gratitude. Lin Yi smiled at Shen Jingnan, adding, addressing you by name feels a bit distant. From now on, I shall call you Yurong. Shen Yurong has a nice ring to it. Yurong? Shen Jingnan was puzzled by the term, but Lin Yi offered no further explanation. What is that saying? The sea embraces 100 rivers. Only those who are accommodating are great. Shen Jingnan's figure was undoubtedly pleasing, her curves notably alluring. Although they may not achieve the D-cup status, a C-cup was certainly within reach. Forget about that. Just express your gratitude. Lin Yi rolled over, enveloping Shen Jingnan in his arms, inhaling her delightful scent, and becoming restless once more. Thus, an hour later, Lin Yi finally dressed. Ding. Check-in successful. The host checked in on June 6th and has been rewarded with a mysterious diary. The host can write in the diary, with a high probability of triggering mysterious rewards. What is this? A diary? What purpose does it serve? Moreover, who in their right mind writes a diary? A person of substance would never do such a thing. In the next moment, Lin Yi pinned a line in the diary. June 6th. Enjoyed an intimate night with Shen Jingnan, though I find her clothing style somewhat conservative. Naturally, this conservatism pertains to her public attire. Privately, she could afford to be a bit more daring. Think high street fashion, Balenciaga, or sensual sleepwear. After completing his entry, Lin Yi glanced at the peacefully sleeping Shen Jingnan before departing the hotel. The sports car remained quietly stationed downstairs, in this law-abiding society, with surveillance cameras everywhere. Lin Yi felt secure from any potential vandalism to his vehicle. As he settled into the car, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was his childhood friend. Hey, old Lin, what were you up to yesterday? His friend inquired. You wouldn't believe it. That blind date has been incessantly contacting me, driving me mad. She keeps adding me on WeChat and bombarding me with calls. I've blacklisted 3 of her numbers, yet she persists, even having her friend call me to add her. Nothing much. I took the liberty of declining for you. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. That girl was quite lacking. Her looks were mediocre, yet her demands were outrageous. You must steer clear of her, or you'll regret it later. She still contacts me after being rejected? She must be unwell. His friend grumbled, then added, all right, I understand. I won't reach out to her anymore. I owe you one for this. Once I'm free, I'll treat you to a meal. After Lin Yi agreed, his friend hung up. Just as Lin Yi was about to accelerate toward his villa, he noticed a woman approaching. She stood around 165 meters tall, her hair cascading down her shoulders. Upon reaching Lin Yi's car, she retrieved a lipstick from her bag and began applying it, followed by foundation on her face. Goodness, is she using the reflection of my car and its windows as a mirror? Lin Yi pressed the window button. The woman was startled, quickly apologizing. I'm so sorry, sir. I just wanted to borrow your glass to touch up my makeup. Not a problem. Feel free to come in and do your makeup, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Externally, the woman felt a surge of delight and hurriedly entered the car, taking her seat in the passenger side as she continued her makeup routine. Thank you, sir. She expressed her gratitude as she applied her cosmetics. Don't mention it. Lin Yi chuckled, observing her. May I invite you to dinner? The woman proposed. You've done me a favor. It's only right that I treat you. There's no need for formality. Once you're done with your makeup, you may step out, Lin Yi stated. Huh. The woman momentarily failed to comprehend. Why is she suddenly asking me to leave? It is not as if one should develop feelings for her. followed by a meal together, engaging in a playful exchange to deepen their connection, only for the night to culminate in a negative distance, leading her to acquire a wealthy boyfriend. This script is flawed. Spend less time on short videos, Lin Yi remarked. Given that I drive a sports car, you should understand that I am not lacking in female companionship. And you have yet to meet my standards. Lin Yi disregarded the woman's dignity entirely, candidly expressing his thoughts. Short videos have misled me, the woman mused. She, too, often stumbled upon such content, featuring a woman applying makeup beside a luxury car, only to be noticed by its affluent owner. Today, she attempted a similar tactic, yet it ended in failure. Live well, work hard, and stop seeking shortcuts, Lin Yi asserted, taking on an instructive tone. And what about you? The woman retorted, now incensed by his revelation. You're so young, and yet drive a sports car. Did you purchase it yourself? Surely it was your father's doing. It's not as if fortunes simply fall from the sky, is it? What gives you the right to judge me? Her dissatisfaction was palpable. She believed her only fault was in the lottery of birth. Had she been born into wealth, she would have thrived as well. You're quite right. This car truly did fall from the sky, Lin Yi chuckled. Having been reborn in a parallel world, bound to a system, it indeed resembled a fortunate windfall. Especially with the initial reward of a staggering 1 trillion. Who would believe that? The woman fumed as she exited the vehicle, making her way to the roadside, seemingly intent on hailing a cab. Chapter 22, awaiting a retreat from the game. With a roar, Lin Yi pressed the accelerator, and the Aston Martin roared to life. However, it did not travel far before halting beside the woman. Hey, what is your name? Lin Yi inquired. I'm not Hey. I'm Chu Yinxian, she replied, her face visibly animated, pondering if his earlier words had made an impact. After all, the women surrounding wealthy men tend to be utterly compliant. A rare instance of disdain from a woman might provide a unique experience for them. If that were the case, perhaps she had a chance after all. It seemed she should adopt a more aloof demeanor, she thought. Where are you headed? Lin Yi asked. To the Northwest building, she answered, maintaining her frosty exterior while her heart soared with delight. It appeared her strategy had borne fruit. The Northwest building was not far, yet it was peak taxi hailing time, making it unlikely for her to secure a ride. I wish you luck. May you find a cab soon. Lin Yi quipped with a playful smile before revving the engine and speeding away. The woman was momentarily taken aback. Then a surge of indignation flooded her heart. This is utterly unacceptable. He has trampled on my dignity. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had always held contempt for such individuals. Some women were materialistic, driven by ulterior motives, while others maintained an air of superiority, dismissing the privileged. Though their attitudes differed, both possessed clear objectives. Then there were those who exhibited a double standard, desiring to play both sides while feigning principles they lacked. Upon returning to the villa, it was already afternoon. Katie and Xiao Ai had organized the entire residence meticulously, while Lin Yi settled into his study. Just moments ago, his high school classmate Chun Xie had called to inform him that the company behind the scenes had been acquired. As long as the payment was satisfactory, the company was more than willing to sell. Lin Yi casually glanced over the financial statements of the gaming company. The acquisition cost approximately 3 billion yuan, while the company's annual net profit hovered around 37.5 billion. This was indeed one of the assets under Lin Yi's control, and he had transformed into the owner of a publicly traded company. As Lin Yi logged into his account, the staff in the back end were exceedingly tense. Attention, attention. The boss's account is now online. The employees promptly grabbed their walkie-talkies to relay instructions, dispatching a few virtual accounts to provide the boss with a gaming experience. Others stood ready, prepared to address any issues the boss might encounter in the game at a moment's notice. In truth, the staff were perplexed. They had been contentedly working at a gaming company under the WE umbrella, managing business and bugs. Just 2 days prior, a player had emerged, recharging several 100,000 within minutes before logging off. They assumed it was a lack of a satisfactory gaming experience, though they did not dwell on it excessively. Given their game had a vast player base, losing one player was inconsequential. However, 1 or 2 days later, they were astonished to discover the company had been sold, and the new owner was none other than that very player. To be dissatisfied with a game to the extent of acquiring a company, what extravagance! It was worth 30 billion. Yet, to that player, it seemed akin to pocket change. Warning, warning. The boss, ILBW, am not hacking, has encountered one of the top 10 players in the server. Fireworks Purple Moon, and they are in combat 3 seconds ago. The staff quickly reported, their backs damp with cold sweat. If the boss were to be displeased, he might just decide to leave. The gaming company had always offered generous compensation. Finding such a job again would be exceedingly difficult. Immediately arranged to enhance the boss's power, ensuring it exceeds that of his opponent by tenfold. The general manager ordered decisively, we cannot allow the boss to be defeated. The consequences of such an event would be dire. who knew how furious the boss could become. Furthermore, he was someone who could casually produce 30 billion. The general manager was unaware of his true identity and background. Thus, the programmers hurriedly adjusted the data to bolster the boss's strength. Meanwhile, in a rental unit, a short-haired woman furrowed her brow. A devoted player of the game, she had invested significantly and was also a streamer, earning a decent income from her broadcasts. Though all her earnings had been funneled into the game, she found joy in it. Today, however, she was displeased. She had encountered a group of people. They were clustered around a novice account, seemingly protecting the newcomer. The short-haired woman had encountered such scenarios before. Typically, it involved wealthy heirs hiring companions to play alongside them. She loathed such individuals. Resolute in her decision to teach them a lesson, she launched an attack. Her gaming ID was Fireworks Purple Moon, and with a sweeping skill, she struck down the accounts surrounding the novice, inflicting significant damage. In mere moments, Fireworks Purple Moon unleashed further skills, eliminating all the accompanying players. These pathetic amateurs think they can compete with me? How foolish, she muttered, maneuvering her character to the side of, I am not hacking. Subsequently, the short-haired woman typed a message on the game's public screen. Yanhua Ziyue, encountering me is your misfortune, for I shall make you comprehend what it truly means to regret playing this game. Yanhua Ziyue enjoyed considerable fame within the game, and her words instantly ignited a flurry of activity in the comments section. Mingwei Jixia, who on earth has angered the esteemed Yanhua Ziyue? Wuying Zhuofeiji, the last time someone was so oblivious. I recall Yanhua Ziyue hunting them down across the entire map. They were perpetually resurrected whenever they dared to log in. Ultimately, that player was driven to despair. Mingzhu Tianan, daring to provoke Yanhua Ziyue? Are you not aware of our role as her protectors? We are her devoted fans, watching her live streams daily. PD Lin Pinru. Indeed, we are her guardians. Without Yanhua Ziyue lifting a finger, we could easily cause them to perish several times over. The comments section buzzed with a cacophony of opinions, revealing the general awareness among players regarding Yanhua Ziyue's temperament. Anger her, and you might as well prepare to quit the game. Chapter 23. I am the boss. For a novice account, Yanhua Ziyue hardly regarded it as a concern and resolved to rely solely on a basic attack. A single basic attack would suffice. Her attack power was at least several tens of thousands. Meanwhile, her opponent was merely a novice account with a paltry few hundred health points. Tremble, newcomer, the short-haired woman coldly remarked as she executed her attack. With her words, a basic attack was unleashed upon Lin Yi. Health remaining 1. The computer promptly displayed the notification. What on earth? How could her basic attack only reduce a single drop of health? This defied logic. Of course, it might also be a system bug, prompting the short-haired woman to opt for a skill instead. In the next moment, dazzling effects filled the screen. A display befitting one of the top 10 players on the leaderboard. The skill, Sweep Across the Army, boasting an attack power in the hundreds of thousands, was unleashed upon ILBW did not cheat. Well, this time the health loss was more substantial. Health remaining 3. The short-haired woman was driven to madness. What on earth was happening? As a prominent figure within the game, and also a substantial spender, Yanhua Ziyue was furious. She immediately typed a message on the public screen. That LBW did not cheat. I have no idea what you have done to evade my attacks. But you are finished. For you have encountered me. I shall report this to the game backend and request official intervention. I refuse to believe that the officials would dismiss my complaint solely because of you. This thought gave Yanhua Ziyue some semblance of confidence. Meanwhile, Lin Yi found himself somewhat bewildered. Upon entering the game, he was surrounded by several accounts. These accounts assisted him in slaying monsters, gaining experience, and eliminating foes. This experience was rather mundane, akin to wealthy young masters of ancient times surrounded by sycophants. The sole advantage was the avoidance of unnecessary troubles. In the game, numerous players relished in tormenting newcomers, specifically targeting them for elimination. Lin Yi, however, managed to sidestep these unwarranted predicaments. Before long, he encountered a formidable female player who swiftly dispatched the players encircling him. Following this, the woman made a statement in the public evaluation area, claiming she would quit the game. A multitude of players responded in the comments section. From the remarks of the onlookers, Lin Yi discerned that this female player was quite powerful, seemingly ranking among the top 10. Moreover, she initiated an attack. Yet a basic attack followed by a skill only took away a few drops of his health. Lin Yi understood that this was likely the handiwork of the staff. Concerned that he might retaliate against the entire company if he were to be killed, he initially assumed that the woman would retreat in the face of adversity, but instead, she brazenly threatened to file a complaint. Finally, Lin Yi could no longer contain himself and made a comment. ILBW did not cheat. Go ahead and complain. In the end, your complaint will reach me anyway. This marked Lin Yi's first comment in the section, and it instantly erupted with reactions. Could it be that this esteemed LBW did not cheat, is an insider? This is utterly outrageous. Jiang Shang Qing Feng. Even insiders are not exempt, as this constitutes a violation. If the game continues like this, it will inevitably face closure. Wu Ying's Wafeiji. I don't care. I stand with Yanhua Ziyue. Should anyone dare provoke her, I shall quit the game. In the comments section, many expressed unwavering support for Yanhua Ziyue. Meanwhile, Lin Yi typed another message. LBW did not cheat. Apologies. But I am neither an insider nor a staff member. I am the boss. What? He is the boss? This is impossible. The comments section erupted in astonishment. The game is backed by Y, and the owner of Y must surely be in his 50s or 60s, right? Would someone in their 50s or 60s still play games? Yanhua Ziyue directly contacted customer service, as she had her own dedicated representative. As soon as the call connected, before Yanhua Ziyue could voice her grievances, the customer service representative began to explain. Miss Yanhua Ziyue, hello, I am your dedicated customer service agent 003. The player you encountered in the game, LBW did not cheat, is indeed our company's new president. Given your actions in the game, the customer service representative elaborated at length. But Yanhua Ziyue paid no heed. The only thought echoing in her mind was that this novice account truly belonged to the game company's owner, and moreover, the new owner. Yanhua Ziyue quickly opened the game's official website, where a message at the bottom revealed that the game had been sold to Y, and the new company's owner was Lin. Concerning this Lin, no information had been disclosed by the game officials. Moreover, there was no trace of this individual online. This was rather peculiar. It seemed excessively mysterious. A company valued at billions being acquired so effortlessly implied that the owner behind the scenes must possess at least hundreds of billions in wealth. However, typically, individuals with such wealth have their information readily available online. It was no wonder Yanhua Ziyue was bewildered. Even the game developers had no inkling about Lin Yi. They merely dispatched an assistant to handle the acquisition, uttering not a word. To this day, the employees of the game company had yet to see the true visage of their boss, let alone outsiders. The company's personnel were also curious about the background of the enigmatic owner, with employees gossiping daily, each one intensely intrigued. This indignation was intolerable. The short-haired woman could no longer suppress her feelings. She once again picked up the phone and called a friend. Her friend was a top-tier hacker, with the hacker's assistance. Approximately half an hour later, Yanhua Yiling stared at the screen displaying several words, dumbfounded. The hacker friend had extracted the IP address of LBW did not cheat, and it turned out to be located in the ancient capital. Yanhua Yiling was also from the ancient capital, and the distance between her and the boss's address was less than 4 kilometers. The more she scrutinized that location, the more familiar it appeared. Later that evening, Shen Jingnan finally awoke. Unlike the previous occasion, this time I felt invigorated, with a sense of comfort enveloping my entire being. After all, the last experience was my first, and some discomfort was to be expected. However, this was my second time, and I had fully recovered. Yet, upon awakening, the emptiness beside me left Shen Jingnan with a tinge of melancholy. How wonderful it would have been if Lin had been by my side upon waking. Now, alone in the hotel, boredom enveloped me like a heavy blanket. In a fit of ennui, I opened my shopping app on my phone and began to browse. It was not long before a particularly alluring nightgown caught my eye. Chapter 24, The Betrayal of a Roommate. Suddenly, a question crossed Shen Jingnan's mind. Would Lin Yi appreciate this nightgown? It was undeniably seductive. She found it quite beautiful, yet felt it was excessively revealing, leaving her somewhat bashful. Shen Jingnan was torn. Ultimately, however, she succumbed to an inexplicable impulse and clicked to purchase it, not only acquiring that piece, but also a few uniforms. She couldn't quite fathom why she had been so audacious this time. Lin Yi, of course, was oblivious to Shen Jingnan's thoughts. After several hours of gaming, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he collapsed onto his bed for a much-needed respite. That night marked the most tranquil evening Lin Yi had experienced since his rebirth. Upon awakening, he found it was already the following morning, feeling refreshed and revitalized. Without hesitation, he logged into the system, curious about the rewards that awaited him this time. Signing in, Lin Yi silently affirmed. Ding. Sign-in successful. On June 7th. The host has signed in, granting the host the Imperial Aura. Imperial Aura? What does that mean? What use could it possibly have? The system responded. The Imperial Aura is the commanding presence possessed by ancient emperors. When the Son of Heaven is enraged, countless fall before him, rivers run red with blood. This is the might of the sovereign, which mere mortals dare not defy. That sounded rather impressive, but its practical utility remained to be seen. 2 attentive caretakers, clad in oversized nightgowns, assisted Lin Yi in dressing and squeezing toothpaste for him. After completing his morning routine and enjoying a modest breakfast, Lin Yi decided to return to campus. With graduation approaching, there were numerous matters to attend to at school. Upon his arrival at the dormitory, Lin Yi discovered that two of his roommates, who had been working externally, had returned. These two had signed contracts with their company during their internships and had left school to begin their careers after their thesis defenses. They had come back specifically for graduation photos and to sort through the plethora of paperwork regarding their 4 years of university life. "Hey Lin, I just got back and already heard that you've become somewhat of a celebrity at ancient capital university, having turned down the school beauty, Shu Xian's confession," remarked a roommate named Song Tao with a chuckle. Song Tao had been quite close to Lin Yi during their university days, often sharing meals in the cafeteria. He had a girlfriend during college, with whom he had been in a relationship for about 2 years. Her family was well off, and Song Tao had interned at her family's business. Lin Yi had speculated that Song Tao would likely be married within a year after graduation, jokingly referring to it as being a son-in-law. "How about you? Any news on the wedding front?" Lin Yi inquired. "Not yet. Qian wants to enjoy a couple more years before we tie the knot," Song Tao replied. Qian was Song Tao's girlfriend, and their relationship had blossomed under the watchful eyes of their dormitory brothers. Just as Song Tao finished his sentence, his phone rang, displaying the name Qian, "My darling." Lin Yi couldn't help but cringe at the cheesiness. "All right, go find your darling," he said, giving Song Tao a friendly pat on the shoulder. After Song Tao left, Lin Yi reclined on his dormitory bed. Surprisingly, after several days in a spacious villa, sleeping on the single bed felt quite comfortable. On his phone, Shen Jingnan had sent several voice messages expressing that she missed Lin Yi. Additionally, a sales representative from a car dealership had inquired if Lin Yi was available to grab a meal, implying she desired to share some time with him. Lin Yi perceived that the invitation for dinner was merely a guise. She likely craved soybean milk and fried dough sticks. He contemplated whether he would have the time that evening to indulge her with some fried dough sticks. After replying to Shen Jingnan with a couple of messages, he set his phone aside. The door to the dormitory creaked open, and another roommate returned. However, this roommate appeared rather flustered. Upon spotting Lin Yi, he hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Lin, it seems something significant has occurred." "Significant? No need to rush. Take your time," Lin Yi replied. "I just returned from outside and saw Song Tao's girlfriend, Qian. She was dropped off by a black Benz, and the driver was a man," the roommate hurriedly explained, disregarding the order of his words. "So what if it was a man? You're making a big deal out of nothing," Lin Yi waved dismissively, feeling it was inconsequential. "This is serious. Qian is an only child, right? Otherwise, Song Tao wouldn't have become a son-in-law. Most importantly, when she got out of the car, she embraced that man and even kissed him," the roommate insisted. "Do you have proof?" Lin Yi's expression shifted, and he quickly asked. "Of course. I took several photos just now." The roommate eagerly pulled out his phone. The first photo showed a stranger with his arm around Qian. The next captured their embrace, followed by one of the kiss. The intimacy displayed was unmistakable, akin to that of a couple in the throes of romance. Undoubtedly, Song Tao had been betrayed. "This is bad. Just moments ago, Qian asked Song Tao to go out. Could she be breaking up with him?" Lin Yi speculated. "That possibility cannot be ruled out." The roommate nodded. "Should I inform Song Tao about this in advance, so he can brace himself? Let us not rush. Let's wait for old Song to return and assess the situation," Lin Yi decided. Song Tao returned around 1 in the afternoon, his face beaming with joy, completely oblivious to any sorrow related to a breakup. "Hey, what did you do with your girlfriend earlier?" One of the roommates couldn't contain his curiosity. "What else?" "Qian brought me a belt that she bought for me. She already removed the tag, but it's still new." Song Tao cheerfully displayed the belt to Lin Yi and the other roommate. At that moment, Lin Yi couldn't help but envision a vast expanse of verdant grassland atop Song Tao's head. "Have you eaten yet?" Lin Yi inquired. "Not yet. I chatted with Qian for a bit. She had to leave early, so I came back directly." Song Tao carefully placed the belt in his drawer before continuing. "How about we go out for a meal together?" Lin Yi exchanged glances with the other roommate, and the three of them ventured out. Numerous dining establishments dotted the vicinity of their school, and they chose one of decent caliber to enter. It was not yet peak dining hours, so many tables were available. Upon seeing them seated, a server promptly approached. Lin Yi ordered 1 serving of garlic lettuce, 1 of garlic bok choy, 1 stir-fried broccoli, and 1 cold spinach salad. "Why are you ordering all these vegetarian dishes, old Lin? You should order some meat," Song Tao questioned, perplexed. Chapter 25, The Lush Green Vegetables. One's heart must be quite large to still have the appetite for meat at such an hour. Cough, cough. Lin Yi cleared his throat twice. "Old Song, why not indulge in some vegetarian dishes? They are beneficial for one's health." "Then let us dine on vegetables," Song Tao nodded, swiftly changing the subject. He then inquired about Lin Yi's situation. "By the way, what is going on with you? I heard you rejected the school Belle's confession and that there's a servant driving a Bentley appearing on the scene. No more pretense. I am a billionaire. This is the truth laid bare." Lin Yi quoted a line from a film. "Stop joking." Song Tao looked incredulous. Having been roommates for 4 years. I am well aware of your family's circumstances. Disbelieve if you wish. Lin Yi shrugged, feeling no need to elaborate further, as the truth would soon reveal itself. With fewer diners present, the dishes arrived at an unusually brisk pace. Moments later, the waitstaff placed an array of dishes upon the table. Lin Yi picked up a pair of chopsticks and served some vegetables into Song Tao's bowl. Old Song, do eat more. Why so polite, old Lin? Song Tao was perplexed, sensing an air of mystery surrounding both Lin Yi and his other roommate today. Ahem, the thing is, I'm not quite sure how to articulate it. Lin Yi pondered for half a minute before slowly continuing. It concerns a friend of mine. His girlfriend has been unfaithful, but I'm uncertain whether I should inform him. You must tell him. Absolutely. Song Tao asserted. If you remain silent, your brother will continue to be kept in the dark, but revealing it will cause him immense pain. Lin Yi countered. You fool. Just hint at it. Song Tao suggested. Consider this. If you don't speak up and the truth comes to light later, your brother will suffer even more. All right, I'll drop some hints later. Lin Yi nodded, then served another helping of vegetables into Song Tao's bowl. Make sure to eat plenty. Let nothing go to waste. These verdant greens are exceptionally healthy. Healthy indeed, but perhaps a tad too plain. Old Lin, did you truly mean verdant? Song Tao's composure began to crack. Old Lin, are you serious? As a 4-year roommate, Song Tao was acutely aware of Lin Yi's character. Roommates seldom lie. Only after witnessing something firsthand would they speak out. Here is a photo I took at that moment, the other roommate interjected, producing his phone and placing it before Song Tao. With evidence laid bare, Song Tao's heart sank once more. I understand now. I appreciate the concern, brothers. I'll take a moment to process this before addressing it. Song Tao's expression fell, and he felt a profound sense of sorrow. In the afternoon, Song Tao went directly to confront his girlfriend, Qian. Lin Yi and the other roommate followed closely, apprehensive of potential complications. When Song Tao arrived at the girls' dormitory, Qian had already emerged, seemingly unaware of the turmoil, displaying an air of arrogance. What is the urgency? You called me down when I was napping. How brazen. Lin Yi felt a surge of anger. It was evidently Qian's fault, yet she had the audacity to blame Song Tao. Qian, my roommate witnessed you being intimate with a stranger. What is the explanation? Song Tao asked, struggling to suppress his rage. What explanation? That was my cousin. We were merely hanging out. Qian's demeanor shifted, a flicker of panic crossing her face, yet she feigned indifference, standing there to argue. Cousin? Cousins do not embrace or kiss, do they? Lin Yi scoffed. I've never seen a cousin act in such a manner with their relative. To be at this juncture. And still lie? Lin Yi felt a deep sense of injustice for Song Tao. Lin Yi, what's your place in this? This is a private matter between Song Tao and me. Qian, caught red-handed, lashed out at Lin Yi in fury. Indeed, it was their private affair, and Lin Yi had no right to intervene. However, on the other hand, Song Tao was Lin Yi's friend, and he could not stand idly by as his friend was wronged. Who is that man? Song Tao demanded, his eyes reddening with emotion. The feeling of betrayal was unbearable. Song Tao's heart had shattered completely. What purpose does it serve for you to know? He is charming, considerate, and wealthy. And you? When my mother's birthday came, I asked you to buy her a decent gift, and look what you brought back, some obscure health product from the internet. Were you not afraid it might harm her? What use are you to me? Working at my father's company, you lack skills and constantly make mistakes, and yet you expect me to entertain you. I thought sending you to my father's company would allow you to spend more time with me, not that you would actually work there. What kind of money can you earn? In Qian's mind, discontent had long simmered towards Song Tao, and this incident allowed her to unleash all her grievances. In truth, my hard work was solely to gain your parents' approval. Song Tao lowered his gaze. This unequal relationship left him feeling constrained, always believing himself inferior. Thus, he endeavored to accommodate Qian in their relationship, never expecting it would culminate in such a conclusion. Have some dignity. If you're dissatisfied with old Song, then you can propose a breakup. Once you two are no longer together, you can do as you wish. But to betray him while still in a relationship, that is old Song's fault. Lin Yi interjected directly. Qian's actions were merely shifting all blame onto Song Tao. Perhaps Song Tao had his shortcomings. But why not simply break up instead of stringing old Song along? Let us end this. Song Tao lamented in despair. Oh, break up? Do you really think you can survive in the ancient capital without me? You're nothing but a dog, my little lapdog, and you dare to leave your master? Qian hurled cruel insults, even calling Song Tao a dog. Such words, regardless of who they reached, would undoubtedly incite outrage. Rest assured, with me around, old Song will never again be bullied. Lin Yi shot a glance at Qian and retorted, one should leave a line for others. It makes future encounters possible. Your brazen and unreasonable behavior today will surely lead to regret. Lin Yi's words brooked no argument, and even Qian merely scoffed. opting not to engage further. Come on. I shall take you for a transformation today, so that the blind Qian can witness that old Song is also a remarkable talent. Lin Yi pulled Song Tao away from the girls' dormitory. At that moment, Song Tao remained engulfed in sorrow, yet Lin Yi had already set his plans in motion. He first called Lao Wang from the bank, requesting him to come to the school and assist Song Tao in tidying up. A person is judged by their attire, just as a horse is judged by its saddle. Song Tao, standing at around 6 feet tall, had a decent physique but seldom took care of his appearance. This time, Lin Yi intended to give him a complete makeover. Chapter 26, 1 billion. When one possesses a good physique, a change in attire and hairstyle can work wonders. Previously, Song Tao had a rather conventional student hairstyle, a typical buzz cut. His clothing was equally unremarkable. Now, Lin Yi aimed to upgrade and transform him, allowing his roommate to shine anew. After making the call, within half an hour, Lao Wang, Lin Yi's dedicated financial advisor from the bank, arrived. The same black Bentley pulled up at the entrance of Ancient Capital University. Lin Yi led Song Tao to the car. Mr. Lin, Lao Wang greeted promptly, bowing respectfully beside Lin Yi. Old Lin, this. When Song Tao witnessed the scene before him, he was utterly astonished. Is it truly as the rumors on the school forum suggest, that my roommate is a wealthy magnate? From this point onward, you need not concern yourself with the details, for old Wang will assist you throughout. Once you have settled everything, Good University will remain Good University, and your former girlfriend, who once looked down upon you, will come crawling back, begging for reconciliation. However, you must promise me one thing. You must maintain your dignity. Since she has rejected you, you must be prepared to rise above her. Lin Yi declared solemnly, those who abandon me shall not be retained from yesterday. Rest assured, old Lin. I vow to uphold that. At this moment, the disheartened Song Tao found renewed vigor. Very well, then let us proceed. Lin Yi nodded and turned to manager Wang of Jintu Bank, saying, Old Wang, please take my friend to find the finest hairstylist and makeup artist in Gudu, and ensure he is well prepared. Do not concern yourself with financial matters. All expenses will be charged to my account. Mr. Lin, you need not worry. I am acquainted with several renowned makeup artists. Their reputations in the entirety of Daxia are unparalleled, and I trust they will transform your roommate into a dapper gentleman. Manager Wang replied. As a senior client manager at Jintu Bank, he often interacted with celebrities who invested in financial products or deposited their wealth with him, thus possessing a vast network. All right, I entrust him to your care. Lin Yi watched as the two departed in the vehicle. In the back seat of the sleek black Bentley, Song Tao experienced a sensation unlike any other. The luxury car offered an unparalleled sense of stability and was equipped with numerous advanced features. It was his first experience in such a vehicle, and he could not help but feel somewhat awkward. Mr. Song, is it? Inquired manager Wang from the front seat. Please, just call me Song Tao, he quickly responded. Though the driver treated Lin Yi with utmost respect, Song Tao felt it inappropriate to act grandly in front of him. Then I shall refer to you as young Song. And please, do not address me as manager Wang. In Mr. Lin's presence, I cannot presume to be so grand, old Wang humbly replied. Despite the cordiality, Song Tao hesitated to call him simply old Wang, as it felt too informal, opting instead for manager Wang. Manager Wang, is it true that my classmate Lin Yi is indeed very wealthy? Absolutely. Mr. Lin is a Diamond Black card member at Jintu Bank, which entails having over 1 billion in fixed deposits. Just a few days ago, he even ordered a custom Aston Martin, manager Wang elaborated. To clarify for Song Tao, he added, this Aston Martin is priced at nearly 50 million. It surpasses the value of 20 of my vehicles combined. Song Tao's jaw dropped in astonishment, rendering him speechless for a moment. All that echoed in his mind was a single phrase, 1 billion, a fortune that could never be exhausted in a lifetime. To think that his roommate, whom he had shared living quarters with for 4 years, possessed such wealth upon graduation. His ex-girlfriend Cece's father had merely a few million to his name, and yet, his classmate's car alone was worth more than her father's entire fortune. At Good University, Lin Yi placed a phone call to a gaming company he had previously acquired. Now in need of its services, he appointed his classmate as the vice president of that company. Naturally, this vice presidency carried little authority, considering the gaming company was still in its developmental stage, and his roommate Song Tao had just graduated, lacking sufficient experience. For the time being, he would accompany the general manager, and, should he demonstrate significant progress and capability, Lin Yi would have no qualms promoting him to the position of general manager. However, if after some time there was no discernible advancement, he could simply continue as vice president, drawing a salary while biding his time. Lin Yi was offering him an annual salary of 500,000, a considerable sum that set him apart among his peers. It was a small gesture of support from Lin Yi after 4 years of university. After all, with his wealth, such an amount was inconsequential. The daily interest from the bank alone surpassed 100 million, making 50,000 seem trivial. A single night's rest could yield millions in deposits. Approximately half an hour later, the Academic Affairs Office of Good University received a call from the gaming company requiring information on Song Tao, seeking to inquire with his academic advisor and professors regarding his background. Such inquiries were common practice in large corporations when hiring mid to senior level management, serving as a formality to ensure that individuals with questionable backgrounds were not simply shuffled between companies. Upon receiving the call, the Academic Affairs Office promptly contacted Song Tao's advisor, who was left utterly astounded upon hearing the news. It was unimaginable that one of his students had become the vice president of a company valued in the billions. Naturally, the advisor would extol the virtues of his student, as their success reflected positively on him. Soon after, news of a senior student securing a vice presidential role in a billion-dollar company spread like wildfire throughout Good University, eclipsing even the previous headlines of someone rejecting the school Belle's confession. Song Tao's name became well known across the campus. In the girls' dormitory at Good University, Song Tao's former girlfriend Cece was busy applying makeup. Initially, her intent had been to keep Song Tao attached to her, despite his lack of wealth. He had often acted as her devoted admirer, frequently bringing her food and drinks. This had, however, led to considerable trouble for Cece. Now that she had finally freed herself from Song Tao, she felt a tinge of sadness, realizing that she might never find someone so easily manipulated again. Cece breaking news. A remarkable individual has emerged from Good University. One of her roommates approached, eager to share the gossip. Among our classmates, a student has become the vice president of a company worth billions. Just imagine, to achieve such a position right after graduation. How impressive is that? By the way, his name is Song Tao. Could he possibly be your ex-boyfriend? Cece shook her head dismissively. I have already broken up with Song Tao. He is no longer my boyfriend. Besides, you all know his situation. He's just a good-for-nothing, living off others. How could someone like him possibly become the vice president of a billion-dollar company? That's absurd. Cece's disbelief was palpable. In her mind, Song Tao lacked both talent and ability, and she could not fathom how someone akin to a sycophant could suddenly achieve success. Well, considering your perspective, it does seem quite improbable, her roommate conceded before returning to her own affairs. Meanwhile, Cece sat in a daze, grappling with an unfamiliar sense of loss. In the past, at such moments, Song Tao would have sent her comforting messages, suggesting they go for a walk or grab some milk tea together. Regrettably, Song Tao is a good person, yet he may not be an ideal partner, for he lacks an understanding of romance. Song Tao was returned to his residence in the evening by manager Wang. At this moment, Song Tao had undergone a significant transformation. Due to his short hair, he was temporarily donning a wig. However, his hairstyle had already been meticulously designed, and once his hair grows out, he can effortlessly maintain this look. With a Hong Kong-style side part and a striking gray hue, he exuded an air of sophistication. As for his attire, he had chosen the most fashionable outfit that showcased his youthfulness and professionalism, rendering him almost unrecognizable. At this juncture, Song Tao had undeniably become the center of attention in the dormitory. Bravo, old Song. I told you that a little grooming would do wonders, Lin Yi remarked. If you had presented yourself like this earlier, I assure you, not only would Qian have been smitten, but even the campus belle would have been unworthy of you. Lin Yi was genuinely delighted to see his roommate's remarkable transformation. Without hesitation, he seized his phone and snapped several photos, posting them on social media in place of Song Tao. Once the post was shared, former classmates flooded the comment section. Is this really Song Tao? It must be a fake. Indeed, the old Song Tao had such an honest demeanor. Now he looks so handsome, he could star in a drama. What a loss. Had I known he would turn out this way, I would have pursued him back in freshman year. Within moments, dozens of comments accumulated beneath the photos. Naturally, Qian from the girls' dormitory also caught sight of this collection of images, and upon seeing Song Tao's current appearance, she was momentarily taken aback. Is this the Song Tao I remember? How is that possible? Qian was the first to express disbelief, primarily due to the stark contrast with his previous self. Based on her recollection of his features, there was indeed a resemblance, yet she found it challenging to comprehend. Why had Song Tao experienced such a dramatic change? Her thoughts fleetingly dissipated when her phone rang. It was a call from her father. As soon as she answered, her father unleashed a tirade. What is going on with your boyfriend? He wants to resign and is giving me attitude. On the other end of the line, Qian's father was seething with rage. After all, he was a company owner, accustomed to reprimanding employees. To have his daughter's boyfriend call him and speak so disrespectfully incensed him further, prompting him to call Qian to inquire about the situation. Dad, I broke up with Song Tao. He is no longer my boyfriend, Qian explained. One moment you're in a relationship, the next you're breaking up. You're an adult now. Why are you behaving so irresponsibly? Her father continued his admonishment. And that Song Tao, how dare he confront me? Can't you date someone who knows how to be polite? Under the barrage of her father's scolding, Qian could only swallow her retorts and admit her fault. After the call ended, her screen lingered on the social media post, which now contained new content. Another update from Song Tao. Refreshing the page, she discovered that Song Tao had posted an email confirming his employment. The message read, "Congratulations, Mr. Song Tao, on successfully joining our company as the Vice General Manager. All employees warmly welcome you to lead our organization towards greater heights." Accompanied by a lengthy congratulatory message and the company seal, it was unmistakably from Song Tao, not a namesake. Qian was stunned. The Song Tao she had previously dismissed as inconsequential had remarkably become the Vice General Manager of a company valued at billions. She found it hard to believe. Yet the crimson paper with black ink left no room for doubt. A heaviness settled in her heart, and sorrow resurfaced. As she revisited Song Tao's photos, she recognized that her ex-boyfriend was indeed quite handsome. The most crucial aspect was his position as a Vice General Manager in a prominent corporation, far surpassing many other suitors. At that moment, Qian began to feel regret. After all, an exceptional man is what she had envisioned as her Prince Charming. Yet time would not grant her another chance. Meanwhile, Song Tao's phone had amassed numerous friend requests, from faculty members as well as several younger students seeking his counsel. There were plenty of fourth-year students in his class, particularly a considerable number of young women, all eager to engage with Song Tao. If a deeper connection could be forged, it might not be a bad prospect. Even if that didn't materialize, establishing a connection with Song Tao was undeniably valuable. The influx of friend requests escalated, ultimately reaching into the hundreds. Among them were several attractive individuals, certainly more appealing than Qian, albeit not quite at the level of the campus belle. After weathering the storm of his breakup, Song Tao felt significantly lighter. "Thank you, Lao Lin." Song Tao acknowledged Lin Yi with a nod. Had it not been for his roommate's assistance, he might still be mired in the sorrow of lost love. "We're all in the same dormitory. There's no need for formalities," Lin Yi replied. "We have the graduation ceremony and a series of events coming up, and soon it will be your time to shine. Be prepared." Lin Yi patted Song Tao on the shoulder. "Indeed." Song Tao nodded enthusiastically. Lin Yi's words resonated with him. "Those who abandon me shall remain in the past." Chapter 28. Unheard of. In a lavish villa, Lin Yi reclined on his bed while two maids alternately massaged his shoulders. Truth be told, this lifestyle was quite pleasant, growing ever more comfortable. Just as Lin Yi was about to delve into an in-depth discussion with the maids about the history of human reproduction, his phone rang unexpectedly. The screen displayed a call from Shen Jingnan. Typically, she sent messages rather than making calls, and at this hour, most people had already retired for the night. "Hello, Xiao Shun, what's the matter?" Lin Yi inquired. "Brother Lin, please help me. I beg you." Shen Jingnan's voice trembled with tears. "Calm down. Tell me what is happening," Lin Yi urged. They had shared 2 nights as a couple, accumulating a bond of 200 days. "My father's condition has suddenly worsened. The hospital urgently requires surgery. But I don't have enough money. I'm short by a significant amount." Shen Jingnan sobbed uncontrollably, her words barely coherent. "Which hospital are you at? I'll be there right away." Lin Yi responded promptly. Half an hour later, Lin Yi arrived at the ancient capital People's Hospital. Following the address provided by Shen Jingnan, he headed straight to the 13th floor. In the hospital room, 5 or 6 unfamiliar faces stood around. Shen Jingnan, her eyes swollen from crying, was half kneeling beside the hospital bed. The bed held a middle-aged man in his 50s, receiving in 4 drip, unconscious. "Brother Lin." Upon seeing him, Shen Jingnan immediately threw herself into his arms. "Please, save my father," she pleaded. All eyes in the room turned to Lin Yi, some filled with surprise, others with disdain, and a few with indifference. "How much do you still need?" Lin Yi asked directly. "We still need 200,000 for the surgery, and for recovery and chemotherapy. We'll require at least 300,000, Shen Jingnan replied, listing the figures. Previously, Lin Yi had indeed transferred her several hundred thousand, yet that sum was utterly insufficient. Now, there remained a deficit of 500,000. For Shen Jingnan, a freshman, this amount was akin to a fantastical dream. "I will transfer 1 million to your account to facilitate your uncle's surgery," Lin Yi declared. $1 million was a trifling sum for Lin Yi, yet for Shen Jingnan, it represented the potential salvation of her father's life. "Thank you, Brother Lin," Shen Jingnan exclaimed, nearly kneeling before him in gratitude. Lin Yi promptly assisted her to her feet, urging, "Hurry and make the payment for the surgery." Yes, yes. She nodded fervently, hastening towards the payment counter. Approximately half an hour later, Shen Jingnan's father was wheeled into the operating room, and at that moment, her heart finally eased. Initially, she had been reluctant to trouble Lin Yi, but given the circumstances, it had become a matter of necessity. She was aware of Lin Yi's wealth, yet she did not wish to feel indebted to him. Brother Lin, please wait for me downstairs. I will come find you shortly, Shun Jingnan said, directing her words at Lin Yi. All right, I shall await your return, he responded, nodding as he descended the stairs. Having just produced such a substantial sum, it was only natural for Shun Jingnan to feel compelled to repay him. Once Lin Yi had departed, Shun Jingnan's elder brother spoke first. 1 million, huh? He didn't even blink when he handed it over. Little sister, it seems you've landed yourself a wealthy suitor. You should make sure to curry favor with him. There was a hint of sarcasm in her brother's tone. Shun Jingnan had always been at odds with him, as he believed their father's severe illness meant she should abandon her studies and seek work to support the family instead. However, their father had vehemently reprimanded this suggestion. Despite their financial struggles, he insisted that Shun Jingnan must continue her education at the university. This disagreement had led to numerous arguments between Shun Jingnan and her brother. Brother, Lin Yi is my friend. I hope you refrain from making unfounded accusations, she asserted, though her voice held a note of uncertainty. In truth, she harbored feelings for Lin Yi, but the disparity in their social standings made a genuine relationship seem unattainable, especially after he had just given her 1 million. Her guilt only intensified. A friend? Who hands over 1 million like it's nothing? I certainly don't have such friends. You think I'm unaware of your activities at school? You're merely his mistress, aren't you? I can see it plainly. Let me tell you, you are a disgrace to our family. Her brother berated. Brother, Shun Jingnan was momentarily at a loss for words, overwhelmed with grievances. She never intended to engage in such a relationship. If it were possible to court Lin Yi normally, she would prefer that. Yet, under the constraints of her circumstances, she felt powerless. Considering you saved our father, I won't press you further this time. But that 1 million Lin just gave you 50,000 for medical expenses and medication. And the remaining 50,000 must go to me. I will gather some more funds and buy a house so that father has a place to live, her brother declared, framing it as an act of filial piety. No, brother, I want to return the remaining 50,000 to brother Lin. Shun Jingnan exclaimed, growing anxious. Lin Yi had already been generous. Her conscience could not bear the thought of keeping that money without returning it. Oh, so now you're defending him? He merely sees you as a tool to use at his convenience, and you're still devoted to him? Besides, the fact that he could part with 1 million without a second thought indicates he doesn't care about the money. If he is indifferent, why should you fret? Her brother pressed on relentlessly. Wait, who said I don't care? Came Lin Yi's voice from the end of the corridor. After waiting downstairs for some time, without seeing Shun Jingnan, he decided to investigate, only to be confronted by the unfolding scene before him. Lin Yi could hardly believe that Shun Jingnan's brother had descended to such outrageous behavior. It was utterly unheard of. Return that 50,000 to me. Later, Xiaoshan. Transfer it to my account, Lin Yi stated calmly. While he was indeed affluent, he was no fool. It was evident that Shun Jingnan's brother was attempting to exploit him. Lin Yi was helping Shun Jingnan's father out of respect for her. Otherwise, who would pay heed to her unreliable brother? He was nothing more than a clown, mistakenly believing himself to be significant. Lin Yi would not indulge such a character. Return it? Upon hearing this, Shun Jingnan's brother reacted as if faced with a formidable foe. Could he truly let go of the 50,000? He had claimed it was for a house to provide their father a place to stay, but in truth, the property would be under his name. Ultimately, it was for his own benefit. If the money were returned, the house would be lost. What do you mean, Lin? Are you done with my sister and simply wish to discard her? Our family is not easily bullied, Shun Jingnan's brother demanded, blocking Lin Yi's path. It seemed he intended to prevent Lin Yi from leaving without a financial settlement. All right, let us be direct. How much do you want? Lin Yi asked with a cold smile. Money? My sister's matters cannot be settled with mere money, Shun Jingnan's brother retorted. His aim was clear, to extract more funds. How about 20 million? Lin Yi scoffed. 20 million. Hearing this figure, Shun Jingnan's brother was visibly startled. His monthly salary barely reached 4,000. If he worked tirelessly for a year, he might earn 50,000. 20 million would take 400 years of relentless labor. However, since Lin Yi had dared to propose such a high sum, he surmised that Lin Yi was willing to go even higher. In that case, 500 million. If you provide me with that, we can let bygones be bygones regarding you and my sister. Otherwise, you will face consequences. I've heard that wealthy individuals are quite concerned about their reputations. Imagine if I were to expose this incident and tarnish your name? Brother, what are you saying? Shun Jingnan interjected urgently, grasping her brother in an attempt to retract his words. The mention of 500 million was outrageous, and the latter part of his statement was a blatant threat against Lin Yi. Wealthy individuals, when threatened, often reacted with anger, and that ire would likely be directed at her brother. At this juncture, if you continue to act this way, our family will consider you non-existent. Shun Jingnan's brother shoved her aside and fixed his gaze on Lin Yi. You have 3 minutes to decide. Otherwise, you will learn the consequences. Consequences? I am quite curious to know what those might entail. Lin Yi's expression shifted dramatically, his aura surging with an escalating intensity. The imperial aura he had acquired from signing in previously erupted instantaneously, exerting a tremendous pressure upon Shun Jingnan's elder brother. In that moment, Shun Jingnan's brother felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before Lin Yi, enveloped in a sense of trepidation akin to that of a mere commoner standing before an emperor. "Is this how you, as the elder brother, treat your sister?" Lin Yi demanded sternly. "What has happened to Shun Jingnan? In my eyes, she possesses filial piety, is industrious, and perseveres. And what of you, as the family's pillar? Without Shun Jingnan and myself, would your father survive until tomorrow morning? You dare to threaten me with exposure? Go ahead and try. I could easily hire thousands of online trolls to ensure that you are reviled both online and offline. And I would unearth all the sordid deeds from your middle and high school days, leaving you utterly humiliated and socially annihilated. You think yourself formidable? In reality, you are nothing." Lin Yi's words, bolstered by the imperial aura, reverberated like thunder in Shun Jingnan's brother's ears. Ultimately, he could no longer endure and collapsed to his knees before Lin Yi, trembling uncontrollably, rendered as helpless as an invertebrate. "Let us depart." Lin Yi, disinterested in further dealings with Shun Jingnan's brother, took her hand and exited the hospital. All that Shun Jingnan had needed to accomplish had been fulfilled the previous night. The burden of their family should have rested upon her brother's shoulders, yet upon Shun Jingnan bearing it, he had the audacity to retaliate. Such a person is a quintessential ungrateful wretch. As Lin Yi would say, it is best to keep one's distance lest one be caught in the crossfire of retribution. On their way back to the villa, Shun Jingnan remained despondent and silent. It was not until bedtime that she reached out to embrace Lin Yi, clinging to him like a koala. In that moment, Lin Yi recognized the girl before him as someone deserving of compassion, instinctively tightening his hold on Shun Jingnan. That night, Lin Yi did nothing but allow her to rest peacefully. The following morning, they both rose early. Shun Jingnan donned a loose-fitting white shirt belonging to Lin Yi. As they stepped outside, she noticed two maids tidying up in the villa. These maids, slightly older than her and exuding a more feminine charm, bore foreign features. At that moment, Shun Jingnan felt an immense pressure. She understood these two were her rivals. Yet, on another level, she was acutely aware that she was not Lin Yi's legitimate partner and had no sway over his decisions. In essence, her status was no different from that of the two maids before her. Contemplating this, Shun Jingnan felt a pang of sorrow. "Let us have some breakfast. I will take you to the hospital. As for your brother, if he troubles you further, do let me know," Lin Yi said. Shun Jingnan nodded in agreement. "As for the money, do not fret. If you require more, just tell me," Lin Yi added, gently ruffling her hair. At that moment, Shun Jingnan resembled a little kitten, nuzzling against Lin Yi. "That's enough, brother Lin. I am still unsure how to express my gratitude for earlier," Shun Jingnan said. "My brother's temperament is as such. Please do not take offense. I will return the excess 50,000 to you." "Forget it. I do not need that 50,000. Keep it for yourself," Lin Yi replied. "If you see any appealing clothes or bags at school, just buy them directly or send me the links." Lin Yi had always been generous in this regard. A well-dressed companion brought him face. After all, once breakfast was finished, Lin Yi escorted Shun Jingnan to the hospital. Afterward, he commenced his daily sign-in once more. Ding. Sign-in successful. On June 8th, the host has signed in, rewarding the host with the title of Master-Level Internal Martial Arts Expert. When this title is worn, the host instantly transforms into a martial arts master, able to take on hundreds, invincible in battle. Lin Yi mused that this reward was quite satisfactory. Chapter 30, Advancing Towards the Male. The title of Master-Level Martial Arts Expert granted him a newfound sense of security. While it may not be accurate to claim he could take on hundreds, defeating 10 or so ruffians would pose little challenge. Lin Yi donned the title, though it remained invisible to outsiders. At that moment, his combat prowess surged, and his mind flooded with a plethora of extraordinary techniques, seamlessly integrating as if he had indeed practiced martial arts for decades. His vitality and spirit also saw a significant enhancement, brimming with fighting spirit. With the Master-Level Martial Arts Expert title, he even sensed a strengthening of his stamina, hinting at a potential breakthrough beyond his previous limits. Good heavens! 14 times in one night. Most women would struggle to withstand that, unable to rise from bed for an entire week. This was Lin Yi's extraordinary ability, his golden finger. It would be best not to refer to him as a second-generation rich kid anymore. He should be dubbed the Prince of 14 Nights. Lin Yi even mused that, even without the system or vast wealth, his enhanced physique could certainly attract wealthy women, ensuring he would never want for food or clothing. After all, don't affluent women adore such traits? And Lin Yi just happened to fulfill their desires. After dropping Shun Jingnan off at the hospital, Lin Yi returned to the ancient capital university. Today marked the day of the graduation ceremony. Graduation photos would be taken in the coming days, alongside the organization of various graduation documents. Once everything was concluded, they could leave the campus. As for the diploma, it could be collected personally or sent by a classmate. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Yi's roommate, Song Tao, appeared particularly spirited today, having donned a sleek black suit. Not to be understated, the suit fit him well, lending him an air of authority. "Old Lin, I won't waste words. I truly must thank you for your help this time," Song Tao said, patting Lin Yi's shoulder, his gratitude evident. "There's no need for pleasantries. But speaking of which, with your newfound excellence, haven't you managed to charm any of the female students these past few days?" Lin Yi inquired with a smile. Too small, Song Tao retorted. "You have no idea how popular I've become these days. Every day, numerous female students come seeking my advice. Goodness, old Song has transformed into the university's star graduate and a dreamboat for many." A roommate chimed in. "Ha ha ha, it's not that exaggerated. But I must admit, there's one particular girl I find quite appealing. She is polite in both speech and action." A look of happiness radiated from Song Tao's face as he spoke of her. "Then cherish her well. If it comes to fruition, I'll give you a substantial red envelope," Lin Yi encouraged, patting Song Tao's shoulder. It brought Lin Yi joy to see his roommate emerge from the shadows of heartbreak. It was indeed a moment worth celebrating. "I'll gladly accept. I look forward to your generous red envelope." Song Tao laughed heartily. As for his ex-girlfriend, Qian Qian, Song Tao had nearly ceased to dwell on her as he busied himself with life. People, once occupied, can easily set many things aside. Especially now, Song Tao has become remarkably accomplished. Although his current monthly salary of 50,000 is considerably lower than that of his peers in similar executive positions. He has only just graduated, leaving ample room for growth in his future. Who knows, in a few years, he might transform into a magnate earning hundreds of thousands a month. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us proceed to the venue, Lin Yi declared. At this juncture, the commencement ceremony was on the verge of commencing. With that, the group exited the dormitory and made their way to the venue. The sports field of Goode University was presently teeming with fourth-year students. Lin Yi's class was seated in the front row, likely arranged by the school leaders to accommodate Song Tao. To be candid, if one were to assess excellence, Lin Yi undoubtedly held more authority on the matter than Song Tao at this moment, but Lin Yi preferred to remain low-key. Moreover, he saw little purpose in seeking the limelight at such an occasion. The graduation ceremony, after all, consisted mainly of speeches, most of which followed a similar template, reiterating sentiments about how, although students were graduating from university, the true journey of life was just beginning. They encouraged students to contribute to the nation and society in the future, wishing them a promising road ahead. Lin Yi even suspected that the speeches delivered by the teachers were recycled from previous years, merely regurgitated for this year's audience. Essentially, it was the same narrative, just with different contexts. Once the school leaders concluded their remarks, it was the teachers' turn to speak, followed by the student representatives. Initially, the honor of being the outstanding graduate did not belong to Song Tao, but with Lin Yi's backing, he swiftly rose to become the school's shining star, a figure of great renown. "Old Lin, what should I do? I feel a bit anxious. I had prepared a speech, but now I feel it's lacking," Song Tao admitted nervously. "What is there to fear?" Lin Yi reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. "Just share your journey of perseverance, inspire your classmates." "But I don't have much of a journey to speak of. If it weren't for you, I would still be languishing," Song Tao replied. "It's a pity I'm a man. If I were a woman, I could surely strive for you." "Get lost." Lin Yi shuddered at the thought. If Song Tao truly became a woman, it would likely terrify him. Previously, Lin Yi had read a news story about a man who had been in a long-distance online relationship for years, only to discover upon meeting that his partner was also a man. This revelation had infuriated him, especially since he had spent a considerable amount on virtual gifts and meals for his online companion. After learning the truth, they ceased all contact. Years later, he encountered a woman who understood him deeply, and they quickly fell in love. It was only when they shared a bed that he realized she was his former online partner, who had undergone gender reassignment surgery abroad. Such a situation would leave anyone with lasting emotional scars. He had expected a romantic encounter, only to find himself faced with an unexpected twist of fate. Lin Yi couldn't help but shiver again. "Old Song, stop joking. You're scaring me." "Ha ha, I'm just kidding." Song Tao laughed heartily. "But seriously, I don't have any inspiring stories to share." "Then just make something up. Look at those tycoons. How many of them truly started from scratch? Yet, when they speak, they claim to have built their empires from the ground up," Lin Yi suggested. Chapter 31. Plastic Sisters. Upon reflection, that indeed seemed to be the case. Many affluent individuals relish fabricating a narrative of humble beginnings to give the impression that they rose from poverty. In reality, Ma Huading's father is a director of a publicly listed company at Yantian Port and has a favorable relationship with Li Banqing from Hong Kong. When Ma Huading first started his entrepreneurial journey back in 1998, his father drove a luxury car to assist him with accounting and financial matters. The initial funding he secured was from the son of Li Banqing. As for Ma Xiaoyun, he also did not start from nothing. His father is a renowned artist. The connections of Wang Wanda speak for themselves. His network is extraordinarily vast. While there are indeed individuals who have risen from nothing, Dongzi, for example, can be classified as such. He later met a girlfriend from a well-off family, which could also be seen as a form of success. Thus, at such gatherings, one could easily emulate those established magnates, recounting tales of their struggles and how they persevered through adversity. The audience, after all, delights in such narratives. Approximately half an hour later, it was Song Tao's turn to take the stage. It was evident that he was still somewhat anxious, as it was his first time presenting himself in such a grand setting. In the crowd, Qian fixed her gaze on him, her eyes filled with admiration. The individual she once looked down upon was now standing on stage, commanding the attention of all. Song Tao intended to search for Qian in the audience, but the sheer number of students made it difficult, and after a few attempts, he conceded. At that moment, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. "Senior Song Tao, I love you," shouted a few underclassmen who had snuck in. What an audacious public declaration. Although it was not the first time he had experienced such attention since his accomplishments had garnered fame throughout the school, this was the first time he had received such a proclamation in front of so many fourth-year students. Yao, do you think I made a mistake? Should I have treated Song Tao differently? Qian turned to her friend for counsel. Yao shook her head, replying, Qian, it's not you who is at fault, it's Song Tao. With all his abilities and potential, why didn't he share that with you sooner? Why wait until after your breakup to reveal himself? Someone like that is too calculating. Yao expressed her disdain, then declared, we must be ruthless with someone like him. I even feel it's unjust for you. Give me his contact information, and I'll teach him a lesson. I'm your friend, and you can count on me to stand by your side. Yao's indignation was palpable, her demeanor suggesting she was ready to defend Qian. However, in reality, Yao considered Song Tao to be a prized catch and was determined not to let him slip away. As for Song Tao's brief relationship with her friend, she thought, so what? The fact that he was currently single meant there was still a chance for her. Are you really going to help me confront Song Tao? Isn't that a bit extreme? Qian asked skeptically. Honestly, I think Song Tao is quite good. Perhaps my previous actions led to misunderstandings. I didn't truly want to be with that rich second-generation guy. I merely intended to motivate Song Tao to strive harder. Qian quickly concocted an excuse for herself. Yes, she was merely trying to encourage Song Tao by being with someone else. She was not genuinely trying to betray him. She just wanted him to improve. Lin Yi, unaware of Qian's thoughts, would certainly scoff if he knew. This is how women are. They never admit to their mistakes, only concoct excuses for themselves. If any mistake were to be acknowledged, it would be that they chose the wrong partner. Sitting beside Qian, Yao felt a twinge of fatigue. Despite her obvious hints, her dear friend Qian remained oblivious, not only withholding Song Tao's contact information, but also incessantly chattering away, concocting various excuses, as if anyone was eager to hear her justifications. What a waste of time. Yao rolled her eyes and decided to switch tactics, suggesting, how about I sing some praises for you if you share Song Tao's contact details with me? At that moment, Qian remained blissfully unaware of any impropriety, pulling out her phone to send over Song Tao's WeChat information while continuing to murmur, Yao, you know I'm genuinely a good person. And my feelings for Song Tao are sincere. Gazing at the impressive Song Tao on stage, Qian felt a deep sense of regret. Yao, are you listening to me? I'm listening. Go on, Yao replied, distractedly adding Song Tao on WeChat, her mind occupied with how to initiate a conversation with him, oblivious to her friend's words. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was equally disengaged from Song Tao's speech, primarily due to boredom. Such talks were rather pedestrian. Opening his phone, he discovered several new messages. The first was from Shun Jingnan, Brother Lin, a new movie just released, and I haven't had the chance to see it yet. Shall we go together? Accompanying this message was an adorable emoji. The second message was from Song Qingqing, the sales representative from the 4S dealership. Mr. Lin, are you free lately? How about catching a movie together? The third was from his cousin, Lin Yi, who was also a freshman at the university. Cousin, are you free these days? Let us hang out. I can introduce you to some of my friends. She attached a cheeky emoji to her message. In addition, there were several friend requests awaiting acceptance on his phone, all bearing the same apologetic message. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Without even glancing at them, Lin Yi recognized they were from Chu Xin, who had found a secondary account to add him on WeChat. He methodically blocked each one. Afterward, he replied to Shin Jingnan. Sure, you choose the venue, and we'll watch it together. When responding to Song Qingqing, he took care to remind her. I believe we need to bring our IDs for the movie, right? Don't forget to bring your contact lens case and phone charger too. Once he had addressed the two young ladies, he then turned to reply to his cousin, requesting, "Send me a photo. I want to see what your friends look like." Lin Yi had developed a discerning taste for appearance. He had no desire to waste time otherwise. Chapter 32, Relentless Pursuit. The moment Lin Yi sent his message, his cousin Lin Yi promptly replied, "Oh, cousin, have you changed your ways? I recall you used to always insist on focusing on your studies. I've suggested bringing my friends to meet you multiple times, yet you never showed up." Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. Lin Yi responded, "What do you know, little girl? Studying well is merely a facade. It's the girls who truly deserve attention." In truth, Lin Yi had previously struggled with financial insecurities, feeling somewhat inferior. A night out could easily cost several hundred, if not over 1,000 yuan. Back then, his monthly living expenses barely exceeded 1,000, leaving him without the confidence to venture out. Money was a matter of pride and substance for a man. Once one had sufficient funds, everything felt different. Moreover, another significant factor was that Lin Yi's friends were all freshmen who lacked makeup skills and fashion sense. After a semester of transformation, however, they would undoubtedly be quite striking. Lin Yi replied, "TSK, TSK, TSK, seems like you were merely pretending all along. Don't worry, my friends are definitely attractive." Attractive? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt reassured. However, attractiveness was not the most crucial factor. The ability to handle adult activities was paramount. After all, they were all adults and should experience some aspects of adult behavior. Meanwhile, Chu Xian had opted out of attending the graduation ceremony and was currently sulking on her dormitory bed, feeling despondent. Having reached this point, why could Lin Yi still not forgive her? After all, Chu Xian, was one of the campus beauties. When had she ever endured such indignities? Overcome with sadness, she opened her phone and posted a status. "For the first time, I feel utterly powerless. Is this what adulthood entails? If so, I would rather remain a child. Forever carefree." The melancholic words were accompanied by an image of a bruised figure smoking a cigarette. Ding. Almost immediately after her post went live, likes began pouring in, followed by a flurry of comments. "Senior, what's wrong? What happened? Feel free to talk. I'm a great listener." "Senior, don't be sad. Rest assured. This too shall pass." "Senior, if something's bothering you, a drink will do the trick. If you're worried, I'll accompany you." A swarm of admirers flooded in, all eager to fawn over her. Chu Xian felt a sense of disdain. It was a throng of sycophants. Previously, she had relished such attention, as it indicated her popularity. Now, however, it felt rather nauseating. Unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, Chu Xian had unwittingly transformed into one of Lin Yi's admirers. Ding. Another private message arrived. This one was from a junior who had previously commented on her post. What was his name again? It didn't matter, as Chu Xian lacked the inclination to remember. "Chu Senior, what exactly happened? Please share. I believe I'm a good listener," the junior inquired. "It's nothing." Chu Xian initially hesitated to respond, but something compelled her to type a few words. Many would message her daily, yet she rarely replied, finding it tedious. Once she engaged, they would incessantly babble on, which annoyed her. "Senior, are you feeling unwell? Should I take you to the hospital?" The junior, ecstatic that Chu Xian had replied, eagerly asked. "I'm not sick." Chu Xian maintained her aloof demeanor towards such individuals. Yet the junior persisted. "Senior, is there anything I can do to help you?" "Help yourself?" Chu Xian paused, realizing she might genuinely need assistance. "Actually, there is something I need your help with." After a moment of contemplation, she spoke earnestly. Upon reading her message, the junior felt invigorated, ready to spring into action. "I'm at your service, senior. I would traverse mountains and seas for you," he exclaimed. "Here's the deal. I'll send you a WeChat ID. Please add it and mention that Chu Xian acknowledges her mistakes and requests your forgiveness. Also, enlist your friends to assist with the addition. Thank you." Upon receiving the message on his phone, the junior was momentarily taken aback. How could the typically aloof senior, Chu Xian, exhibit such a humble demeanor now, or rather, such an obsequious one? Oh my heavens, his mental world had crumbled. It turned out that the picturesque tree-lined path he admired was already adorned with frost and dew. Who could possibly endure this? Previously, he had only heard rumors of Chu Xian confessing her feelings to someone, who, to his surprise, had not reciprocated. At that time, many merely expressed astonishment without delving deeper into their feelings. Little did he know that behind the facade of her cold exterior, Chu Xian was indeed such a person. He felt utterly despondent. It appeared that even the most distant individuals have their own moments of vulnerability. The junior had responded with a smile, only to cry as he added that WeChat contact. The graduation ceremony commenced at 10 in the morning, concluding around noon. That rascal, Song Tao, had become quite the sensation at the ancient capital university. As soon as the ceremony ended, he was besieged by a throng of girls clamoring for his contact information. Lin Yi and the others were preparing to leave, yet he found it impossible to extricate himself. By the time Lin Yi returned to the dormitory, tidied his belongings, and set off for the villa, his phone screen suddenly illuminated. In an instant, several friend requests flooded in. The initial requests bore identical messages, imploring him to forgive Chu Xin for her missteps. What an annoyance. How could she persist in this manner? Lin Yi felt increasingly exasperated. Once again, he blocked each request one by one, and upon reaching the final one, the message differed. This individual indicated they were a friend of Song Tao, wishing to get acquainted with his roommate to strengthen their connection. Could this be the freshman Song Tao had mentioned earlier? The one he was on the verge of getting close to? If that were the case, rejecting the request would be unwise. Lin Yi accepted, and thus this person became a part of his WeChat contacts. However, he did not dwell on it too much. After adding the new friend, he gathered his belongings and departed the school, racing towards the villa in his sports car. After sitting on the playground for 2 hours that morning, his back ached, and he intended to have the two housekeepers massage his shoulders and relieve his backache, as well as engage in some meaningful conversation. After all, learning foreign languages remained quite significant, and acquiring more knowledge could never be detrimental. Chapter 33, The Ironclad Straight Man. Especially for young individuals like Lin Yi, mastering foreign languages became increasingly crucial. After all, when age catches up and energy wanes, how could one continue to learn a new language? Regardless, Lin Yi had resolved to indulge himself for a while, embracing the youthful vigor, galloping forth in life, and winning the heart of a lovely maiden. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yao Yao's situation was rather dismal. As the close friend of Qian Qian, Song Tao's ex-girlfriend, she had added Song Tao on WeChat. Yet hours had passed without a response. This left Yao Yao feeling a mix of irritation and resentment. Perhaps he was preoccupied, after all. Song Tao was the deputy general manager of a company valued in the billions and was quite the celebrity in front of the school authorities, undoubtedly burdened with numerous responsibilities. After comforting herself with this thought, Yao Yao sought another avenue of approach, targeting Song Tao's roommate. 2 hours prior, she had added one of Song Tao's roommates on WeChat, using the excuse of wanting to assist Qian Qian in rekindling her romance with Song Tao. After all, they were merely fair-weather friends. And a little deceit here and there made little difference. Moreover, since Qian Qian had already parted ways with Song Tao, this was also a matter of competition. It was Qian Qian's own folly, and she could not be blamed. With the help of this pretext, she swiftly obtained the contact information and added Song Tao's roommate on WeChat. However, after adding him, he fell silent. This left Yao Yao feeling somewhat disgruntled. Her WeChat profile picture showcased her beauty, and by all accounts, one would expect such a striking young woman to elicit a response. This sense of defeat gnawed at her. And naturally, Yao Yao considered the possibility that the other party might be a loser or an ironclad straight man. Otherwise, why would he ignore her? After waiting for several minutes without a reply, Yao Yao could no longer contain herself and messaged him first. Hello, I am Yao Yao from the foreign language department. After sending the message, she began her wait. After all, she rarely initiated conversations with unfamiliar men, and logically, once she reached out, a prompt response should follow. Yet, after another lengthy wait, there was still no reply. What was happening? Had her charm diminished? This seemed improbable. Perhaps her current profile picture failed to reflect her allure? It had to be that. Otherwise, no other explanation sufficed. Yao Yao retrieved her phone, opened the beauty camera, and with a series of clicks, captured numerous photos. No, these pictures were still inadequate. She changed her hairstyle, touched up her makeup, and after spending half an hour, resumed taking photos. Still not good enough. After all, this was her WeChat avatar, and many would see it. She had to maintain a pristine appearance. It took her a full hour and a half to perfect everything. Then came the editing, which consumed another half hour of meticulous refinement until she finally achieved the desired result. With a satisfied heart, Yao Yao updated her avatar. Yes, now that was more like it. After admiring her reflection, she felt even more beautiful. Ding dong. The next moment, her phone chimed with a message. It was a response from Song Tao's roommate. Oh, just a simple "oh," and then silence. Yao Yao waited for several minutes, yet he did not respond further. What the heck? After all her painstaking efforts, makeup, hairstyle changes, and photo editing, she had devoted 2 hours only to receive a mere "oh"? This ignited her fury. Clearly, he was an infuriatingly straightforward man. Did he not see her new profile picture? Meanwhile, within the villa, Lin Yi had just concluded a discussion on the topic of human reproduction with the two housekeepers, titled On the Depth of Your Length and My Shortness During Exercise, when he noticed a girl messaging him. After some recollection, he realized this girl was the one Song Tao had shown interest in. Thus, Lin Yi decided to respond. After he replied, he lay back on the housekeeper's plush legs, gazing at the ceiling. Surprisingly, Resting on those legs was quite comfortable. Ding dong. A few minutes later, Lin Yi's WeChat buzzed again. This time, it was Yao Yao's message inquiring if Song Tao was currently in the dormitory. How would he know? Lin Yi had no idea where Song Tao was. He was not in the dormitory. Then she asked if Song Tao had been getting close to any other girls lately. How could he possibly know? Lin Yi felt increasingly annoyed. If she wanted to know the answers, she could simply ask Song Tao herself, instead of pestering him. Yao Yao was left speechless. He was remarkably cold. Just 3 words, I don't know. It seemed he could hardly spare another word. Could I invite you to dinner tonight? Yao Yao resolved to invest more effort, planning to treat this roommate of Song Tao to dinner in hopes of extracting some information about him. She considered herself to be quite the beauty, having turned down numerous dinner invitations from various suitors. Now, taking the initiative to invite a man to dine, one would expect him to express gratitude. Yet, his response was simply, no time. A mere 2 words, even fewer than before. Ah, the frustration. Yao Yao felt a surge of irritation. Was there no justice in the world? Why, despite her overtures, did he remain so aloof? Lin Yi, oblivious to her inner turmoil, found himself somewhat vexed. Upon viewing her photo, he deemed her a mere 7 out of 10, decent, but hardly remarkable. Moreover, that score was inflated by makeup and filters. Average looks aside, why did she have to be so troublesome? With this thought, Lin Yi hastily typed a message. I have other matters to attend to. Let's chat another time. This proclamation undoubtedly stirred the proverbial hornet's nest, yet he couldn't be bothered to dwell on it, promptly switching off his phone. Around 7 o'clock that evening, Lin Yi departed from the villa, having previously arranged to go to the movies with Shun Jingnan at that exact time. He drove his Aston Martin directly to a cinema near the school. Upon his arrival, Shun Jingnan had been waiting for a short while. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lin Yi said, feeling a tad embarrassed. The 2 foreign ladies at the villa had been quite attentive, lulling him into a state of languor. It's no problem. I just arrived not long ago, Shun Jingnan quickly reassured him. How could she dare to express discontent? Everything she currently possessed stemmed from Lin Yi. Let's head inside, Lin Yi said, not waiting for an invitation as he wrapped an arm around Shun Jingnan's waist and led her into the cinema. This scene did not go unnoticed by several onlookers. That guy is lucky to be with such a beautiful girl, one man remarked with envy. However, his girlfriend, overhearing, retorted. What? Are you envious? The man hesitated, contemplating admitting it, but quickly backtracked. How could I be? You're the most beautiful. Are you being sincere? She pressed. Absolutely. Those who lie must swallow 1,000 needles. This seemed to satisfy her, and the man exhaled in relief, reminding himself that it was merely a harmless fib, one that didn't hold any real weight. Chapter 34. A sister's heartache. The film they were watching was the wildly popular The Rise of a Legend. To be fair, it was indeed quite good, featuring a cast that Lin Yi particularly admired. During the film, he found himself recalling a classic line. That was my lost youth. The movie had a hint of a murder mystery, steeped in the essence of an escape room. Lin Yi was not well versed in the genre, merely aware that it had emerged as a burgeoning industry. The number of scriptwriters was on the rise, often earning more than many novelists. A friend of his, who wrote novels under the pen name Mo Huang Tai, had once gone 3 days without food due to his writing, nearly starving to death. As the film concluded, it was around 9 o'clock. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Shall we grab a bite? Shun Jingnan inquired. At this hour, if we linger for a meal, we'll miss the optimal time to return to school. I have some matters to address. You should head back first, Lin Yi replied. He was scheduled to watch another film with a different friend shortly and didn't want to keep anyone waiting. All right, Shun Jingnan said, her head drooping slightly in disappointment. Don't worry, I promise to spend quality time with you tomorrow, Lin Yi reassured her, affectionately ruffling her hair. This promise visibly brightened Shun Jingnan's spirits. It's a deal. Come find me tomorrow, she exclaimed, her joy evident. After hastily escorting Shun Jingnan to the school entrance, Lin Yi drove to another cinema. Fortunately, he had missed the rush hour, or else he might have been stuck in traffic for over half an hour, resulting in tardiness. Upon arriving at the next cinema, he found Song Qingqing already there, the film having started several minutes prior. I apologize for my lateness, Lin Yi expressed with a hint of regret. It's quite all right, Mr. Lin, Song Qingqing replied with a gentle smile, seemingly unbothered. Such was the power of wealth. Lin Yi had never experienced this kind of treatment during his previous life as a nobody. Shall we go in now? By the way, which movie did you get tickets for? Lin Yi asked. The Rise of a Legend, Song Qingqing replied. I often see clips of it on Douyin and thought it looked intriguing. Lin Yi's heart sank. Not again, it's the same film. He had just watched it half an hour earlier. While the movie was indeed good, watching it twice in quick succession was quite the challenge. He realized that many box office figures were bolstered by such scenarios. It was rumored that during the release of Avengers Endgame, numerous girls watched it over 10 times, each time with a different man. Clearly, Lin Yi was still a novice in this regard, Watching a film so many times would surely induce nausea. What's wrong? Are you not interested? Song Qingqing asked, noticing Lin Yi's resigned expression. Not at all. How could I be disinterested? Lin Yi chuckled lightly and followed her into the cinema. Inside, he focused on the screen, initially engaged but eventually succumbed to sleep during the latter half. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Yi awoke to a tingling sensation on his lips. As he opened his eyes, he found Song Qingqing's face inches away. Had she just stolen a kiss? How brazen. Oh, you're awake, Song Qingqing said, slightly embarrassed at being caught. Has the movie ended? Lin Yi inquired, surveying the now empty cinema. It finished about 10 minutes ago. The staff was about to come in to clean up, so I asked them to wait so you could rest, she said, showing concern. You must have been quite busy lately, or else you wouldn't be so exhausted. While Lin Yi had been sleeping, he had been resting his head on Song Qingqing's lap, which had long since gone numb, yet she had refrained from moving for fear of disturbing his slumber. Indeed, it's been an exceptionally tiring period, Lin Yi admitted, nodding. Navigating the tumultuous seas with a trident. You've worked hard. Let me give you a massage, Song Qingqing offered, her delicate hand gently pressing against his temples. If Katie and Xiao Ai represented the mature woman archetype, then Song Qingqing could be likened to the nurturing sister figure. She was no fool. She understood that Lin Yi's affections were not solely directed at her, yet she chose to remain blissfully ignorant. Some matters, after all, were best left unexamined. Money was the answer. Throughout this time, she found herself increasingly enveloped in a peculiar sentiment towards Lin Yi. Could this be the influence of wealth? In a world teeming with extraordinary talent, one might find themselves bewildered. Shall we indulge in a midnight snack? Inquired Song Qingqing. Let us order takeout. Lin Yi mused for a moment before responding. I have no desire to venture out. Very well, then I shall book a hotel. Song Qingqing nodded in agreement. Goodness. Nowadays one need not even manage their own hotel. Lin Yi increasingly felt as though he possessed a natural aptitude for being a kept man. Indeed, being handsome can sometimes be a burden. Let us set a reasonable standard. Tonight, we shall engage in a battle of wits for 300 rounds. Lin Yi said with a mischievous grin. You rascal. Do you not care for your sister? 300 rounds could very well be the death of me. Song Qingqing pouted playfully. Even though she was seasoned in such matters, she could hardly withstand Lin Yi's antics. Is this not a matter of life and death? I might perish. Of course I care, Lin Yi replied, standing up and wrapping his arm around Song Qingqing as they exited the cinema. Just above the cinema was a hotel, a modest 3-star establishment. Song Qingqing had already made the reservation, and the pair swiftly checked in with their identification. Once they entered their room, Lin Yi's first order of business was to place a takeout order, specifically requesting delivery in an hour and a half. I must replenish my energy. High-intensity activities require sustenance. Without proper nourishment, how can one perform? Chapter 35. Ordinary yet confident. Check-in. Lin Yi silently repeated in his mind the following morning at the hotel. Ding. Check-in successful. On June 10th, the host has checked in and is rewarded with master-level piano skills. The system once again bestowed a reward upon Lin Yi. Master-level piano skills sound rather impressive. Primarily, it serves to enhance my image. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, while Song Qingqing, exhausted, could hardly muster the strength to rise. It was a delightful yet exhausting experience. Why not take a day off from your boss and rest well? Lin Yi suggested. With that, he embraced Song Qingqing and left the hotel. At Goody University, Lin Yi had been returning rather frequently over the past couple of days. His dormitory mates were still present, and upon seeing Lin Yi's arrival, Song Tao set his phone down. Old Lin, do you have time for dinner tonight? I'd like to treat you, Song Tao said mysteriously, as if something good were on the horizon. Have you managed to charm that junior? Lin Yi speculated. Damn, you see right through everything. Indeed, we are officially together now. Tonight, I plan to announce it. Song Tao laughed heartily. This new junior was undoubtedly a significant improvement over Qianqian. Beautiful, articulate, and considerate of Song Tao's feelings. He felt fortunate to have encountered someone like her. I have some matters to attend to tonight. Perhaps another day? Lin Yi replied, feeling somewhat guilty about canceling on Xin Jingnan after having made plans with her the previous day. Old Lin, that is not very considerate. Song Tao exclaimed. It would be a perfect opportunity for us dorm mates to gather, and chances like this will only dwindle as we approach graduation. Song Tao had a valid point. As they were soon to be separated, the opportunities for camaraderie would become scarce. All right then. I'll join you all for a while and take my leave a bit early, Lin Yi contemplated aloud. He decided to meet Xin Jingnan after the gathering with his dorm mates, especially since her father had just undergone surgery and was likely busy. However, she insisted on accompanying Lin Yi as a gesture of gratitude. Ding dong. As he finished speaking, Lin Yi's phone chimed again. The message was from none other than Yao Yao. Oh, is this never-ending? Lin Yi opened the message to find. Hello, could you come downstairs for a moment? I'm at your dormitory building with some food for Song Tao. Could you kindly bring it to him? What a surprise. It seemed Yao Yao had taken him for a courier. Yet, Lin Yi found it perplexing. If she wished to send something to Song Tao, why not just message him directly? Old Song, your girlfriend is downstairs with something for you, Lin Yi said, feeling no inclination to fetch it himself. Huh, old Lin. What did you just say? My girlfriend is downstairs? This time, Song Tao was bewildered. No way. She told me earlier that she had class this morning. Is that so? Lin Yi replied, pulling out his phone and showing it to Song Tao. See for yourself. Old Lin, you must be mistaken. I don't know her, Song Tao replied, equally confused. In fact, I don't think we're even friends on WeChat. You don't recognize her? Take a closer look. When she added me, she claimed to be your friend and added me to learn more about you. I thought she was your junior trying to dig into your romantic history. Lin Yi realized he had misjudged the situation. How could that be? I really don't know her. Wait, I vaguely remember. Yao Yao, right? I recall Qian has a friend named Yao Yao. Song Tao finally recalled the name, though he was puzzled about how she could be considered his friend. Why don't you go down and find out? Lin Yi said with irritation, thinking he had assumed a closer connection than reality. And now she expects me to run errands for her. Lin Yi felt a surge of annoyance and promptly blocked Yao Yao. What an audacious individual. How dare she order you around? Song Tao was equally incensed. Sharing a dorm with Lin Yi had always been a source of camaraderie for him, and he owed much of his current fortune to Lin Yi. If he were to offend Lin Yi, he risked losing everything. How can one be so oblivious? Who dares issue commands? Song Tao grumbled as he descended the stairs. He had only met Yao Yao a handful of times. Being Qian's friend, it seemed likely she was attempting to rekindle a connection with him on behalf of his ex-girlfriend. This time, Song Tao was determined to be forthright. In the past, he had treated Qian with utmost kindness, only to be met with betrayal in return. Such individuals were hardly worth his time. He was ready to embrace new love. Upon reaching the ground floor, Song Tao quickly spotted Yao Yao. The male dormitory building had few female visitors, especially at such an early hour. Conversely, the female dormitory often saw boys lingering to wait for their girlfriends. In his previous life, Song Tao had been one of those boys, waiting for hours like a lovesick puppy for his former girlfriend. Did I not make it clear before? I have severed all ties with Qian. She walks her path, and I walk mine. Why return to me now? Song Tao expressed his impatience. Yao Yao's heart soared at his words. It appeared that Song Tao had entirely moved on from Qian, leaving her free to pursue him. Actually, it's not Qian looking for you. It's me who wishes to see you. Yao Yao feigned innocence and shyness, believing that such a demeanor would appeal to him. You want to see me? For what purpose? Song Tao retorted, frustrated. Why trouble my dorm mate? He is perpetually busy and must find time to respond to your messages. But I can't add you on WeChat. Yao Yao continued her act, seeking to elicit sympathy. We aren't even acquainted. Why would you want to add me? It's absurd. Song Tao felt that descending the stairs was merely a waste of time. With this moment, he could have engaged in a game of honor of kings. To his surprise, Yao Yao had not anticipated his attitude. She believed her beauty was commendable and thought he would be attracted to her. However, upon their first encounter, she was met with a barrage of criticism from Song Tao, leaving the typically self-assured Yao Yao feeling somewhat unbalanced. She had always assumed that men should revolve around her. Yet the reality was that in recent days, Song Tao had been surrounded by numerous young women, some of whom were indeed quite beautiful, rendering him immune to Yao Yao's charms. Particularly, Yao Yao seemed rather ordinary to him. It baffled him why someone so unremarkable could possess such confidence. It was truly perplexing. Chapter 36. I have no interest in money. Song Tao, don't you think you are being a bit excessive? Yao Yao nearly burst into tears. Why is it that you treated Qian like a devoted admirer, yet you fail to exhibit any semblance of charm with me? It was precisely Song Tao's demeanor towards Qian that had ignited Yao Yao's desire to be with him. After all, he was considerate, financially stable, and held a respectable social standing, qualities that Yao Yao deemed ideal in a partner. Unfortunately, Yao Yao was overly ambitious in her expectations. Even if such a man existed, it was highly improbable he would take an interest in her. With such lofty demands, she ought to have looked in the mirror first. Moreover, here is a piece of advice. My roommate is not an ordinary person. If you provoke her, you will face dire consequences. Song Tao regarded Yao Yao as somewhat foolish. While she may be naive, she should not drag others into her folly. With an air of self-centeredness, she genuinely believed that men were constantly enamored with her, failing to grasp her own mediocrity. In truth, there are many like Yao Yao. They apply makeup, utilize beauty filters, and post on social media, receiving numerous likes and flattering comments. After seeing such praise repeatedly, they genuinely begin to believe in their own beauty. Strip away the filters and makeup, and they are revealed to be nothing remarkable at all. After uttering these words, Song Tao departed, returning straight to his dormitory. As for Yao Yao, she was left utterly dumbfounded, having been chastised like a schoolchild. At noon, Lin Yi's cousin, Lin Yi, sent him a message indicating she had arrived near Goode University. Lin Yi tidied himself up a bit before stepping out of the dormitory. He maintained a good relationship with his cousin, often spending time together during holidays, as they were of the same age and had engaging conversations. Upon reaching the entrance of Goode University, Lin Yi stood across the street with two other young women by her side. Lin. She waved at Lin Yi from across the road. She never referred to him as cousin, always calling him Lin. Is that your cousin over there? Inquired the girl to Lin Yi's left. Yes. My cousin is a senior at Goode University, a 211 graduate. Lin Yi replied proudly. While she attended a regular undergraduate program, her companions were her classmates. The girl on the left, Wang Wenyu, stood approximately 165 meters tall and was about a 7 in looks, while the girl on the right, Chen Shiqi, was around 1.7 meters. Puffed. A 211 degree isn't that impressive, Chen Shiqi scoffed. After graduation, you're lucky to earn a few thousand a month. You can hardly support yourself. Coming from a decent family, a 211 degree held little allure for her. Lin's family is quite wealthy. Lin Yi quickly fabricated a story to elevate her cousin's standing in front of her friends. It seemed her cousin had not dated throughout his 4 years in college, and she hoped to assist him in winning over one of the two girls. So what if he has money? Wang Wenyu chimed in dismissively. Money isn't everything. I particularly dislike the wealthy, especially those rich second-generation types. They're all so fickle and untrustworthy. Listening to her friends, Lin Yi nearly choked on her own words. Clearly, neither of them had any interest in Lin Yi. It appeared her efforts were in vain. Lin Yi hurried over and whispered in Lin Yi's ear, Lin. I just boasted in front of my friends about your family's good fortune, so don't let the cat out of the bag. Also, it seems my friends don't have a favorable impression of you, so try to change that. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. Understood, Lin Yi nodded. His cousin genuinely cared for him, but unfortunately, he found no appeal in either of her friends. In consideration of his cousin's feelings, Lin Yi approached the two young women. Shall we go out for some fun? He suggested. There's south an amusement park nearby that seems quite interesting. What is so fun about an amusement park? Chen Shiqi waved her hand dismissively. That's just for kids. We're too old for that. I agree, it doesn't sound appealing. How about we head back to school? Wang Wenyu added in agreement. Faced with their blatant refusal, Lin Yi felt somewhat embarrassed. This outing was her idea, and it was on the verge of falling apart. Come on, you've come all this way. Wouldn't it be a waste not to enjoy yourselves? Lin Yi insisted. Their school was located in the western suburbs of Goode, while Lin Yi's was in the east. Traversing the city was quite a hassle. How about we grab a bite to eat first? After that, I can show you around the area, Lin Yi suggested, hoping to salvage the situation. As they were still his cousin's friends, and he didn't want things to become too awkward. All right, let us just grab something to eat. Chen Shiqi and Wang Wenyu reluctantly agreed. However, the dining venue was a bit far, and Lin Yi noted, my car can only fit one person at most. Who wants to ride with me? The others can take a taxi. Chen Shiqi couldn't help but laugh. Your car can only fit one person? Is it a motorcycle? On such a hot day, who would ride with you on a motorcycle? Exactly. Wang Wenyu echoed. I forgot to put on sunscreen today. Whoever wants to ride can, but I'll just take a taxi. The two of them outright rejected the offer, not even bothering with a token gesture of politeness. In their minds, a vehicle that could fit just one person could only be a motorcycle, and not a particularly impressive one at that. A motorcycle? Lin Yi was nearly amused. However, he chose not to elaborate further. If they wanted to think that, so be it. In any case, he held no particular fondness for either of them. Then you can ride with me, Lin Yi said, turning to his cousin Lin Yi. Sure, I'll ride with Lin. By the way, send me your location so we can share it with them. We'll meet up at the restaurant later. Lin Yi replied. Not too far, perhaps around 2 kilometers. There's a decent shop over there. You can disembark near the intersection of Gaoxing 4th Road, Lin Yi stated. With that, he resumed driving, leaving the two young women to continue waiting by the roadside for their rideshare. Chapter 37, A Duel Encounter. In their eyes, Lin Yi was merely a loser, an insufferable fool daring to pursue women of their caliber. Neither Chen Shiqi nor Wang Wenyu harbored the slightest interest in him. In fact, they felt a palpable disdain. After laboring to travel such a distance, they deemed it a futile endeavor, preferring instead to stay in their dorms, chasing after their idol. Kuan Kuan. To them, Kuan Kuan was the epitome of handsomeness, their everlasting crush. Only a man with at least a semblance of resemblance to Kuan Kuan could hope to catch their attention. Lin Yi, with his robust physique and rugged demeanor, clearly did not meet their standards. To them, he was simply uncouth. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of an engine echoed from a distance. A sleek silver sports car sped down the road. Wow, how cool! Wang Wenyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, though she lacked knowledge about sports cars. The one speeding by was undoubtedly striking. Beside her, Chen Shiqi was equally captivated, imagining how exhilarating it must be to ride in such a vehicle. If only I could find a boyfriend like that, Wang Wenyu mused aloud. In youth, who wouldn't desire a remarkable partner to flaunt while cruising in a sports car? As for Lin Yi, standing beside them, she too found the sports car intriguing but felt a twinge of concern for Lin Yi. He had been gone for several minutes without a sign of return. Look, that sports car is slowing down. Is it going to stop in front of us? Could the driver be interested in me? Wang Wenyu gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Chen Shiqi, equally thrilled, countered, no way. It must be me he's interested in. Don't be delusional. I'm taller and have longer legs, so it's clearly me. Wang Wenyu retorted. What's wrong with being petite? Perhaps he prefers someone dainty. The two engaged in a spirited debate, neither willing to yield. Meanwhile, the sports car came to a halt before them, coinciding with their quarrel. Lin Yi opened the passenger door and called out to his cousin Lin Yi, get in. The three young women gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape. They had completely misjudged the situation. When Lin Yi mentioned a two-seater vehicle, they had imagined a motorcycle, not a sports car. What a blunder. They regretted their earlier indifference. Reacting swiftly, Chen Shiqi declared, Wang Wenyu, you and Lin Yi can take the rideshare. I'll go with Lin Yi. She aimed to assert her influence and establish a connection with him first. But didn't you say you weren't interested in rich men, claiming they are all playboys? Wang Wenyu shot back, exposing Chen Shiqi's hypocrisy. Internally, she chastised her for such double standards. What attracts me to Lin Yi isn't his wealth, but his talent. Chen Shiqi hastily defended herself, flustered. She hadn't realized Lin Yi was driving a sports car. She had assumed he was just another affluent youth. In her eyes, he represented a gateway to a glamorous lifestyle, a dream many young women harbored, herself included. Talent? Lin Yi nearly choked at the absurdity of that claim. He hardly considered himself gifted. Before he could express his thoughts, Wang Wenyu interjected, Chen Shiqi, you ought to know yourself better. Besides, when Lin Yi expressed her wish to visit Goethe University, I was the first to agree. Are you trying to cut in line? Cuts in line. I wouldn't do that. Besides, there's no such thing. It all depends on whom Lin Yi prefers, Chen Shiqi retorted, casting her gaze toward Lin Yi, silently hoping he would make a choice. Meanwhile, she straightened her posture, attempting to enhance her appearance. Their argument escalated, leaving Lin Yi feeling exasperated. What is all this about cutting in line? Can't I just cut in with my words? He thought. See you get in. He urged his cousin. Lin Yi finally regained her composure. Astonished to discover her cousin was driving a sports car, this was indeed big news. Ignoring the other two, she confidently approached and settled into the passenger seat. Lin Yi then closed the door and drove off toward their dining destination. As for Chen Shiqi and Wang Wenyu, their rideshare arrived shortly thereafter, and they hurriedly climbed aboard, eager to reach the restaurant and maximize their time with Lin Yi, leaving no chance for others to intervene. If they could secure Lin Yi as a boyfriend, it would mean 4 years of worry-free university life, replete with luxurious cosmetics and handbags, and perhaps even opportunities for travel in a sports car. Such a lifestyle epitomized what they envisioned as the quintessential university experience. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped the two women. Upon reaching their destination, they rushed into the restaurant, fearing they might arrive too late. In contrast, Lin Yi and Lin Yi had arrived a few minutes earlier and were already seated in the dining area. Lin Yi, riding in a sports car is so comfortable, Lin Yi exclaimed, savoring the moment. But where did you get this car? I recently acquired a sign-in system that gifted it to me, Lin Yi explained succinctly. Come on, Lin Yi, don't fool me. What kind of system is that? It sounds like something out of a novel. Lin Yi responded skeptically. Just the other day, I read a fantasy novel titled Supreme Body from Birth, Invincible from the Womb, which featured a sign-in system. Lin Yi had indeed spoken the truth, but she was unconvinced. So he quickly fabricated another story. I won some money in the lottery and bought the sports car. Really? How much did you win? Lin Yi asked, her excitement palpable. Not much, just a few million, Lin Yi replied, feeling fatigued from the need to fabricate yet another story. Wow, I've only ever heard of distant relatives winning the lottery. You're the only one I know who did. Lin Yi beamed. Then today, I'm going all out. No matter the price. I'm ordering whatever I want. Get ready for a feast. Chapter 38. Unless exceptionally wealthy, being ungracious is just fine. After all, Lin Yi has plenty of money in his account. Even dining here for a lifetime wouldn't bankrupt him. In fact, one day's interest on Lin Yi's account would suffice for her to dine comfortably for decades. Lin Yi, Wang Wenyu's voice called out from a distance. Her legs were slightly longer, allowing her to take larger strides, thus making her quicker than Chen Shiqi. A few seconds later, Chen Shiqi also dashed in. Observing the breathless state of the two, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a hint of amusement. Was it really necessary? It's not as if Lin Yi was going to vanish if they didn't hurry. You too, don't rush, come and sit down, Lin Yi beckoned, signaling for them to join. She herself settled beside Lin Yi, deliberately denying the two girls any chance to get close to him. Previously, she had worried about Lin Yi's lack of romantic prospects and had always tried to create opportunities for him. However, now that he was driving a sports car, exuding charm and prestige, she felt it imperative to exercise strict vigilance and not allow things to become too casual. See you. Our relationship has always been quite good, and I've taken good care of you at school. How about we swap seats? Wang Wenyu was the first to play the emotional card, attempting to switch seats with Lin Siyu to sit next to Lin Yi. As if I haven't been looking after Siyu at school. Chen Shichi rolled her eyes. Siyu, let us switch seats. This month, I'll help you get hot water for free. Goodness, have they already begun to compete? They're openly using favors to curry favor with Lin Siyu. No, I'd rather not switch. You two can just sit across from us. Let us keep it simple and enjoy our meal without all this unnecessary fuss. Lin Siyu replied, somewhat displeased. Just moments ago, these friends had looked down on her cousin. And now they were transforming into eager admirers, willing to go to great lengths to approach Lin Yi. All right, let us just sit like this. It's perfectly fine. Lin Yi expressed his thoughts. He was concerned about the potential chaos if the two girls ended up in a quarrel right there in the restaurant. On the surface, they were friends, but behind each other's backs, they might have already insulted one another countless times. Was this what a superficial sisterhood looked like? Today, Lin Yi had witnessed it firsthand. Shall I order now? Do you have any dietary restrictions? Lin Siyu inquired. Seeing everyone shake their heads, she called over a waiter and quickly began to place the order. The dishes she selected were anything but inexpensive. They were primarily the restaurant's signature offerings. However, the restaurant's prices were reasonable, with an average cost of around 100 per person, as long as they refrained from drinking. A total of 600 to 700 would suffice. While waiting for the dishes, Lin Yi opened his phone. Song Qingqing had sent several flirtatious messages, accompanied by a sultry photo of herself. Lin Yi responded with a cheeky emoji. Shen Jingnan also messaged multiple times, expressing her desire to see Lin Yi and casually inquiring about the time. How about now? Lin Yi thought to himself, worrying that once the meal was over, the two girls brought by Lin Siyu would cling to him, which would be troublesome. After all, they hadn't done anything overtly inappropriate, making it difficult to dismiss them. Furthermore, since they were Lin Siyu's classmates, if he were to create a rift now, it would likely complicate Lin Siyu's social interactions at school. After messaging Shin Jingnan to come over, Lin Yi set his phone down. Can I call you Brother Lin Yi? Wang Wenyu gazed at Lin Yi with eager eyes. I believe that since you were accepted into the prestigious ancient capital university, you must be exceptionally talented. I bet you were quite the figure during your university years. If only I had been born 2 years earlier, I could have been in the same class as you, and we could have started working together. What on earth? Such nonsensical logic. Brother Lin Yi, what is the name of that car outside? Chen Shichi directly inquired about the sports car, adding, Can I take a ride in it after we finish eating? Aston Martin, Lin Yi briefly introduced. However, he refrained from elaborating on the specific model, fearing it might intimidate them. Aston Martins come in various models, some of which are relatively affordable, but the one Lin Yi drove, the 1-77, was extraordinarily expensive, worth $500 million, a rarity in Dacia. How does this sports car compare to a Lamborghini? Wang Wenyu continued the conversation. They're both quite good. There's really no need for comparison, Lin Yi replied, finding the question rather trivial. There are numerous models. His car's price exceeded that of most Lamborghinis. Yet Lamborghini also boasts several models worth tens of millions, with the prices of some exceeding 80 million. How could one possibly compare? Brother Lin Yi, you still haven't answered my earlier question, Shinshichi persisted. Can I sit in that car for a bit? In truth, there wouldn't be any issue with her sitting in it. Lin Yi glanced at Lin Siyu, reluctantly nodding in agreement. After all, it was just a matter of sitting for a while. He was still considering taking Shin Jingnan out for a spin later. As for these two, he couldn't be bothered to entertain them. Soon, the dishes arrived. Chen Shichi and Wang Wenyu bombarded Lin Yi with questions, to the point of exasperation. Ultimately, it was Lin Siyu who had to repeatedly remind them to eat first, granting Lin Yi a moment to breathe. After casually eating a bit, and estimating that Shin Jingnan would be arriving soon, Lin Yi settled the bill and exited with the others. As they approached the sports car, Chen Shichi immediately hopped inside, snapping several photos with delight. It was evident that she derived immense satisfaction from the experience. Ordinary wealthy heirs held no allure for her, but those from affluent families were an exception. To put it simply, she was uninterested in the wealthy unless they were extraordinarily wealthy. It was a contradictory stance, yet often the reality. Disliking someone often stemmed solely from their lack of wealth. I want to take pictures too. Wang Wenyu chimed in eagerly. Since it was merely for photos, it posed no significant issue. Just as Lin Yi was about to nod in consent, he noticed a charming figure standing before him. Shin Jingnan had arrived. Who is this? Shin Jingnan inquired, eyeing Lin Yi's side companion, Lin Siyu, with a furrowed brow. However, Lin Yi promptly stepped forward, linking her arm with Shun Jingnan's. You must be the sister-in-law, right? I'm Lin Yi, Lin Yi's cousin. You can just call me Siyu. Upon learning that she was Lin Yi's cousin, Shun Jingnan relaxed her guard and smiled. I haven't officially gotten together with brother Lin yet, so you don't need to call me sister-in-law. Just call me Shun Jingnan. It's only a matter of time, right, Lin? Lin Yi winked at Lin Yi. Chapter 39, A Performance with Four Women. TSK, 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 Lin is quite the charming one. Lin Yi leaned closer to Lin Yi, whispering, I thought you didn't have a girlfriend. Who knew you'd find such a beautiful girl? Indeed, she was stunning. While women often love to compare, especially regarding appearances, believing themselves to be equally beautiful, the presence of Shun Jingnan made Lin Yi acutely aware of her own shortcomings. And these two? Shun Jingnan inquired curiously about Chen Shiqi and Wang Wenyu standing beside Lin Yi by the sports car. These two are my cousin's classmates. They came along to hang out with me, Lin Yi explained. Originally, he had intended for them to just enjoy themselves. However, he hadn't anticipated their eagerness to ingratiate themselves. This was becoming somewhat unbearable for Lin Yi. More often than not, he preferred that they maintain their original disdain. In such circumstances, Lin Yi might still find a semblance of uniqueness in the two of them. However, witnessing Lin Yi driving a sports car and immediately approaching him as a sycophant becomes rather tedious. This dynamic is not exclusive to women pursuing men. It often applies in reverse as well. Your meticulous care and incessant inquiries about their well-being, coupled with daily greetings of good morning and good night, can swiftly diminish your standing in a woman's eyes, relegating you to the status of a mere sycophant. Even if a woman initially harbors some affection for you, once you become overly attentive, she instinctively dismisses you. No woman appreciates a sycophant. In the end, a sycophant ends up with nothing. After spending money, time, and energy, what remains is often futile. Have you eaten? How about I treat everyone to a meal? Shin Jingnan proactively inquired upon noticing a nearby restaurant. I've already eaten. There's no need for you to bother, Lin Yi replied. In a little while, see you. You and your friends can head back first. I'll take Shin Jingnan out for a stroll. His intention was to hasten the departure of Lin Siyu's two friends, who he found rather unwelcoming. Why rush her to leave when Siyu has come all this way? Shin Jingnan shook her head. There's a shopping mall nearby. Why don't we all go and browse together? She was particularly courteous to Lin Yi's cousin, knowing that she needed to ingratiate herself with family. She also hoped to encourage Lin Siyu to speak favorably of her in front of Lin Yi. Let us go browse. What you said is right, sister-in-law. I'm afraid that if you hurry me off like this, Big Lin, you're not being very fair. Shin Jingnan was reluctant to leave so soon. Not far away, Chen Shiqi and Wang Wenyu were feeling somewhat awkward. They had initially hoped to capture Lin Yi's attention, but now another friend of his had arrived, overshadowing them in beauty. This realization placed tremendous pressure on both of them. Let us go together, Wang Wenyu declared. What does it matter if she is pretty? After all, she and Lin Yi are not together yet. We still have a chance. Exactly, Chen Shiqi echoed. We should form an alliance, united against any external threats and cease our internal conflicts. Agreed, unity against the outside. Wang Wenyu nodded. Nearby the sports car, the two briefly formed a pact. Their voices were low, so Lin Yi remained blissfully unaware. Otherwise, he would surely have chuckled at their naivety. Did they truly believe they were forming a competitive alliance? It could only be said that their thoughts were overly ambitious. Even Shin Jingnan had not regarded them as rivals, choosing to selectively ignore them upon her arrival. There was indeed a mall nearby, with items that were not overly pricey, merely classified as light luxury. However, for Lin Siyu and Chen Shiqi, everything would be considered expensive. Even a simple pendant or cosmetics would start at 1,000. Their monthly allowance was only around 1,000 to 2,000, meaning they could potentially exhaust half of it in one go. Who could withstand such financial strain? Conversely, Shin Jingnan remained remarkably composed in the face of such prices. Although she didn't have much, Lin Yi had previously gifted her 1 million for her father's surgery. After expenses, she still had about 500,000 left. She intended to return this sum to Lin Yi, not wanting to view their relationship as transactional, but rather hoping for a deeper connection. Accustomed to handling sums in the hundreds of thousands, these items did not seem exorbitant in her eyes. This pair is quite lovely. I believe it would suit you perfectly, Shun Jingnan remarked, lifting a pair of earrings to showcase them to Lin Siyu. The price was 4,999. The material was platinum, a considerable expense. Oh, that is far too expensive. Lin Siyu quickly shook her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just accept it, Lin Yi interjected. It's not that much. Very well then. Thank you, sister-in-law. Lin Siyu happily accepted the earrings. Beside them, Chen Shiqi and Wang Wenyu watched in envy. To buy a pair of earrings worth 5,000 with such ease made them wonder when they would be able to afford something so lavish. There is also a cosmetic store over there that has excellent masks, Shin Jingnan pointed out. Though their products are niche, they are quite effective. That particular mask, when applied nightly, significantly improves your skin by the next day. Upon hearing about skincare benefits, Lin Yi instantly perked up. Women often take great interest in cosmetics. With that, Shen Jingnan settled the bill, and they all entered the cosmetics store together. Lin Yi glanced at the prices, confirming they were indeed steep. 5 masks would cost over 400. If one were to use a mask daily, that would amount to 2,000 to 3,000 a month. Average students did not possess the financial means to engage in such spending. Don't be shy. You've already called me sister-in-law, so I can't be stingy, Shen Jingnan declared, directly selecting 50 masks for the store clerk to package. She then proceeded to choose other skincare products. Lin Yi was bewildered by the myriad of products, unsure of their specific benefits. To be honest, accompanying women on shopping excursions truly tests one's endurance. After a few laps, Lin Yi felt his legs grow weary, while the girls remained enthusiastic, exploring every corner. In just 1 hour, Shen Jingnan had purchased over 30,000 worth of gifts for Lin Yi. Lin Yi genuinely felt overwhelmed and embarrassed by the amount. Meanwhile, Chen Shiqi and Wang Wenyu felt a pang of jealousy, almost fading into the background. Throughout their outing, Shen Jingnan had hardly acknowledged them, yet they were reluctant to leave. Having gained so much knowledge and wanting to remain until the end in hopes of obtaining Lin Yi's WeChat. Although they could later ask Lin Yi to share his contact information, making the request directly would surely carry more weight and enhance their connection, leaving a lasting impression on Lin Yi. Thus, even if they remained silent, they were determined to stay close to Lin Yi. Chapter 40, Mischievous Children. There was no choice. Such opportunities were rare. If they missed this one, who knew when the next would arise? Seizing the moment, they mustered the courage to approach the young man. Sister-in-law? This is enough, really, Lin Yi said, half laughing and half crying. They had purchased far too much. In her 20-plus years of life, she had never bought so many things at once. Especially for Chen Shiqi and Wang Wenyu, the sight of such extravagance nearly made them seethe with jealousy. What is there to flaunt? All this money for shopping comes from brother Lin Yi, Wang Wenyu muttered under her breath. Exactly. If I had a boyfriend like that, I wouldn't just settle for 3,000. I could easily afford 30,000 worth of cosmetics and bags, Chen Shiqi chimed in. Besides, I'm someone who prides myself on saving money. I wouldn't be so extravagant. I'm sure I'd consider Lin Yi's feelings as well. Chen Shiqi had already begun to fantasize about her future. Of course, she merely whispered these thoughts. She wouldn't dare express them openly. Shen Jingnan, on the other hand, linked her arm with Lin Yi's, showing little concern for the two girls. Instead, she treated her cousin Lin Yi exceptionally well, saying, "If you'd like to go shopping again next time, just let me know, and I'll accompany you. If you want to buy anything, don't hesitate to ask. Please don't be shy." In that moment, Shen Jingnan was notably generous, understanding that one must give to receive. Now, treating Lin Yi's cousin well will undoubtedly yield greater rewards in the future. Ha ha ha. I shall preemptively express my gratitude to my sister-in-law. Lin Yi appeared quite delighted. Having received numerous gifts during her outing, it was only at 5 in the afternoon that Lin Yi and her classmates took their leave. Once they were gone, neither Chen Shiqi nor Wang Wenyu engaged Lin Yi in conversation. On their way back, both Chen Shiqi and Wang Wenyu regretted their missed opportunity to connect with Lin Yi, realizing that the best chance had slipped through their fingers, and now they had no means to approach him. That Shen Jingnan remained by Lin Yi's side, seemingly as a protective barrier. This is utterly outrageous. On the subway, Chen Shiqi glanced at Lin Yi and implored, "Siyu, could you please share your cousin's WeChat with me? Siyu, I want it too. Our bond is so strong. You wouldn't deny me, would you?" Wang Wenyu chimed in. Hee hee. Lin Yi felt a wave of disdain in her heart. She had initially given them a chance, yet they failed to cherish it. And now they were eagerly trying to get close. Alas, it was too late. My sister-in-law bought me so many things today. How could I ask you for that? Lin Yi politely declined. Perhaps next time, I'll pass it along then. After all, when the next time would be was uncertain. Pretentious. Calling her sister-in-law just because she bought a few thousand worth of items? If she had attached herself to Lin Yi, she could also afford such luxuries. Wang Wenyu inwardly cursed but maintained a smile, responding, "Then let us wait for the next time." After Lin Yi and her roommates departed, Lin Yi and Shen Jingnan also left. That was quite an expense. "I'll transfer some money to your account shortly," Lin Yi stated. Having grown accustomed to waking up with an additional billion in his account, Lin Yi felt indifferent. "No need, I still have some." "I haven't spent what you gave me last time," Lin Yi naturally refused. However, without affording her the opportunity to protest, Lin Yi transferred 1 million to her account. After all, Lin Yi was not short on funds and would never allow his woman to suffer. "What are we doing later?" Lin Yi inquired. "My roommate is treating us to dinner. Would you like to come?" Lin Yi replied. "Sure." Upon hearing this, Shen Jingnan was instantly thrilled. First, she met Lin Yi's cousin. and now she would meet his roommate. This meant she was gradually becoming familiar with Lin Yi's circle, enhancing her understanding and significance in his eyes. Considering this, the 3,000 spent today felt entirely worthwhile. The restaurant was not far, so let us head there now. Lin Yi proposed as he made his way to the parking lot. Before he could approach, he spotted a 9-year-old child wielding a stick, scratching a mark on the side of a car. Oh no, a mischievous child. Lin Yi thought, I haven't even had this car for long. He hurried over and swiftly knocked the stick from the child's hand. Whose child is this? Lin Yi demanded. Can't you see he scratched my car? Is there really no one supervising this unruly child? The 9-year-old merely made a face at Lin Yi before darting behind a pillar, where a plump woman in her early 30s stood, engaged in a phone call. Upon hearing Lin Yi's shout, she ended the call and stormed toward him, visibly furious. The child hid behind her. Oh no, it was clear that Lin Yi had encountered a shrew. What are you doing? Yelling at my child? P.S. only 9. The woman scolded. Do you have any manners? Have you been raised properly? Unbelievable. To be accused of lacking upbringing. Lin Yi pointed at the scratch on his car. Your child did this to my newly purchased vehicle. And what if it is a new car? What's the big deal? I can't stand you wealthy people. It's just a scratch, acting as if it's a catastrophe. And you're yelling at my child. Do you know the kind of trauma this will cause him? If he ends up depressed, I won't let this go. The woman continued her tirade. Lin Yi was astounded by her warped perspective. What did she mean it was just a scratch? That long, deep mark was not serious? Moreover, she spoke of depression? Just moments ago, he had merely reprimanded the mischievous child, who had the audacity to mock him. Could this child really be depressed? More like he deserved a good thrashing. Not letting it go, Lin Yi sneered. Do you even know the term losing face? Your child scratched my car, and I can't even express my displeasure? You say it's not serious? If you have the guts, compensate for the damage. Just because he is a child, you think he can evade responsibility? I've only seen such shamelessness in short videos. To witness it in real life is astonishing. You've taught me a lesson today about the depths of some people's depravity. Your child clearly made a mistake. Yet you have the audacity to turn the tables like a shrew. Lin Yi was not one to coddle such individuals. Otherwise, they would only become more brazen. Chapter 41. Too tired to argue. Faced with such a shrew, Lin Yi felt weary of the argument, yet the woman showed no signs of relenting, which only intensified his irritation. You dare call me a shrew? The woman trembled with rage, pointing a finger at Lin Yi and shouting to the onlookers, Come see. Come see. A man in his 20s is bullying us, a mother and son. How is this fair? Afterward, she felt unsatisfied and took out her phone to record a video, saying, This person, taking advantage of his wealth, enjoys bullying us poor people. The few individuals in the parking garage were drawn to the commotion. Perhaps a dozen of them gathered to watch the spectacle. In this day and age, merely holding a phone does not grant one righteousness. Though Lin Yi was furious, he remained composed. Your child scratched my car, and I can't even voice my concerns? You're wealthy enough to drive a sports car. Does this small amount of money bother you? And my child is only 9. What does he understand? The woman retorted. The reason our country has become this way is because of people like you who are rich yet lack compassion. You call me a shrew. How am I a shrew? I'm simply trying to reason with you. Here we go again. It was endless. Lin Yi waved his hand, tired of the exchange. Stop. I have matters to attend to and don't wish to engage further. I will have a lawyer contact you. With that, Lin Yi snapped a few photos of the scratch on his car and drove away. Such events inevitably dampened one's spirits. As he sped down the road, the wind blowing through his hair, Lin Yi's mood improved slightly. Approximately 10 minutes later, he parked outside a hot pot restaurant. This establishment was quite ordinary, lacking any high-end flair. Although Song Tao had recently become the vice president of a company valued at tens of billions, he had yet to officially assume his position and had not received a paycheck. Thus, he could only afford to treat everyone here to a meal within his modest means. Old Lin, you're late. That means you owe us a drink. In the private room, the attendees had gathered, with Lin Yi arriving the latest. Song Tao cheerfully greeted him. Oh well, I was still driving. Lin Yi replied, I'll pass on the drinks. As he glanced around, he noticed that Song Tao had invited quite a few people this time. Half were from his dormitory, and the others were a few close friends of his girlfriend. The spacious room accommodated everyone comfortably, even with Shun Jingnan joining them. Ah, is this your girlfriend? Song Tao teased. Old Lin, you've done well. Quietly managed to date such a beautiful girl. Shun Jingnan introduced herself. Hello, I'm Shun Jingnan, a friend of Lin Yi. Ha ha ha, still just friends? Why be so modest? Just say she is your girlfriend. Song Tao laughed, ushering Lin Yi and Shun Jingnan to sit down. He then turned to the woman beside him. How about you introduce yourself? My brother here just arrived, and doesn't he know you yet? Lin Yi assessed the girl next to Song Tao. She was petite, around 5 feet 8 inches tall, with her hair styled in a bun and possessing a charmingly delicate appearance. She was certainly a step above Qianqian. not only in looks, but likely in character as well. You must be Lin Yi, right? I've heard about you from Song Tao. The girl stood up. A hint of shyness in her demeanor. I'm Wang Ting, a sophomore. Being 2 years younger than Song Tao made her seem somewhat unreliable, especially since Song Tao was about to graduate and enter the workforce while she would remain in school, facing numerous uncertainties. Yet, it was also possible they could remain together, waiting for Wang Ting to graduate before embarking on the journey of marriage together. Haha, I was just saying that if old Song started dating you, I'd send him a big red envelope. Looks like I'll have to deliver on that today. Lin Yi glanced at Shen Jingnan, then leaned closer to her ear and whispered, could you go downstairs and ask the boss for a cash red envelope of 1888? Wrap it up nicely. Sure. Shen Jingnan nodded and exited the room. Meanwhile, Song Tao shook his head. Old Lin, that was just a joke. Why take it so seriously? Besides, you've already helped me so much. I can't possibly accept your money. Wang Ting looked puzzled by Song Tao's humble demeanor, but refrained from asking further, as it seemed inappropriate for the setting. In a mere 2 to 3 minutes, Shen Jingnan returned, stealthily handing the red envelope to Lin Yi, who then presented it to Song Tao. He was a man of his word, and after all, a little money was insignificant to him. The dinner was filled with joy and laughter, glasses clinking, and everyone engaging in delightful conversation. On another front, the mother of the mischievous child had uploaded the video online, even spending several hundred to boost its visibility. As anticipated, after about half an hour, the video was rapidly circulated, garnering more views. What a disgraceful driver. Bullying a woman and child? It's just a sports car. What is there to be so arrogant about? Wait, is that an Aston Martin 1-77? The owner must be wealthy. But if he is that rich, he should be more magnanimous, fitting his status. I honestly think Guanan's behavior is appalling. Just another day, filled with fear of marriage. The little fairy will never marry Guanan. What? You say that car costs 50 million? Is it really that expensive? The video had gone viral, with a plethora of comments flooding in. Meanwhile, Lin Yi found himself inadvertently thrust into the spotlight, with countless keyboard warriors online launching scathing remarks about him and his family. As for Lin Yi, he remained blissfully unaware, still enjoying his meal. Initially, he had intended to abstain from alcohol, but he eventually succumbed to his roommate's persistent encouragement and took a few sips. As for driving, they had reasonable excuses, suggesting a designated driver or taking a taxi home and returning for the car the next day. Once the drinking began, even if it was just a few sips, his roommates disregarded their roles and insisted on toasting with Lin Yi, leading everyone at the table to become inebriated. By the time Lin Yi returned to the villa, he had completely forgotten how he got there. When he awoke, it was already the next morning. Shen Jingnan lay beside him, still fast asleep, clad in a seductive black lingerie that set a romantic tone. Lin Yi, taken aback by the sight, wondered if the things he had penned in his diary had come to fruition. To his astonishment, the diary's influence was unexpectedly potent. Lin Yi, you're awake. Shen Jingnan, in her pajamas, blinked her sleepy eyes open. Why don't you sleep a bit longer? I'll go prepare something to eat. As Lin Yi dressed, a sudden, urgent knock at the door startled him. Opening the door, he found the housekeeper, Xiao Ai, looking visibly anxious. Mr. Lin, there has been an incident. Calm down and tell me slowly, Lin Yi said, still trying to grasp the situation. What kind of incident could possibly have occurred? He hadn't engaged in any significant activities recently. Take a look at Douyin. Someone posted a video of you and your car from last night, claiming you bullied the weak, Xiao Ai explained. Now Douyin is flooded with criticism against you. Many are cursing you. Last night, Lin Yi's expression darkened as he realized the other party had indeed uploaded the footage online. He had been too preoccupied at that moment to pursue any accountability from the mischievous child or their parents, and now they had turned the tables on him. With a grim face, Lin Yi opened the Douyin app, and the trending list revealed the third hot topic. Luxury car owner openly bullies a woman. How absurd was this world? The title was clearly designed to provoke animosity, positioning Lin Yi as the villain in everyone's eyes. Setting facts aside, how had Lin Yi suddenly become the wrongdoer? He recalled a recent meme, but that too required context. Standing on the side of truth, it was evident that Lin Yi was the real victim. The situation escalated, and the video had amassed over 50 million views. Every video he opened seemed to contain harsh critiques of Lin Yi, with some extremists even elevating the matter to a gendered discourse. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Yi. I'm sure you've seen what happened last night. A viral video shows a wealthy second-generation individual berating a mother with her child. Just think about how vulnerable that demographic is, while the rich kid acts with such disgrace. How shameful. Sisters, let us be honest. Would you dare marry a man like Guanan? In the event I had been there, I would have certainly helped that mother and child, teaching that wealthy brat a lesson in justice. After Lin Yi posted her video, a flood of replies ensued, with numerous female fighters vehemently condemning Lin Yi, quickly escalating to personal attacks. Lin Yi eventually stumbled upon the original video and watched it. The mother of the mischievous child had edited it, omitting the context and only capturing Lin Yi's reprimanding remarks, twisting the narrative to frame them as the oppressed and painting Lin Yi as the villain. In the villa, Lin Yi's expression darkened. Given the adversary's actions, he could no longer hold back. "Hello, Manager Wang." Lin Yi dialed the phone of Manager Wang from the Jian2 Bank and instructed, "I need you to find me a lawyer. One with a firm grasp of the law." "Of course, Mr. Lin." Manager Wang responded promptly. "I happen to know a lawyer, nicknamed the Outlaw, whose surname is Luo. His legal prowess is unparalleled in the industry. It is said that when he is not at his best, he can still secure imprisonment for the opposing party. And when he performs at his usual level, he can send the opposing lawyer behind bars. On exceptional occasions, even judges can find themselves in his crosshairs. I recall a case where someone was laughing in court, only to end up with a 3-year sentence. Impressive, Lin Yi thought to himself, subtly giving a thumbs up. This was a true professional team, a lawyer par excellence. Unlike that lawyer Zhang, who had only handled 3 cases in his career. The first was a death penalty case where he defended a not guilty plea and lost. The second involved a prison sentence where he attempted to argue for a reduced sentence, but again he failed. The third case had a plaintiff demanding $2 million in damages, and through his efforts, Zhang managed to have the defendant sentenced to 20 years in prison. Each of these cases showcased Zhang's inability. Nevertheless, in terms of entertainment, lawyer Zhang had his merits, and Lin Yi was quite the fan of his videos. So, the question arises, our lawyer, Zhang Wei, versus the opposing lawyer, the outlaw Luo, who shall ultimately prevail? It will undoubtedly be lawyer Luo. Lin Yi nodded. Additionally, please find someone to compile a list of those who have spread falsehoods about me. Document all videos that have received over 5,000 likes. I intend to settle scores later. Pay particular attention to certain female influencers and solidify evidence against them. The internet is not a lawless domain, and I am not easily trifled with. Those who choose to spread rumors and incessantly attack me will find themselves facing repercussions when the time comes. Understood, Mr. Lin. Manager Wang recognized the seriousness of the situation. Typically, Mr. Lin was amicable, but it was evident that he had been genuinely provoked this time. Those who dared to antagonize him were simply asking for trouble. As for those posting videos of slander, what were they thinking? Relying on truncated clips to voice their opinions and play the keyboard warriors in pursuit of traffic. They were acting with blatant disregard for integrity. Please expedite this. I am meeting with lawyer Luo this afternoon. Lin Yi urged. Rest assured, I will reach out immediately. After hanging up, Manager Wang set to work. He had previously met lawyer Luo during a court case the bank had engaged him for, though at that time, Luo had not yet achieved his current fame. Now, however, his stature had risen, and hiring him would not come cheap. Yet, considering Lin Yi's financial standing, it was a trifling matter. In due course, those who had acted against him would suffer the consequences. Meanwhile, many at Ancient Capital University were also following the trending news. I recognize that car. It frequently parks at our university. I've seen the owner from a distance a few times. Could he be one of our students? So what if he is? If he has erred, he must take responsibility. He must apologize to that child and her mother. Indeed. How can we still have such men in the 21st century? It's utterly disgraceful. Why don't we, a few sisters, band together to pressure the school? Let us strip him of his degree and diploma. He shouldn't graduate. Absolutely. We must rise to defend the rights of the child and her mother. Remember that girl from the Polytechnic University who simply borrowed headphones? Those men online were merciless. This time, we are standing up for her. Within Ancient Capital University, a faction of students, predominantly female, had begun discussing how to confront Lin Yi. Chapter 43, The Power of Rumor. A rumor can be born from mere words, but to dispel one requires considerable effort. Such occurrences are hardly novel. Online, individuals often wield their phones indiscriminately, capturing snippets of events and posting them online, leading keyboard warriors into a frenzy without understanding the context. When the truth eventually surfaces, only a handful remain aware of the actual circumstances. This time, Lin Yi would not let matters conclude so hastily. The initial arrogance of those who spread the rumors would soon turn to regret. That morning, Lin Yi drove to Ancient Capital University. As soon as he entered the dormitory, his roommates gathered around him. Old Lin, this is serious. They are openly tarnishing your reputation. Indeed, we must devise a solution quickly. We cannot allow this situation to escalate. If all else fails, perhaps you should consider hiding out for a while until things settle. His roommates had faith in Lin Yi's character, convinced he would never engage in such conduct. However, those oblivious to the truth online would surely blame him. Hide. In this day and age, where could one possibly hide? Lin Yi retorted. With the internet's reach, where could I go? Even if I were in another city, people would still be aware of the situation and could track me down. Then perhaps abroad. After all, they wouldn't know you there, Song Tao suggested. That way, You could find some peace until this blows over. Hide. Is that my style? Lin Yi scoffed. Those who have slandered me will not escape retribution. He had already begun to formulate countermeasures. I have enlisted lawyer Luo to draft a lawsuit against them. Lawyer Luo? Impressive. You managed to secure his services? Upon hearing that lawyer Luo was on Lin Yi's side, his roommates felt a wave of relief. With someone of Luo's caliber involved, they believed the issue could be resolved. Old Lin, I have a small request. Once they felt reassured, his roommates began chattering about whether they could have a meal with lawyer Luo and take a photo together. Get lost. Let me handle this matter first, Lin Yi chided with a smile. He now knew precisely how to address the situation. After exchanging a few more words, he opened WeChat to contact Lao Qin. Previously, Lao Qin had invited Lin Yi to join a sports car club, which included several affluent heirs. Mr. Lin, I saw your situation online. What can I do to help? Just as Lin Yi was about to send a message, Lao Qin preemptively reached out. Thank you for your trust, my friend. Lin Yi felt a swell of gratitude. At such a critical moment, he was heartened to know so many believed in him. There was no need to mention Shen Jingnan and the others, who had always stood by him. His roommates had spent considerable time with him and understood his character. He was pleasantly surprised to find that Lao Qin also had faith in him. Of course, Lao Qin's motivations were not entirely altruistic, even if Lin Yi were at fault. So what? In due time, this incident would fade, and Lin Yi would simply acquire a new vehicle and continue living his carefree life. The memory of the internet, in truth, is but a fleeting moment of fervor. Moreover, Lin Yi's connections and resources are exceedingly formidable. What fortune must he possess to drive a luxury vehicle worth tens of millions? As for making choices, Old Qin is well aware. Don't you have a group? Add me in. I would like to converse with them. Lin Yi intends to leverage the resources of those wealthy heirs for a counterattack. Absolutely. I had actually considered bringing you into the fold earlier, but I was concerned it might not please you. Since you're agreeable now, it couldn't be better. Old Qin on the other end of the phone was already quite elated. Someone capable of affording a 50 million luxury car is no longer of the same echelon as them. What are the prices of the vehicles they drive? At most, they are merely rich second-generation individuals. The other party could be deemed as heirs of a wealthy clan. Moments later, Lin Yi was added to the group chat. The group comprised approximately 30 members, all of whom were owners of sports cars, possessing impressive connections and resources. Since acquiring the system, Lin Yi had amassed considerable wealth. However, his foundation was relatively shallow. Those rich second-generation individuals mistakenly believed Lin Yi had extensive resources and connections, when in fact, he sought to utilize their networks for his own advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, the esteemed Lin Yi has joined us, Old Qin promptly mentioned, tagging all members. Referring to the individual who drove an Aston Martin 1-77 and attended their previous gathering. With this introduction, the wealthy heirs in the group understood immediately. Welcome, esteemed one. Welcome, esteemed one. Welcome, esteemed one. At that moment, the essence of humanity as a mere echo chamber was undeniably highlighted. In unison, the group members expressed their greetings to Lin Yi. Why all the formality? Just call me brother, Lin Yi replied, unreservedly assuming the role of the leader within the group. If one were to tally their wealth, including the assets of their parents, it would likely not even amount to 1/10 of Lin Yi's bank balance. Subsequently, Lin Yi distributed a series of red envelopes. Due to the limit, each envelope contained a maximum of 200 yuan. Of course, this gesture was merely a formality. These individuals were not lacking in funds, yet each one expressed their gratitude towards Lin Yi with various emojis. Everyone, I've encountered a bit of trouble recently. As I believe you're already aware. Lin Yi typed a message and continued, the child of the other party scratched my car, and then she played the victim, exposing me online. I have ample evidence. I just wonder how many influential internet celebrities you all know. I wish to enlist their help in disseminating a video to clear my name. Upon hearing this, regardless of their belief in his words, everyone in the group displayed an attitude of righteous indignation. What concerns my brother is my concern. Anyone daring to tarnish his reputation will face my wrath. Brother, I know several prominent internet celebrities, with the most popular boasting over 3 million followers. I'll arrange for them to share your video. And I too. I'm acquainted with numerous internet celebrities and rank among their top 10 fans. These individuals boasted extensive connections with internet celebrities and often engaged in discussions about life with them. With the support of these affluent heirs, Lin Yi could swiftly acquire a plethora of media resources, thereby enhancing his visibility. Right now, I'm merely preparing. I have to strategize so that those who slander me understand the consequences, Lin Yi stated calmly. Chapter 44, Shouting Horse. In the afternoon, Lawyer Luo arrived. Having flown over from the capital, Lin Yi briefly conversed with Lawyer Luo, outlining the situation and retrieving surveillance footage from the mall. This footage was crucial, determining whether Lin Yi could hold the other party accountable. Furthermore, Lin Yi made several copies of the footage as a safeguard. Thus, they toiled until evening. During dinner, Lin Yi invited a few of his roommates, all of whom were fans of lawyer Luo. They took friendly photos with the infamous legal maverick and drank copiously, leaving outsiders to speculate that they had struck a lottery worth tens of millions. That night, Lin Yi returned to the villa. After a long day of activity, he still hadn't checked in. Check-in, Lin Yi muttered. Ding. Check-in successful. The host checked in on June 11th and received a 10 full restoration pill as a reward, which can enhance physical attributes, surpassing that of an ordinary person. This reward for the day was quite commendable. Being twice as strong as an ordinary person is not simply a case of 1+1. For instance, when playing games, especially online games, two level 1 characters generally cannot defeat a level 2 character due to the superior equipment and weapons of the latter, resulting in exponential advantages. At this moment, a radiant glow emanated from Lin Yi's hand, revealing the Great Restoration Pill. This item was remarkable, and Lin Yi consumed it directly. In the next second, his entire body trembled, experiencing an indescribable sensation of comfort, as if he had been reborn. All impurities were expelled, leaving a sticky layer on his skin. These were toxins from his body. Consuming this pill was akin to a thorough cleansing of his system. After taking a hot shower, Lin Yi felt remarkably light. Moreover, his skin appeared rejuvenated, seemingly years younger. The world's finest skincare products could scarcely achieve such results. Additionally, Lin Yi now brimmed with a sense of power. A single punch unleashed a faint whoosh. This was a manifestation of speed, reaching a significant threshold. If I were to participate in a boxing match, I could surely secure the championship. Lin Yi murmured to himself. Not only had his strength increased, but Lin Yi's reaction speed had also improved drastically. His eyesight had sharpened. Previously, he had experienced some nearsightedness. Yet now he felt capable of discerning even the minutest details in his surroundings. This comprehensive enhancement instilled in Lin Yi a burgeoning confidence. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from outside, the sound of shattering glass. Burglars? Lin Yi, clad in a bathrobe, strode toward the source of the noise. Just as he reached the living room, he encountered two strangers clad in tight-fitting attire. The two maids lay unconscious on the floor. "Where's Lin Yi?" one of the assailants demanded. "Pardon?" The intruders did not recognize him. If they were unaware of his identity, what was their purpose in invading his villa? Was it for wealth or harm? Or perhaps an act of vengeance from an enemy? Yet Lin Yi had no notable adversaries recently. The only ones who could be considered were that troublesome child and her mother, but they were evidently ordinary people who wouldn't resort to such actions. "He out, and hasn't returned." Lin Yi responded hastily. "Good heavens, I must not reveal my identity just yet. I need to ascertain who they truly are." "What is your purpose?" The intruder continued to interrogate. The voice of this assailant, though deliberately lowered, was distinctly feminine. Could it be a flower thief? Or perhaps a femme fatale? Was she interested in him? Damn it. Indeed, being handsome can be a burden. Lin Yi felt a sense of vexation. What had he done wrong? Were not all the readers of this book exceptionally handsome? Why, then, had they fixated solely upon him? "I am Lin Yi's cousin." Lin Yi continued to fabricate lies, knowing full well that the other party did not recognize him. "Cousin, I suspect you are simply cut from the same cloth." "Not a good person at all," remarked the second cloaked figure. This second figure was evidently a woman, clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her alluring physique. "Perhaps he has also been rendered unconscious. Let us wait for Lin Yi to return," she suggested. "Very well, incapacitate him," affirmed the first cloaked figure. However, the first figure did not take action. Instead, the second figure advanced closer to Lin Yi. "Hee, scream all you want. No one will come to your aid," taunted the first cloaked figure, seemingly reveling in the spectacle. The surroundings were a villa district, sparse in population, with the nearest villa a good 2 kilometers away. No matter how loudly you call, you must accept your fate. It appeared that the adversaries had conducted thorough investigations. However, Lin Yi remained unperturbed. With enhanced physical prowess and the mastery of a grandmaster-level internal martial art, he felt invulnerable in that moment. Not to mention, against 2 female assailants. Even 10 of them would not face him. Bang! The woman struck out with a powerful punch aimed at Lin Yi. The force was considerable, clearly indicative of a seasoned fighter. Yet, as her fist came mere centimeters from Lin Yi's face, he deftly intercepted it. "Impossible!" exclaimed the second cloaked figure in disbelief. Despite her slender frame, her strength was formidable. The average man would struggle to withstand even a fraction of her force. Yet this self-proclaimed cousin of Lin Yi had effortlessly absorbed the blow, retaining energy to spare. Such ferocity! Lin Yi chuckled, stepping closer and swiftly subduing the second cloaked figure. With considerable strength, he grasped her wrists and pressed her down to the ground, subsequently positioning himself atop her to prevent any retaliation. "Release my sister." The first cloaked figure cried out in alarm, yet she dared not approach Lin Yi, standing several meters away and shouting. Do you expect me to release you simply because you ask? Lin Yi replied with a smile, still wearing black. Are you not concerned about drawing attention to your criminal intent? Is the allure of uniforms too enticing? He then pulled off the mask of the subdued woman beneath him, revealing a fair-featured lady. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi confirmed that he did not recognize her. Nevertheless, she was rather attractive. He would score her an 85. And with a touch of talent, perhaps a 89 was not unwarranted. Pray tell, do you have a boyfriend? Lin Yi inquired of the woman beneath him. Humph. The second cloaked figure clearly bristled with annoyance, offering no response. The first cloaked figure, meanwhile, grew increasingly anxious. Do you dare to believe I will report this? Report it. By all means. Lin Yi chuckled. You two are the ones who trespassed into my home. I have yet to pursue any action against you. Chapter 45. Is it vegetarian or carnivorous? Once again, the villain preemptively cries foul. Lin Yi swiftly incapacitated the second cloaked figure with a chop to the neck before advancing towards the first cloaked figure. Do not come any closer, she exclaimed, retreating a few steps. If you take another step, I will scream. Go ahead, scream all you wish. No one will hear you, Lin Yi taunted, closing in on her and cornering her against the wall. He then removed her mask with a single motion. Hiss. Lin Yi inhaled sharply. The first cloaked figure was also quite lovely. He was taken aback. Why would someone with such looks resort to such actions? Was this mere boredom? State your identity, Lin Yi demanded. If you remain silent, do you believe I will refrain from dealing with you and your sister tonight? I will speak. My name is Ming Ting, the woman stammered. Ming Ting? I do not recall hearing that name. Lin Yi mused, racking his memory, but he did not recognize her. I also have another identity. I am a game streamer. My ID is Fireworks Purple Moon, she quickly added. Fireworks Purple Moon? Lin Yi suddenly recalled. Was she not a player from the gaming company he had previously acquired? She had sought to create trouble for him, only to find herself easily thwarted. Was she now seeking vengeance in real life because she could not best him in the game? Surely it could not be that serious. After all, it was just a game. What do you want with Lin Yi? He pressed. I simply wanted to inquire, even as the owner of the game. You cannot act with such impunity. Not only did you recklessly alter game parameters, but you also banned my account. Ming Ting exclaimed, her anger palpable. I invested millions from my streaming earnings into that game. It is my lifeblood. What right do you have to do this? As she spoke, her indignation was evident. However, Lin Yi knew he had never made such statements. In truth, he had not been responsible for her ban. It was likely a decision made by the game staff due to her previous offenses against him. Do you not realize the futility of your complaints? My account has already been banned. Ming Ting retorted, her frustration mounting. Today, I find myself at your mercy. Whether you choose to kill or torment me is entirely up to you. But mark my words, once I am free, I shall make you pay. Still harboring thoughts of revenge, Lin Yi mused, and without hesitation, he lifted Ming Ting and strode toward the bedroom. What do you intend to do? You scoundrel. Ming Ting panicked, thrashing about, attempting to escape his grasp. Did you not say I could do as I please? Lin Yi countered. I shall neither kill nor torment you. Rather, I intend to discuss the intricacies of human procreation. Surely that is permissible? Then you might as well just kill me. Ming Ting extended her neck, as if inviting him to strike. Lin Yi nearly burst into laughter. This girl certainly possessed a sense of humor. He set her down. Now tell me, how did you come to know my address? At this, Ming Ting complied. I had a hacker infiltrate the backend to trace your IP address. A hacker can breach that game? Lin Yi inquired, perplexed. Of course. My friend is a top-tier hacker in the Great Xian Nation, Ming Ting asserted previously. He was offered a salary of $1 million a year by Mr. Ma, but declined, citing his love for freedom. A top-tier hacker, no wonder. Lin Yi nodded. And what of this individual? He gestured toward the second cloaked figure. This friend is my childhood companion, who has trained in martial arts under a master since we were young, Ming Ting explained. I sought to confront Lin Yi through my friend's assistance. But I never anticipated you would be so formidable. Lin Yi was taken aback. Who would have thought a game streamer would have such powerful connections? And what of me? Do you not wish to uncover my true identity? He asked, smiling at Ming Ting. You? Aren't you Lin Yi's cousin? What is there to know? Ming Ting scoffed. Oh, so I am looked down upon as well, Lin Yi mused. You so readily believed I was Lin Yi's cousin? Would you believe me if I claimed to be your father? Humph, Ming Ting huffed. She was evidently furious, yet dared not resist. I am indeed the Lin Yi you speak of. Lin Yi chose to reveal his identity. You are Lin Yi. How can that be? Tomorrow will prove it. The incredulity was palpable. For someone as young as you to effortlessly acquire a company, you must be an old man. How could you possibly possess such wealth? Lin Yi found himself once again subjected to disdain. Believe it or not, he retorted, let us discuss compensation first. You trespassed into my residence and shattered my window. jeopardizing my personal safety and inflicting emotional distress upon my tender spirit. Now, how do you intend to compensate me? Emotional distress? Ming Ting nearly cursed in disbelief. You're the one who has been harmed here. It was clear that both of them had suffered, yet she was the one who now faced repercussions. I can call my father and have him send you some money, Ming Ting offered. Do I look like someone in need of money? Lin Yi replied. I am worth billions and am at a loss as to how to spend it. True enough. Ming Ting nodded, deep in thought for several minutes, yet failing to conjure a viable solution for compensation. She soon abandoned the effort and looked at Lin Yi. Just tell me what would satisfy you. As long as it is within my means, I am open to it. How about 1,000 miles to Zhongling? Lin Yi suggested. What does 1,000 miles to Zhongling mean? She asked, puzzled. Li Bai once penned a line. 1,000 miles to Zhongling. I shall return in a day, Lin Yi elucidated. Ming Ting appeared rather naive, clearly not grasping the implication. I don't understand. Could you elaborate? She requested. This is simple enough. The crucial part is in a day, Lin Yi reiterated. At last, Ming Ting began to comprehend. Rogue, she exclaimed, biting her lip and chiding Lin Yi. Isn't that outside the realm of compensation? How about something more innocent? Lin Yi inquired playfully. What do you mean by innocent? Just some kisses and hugs. Without any further actions, Lin Yi clarified. Huh. Ming Ting was taken aback, seemingly unaware of such terminology. If that is the case, I suppose innocent could be quite agreeable. Just kidding. Lin Yi teased, playfully tapping her nose. This girl was becoming increasingly charming. Tonight, I shall let it slide. But should you dare trespass again, do not expect me to be so forgiving. Lin Yi smiled, having never intended to pursue matters further with her. There truly was nothing to be gained from it. Observing her simplicity, Lin Yi surmised that even if she managed to confront him, she would merely exchange a few empty threats, causing him no real harm. And what about my sister? Ming Ting inquired. Her? She is not someone I would let off easily. If she were to confront me, it would be a different story. With you, we can keep it innocent. But with her, it must be more intense. Lin Yi jested once again. Intense. This time, Ming Ting reacted swiftly. No. You cannot treat my sister like that. Chapter 46. The counterattack begins. Ming Ting appeared more anxious for her sister than for herself, as her sister's presence had been due to Ming Ting's influence. If anything were to befall her sister, Ming Ting would carry that guilt for a lifetime. Can I swap my sister in? No innocence, just intensity? Ming Ting pleaded with Lin Yi. Not a chance. You do not measure up to your friend in looks or figure. Why should I choose you? Lin Yi posed a soul-searching question. Ming Ting was momentarily speechless, genuinely doubting her appeal. Yet, throughout her life, she had always been told she was more attractive than her friend. How could she possibly be deemed less desirable? Observing Ming Ting's woeful expression, Lin Yi knew he had achieved the desired effect. This silly girl was simply too amusing. All right, enough teasing. Take your friend and go. Lin Yi waved his hand, having never intended to entangle himself with either of them. Matters like these were best when mutual feelings were involved. Lin Yi had no desire to force anything. It was only deep into the night that Lin Yi finally fell asleep. Meanwhile, Lawyer Luo had prepared the legal documents. On the morning of June 12th, Old Wang sent Lin Yi a message confirming that he had secured evidence. All the live streams that had vilified Lin Yi online had been documented. Now, it was time for Lin Yi to retaliate. At that moment, Lin Yi's expression darkened. Over the past few days, the internet had been rife with criticisms directed at him, stirring a tempest of frustration within. Although Shen Jingnan had intended to console Lin Yi and help alleviate his anger, he had declined her offer. During this period, Lin Yi was solely focused on vengeance. In the afternoon, the court began to accept the case, while Lin Yi began reaching out to the wealthy heirs. With a single command, these affluent individuals swiftly contacted internet celebrities and disseminated the videos Lin Yi had previously recorded online. Brothers, we have a sensational scoop. The events concerning the wealthy heirs abusing a child and their mother have taken a dramatic turn. Greetings, I am the host Beifeng, and I bring you the latest developments regarding the affluent heir incident from ancient capital. Was the ancient capital incident merely a tale of the arrogant wealthy, or was there more beneath the surface? Tune in as I narrate the full story. On the Douyin platform, at that very moment, dozens of influencers collectively raised their voices. Most of these influencers were female, with some boasting millions of followers, while even the least among them had tens of thousands. This was an exceedingly formidable figure, even with overlapping fan bases. The combined voices of several prominent influencers quickly propelled the video into the spotlight. In less than half an hour, the video surged into the top 10 trending topics, with the number of viewers climbing rapidly, likely to reach the #1 trending spot within a few hours. The comments section was a cacophony of opinions, with many supporting Lin Yi while others criticized him for being petty. He drives luxury cars worth tens of millions, and yet quibbles over a child? How could that child and their parent possibly afford to compensate him? Is this not unreasonable? This comment sparked a flood of replies. Going to a temple for a bit of fun, but true bodhisattvas are found on Douyin. Suddenly, my phone transformed into prayer beads, and my attire morphed into a cassock. Behold, the Douyin living Buddha. In a flash of golden light, I wondered who it could be, only to realize it was none other than the legendary Holy Mother. Goodness. A relic just shattered all over me. There was indeed a significant number of netizens with sound moral values who rallied behind Lin Yi. The tide of public opinion began to shift, transitioning from a barrage of criticism against Lin Yi to an outcry against the mother and child duo. In response, Lin Yi chose silence. When they uploaded the video online, they had ignited a storm of online abuse against him. Yet neither the mother nor child had the decency to say anything. Moreover, since this was an act of retribution, Lin Yi had no intention of showing leniency. Big brother. The task is complete. Big brother, I've wrapped it up. The group members replied. Thank you, my brothers. Next gathering, I will cover all expenses. The influencers who assisted me online, who are also your friends, I will invite them as well, covering their round-trip airfare and accommodations. If they have any friends, bring them along too, and once this gathering concludes, we shall celebrate together. Lin Yi proposed. Though these wealthy heirs might seem frivolous, they could occasionally be quite resourceful. At the very least, they had provided invaluable assistance to Lin Yi in this instance. Subsequently, Lin Yi released another statement, preparing to sue the unruly child and his mother. On one hand, there were the expenses for repairing the car's paint. On the other hand, there were the compensation claims for Lin Yi's reputational damage and mental distress. In any case, Lin Yi would not let them off easily. Inside the villa, Shun Jingnan observed the current reversal of events online and finally felt a sense of relief. At Goode University, a group of young women stood stubbornly at the principal's office door, refusing to leave. They had been there all morning, still unaware of the developments surrounding the incident on the internet. At that moment, 5 or 6 of them were applying pressure on the principal, demanding the expulsion of Lin Yi and the withholding of his graduation and degree certificates. Absurd. The principal, observing the blockade of these women, was infuriated. Lin Yi was on the verge of graduation, and withholding his diploma would render his 4 years of university education meaningless. Moreover, such matters could be resolved if student Lin Yi issued an apology and received forgiveness from the other party. After all, it was merely a quarrel, not a physical altercation. The principal was exhausted, yet these female students were unrelenting. Principal, you cannot be serious. That Lin Yi has issues with his character. We cannot allow such individuals to exist at Goode University. We must not let outsiders perceive that our educational philosophy and values are flawed. Exactly, principal. If we allow Lin Yi to tarnish our reputation, who would dare to enroll at Goode University? We must sternly condemn Lin Yi. If you disagree, we will not relent. The young women exhibited an obstinate demeanor. As students, the principal found it challenging to simply dismiss them. I have a meeting to attend. I will return after it concludes, and we can discuss this matter further. Is that acceptable? He stated, adding that decisions regarding student expulsion were not solely his authority, but required discussions among other school leaders. After years of nurturing and educating, the principal found himself confronting this unprecedented situation. Had the fervor of female activists truly escalated to such extremes? It was utterly outrageous for them to corner him like this, to expel a student over an unresolved dispute. The principal was adamant that he needed to thoroughly investigate the matter before making any decisions. Chapter 47. Issues of Character. To expel a student without a proper investigation, without even inquiring about the student's circumstances, was undoubtedly inappropriate. Additionally, the presence of these women was increasingly vexing to the principal. As a university leader, he was overwhelmed with responsibilities, yet here he was, blocked at the door by them. I will send a faculty member from the Academic Affairs Office to negotiate with you about this matter, he stated, seeking a way to alleviate the situation. As these individuals were not easily offended, any inappropriate remarks could lead to them filming and disseminating the incident online, potentially resulting in backlash against him. In this age of rapid internet growth, a single video could easily go viral. Furthermore, with so many self-proclaimed moral guardians online, particularly among female activists, any misstep could amplify the repercussions. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the principal finished speaking, a series of knocks resonated at the door. Shortly after, the office door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man, the faculty member from the Academic Affairs Office. Upon seeing the group of women in the principal's office, the teacher paused momentarily but quickly approached the principal, whispering, "Principal, the tide has turned." Previously, many criticized Goode University online, but today the narrative has shifted. It turns out the issue was not with our student, but rather with that mother and her child, who scratched our student's car and then ranted about how the child was too young to understand. The video released the previous evening had been edited. The full, unaltered footage was now trending at the top of social media. This news was akin to a lifeline for the principal, who was overjoyed. He then turned to the young women. You must have your phones with you. Open Douyin and check the latest trending video. What do we need to watch a video for? The women questioned, though they complied. Upon seeing the first trending keywords, their faces turned pale. The situation had indeed reversed. They watched the video attentively and ultimately realized that it was not the fault of the good university student. This revelation left them feeling as though they had struck a wall, powerful yet ineffective. Principal, even if that student is in the right, is it appropriate for him to yell at women and children in public? One of the young women argued, still perceiving an issue. What? You think this is a fight? Just asking. With 20 years of martial arts proficiency, could you withstand it? Even Ultraman would be taken down, and Yiwen would yield. Even Sun Wukong would tremble beneath the 5 Elements mountain. So, you mean to say that after someone scratched your car, you can't even raise your voice in anger? The principal inquired with a frown. No need for expulsion, but a public apology is necessary, and it must be sincere and satisfactory to everyone, the young woman replied. Come, principal, you handle it. At this moment, the principal was genuinely exasperated. After so many years, he had never encountered such unreasonable students. In this matter, the student in the video was clearly in the right. And you, instead of supporting your fellow student in times of trouble, choose to side with outsiders? Where is your allegiance? Are you truly willing to distort the truth? What about your character? The principal was furious. Our school has students qualified for recommendation, but you shall no longer be able to apply. Furthermore, all your benefits, including scholarships and financial aid, are hereby revoked. These rewards are meant for students of good character. Your lack of integrity disqualifies you, regardless of your academic performance. Having lived for over 40 years, the principal had encountered many peculiarities. But meeting 5 or 6 such unreasonable individuals at once was indeed a rarity. What was more perplexing was that these peculiar individuals seemed to lack sound judgment. He truly wondered how they had managed to gain admission to good a university. Meanwhile, Lin Yi remained blissfully unaware of the schemes being plotted against him by several female classmates, as the principal had effectively diffused the situation. At this moment, Lin Yi was preparing to take the next step, clearly communicating to major media outlets that he would not let this matter rest easily. Capitalizing on the popularity of the trending topic, Lin Yi's stance rapidly spread across the internet. Bro, I support you. We men cannot back down. Let those female activists see that the internet is not solely their domain. We are all your supporters. Go ahead and take action. I've long been displeased with those female activists. Across the internet, many rallied behind Lin Yi. However, there remained those who believed Lin Yi lacked grace and perspective, arguing that as someone who drove a luxury car, he should not stoop to conflict with a woman and a child. This comment often sparked a wave of criticism. No matter how expensive Lin Yi's car may be, it remains his personal property. To casually dismiss the destruction of his belongings with a flippant remark about a child being too young to understand is simply unacceptable. Moreover, the other party had the audacity to post the video online first, inciting public outrage against Lin Yi. If the matter were to end there, it would indeed be out of character for him. In truth, Lin Yi is not inherently vindictive. Ordinarily, if someone accidentally bumped into his car, as long as it was unintentional and the demeanor was respectful, he would not pursue the issue too vigorously. However, the other party's atrocious attitude warranted consequences. Lin Yi resolved to teach them a lesson. Meanwhile, in a secluded neighborhood of the ancient capital, lawyer Luo knocked on a door, which was answered by a woman, the mother of the mischievous child featured in the video. Who are you looking for? She asked impatiently. The recent turn of events had caught her off guard, and the escalating backlash online had begun to irritate her, causing her tone to be quite brusque. Ms. Wang, I presume, lawyer Luo replied, producing a document from his briefcase and presenting it to her. This is a letter of authorization to sue, commissioned by my client, Mr. Lin Yi. I am here to formally initiate legal proceedings against you. Though this step may have seemed unnecessary, Lin Yi wished to ensure the other party was adequately prepared for the impending court confrontation. The mother of the child was taken aback. Initially, after posting the video, her intent had been to incite public condemnation of Lin Yi. Indeed, after the video went viral, she felt a rush of excitement. What does it matter if someone is wealthy? Wealthy individuals can still be criticized. However, her satisfaction quickly turned to discomfort when the full video emerged, followed closely by Lin Yi's insistence on pursuing legal action. At that moment, she had dismissed his threats as mere bluster, not anticipating that a lawyer would come knocking. Is this really necessary? It's just a trivial matter, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic. Ms. Wang, lawyer Luo countered, this is not merely a trivial issue. Your video, taken out of context, has garnered significant attention online and has had dire consequences for my client. His daily life and movements have been severely impacted, and he has suffered from online harassment. Lawyer Luo found such individuals particularly irksome, those who exhibit a nonchalant attitude until calamity strikes. only to downplay the severity of the situation. But now the tables have turned, and I am the victim, facing daily harassment online. The mother protested. I have received countless abusive messages, but have remained silent. Lawyer Luo nearly choked on his disbelief. This was a classic case of victim mentality. By her logic, if a crime were committed against her, she would expect absolution simply because she faced backlash? Was she not responsible for her own actions? Allow me to clarify. I am merely here to inform you that the matter will ultimately be resolved by the court. Your guilt or innocence is not for me to decide, and there is no need for further discussion between us. I advise you to consult with your lawyer. The evidence was already solidified, and few attorneys would be willing to take on such a case, especially given the risk of tarnishing their record, unless, of course, the financial incentive was substantial enough to warrant their involvement. After stating his piece, Lawyer Luo departed, leaving the mother of the child to collapse onto the floor, overwhelmed by the unexpected escalation of the situation. What is going on? The child's father emerged from within the house, inquiring. The woman on the floor remained silent for a moment as her husband picked up the lawyer's letter. Upon reading its contents, he too became alarmed. All your bluster has led to this. What now? He fumed. Hiring a lawyer is no small expense, and if we lose, we could be liable for a significant sum. You're the head of the household. You must come up with a solution. The woman pleaded, clinging to her husband's leg as if he were her last hope. What do you expect me to do? He replied, equally at a loss. The best course of action now is to issue an apology. We should record a video expressing our regret and seek Mr. Lin's understanding. If he can forgive us, we may avoid further troubles. It seemed there was no other option available. The woman rose from the floor, ready to record the apology video. Her previous arrogance and defiance entirely vanished. Meanwhile, numerous influencers received a private message stating, Dear Mr. XX, your recent video has caused distress to my client. We are preparing to file a lawsuit, and I urge you to consult with your attorney. As per Lin Yi's stipulation, any video garnering over 5,000 likes would not go unpunished. Hundreds of accounts had been documented, and Lin Yi was in no rush. He had ample time to proceed at his leisure. Once the messages were sent, the influencers began to panic, realizing the severity of the situation. Many hastily recorded videos to apologize to Lin Yi. On June 12th, a remarkable phenomenon occurred on Douyin. As countless streamers sought forgiveness from Lin Yi, the apology videos swiftly climbed the trending charts. Watching these videos on his phone, Lin Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. However, he had no intention of forgiving them. If apologies were sufficient, why would the police be necessary? The legal documents were prepared, and Lin Yi was ready to file a lawsuit to ensure they understood the consequences of their actions. The internet was not a lawless realm, and he was not so easily intimidated. If they had the audacity to flaunt their bravado online, they should be prepared to face him in full force. At Goody University, Lin Yi's roommates breathed a sigh of relief, as the matter had been largely resolved. They genuinely felt happy for Lin Yi. I told you, Lin isn't the type to endure humiliation. You all suggested he hide away, but now he has effortlessly resolved the issue. Lin is incredible. How about we all chip in to treat him to a meal? It would be a fitting celebration. One roommate suggested. Aware of Lin Yi's wealth, they knew a budget-friendly venue would not suffice. However, they could pool their resources for a nicer place, as Lin Yi had always treated them well, making it only right for them to show their appreciation. No problem at all, I agree, exclaimed several of my roommates in unison, having shared 4 years together as roommates. Our bond was quite strong. What were you all discussing? Suddenly, Lin Yi pushed the door open and entered. Nothing much, old Lin. Why are you back today? Song Tao inquired. Aren't you supposed to be dealing with those matters? There's nothing much to handle. It's all taken care of. Someone is helping me with it. So I saved myself the trouble. Lin Yi had hired lawyer Luo and enlisted many assistants to manage these affairs. The horn of vengeance had sounded, and Lin Yi was ready to strike back. The rest of the work was left to the lawyers. As for Lin Yi, he merely needed to make an appearance in court when the time came. Old Lin, here's the thing. We, your roommates, are planning to treat you to a meal to celebrate your victory, Song Tao said on behalf of the others. You shouldn't rush to refuse. We all know you have money, but we must treat you. It's our heartfelt intention. If you disagree, it would mean you Haven T regarded us as brothers throughout these 4 years. Well, now that you've put it this way, how could I possibly refuse? Lin Yi chuckled, bemused. Chapter 49, Extracting Information. Ding. Check-in successful. The host has checked in on June 12th, receiving the reward of level 10 national painting skill. On June 12th, Lin Yi checked in once more. The reward for this check-in was quite acceptable. Level 10 national painting skill was a commendable asset, allowing him to impress others. The reward from yesterday was even more remarkable. After consuming the elixir, not only had Lin Yi's physical fitness improved, but his previous record of 14 times in one night had also surged, making the prospect of 15 times seem entirely feasible. Today, nearly all the formalities were completed, and he anticipated leaving the university either tomorrow or the day after. By then, all dormitories would need to be vacated, marking the official end of his 4 years at university. Looking at all the belongings in his dormitory, Lin Yi felt a twinge of reluctance. Over the course of 4 years, he had grown accustomed to everything here, especially the camaraderie shared with his roommates. The thought of moving out left him somewhat unsettled. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that departure was inevitable. After so many years of education, the goal was to secure a job and earn a living. Most people lead such ordinary lives, continuing until old age. Often, individuals discover a troubling reality, from primary school to middle school, then high school, and finally university. After years of effort, they find themselves with merely an ordinary job. All that dedication to studying seemed to be in vain, merely to become an average individual. Lin Yi tidied up his belongings, deciding to take some essentials and discard the rest. He worked diligently until evening, nearly finishing everything. At that moment, he received a call from Manager Wang of Jian Investment Bank. As soon as he answered, Wang's voice came through. "Hello, Mr. Lin, this is old Wang. We at Jian Investment Bank are organizing a gathering. Do you have time to attend?" "A gathering?" Lin Yi questioned, puzzled. "What kind of gathering at this hour?" "Well, it's a gathering for our major clients, intended to foster familiarity and connections," Manager Wang elaborated. "In simple terms, it's about expanding networks and channels. Not only banks but also car companies enjoy hosting such events. They are often social gatherings where people mingle and have fun." "What time is it?" Lin Yi inquired. "About 10 o'clock tonight." Wang replied. 10 o'clock? What kind of gathering starts that late?" "It's already quite late." However, pondering further, Lin Yi began to perceive an opportunity. These events often attracted a fair share of socialites, not the genuine elite, but rather those of the Shanghai variety, who constantly sought to showcase themselves in upscale settings and meet affluent individuals. Of course, these wealthy men were no fools. They knew the game was reciprocal. As long as one possessed the right allure, spending a little money was inconsequential. If these faux socialites played their cards right, they could enjoy a lucrative arrangement by associating with the wealthy for a few years. The greatest fear was that these pretenders sought to elevate their status. In truth, the wealthy were astute enough to prevent such aspirations. For them, these faux socialites were merely decorative, beautiful but lacking substance. When they chose a spouse, it was with careful consideration. They wouldn't settle for less than someone who could contribute to their enterprise. Moreover, they were wary of casual divorces, knowing that such proceedings could have their assets. Thus, these encounters were merely for amusement. As for Lin Yi's reason for attending such an affair, it was primarily to cultivate connections and channels. After all, the wealthier individuals engaged in various businesses, and it was possible he might need their assistance in the future. At 10 o'clock that evening, Lin Yi arrived as scheduled. The venue was a 5-star hotel, entirely reserved for the occasion. Upon his arrival, he found the hotel lobby already bustling with activity. There were young women in their 20s dancing seductively with middle-aged, balding men, while slightly older women, dressed provocatively, scanned the room in search of their next target. Those who attended such gatherings, especially the socialites, typically possessed commendable looks. After all, if one was spending money, they would naturally seek beauty. "Mr. Lin, you've arrived." Manager Wang called out as he spotted Lin Yi at the entrance, hastening over to greet him. "It seems quite lively," Lin Yi remarked as he surveyed the banquet hall. "Indeed, we were merely awaiting your esteemed presence," Wang flattered. "With your arrival, the banquet hall shines even brighter." "Enough with the flattery, I might just float away." "You carry on with your duties. I'll have a look around," Lin Yi replied. "Of course, Mr. Lin, I'll be busy. If you need anything, just let me know," Wang smiled, fully aware that Lin Yi was his golden patron, deserving of meticulous attention. Once Lin Yi ventured inside, Manager Wang returned to his post, ready to welcome more distinguished guests. Shortly after Lin Yi departed, 3 women clad in low-cut, form-fitting dresses approached Wang with cheerful smiles. Wang did not assume they were interested in him. Instead, he greeted them with a warm smile. "Manager Wang, I was hoping to chat more at the last gathering, but I didn't see you after it ended." One of the women pouted flirtatiously. "I was caught up with some matters and couldn't make it." Wang replied with a wry smile. He had no recollection of these 3 women, yet he maintained a cordial demeanor, recognizing that they could potentially become the lovers of some wealthy individuals in the future. Although having become a lover does not alter Manager Wang's esteemed position, it is certainly preferable to cultivate friendships rather than enmities, at the very least ensuring that these individuals harbor no disdain towards him. Indeed, Manager Wang struggles to remember the names of these women, primarily due to the sheer number of attendees at the banquet, most of whom play inconsequential roles. "He. This evening, we have resolved to keep you here. You mustn't escape," one of the women continued with a beaming smile. No. I'm getting on in years and cannot withstand this. If you have something to discuss, please do so directly. I assure you, I will not be evasive in offering assistance, Manager Wang replied with a reluctant smile. Oh dear, how could we trouble you, Manager Wang? We merely have a modest request. You see, we are all newcomers and are rather ignorant of the protocols. At this gathering, we hardly recognize the esteemed figures present, so we would greatly appreciate your guidance. The woman revealed her intentions candidly. Upon realizing this, Manager Wang understood instantly. He had initially thought they sought something of greater significance, only to discover they were merely fishing for information. Chapter 50. Disdain for wood, ear mushrooms. Such occurrences are hardly rare. These faux socialites are oblivious to which among the affluent possess the most wealth, or who among them is less financially endowed. Nor do they discern those who are easily swayed from those who are more obstinate. Among the affluent, there are indeed those who have risen from humble beginnings and have accumulated substantial wealth, yet they tend to be rather frugal, preferring to take advantage of opportunities without committing any resources. They may boast of bestowing luxury gifts, designer handbags worth hundreds of thousands, opulent villas, and high-end sports cars, but these declarations often remain mere words. Once they have successfully exploited their opportunities, good luck attempting to contact them again. Of course, such individuals do not dominate the scene. As long as one exercises caution, all should be well. If you seek to gain benefits, they too wish to procure beauty. In most instances, it is a mutually advantageous arrangement, though occasionally, someone may find themselves at a disadvantage. Those who have achieved such wealth are not fools. They are astute individuals, and it is rather unlikely that a mere young lady could deceive them. Do you see that young man over there? Manager Wang gestured towards the 3 o'clock direction. That fellow in his 20s? The women queried, puzzled. In their minds, gatherings of this nature typically attract middle-aged individuals in their 40s or 50s, predominantly corpulent and unrefined men. After all, this is a high-end gathering, comprising major clients of the investment bank. Even the second-generation wealthy are often not deemed worthy. While these second-generation heirs may possess considerable wealth, their fathers would never entrust them with their entire fortunes. Moreover, Lin Yi's age is similar to that of the second-generation heirs. Thus, in the eyes of these women, Lin Yi was not their first choice. After all, in the perspective of these faux socialites, it is all about monetary gain, and the wealth of the second-generation heirs is certainly less than that of their predecessors. It is said that within the realm of faux socialites, there was a young woman who initially paired off with a second-generation heir. After 6 months, she had earned 300,000. Subsequently, through a fortunate turn of events, she met the father of that second-generation heir and became his mistress. The heir had never introduced her to his father, as she was merely a fleeting dalliance, not a legitimate girlfriend. Consequently, the father remained unaware of her prior involvement with his son. After another 6 months, she amassed 3 million. Eventually, at a gathering, the two crossed paths, and the second-generation heir nearly lost his composure. The woman he had discarded had become his father's mistress. How utterly chaotic. In truth, this circle resembles that of celebrities, rife with filth and transactions, and this incident has served as a wake-up call for many. Yet, in the eyes of these faux socialites, the lesson learned diverged. Consider this. Being with a second-generation heir yielded a mere 300,000 in half a year, whereas being with his father yielded over 3 million in the same time frame, a tenfold difference. After all, both paths involve the commodification of their bodies. Naturally, one would prefer to reap greater rewards. Thus, the faux socialites in the ancient capital have all turned their attention to the fathers of these second-generation heirs, causing considerable anxiety among many heirs who fear that the women they entertain may one day entangle themselves with their fathers. Of course, this remains a low-probability event. In his 20s? Do not be deceived by his youth. He is a diamond black card holder at our investment bank. Manager Wang cast a disdainful glance at the women before explaining. The standard for a black card at our bank requires a deposit of over 1 billion. Do you grasp the significance of this? That is over 1 billion in liquid cash. Among those present, there are indeed individuals with fortunes in the tens of billions. But much of that wealth is tied up in fixed assets. If pressed to liquidate, they might struggle to produce even 1 billion in cash in a short time frame. As Manager Wang elucidated, the light in the eyes of these faux socialites grew progressively brighter, and their gazes towards Lin Yi became increasingly fervent. When they looked at him, they resembled a pack of wolves, eager to devour their prey. Manager Wang, we are immensely grateful to you. How about we treat you to a meal sometime? One of the women said, suppressing her inner excitement as she smiled warmly at him. Oh, dining is unnecessary. Manager Wang hastily waved his hand. He had no desire to become embroiled in such matters. He was merely a broker, capable of organizing gatherings, but when it came to interacting with these women, he preferred to abstain. We shall discuss this later. For now, we must take our leave. The faux socialites bowed slightly to Manager Wang in appreciation and then proceeded towards Lin Yi. On the other side, Lin Yi sensed a predatory aura approaching from behind. Initially, He assumed it was something of concern, only to turn around and find 3 young women. It is often said that women in their 30s are like wolves and in their 40s like tigers. Yet, these women, despite being in their 20s, emanated the ferocity of tigers, 3 of them, no less. Upon examining their gazes, Lin Yi felt as though they were about to consume him. "Sir, may I inquire your name?" One of the women inquired with a charming smile. "Call me Song Tao," Lin Yi replied, still unclear about the situation, hastily borrowing the name of his roommate. After all, should the need arise, it would ultimately fall upon his roommate's shoulders, leaving Lin Yi unperturbed. As the saying goes, in the world of Jianghu, one must use an alias when venturing out. "Mr. Song, is it? I am Aki. This is Aya, and the lady on your right is Alan. Seeing as you appear rather bored, why not join us for a drink and a chat?" Aki proposed. All 3 women possessed commendable beauty and a flair for fashion. Upon reflection, it stands to reason, having achieved the status of faux socialites, one must possess a certain allure. If one lacks wealth and beauty, one would hardly gain admission to such an exclusive gathering. "What shall we discuss?" Lin Yi countered. "I noticed that you are quite young, Mr. Song. Perhaps we could find a quiet spot to discuss the history of human reproduction? What do you think of such a topic?" Aki inquired with a playful smile. Goodness, how direct. Lin Yi was taken aback. While he had encountered many women, this was the first time someone had broached such a topic so brazenly. Yet, from another perspective, these faux socialites were evidently well versed in such environments, allowing them to be so forthright. "Apologies, but I am not fond of overly casual situations." Lin Yi waved his hand, dismissing the 3 women. Observing that they stood with their legs nearly glued together, Lin Yi discerned their circumstances. They were undoubtedly official partners of various hotels, often boosting their performance metrics. Lin Yi found no desire to engage with them further. Instead of wasting time conversing, he preferred to seek out a new companion. Ideally, one more refined in form. Chapter 51, The Advantages of Disguise. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the expressions of the 3 women shifted dramatically. The one in the center, Aki, quickly muttered an apology before departing with her companions. Given that their efforts were fruitless here, there was no reason for them to linger or provoke a confrontation with Lin Yi. They had just overheard manager Wang mention that Lin Yi's account boasted a minimum of 1 billion in cash. Such a heavyweight was beyond their means. Any conflict with him could easily result in their expulsion. In this era, wealth equates to power. Were they affluent, they could also seek out youthful companions. In 50 years, they could still attract young suitors of 18 or 19. Ultimately, it all boiled down to a lack of funds. "Sisters, I'm off to the restroom. Please wait for me," Aki remarked to her 2 companions before heading toward the lavatory. "Wait, I'll join you." The remaining 2, Aya and Alan, chimed in unison. Thus, the trio made their way to the restroom together. Once inside, and after closing the door, Aki hurriedly retrieved her phone and composed a message to a group chat. "Sisters, I've just met a wealthy gentleman, approximately 22 years old, standing at 6 feet tall, quite handsome, and with a family fortune and bank savings exceeding 10 figures. Selling his information and some details for 500 yuan. Act fast if interested." While crafting this message, Aki considered that since the gentleman named Song Tao did not fancy her, he might take a liking to someone else. Selling his information for 500 yuan wouldn't be a loss. It was rumored they would be pooling together to rent a Porsche sports car the following day, and with around 20 individuals participating, the cost would average 400 to 500 yuan each. If she could sell this information today, she would effectively be spending nothing tomorrow. However, just as Aki sent her message, 2 more identical messages appeared in the group chat, also stating, "Sisters, I've just met a wealthy gentleman, approximately 22 years old, standing at 6 feet tall, quite handsome, and with a family fortune and bank savings exceeding 10 figures. Selling his information and some details for 500 yuan. Act fast if interested." Upon closer inspection, Aki realized the senders were none other than Aya and Alan. How audacious, attempting to steal her business. Aki was immediately displeased and tagged her 2 sisters in the chat. "Aya, Alan, I was the first to send this message. You 2 are late. Etiquette dictates first come, first served, understand? Please retract your messages." In the restroom stalls, Aya and Alan saw Aki's message and cursed under their breath. Reluctantly, they complied and retracted their messages. The group consisted of roughly 200 individuals, all posing as socialites in the ancient capital. Aki belonged to dozens of similar groups, though many members overlapped. In total, the socialite groups in the ancient capital likely numbered around 3,000 to 4,000 members, attributed to the relatively fewer affluent individuals. In contrast, cities like Magic City and Imperial Capital boasted tens of thousands of such pretenders. Sometimes, Aki found herself yearning for the bustling social scene in those cities, where the socialites were plentiful, the circles expansive, and opportunities abundant for lavish afternoon teas or high-end outings. With more individuals sharing expenses, the cost per person would naturally decrease. Ding dong. While Aki pondered her life choices, her phone lit up and someone tagged her in the group. Li11. Aki, how about a discount? Sell me the information for 300 yuan. Aki. Li11. That's out of the question. 500 yuan is already a bargain. I could offer you a maximum discount of 50 yuan. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, his information was being traded, even if he were aware. It mattered little as he was using an alias, and the details known about him were scant. After dismissing those three women, Lin Yi strolled toward the buffet area, taking a plate to sample some food. Suddenly, Lin Yi inadvertently bumped into a woman. Her tray, laden with an abundance of food, toppled to the ground, causing her to nearly lose her balance. Are you all right? Lin Yi inquired hastily. I'm fine. The woman responded graciously, though her attire was now sullied by the spilled food. As she lifted her gaze, Lin Yi took in her appearance. How to describe her? Perhaps akin to a vehicle roughly 24 years old, measuring 1.7 meters in length, well-maintained with a pristine interior, bright headlights, and normal oil consumption. Her engine was in peak condition. After 30 minutes, the exhaust would emit clear streams. Not advisable for novices. Only seasoned drivers could handle such a model. Lin Yi assessed the situation. Did you bring a change of clothes? If so, you could change in my car, he suggested. I didn't bring any. I'll just change later. What a waste of that platter of food, the woman lamented, glancing at the buffet remnants strewn across the floor. Let me get you another one, Lin Yi offered, perhaps out of guilt. He procured another tray, filled it with food, and presented it to her. Thank you. The woman appeared slightly embarrassed, lowering her head as she accepted the tray and found a spot to eat. Interesting. Lin Yi chuckled softly, yet did not dwell on it. After all, most women here were not to be underestimated. Some could easily win an Oscar for their performances. They often feigned fragility while being quite cunning. Once he observed the woman settled comfortably on a sofa, Lin Yi took his leave. The atmosphere remained lively, and after wandering for a while, he spotted Manager Wang standing nearby and decided to approach him. Mr. Lin, did you achieve success? Manager Wang inquired with a sly grin. What success? Lin Yi replied, somewhat puzzled. I saw a few ladies approach you earlier. Didn't you manage to engage one? Manager Wang questioned. Oh, about that. Lin Yi suddenly understood, shaking his head. He had no interest in those women. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang comprehended that Lin Yi found the quality of those ladies lacking. Mr. Lin, the current climate is not what it once was, Manager Wang lamented, particularly with the rise of short video streaming platforms. Many attractive women now opted to earn money through live broadcasts. Online, the wealthy were abundant and visibility was high. Most crucially, the income from streaming went directly into their pockets, supplemented by fans who willingly supported them. This led to a dilution of talent, resulting in a decline in the quality of socialites at gatherings year by year. Chapter 52, Vehicle Age 24. At this point, Manager Wang could only shake his head in lamentation. The impact of short videos has been profoundly significant. Once, there were numerous high-quality ladies. Yet now such gatherings have become increasingly rare. Sighing deeply, Lin Yi lamented that he had traversed through time too late. If only he had arrived earlier and bound himself to a system, how exhilarating it would have been to partake in such events. Mr. Lin need not despair, for at this gathering, there are indeed a fair number of quality ladies. Old Wang remarked, introducing Lin Yi to a particular lady at 6 o'clock, noting her impressive appearance. Moreover, based on my years of experience, she appears to be a novice. If you manage to win her over, I assure you, attending this event will be worthwhile. At 6 o'clock, Lin Yi turned to gaze in that direction, only to discover that the lady in question was the very one he had accidentally bumped into earlier, causing her food to tumble to the ground. Approximately 24 years of age, standing at 1.7 meters, her condition seemed well-maintained, and her interior was quite appealing. Are you certain she is a novice? Could she be a skilled performer? Lin Yi inquired. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, my judgment is quite astute, Old Wang chuckled. Moreover, that lady is still a bud, yet to bloom, merely awaiting someone to pluck her. With this reassurance from Old Wang, Lin Yi felt at ease. However, he refrained from overly pursuing her, as such actions might diminish his own worth. After all, matters of the heart require mutual affection. If she seeks your wealth while you covet her beauty, then an exchange may occur if both sets of eyes meet and recognize one another. By the way, please reserve a few positions at the bank for me. Perhaps some of my friends will seek employment there, Lin Yi mentioned, but do not rush. I am merely informing you. Whether they choose to go remains uncertain. He intended to secure promising positions for his roommates. Mr. Lin, you are being too formal. Old Wang quickly replied. Jin Investment Bank is like a second home to you. Having your friends join us would be an honor. Arranging a few positions is a trivial matter, and with a single call, I can take care of it. What about the salary? Old Wang inquired. Would you have any specific expectations? A salary of around 10,000 a month would suffice, Lin Yi replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed to ask for too much. Although he was a major client of Jian Investment Bank, it was a state-owned enterprise, and thus he could not exert too much influence. Moreover, a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 right after graduating from university is considered quite commendable in the ancient capital. Positions in the bank not only rely on connections, but also require experience. Being too young may hinder one's capacity to shoulder significant responsibilities. With more practice, Lin Yi believed he could assist them further, and by the time they approached 30, becoming a branch manager would likely not pose much of a challenge. At that point, they would truly exemplify youthful success, full of potential and standing out in their endeavors. It would be remarkable for someone from an ordinary family to rise to the position of a branch manager. The gathering commenced at 10 o'clock in the evening. With a clear understanding of its purpose, starting late and concluding late allowed attendees the freedom to engage in whatever they desired afterward, with ample excuses at their disposal. The event for major clients of the bank served to expand networks and also provided a convenient explanation to family members. Manager Wang of Jian Investment Bank had mastered the orchestration of such events. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the role of major client manager. Furthermore, it was said that his abilities had attracted numerous major clients to the bank, positioning him for a promotion to branch general manager or even a transfer to the headquarters. Yet, once Manager Wang departed, those left behind struggled to manage affairs, leading to the loss of several major clients. Ultimately, it fell upon Manager Wang to rectify the situation. However, the bank generously compensated old Wang. Although his annual salary was modest, the benefits and various rewards amounted to what some high-ranking officials at the headquarters earned in a year. People, after all, are driven by either wealth, desire, or power. As long as one of these needs is satisfied, that is sufficient. Old Wang was adept at handling matters with finesse. He understood the desires of many and could skillfully facilitate the completion of tasks for others. The gathering continued until around 1 in the morning, by which time most had departed. Some prominent figures remained, likely to engage in intimate encounters. As for Lin Yi, he ultimately left alone. Observing Lin Yi's solitary figure, old Wang felt a twinge of sorrow. The matters concerning major clients were his responsibility, and seeing Lin Yi so forlorn led Manager Wang to reflect on his shortcomings. It appeared that this batch of ladies was indeed lacking. He needed to devise a way to find another group, at the very least to ensure Mr. Lin's satisfaction. He muttered to himself. Outside the hotel, Lin Yi felt indifferent. It was entirely normal to arrive alone and depart alone. As he approached his car, he suddenly heard the unmistakable sound of someone retching. Is someone vomiting? After drinking so much tonight, what a mess. In such an ambiguous environment, engaging openly with ladies was the primary concern. If one lacked understanding, they would find it difficult to connect later in the evening. Only upon reaching the car did Lin Yi realize that the one retching was indeed a lady. By her side, another lady gently patted her back. The more coherent of the two was the very lady old Wang had described, the one approximately 24 years of age. What a coincidence to encounter her again here. Do you require assistance? Lin Yi approached and inquired. It's you. The 24-year-old beauty responded, regaining her composure and recognizing Lin Yi. My friend has drunk too much, and I wish to help her to the roadside to hail a cab. Could you assist me? I find it a bit challenging alone. Lin Yi replied. If we assist her into a car, she might feel even more nauseous and could end up vomiting inside. How about this? There are hotels nearby. I can book a room for her to rest. This way, it would avoid further complications. Book a hotel? The 24-year-old lady appeared taken aback. But the hotels here are quite expensive. Expensive? In Lin Yi's presence, such a notion seemed unfounded. I am quite familiar with the owner here. I can arrange for a complimentary room. Lin Yi promptly pulled out his phone and dialed old Wang. After a brief moment, the call was answered. Before old Wang could speak, Lin Yi heard faint, feminine breaths on the other end. To his surprise, old Wang was not as innocent as one might presume. Mr. Lin, how may I assist you? Old Wang inquired. I believe I dialed the wrong number. Perhaps you should continue with your business. Lin Yi intended to hang up. Old Wang, likely engaged in some questionable activities, seemed to misinterpret Lin Yi's intent. Do not hang up, Mr. Lin. Your matters are my priority, and no matter how busy I am, I will ensure they are addressed. You are hosting a banquet here, so you must be familiar with the hotel owner. Please arrange a room for me at this hotel. I have a use for it, Lin Yi stated. Mr. Lin, I understand perfectly. I will contact the hotel owner immediately and inform you of the room number shortly. Just proceed there. Old Wang's voice carried a mischievous tone. As for any additional necessities for your evening activities, I will ensure everything is adequately prepared. Chapter 53. Am I such a person? Additional necessities? What on earth is this about? How absurd. Is Lin Yi truly that kind of person? On the other end, Manager Wang assumed Mr. Lin was dissatisfied and continued. If you require items such as a small whip, I can arrange that as well. though it might be challenging to procure at this hour. Nevertheless, rest assured, Mr. Lin, if you have any needs, I will see to it. A small whip? How ridiculous. Simply book a room without all the unnecessary complications. Lin Yi instructed. Understood, noted. Manager Wang replied. It was quite evident why Mr. Lin did not use his own identification to check into the hotel. Was he lacking in funds? Clearly not. Through his connections, he could contact the hotel owner to secure a room without the need for identification. This way, there would be no record of his stay, allowing him to maintain the facade of a respectable man in public. TSK, one must admit that Mr. Lin was quite astute. However, Manager Wang's assumptions were unbeknownst to Lin Yi. Since he was assisting a woman, it would undoubtedly be troublesome for him to check in himself. Thus, he directly instructed Manager Wang to arrange a room, making it far more convenient for him to escort the lady into the hotel elevator. Furthermore, Lin Yi had previously mentioned that the hotel owner was his friend and that he could secure a room without payment if he were to pay in front of them. It would be an embarrassing contradiction. The only guilt he felt was for interrupting old Wang's activities. Lin Yi felt a pang of remorse, considering that old Wang was likely in high spirits at that moment. He couldn't help but wonder if old Wang would be startled by the situation, potentially affecting his future vigor. If that were the case, Lin Yi would bear a significant burden of guilt. A few minutes later, old Wang sent a message stating that the arrangements had been made. Lin Yi, along with the 24-year-old woman, assisted her friend into the hotel. The receptionist asked no questions and promptly handed over the room key. The room was on the 17th floor, and as they entered the elevator, Lin Yi switched arms to better support the woman. It is often said that a drunken person feels heavy, and at this moment, Lin Yi could attest to the truth of that statement. It felt as though he was helping a lifeless weight. This was to be expected, as intoxication strips one of consciousness. Even if one attempted to carry her, her shifting center of gravity would only complicate the task. Why do young women drink so excessively? Lin Yi frowned slightly. Alcohol should be enjoyed in moderation. When one drinks to the point of losing all awareness, if they're isn't someone to escort them home, they risk becoming a victim on the streets, perhaps even left for dead. I've seen plenty of news stories about women sprawled on the ground outside bars and nightclubs in the dead of night. I just broke up with my boyfriend. The 24-year-old woman explained. I wanted to drink a bit to feel better. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately understood. Her ex-boyfriend likely had a lot to regret. It was no wonder he was troubled. Who wouldn't be concerned about a partner like that? Everyone understood the implications of such situations. To continue attending such venues while in a relationship was a clear indication of disinterest and commitment. Some wealthy individuals find excitement in pursuing women who are already attached. But for Lin Yi, such behavior was rather distasteful. Currently, he was single and free to indulge as he pleased, but should he enter into a serious relationship, he would certainly approach it with sincerity. And what about you? Lin Yi inquired. It seems you haven't consumed much alcohol tonight. Me? I came along because she insisted, claiming there would be free food and drinks. So I thought, why not? The woman replied. Besides, I'm glad I did. Otherwise, she might have been in danger. Perhaps that was her intention all along, Lin Yi said nonchalantly. Drinking so much makes one vulnerable to opportunists. She could very well wake up in some influential person's embrace tomorrow morning, and they certainly wouldn't be stingy, tossing a few thousand yuan her way as a parting gift. However, it appears she miscalculated tonight. Wait, intentionally. The 24-year-old woman momentarily processed this revelation. Never mind. Let us not dwell on that. The elevator reached the 17th floor, and Lin Yi assisted the young woman into the room. This hotel boasted a high standard, with an inviting atmosphere and tasteful decor. This particular room was renowned as the Prime Suite, costing over 3,000 yuan for a single night. With Lin Yi's assistance, he gently placed the young woman onto the bed, covering her with a blanket to ensure she could rest peacefully. The ambience of the room was somewhat suggestive. Beside the nightstand sat a small box containing various items, and a leather whip hung on the wall, easily accessible. Additionally, the room was stocked with an array of unique tools. Even Lin Yi, an experienced individual, felt a touch of embarrassment upon seeing these items. And you? Will you be resting here tonight? Lin Yi asked. I think I should head home. I'm not accustomed to hotel stays. Besides, my clothes are dirty, and I need to change, the 24-year-old woman quickly responded. The atmosphere of the room made her feel a bit flustered, an indescribable discomfort settling in. Very well, I can give you a ride home, Lin Yi offered. After ensuring the inebriated woman was settled, he led her downstairs. Upon reaching his sports car, the young woman was taken aback, surprised that this seemingly young man owned such an extravagant vehicle. Although she wasn't well versed in cars, it was evident that it was quite expensive. Get in, Lin Yi urged. All right, she nodded, taking her seat in the passenger side. Chapter 54, No ice, please. This was the first time someone had spoken to her about this topic. Oddly enough, if anyone else had broached the subject, she would have found it distasteful. Yet coming from this man, it piqued her interest. "Oh, I haven't asked your name yet." The 24-year-old woman inquired eagerly. Lin Yi, he replied, using his real name at this critical moment rather than a pseudonym. "I'm Chen Zihan," she introduced herself. "I'm a graduate student at Xi'an Jiaodong University." "A graduate student? How impressive," Lin Yi remarked, surprised. Xi'an Jiaodong University was no ordinary institution, ranking among the top 10 in the entire country. With her academic prowess and beauty, she was indeed remarkable. "I'm graduating this year as well," Lin Yi added. "Perhaps we can exchange some academic insights in the future." "My major is history," Chen Zihan replied. "We might not have much in common." "How could history not be relevant?" Lin Yi countered. "For instance, discussing the history of human reproduction and how humanity procreates offers significant value for discussion." "Uft, you're quite the jokester," Chen Zihan laughed. "Those topics sound more like biology than history." "One could interpret it that way." Lin Yi chuckled in return. After a few exchanges, their rapport had grown considerably, and a subtle tension filled the car. Chen Zihan's cheeks remained flushed, yet she felt a sense of joy. It was her first time engaging in such an extensive conversation with a man, especially on such sensitive topics. "Your destination is on your right," the navigation system chimed, indicating they had arrived. Chen Zihan's home was nearby, and as a graduate student, her university was lenient, allowing her to rent an apartment off campus. The residential complex was just across the street from the graduate campus of Xi'an Jiaodong University. "Thank you." Chen Zihan directed her words towards Lin Yi, saying, "What are you being so polite for?" Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, feeling it was no trouble at all. After all, he was merely escorting someone. "Are you thirsty? Would you like to go upstairs for a drink?" Noticing that Lin Yi remained seated in the car, Chen Zihan, gathering her courage, took the initiative to ask. At 24 years of age, having never had a boyfriend, she sometimes felt quite lonely. Upon meeting Lin Yi, she found him rather charming, youthful, humorous, and, most importantly, helpful, thus nurturing a desire to spend more time with him. "Drink water?" Lin Yi immediately understood. At this hour, going upstairs for water surely implied more than just quenching thirst. However, there was one matter Lin Yi needed to clarify. "Can you drink it cold? It's quite uncomfortable to have room temperature on such a hot day." How absurd. What meaning could there be in asking such a question? Chen Zihan playfully punched Lin Yi's chest. "I can't drink cold water. I'll be on my period in a couple of days," she replied. "But if you want to drink it cold, go ahead." After all, if she was due in a couple of days, wouldn't that mean it was a safe period? Lin Yi quickly processed this information. "What safe period? If you keep talking like that, I might get upset," Chen Zihan retorted playfully. She truly hadn't anticipated Lin Yi's train of thought to be so uniquely unconventional. His words only made her feel increasingly bashful, almost mortified. "All right, enough joking. Let us head upstairs." Lin Yi thought to himself that he was driving a bit too quickly. "Lock the doors, no one is getting out." The following day, Lin Yi awoke in a somewhat unfamiliar room. It was modestly sized, adorned with a cute aesthetic and covered in pink wallpaper. The space was quite tidy, with everything arranged neatly. The room was a single unit, approximately 10 square meters in area. Upon opening his phone, he discovered several messages awaiting him. First was a note from his old classmate, Chen Shi. "Lin Yi, I haven't seen you in days. You asked me to help with work, yet you've disappeared after acquiring a game company. I've been quite bored these past few days." Next was a message from Shen Jingnan, who wished him a good morning and expressed that she missed him. His cousin, Lin Yi, also reached out, mentioning that her two friends had been pestering her to get Lin Yi's contact information. She asked if he would be willing to share it with them. The second to last message was from Song Tao, inquiring whether Lin Yi was free for dinner with their old roommates. The final message came from Qin Zheng, the head of a luxury car club, asking if Lin Yi had some time lately, as the wealthy heirs were eager to meet him and socialize. With so many messages, Lin Yi could only respond one by one. First, he replied to Chen Shi, who he had previously offered a lucrative monthly salary for working with him. It wouldn't be right to leave her idle. Rent an office space and establish a company that covers investments, physical goods, and the internet. Don't worry about the price. Ensure the location is excellent, with a top-notch environment and ambience. He added, "As I've said, don't hesitate to spend money. I'm not short on funds." For Shen Jingnan, he replied with a good morning and a miss you emoji. Lin Yu's message reminded him of those two girls from earlier, one named Wang Wenyu, and the other what was her name again. It slipped his mind, but that was of no consequence. He certainly wouldn't share his contact information. It wasn't that the girls weren't good enough, but rather that they didn't meet his standards of beauty. As for Song Tao's invitation to dinner, he had previously agreed, so tonight it would be. After all, he had nothing else on his agenda. Lastly, he took Qin Zheng's message seriously and replied, "Old Qin, didn't we discuss hosting an event with all expenses covered by me? Let us schedule it for tomorrow night." He added, "Choose any venue you like. Don't worry about the cost. I've prepared a budget of 5 million. Chapter 55, Graduation. The wealthy heirs had previously helped Lin Yi contact some internet celebrities to cleanse the negative publicity surrounding him, so it was only right for him to host a gathering. With over 10 billion in his account, Lin Yi had been reborn for nearly half a month and had spent less than 100 million, not counting the acquisition of the game company, which, while costly, also added a company worth tens of billions to his assets, thus balancing out the expenses. At this rate, spending 20 billion a year would take 500 years to deplete his wealth. Not to mention, Lin Yi's future generations would have more than enough funds to live comfortably. Furthermore, with such substantial amounts in the bank, he earned over 100 million in profit daily, totaling hundreds of billions each year. Thus, the age-old adage money breeds money holds significant truth. For instance, transforming $1 into 2 versus turning 100,000 into 200,000, which is easier. Ignoring the risk of failure, doubling $1 is quite challenging. After all, you cannot conduct business or invest with just a single dollar. Stock trading has minimum thresholds, requiring at least 100 shares, which amounts to a few dozen dollars even at a few cents per share. Even a lottery ticket costs $2. However, with 100,000 on hand, one could easily invest in stocks or open a business to achieve that doubling. Returning to the topic, 5 million for Lin Yi was but a drop in the bucket. However, for Old Chin, it was astonishing, as gatherings at the car club typically cost considerably less, ranging from tens of thousands to a maximum of 1 or 200,000. Given the club's entry point starts at million-dollar sports cars, many members merely drive Porsche 911s, which retail just above $1 million. Thus, spending 5 million on a single gathering would be deemed extravagant. Brother Lin, how about we postpone it for a day? Since you've given me such a generous budget, let us make it a grand affair. I can invite some high-quality ladies and a few big internet celebrities to join us for some fun. Old Chin replied, do as you please, arrange it however you wish. Just be mindful when inviting those celebrities. Choose high-class ones, not just anyone, Lin Yi instructed. He was quite particular about this. After all, he did not have any interest in such girls. Understood. With that, Old Chin began preparations. As for Lin Yi, he dressed, placed a gentle kiss on Chun Zihan's forehead, freshened up, and then left. Once downstairs, Lin Yi transferred 200,000 to Chun Zihan's account, encouraging her to buy some clothes and a handbag. One must not skimp on their partner. They deserve a comfortable life. Having settled these matters, Lin Yi pressed the accelerator, and his Aston Martin shot off like an arrow. At Goethe University, Lin Yi had packed his belongings the day prior. Upon returning to campus that afternoon, he called Lao Wang to arrange for a freight service to transport all his possessions to the villa. Lin Yi preserved some useful items and those of sentimental value, discarding the rest without hesitation. A few items were gifted to several junior classmates. This was not due to any frugality on Lin Yi's part. Rather, he believed many of these items still held utility, and discarding them would be unwise. For instance, there were desk lamps and various professional books. Wealth is one thing, but he firmly adheres to the principle of spending wisely and avoiding extravagance. After sorting everything out, the roommates gathered at the school gate. Lin Yi's car could accommodate only one person, so the remaining roommates opted for a taxi to the dining venue. This gathering was organized by his roommates, excluding Lin Yi, who contributed financially. Initially, Lin Yi had intended to treat them himself, but upon reflection, he recognized this was a gesture of goodwill from his roommates, and thus he consented. The restaurant was modest, with an average cost of approximately 70 to 80 yuan per person. As his roommates were yet to enter the workforce and had limited funds, their efforts were commendable. Lin Yi harbored no disdain. For him, whether dining in a high-end establishment or enjoying street food, as long as the flavors were delightful, it was a good place. Inside the private room, Lin Yi addressed his roommates. We all study economics, and I've managed to secure a few job opportunities for everyone. I've landed a position at a construction investment bank, with an initial monthly salary of around 10,000 yuan. While it may not be exorbitant, there is significant room for advancement. With hard work, I believe becoming a branch manager is entirely feasible. Wow, Lin, you really managed to secure such a position? One roommate exclaimed, visibly excited. Coming from a rural background, he had no connections or resources and had anticipated a more conventional path, such as taking civil service exams or finding a job in a private enterprise. He never expected Lin Yi to provide him with such a remarkable opportunity. Count me in. Another roommate chimed in. I'll pass. I intend to prepare for another year of graduate studies. There's still time, Lin Yi reassured. What I say holds weight. Seeing some skepticism, Song Tao interjected. If you trust Lin Yi, whatever he suggests is undoubtedly for our benefit. Without Lin Yi, I wouldn't be where I am today. So I am deeply grateful to him. In total, there were 6 individuals in Lin Yi's dormitory. Apart from Lin Yi, Song Tao had secured a position at a gaming company. Among the remaining 4 roommates, 2 agreed to join the bank, while one opted for further studies and another prepared to return home for civil service exams. The roommate pursuing civil service had some connections back home, making it a reasonable choice for him. Everyone has their aspirations, and sometimes Lin Yi could not impose his will. This was their decision, regardless of its merits. They would each traverse their own paths. Once this matter was settled, they began reminiscing about their 4 years in university. Although Lin Yi had traversed dimensions, the memories of the previous owner of this body intertwined with his own, rendering those recollections vivid as if he had lived them himself. From military training at the start of university to its conclusion, those 4 years encapsulated the most vibrant and youthful phase of life. As the liquor flowed, memories of youth and past experiences became intertwined, an inseparable part of life. As the drinks continued to pour, the conversations grew more animated, filled with boasting about romantic histories and tales of struggles and perseverance. Lin Yi recalled a humorous anecdote from his previous life, which stated that among the 56 ethnic groups, while 55 minority groups would drink and dance, the Han would simply boast when inebriated. Chapter 56, The Explosive Gang. By the end of the evening, none remained sober. Lin Yi himself could hardly recall how he made it back. The next day, however, upon awakening from his hangover, he felt remarkably refreshed, a testament to his robust constitution. After each drinking session, he typically enjoyed a sound slumber. Meanwhile, the remaining roommates lamented their hangovers in the group chat. Ding dong. Just as Lin Yi prepared to freshen up, his phone chimed again. This time, it was a message from the car club group. Old Sheen had already made some preparations. Now it was primarily about addressing any additional requests from the wealthy heirs. After all, gatherings should be enjoyable, ensuring everyone felt comfortable. Any suggestions for improvements were welcome. Old Sheen, everyone, brothers, Lin has generously funded our gathering. This time, we are conservatively budgeting 5 million yuan, so let's brainstorm ideas on how to proceed. Young Masterly, 5 million? Truly, our big brother is extravagant. Wang Qinghe, how about inviting a few minor celebrities to liven up the atmosphere? Chu Jian, what's the point of minor celebrities? They come with heirs. With this budget, we could hire more internet influencers instead. I want the night of 13 beauties. Old Sheen, Chu Jian, you're dreaming. Do you think you're the big brother? Multiple encounters in a single night? Chu Jian, Old Sheen, come on. Cut me some slack. There are so many people in the group. Can I flaunt a little? The chat remained lively, filled with banter and camaraderie. After a few more exchanges, someone suggested, why don't we name our gathering? I feel Car Club lacks flair and is quite ordinary. This notion sparked a lively discussion among the group. How about we call ourselves the Explosive Gang? Lin Yi could not resist joining in, addressing the group. This name resonates more with the masses. The Explosive Gang charges forth, leaving no trace. And let's have a more formal name. Jinshin Capital. Lin Yi added. The name Explosive Gang had recently gained popularity online, making it quite fitting for a group name. However, it might come off as frivolous to the older generation. When wealthy fathers inquire about their children's activities, it would be quite inappropriate to say, I've been hanging out with the Explosive Gang lately. This could potentially invoke outrage, leading to stern reprimands. Conversely, saying one is part of Jinshin Capital attending meetings would yield a different response, possibly garnering admiration. Officially, it would be Jinshin Capital, while privately, they would be the Explosive Gang. Everyone would be a part of it. Wow, Big Brother, this name is fantastic. The Explosive Gang, I love it. Big Brother has considered everything. The official name Jinshin Capital sounds impressive and carries prestige. Great. Henceforth, we shall refer to ourselves as such. The Explosive Gang is formidable. Everyone voiced their approval. Most importantly, they appreciated Lin Yi's down-to-earth demeanor. Once the Explosive Gang was introduced, the group found it relatable and amusing. The image we project must be impeccable. Let us establish an investment company together. I will contribute 800 million, securing over 80% of the shares. The remaining 200 million can be pooled by you all, thus becoming shareholders of Jinshin Capital. Lin Yi proclaimed once more. As long as this group remained united, Lin Yi's resources in the ancient capital would be substantial. Though these wealthy heirs primarily frequented bars and nightclubs, their fathers held considerable influence. If Lin Yi aimed to accomplish something significant, he was confident he could do so effortlessly with their assistance. Big Brother is personally investing 800 million? That's astonishing. My family's circumstances are rather ordinary. I will contribute 1 million. With my elder brother around, we shall certainly sweep away all obstacles. I will increase my investment to 5 million. Just look at your miserly expressions. A few million is nothing to speak of. I shall invest 15 million. In this group of affluent second-generation heirs, everyone unitedly decided to secure the remaining 200 million for the investment. At this moment, the registered capital of Guangjin Sheng Capital reached an impressive 1 billion. Even if this sum were merely deposited in a bank, accruing an annual interest rate of It would yield 40 million each year. Naturally, subsisting solely on interest is not the aspiration of any of us. Being an investment-oriented company, the annual return must exceed 30. A goal that Lin Yi set for himself. Elder brother, I may not be able to provide the funds. My family is currently facing some business difficulties regarding cash flow. Suddenly remarked a member of the group, named Ma Hai. Qin, standing nearby, explained, Ma Hai's father is involved in real estate. And this year the industry is facing a downturn. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi understood immediately. It was not just Ma Hai's family. Even one of the leading enterprises in the real estate sector, Hungtai Group, was burdened with nearly 2 trillion in debt. The system had rewarded Lin Yi with 1 trillion, which would only suffice to cover half of Hungtai Group's liabilities. No worries, everyone enjoy yourselves. I will refrain from joining this gathering for now and see if I can find a way to assist my family, Ma Hai stated. Many of these wealthy heirs relied heavily on their family fortunes. When their families encountered difficulties, their privileged lives could plummet to the depths in an instant. This is quite normal. Who can remain at the pinnacle forever? Life's vicissitudes, including aging and mortality, are the essence of human existence. Ding dong. A private message popped up on Lin Yi's phone, sent by Lao Qin. Elder brother, Ma Hai is a decent fellow. During the last incident when you were wrongfully accused, Lao Ma was busy connecting you with those internet influencers. Do you think you could leverage your connections to lend him a hand? Lao Qin suggested. Qin believed that since Lin Yi was so formidable, the people behind him must also possess great influence. It would be a simple matter to utilize those connections to facilitate a loan from the bank, thus resolving their family's cash flow issues. The major dilemma for real estate companies lies in their high levels of debt. They acquire land and construct buildings through bank loans, then repay these loans with the revenue generated from selling pre-sold properties. Once the banks halt lending, they are finished. How much does his family owe? Lin Yi inquired. In truth, Lin Yi did not have many connections. If assistance were to be rendered, it would require his direct intervention. However, before taking action, he needed to ascertain the extent of the debt. What if it was similar to Hungtai Group's situation, with debts in the hundreds of billions? I've heard from my father that it should be around 6 billion. Qin replied. Over 6 billion? Thankfully, that is not an exorbitant sum. Lin Yi's bank savings yield approximately 50 billion annually. The interest accrued over 45 days would suffice. Chapter 57. Elder brother is impressive. By the way, elder brother, Ma Hai's sister is quite beautiful. Perhaps we could invite her to this gathering, and you could have a more in-depth conversation with her. Winking smile, Qin sent another message. What sister are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Lin Yi replied. He considered himself a respectable individual. Unlike those reading this book, who may not be so proper. Everyone is a fine young person of the new era, with both values and appearances in alignment. Understood, understood. Lao Qin on the other end of the phone wore a mischievous grin. He knew Ma Hai well. If elder brother Lin Yi could become his sister's brother-in-law, the lad would undoubtedly boast about it every day, showing off. In the group chat, Lin Yi directly tagged Ma Hai. Ma Hai, message me privately. I will lend you a hand. Wow, is elder brother really going to take action? Elder brother is impressive, with him around. Ma Hai's family business will surely rise from the ashes. Elder brother, my family is also facing difficulties. Could you assist me as well? The group was abuzz with excitement, eager to witness just how remarkable Lin Yi truly was. While they were aware of his prowess, they were still uncertain about the full extent of his capabilities. This gathering might provide a glimpse into their elder brother's true strength. In the villa, Ma Hai added Lin Yi on WeChat. Lin Yi was oblivious to the thoughts of these group friends. Had he known, he would have surely chuckled. Assisting Ma Hai's family was merely a trifling matter for Lin Yi. Even a few billion was not enough to reveal the depths of his resources. Elder brother. As Lao Qin mentioned earlier, my family is hoping for the bank to lift its sanctions and allow my father to secure a loan. Ma Hai expressed eagerly. I wonder if you or your family know anyone at a high level in the bank. When it comes to loans of several billion, only the highest echelons of large banks can approve them. I don't know anyone. Lin Yi replied tersely. Oh dear. Not knowing anyone in the banking sector was indeed troublesome. Ma Hai's heart sank once again. However, I could directly inject capital into your family's enterprise. The next moment, Lin Yi's message appeared on Ma Hai's screen. Injecting capital into his family's enterprise? It should be noted that his family owed a staggering 6.4 billion. This was not a trivial amount, and after paying off the debt, they would need additional funds to sustain their operations. In total, a minimum of 7.5 billion would be required. Moreover, this 7.5 billion had to be in cash flow. One could say that even tycoons worth hundreds of billions could hardly produce such a sum, as their wealth is largely tied up in fixed assets and stock value. Liquidating those assets swiftly is virtually impossible. Elder brother, now that we're at this juncture, let us be candid. Our family's enterprise lacks approximately 7.5 billion in funding. I wonder how much you could provide. As he posed this question, Mahai felt a surge of anxiety. The fate of success or failure could hinge on this moment. If successful, he would continue as a wealthy second-generation heir, driving luxurious cars and charming women. However, if there was no hope, he would see his family fall from grace, leading to a life of hardship ahead. 5 billion is not an issue. However, my investment will not be without conditions. What can your family offer me in return? A few seconds later, Lin Yi's message appeared on Mahai's phone. Wow. Elder brother can truly provide such a considerable amount of money. Mahai was astonished. After all, that was 5 billion. Elder brother, if you can indeed provide that, I won't express my gratitude in words. We shall respond with actions. This matter cannot be decided solely by me. I must consult my father. However, rest assured, I will give you a satisfactory answer. At this moment, Mahai's heart raced. Having lived over 20 years, he had never felt as exhilarated as he did today. After replying to Lin Yi, Mahai swiftly picked up his phone, composed himself, and searched for his father's contact, dialing immediately. Beep, beep, beep. After a brief silence of approximately half a minute, the call was finally answered. Mahai eagerly exclaimed, Dad, I have discovered a way to save our family's enterprise. A friend of mine is willing to invest 5 billion to rescue our business. In that moment, Mahai was keen to share this news with his father first. His father had been tirelessly occupied with this matter, scouring for friends to solicit investments, and daily visiting high-ranking officials in various banks, only to be met with rejections. In just a short span of 2 weeks, it seemed as though his father had aged several years. Although Mahai often appeared cynical, he still possessed a sense of responsibility and wished to contribute to his family's plight. Your friend? Which friend? Came his father's incredulous voice over the phone. From our car club, Mahai replied. Nonsense. His father rebuked. I know exactly what kind of people are in your car club. Irresponsible spendthrifts and idle companions who squander their time in frivolous pursuits. His father was utterly unconvinced. Among the affluent second-generation elites in the country, as long as they had not inherited their father's position or taken control of the family business, they generally lacked substantial funds. Even the so-called national husband, Wang Sikong, received merely a few billion from his father when he started his own venture. It is essential to note that the financial gap faced by Mahai's family enterprise was a staggering tens of billions. I'm busy, don't call me again. If you dare to disturb me once more, you'll see how I deal with you when I get home. With that, his father's reprimand concluded, and the call was abruptly terminated. In the room, Mahai wore a look of grievance. He had merely intended to help, yet in his father's eyes, it had devolved into mere foolishness, and he was denied even a chance to explain himself. However, brother Lin Yi had agreed to invest, and this was their family's last opportunity, one that must not be missed. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to facilitate a meeting between brother Lin Yi and his father. Mahai pondered. With this thought in mind, he replied, Brother, feel free to make any requests. Tomorrow, I will arrange for my father to meet with you. What do you think? I'm agreeable. Lin Yi promptly replied with 3 words before putting down his phone. Having been preoccupied with these matters since early morning, Lin Yi had yet to freshen up. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, teasing Katie and Xiao Ai for a moment, he stepped out. The previous day, Lin Yi had instructed his former high school classmate and now subordinate, Chen Shi, to rent an office building. Chen Shi had already identified a suitable location, and today awaited Lin Yi's final decision. Upon leaving the villa, Lin Yi chose not to drive his Aston Martin, but instead took the wheel of a Barton Vulture. This vehicle exuded a sense of gravitas, and sitting within it invigorated Lin Yi, filling him with an overwhelming sense of power. Chapter 58. Purchasing an entire building in the ancient city, the high-tech development zone. This area has been a focal point for development in the ancient capital in recent years, with abundant resources directed here, attracting numerous high-tech enterprises. The CBD of the high-tech zone boasts the highest concentration in the entire ancient city, and its economy is rapidly flourishing. As the basic infrastructure continues to improve, the population in the high-tech zone is steadily increasing, trending towards becoming the economic center of the ancient capital. Chen Shi had chosen an office building located near the core area of the high-tech zone. Though not right in the center, it could be considered part of the core. A few of the world's Fortune 500 company headquarters had also settled here, resulting in exorbitant rental prices for nearby office buildings. Shenglong Building. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Chen Shi was already waiting there. It was around 9:30 when Lin Yi finally arrived. Mr. Lin, is this your new car? Chen Shi expressed her surprise. She had previously known Lin Yi owned a supercar worth tens of millions, but she had not expected him to now drive such an imposing luxury vehicle. I bought it alongside the supercar, Lin Yi replied, but I didn't spend a penny. The bank gifted it to me. What? The bank gives away luxury cars worth millions? Why is it that when I go to the bank, I only receive rice, flour, and oil? Shi exclaimed. Is this the disparity between people? She genuinely envied Lin Yi, astonished at how successful her old classmate had become. Let's not dwell on that. Let's discuss the situation regarding this office building, Lin Yi suggested as they walked inside. Well, the situation is as follows. The 19th floor of this office building is available for rent, covering an area of 500 square meters. With a daily rental fee of 30 yuan per square meter, Shi explained. However, the environment of this office building is truly exceptional. From the 19th floor, you can see a significant portion of the high-tech zone. Approximately 2 kilometers away is a wetland park. It's quite pleasant to gaze upon the park scenery during breaks from work. Shi continued to elaborate. With a rental fee of 30 yuan per square meter, the monthly cost amounts to 900 yuan. For 500 square meters, that totals 450,000. Annually, the rent would be around 5 million. And this is merely for one floor, not even the most prime area of that floor. If calculated on average, with the building having 54 floors, if each floor averages 5 million, that's a staggering 2.7 billion in annual rent. What does it mean to earn passively? This is what it signifies. Without lifting a finger, simply collecting rent could yield over 200 million a year. However, Lin Yi was not particularly envious. This sum was merely the interest accrued on his bank deposits over 2 days. What about the property management personnel? Lin Yi inquired. They are waiting for you upstairs. Shi replied. Waiting for him upstairs? What an audacious display. Typically, even a modest business owner seeking to rent office space would expect a respectful greeting from the property management. At the very least, a mid-level manager would come down to welcome them, providing introductions along the way. Lin Yi had not anticipated that he would need to go up personally. Instantly, his enthusiasm waned, feeling as though the other party was being somewhat pretentious. However, having come this far, he decided to ascend and see what was truly going on. After pressing the elevator button, Lin Yi arrived at the 19th floor. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he encountered a property staff member. You must be Mr. Lin, interested in renting the office building? I apologize, our chairman just arrived, and all of our property management personnel are in a meeting. We failed to greet you promptly, and I hope you won't be offended. The staff member explained. The chairman is here? That explains it. Lin Yi thought. After all these years, he had never encountered such arrogance from the property management of a building. Please tell me about the situation regarding this office floor, Lin Yi requested. Certainly, Mr. Lin. When your assistant, Ms. Chun, visited previously, I relayed some details to her. This is the only floor left in Shanglong building that hasn't been rented out. The last tenant vacated because their business expanded, and they purchased an entire building in another district for their operations. The previous company that rented the 19th floor also outgrew the space and is quite renowned within the ancient capital. Therefore, I believe if you rent here, your enterprise will thrive as well, and perhaps in 6 months to a year, you might even acquire another building in the ancient capital for your operations. The property staff began with a discussion on the favorable conditions of the location. This left Lin Yi somewhat displeased. Please, let us be more specific. I am not fond of such trivialities. The matters of the previous company are of little concern to me. Fine, I shall provide you with concrete details. The Shanglong building boasts a commendable location, situated in one of the central areas of the high-tech zone. This 19-story edifice encompasses an approximate area of 500 square meters. As for the rental fee, I trust your assistant has already briefed you. Currently, our building is hosting a promotion. By prepaying a year's rent, one can enjoy a 10% discount, and for a 3-year prepayment, the discount increases to 20%. The property staff enthusiastically explained, if Mr. Lin were to prepay 3 years' rent, he would save 24 million. What you save is what you earn, resulting in over 3 million in net profit for your company over the next 3 years. Do I look like someone in need of such funds? Lin Yi jested. According to your logic, the more I pay, the greater the discount. I wonder, how many years must I pay to receive a 10% discount? Mr. Lin. That seems to be a jest, the property staff replied with a forced smile. A 10% discount is certainly out of the question, but if you pay more, there will be considerable discounts. You may wish to compare with nearby grade A office buildings. None offer deals as favorable as ours. That much was true. Previously, Shi had inquired about surrounding office buildings, where some charged up to 40 yuan per square meter per day. Indeed, at the same price point, Shanglong building was the most economical choice. Your company must be in dire financial straits lately, am I right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be resorting to such tactics. Lin Yi countered. Mr. Lin, you jest. Behind Shanglong building stands Shanglong Real Estate. Setting aside state-owned real estate firms, we are among the top private enterprises in the ancient capital, the property manager asserted. Therefore, you can rest assured in collaborating with us and establishing your presence in our building. Go back and ask your boss if this building is for sale, Lin Yi stated. I am interested in purchasing the entire structure. Let us see what price he sets. Despite the property manager's continuous explanations and boasts about the superiority of his company, Lin Yi discerned that the firm behind this building was indeed facing a financial predicament, and therein lay Lin Yi's opportunity. Perhaps he could acquire this building at a bargain. If the acquisition succeeded, it would be akin to stumbling upon a windfall, a remarkable profit. Chapter 59, The Wave and Long Legs. Purchase an entire building? The property staff stammered, echoing Lin Yi's words. My goodness, this young man is extraordinarily wealthy. The Shenglong building must be worth tens of billions, and he wants to buy it outright? We are all human, yet the disparity is staggering. Why are you young people so nonchalant about billions, while I struggle to buy a mere apartment in the ancient capital? What? Is it impossible to buy? Lin Yi retorted. Mr. Lin, please hold on. I will contact my superiors. This decision is beyond my authority, the property staff replied hastily, reaching out to the property general manager, who then quickly contacted the group chairman. After about 10 minutes, the property staff returned. Mr. Lin, our chairman will arrive within 10 minutes to discuss this matter with you. He was just in a meeting and has left not long ago. He is on his way here now. With that, the staff ushered Lin Yi to the property office. 15 minutes later, a man in his 50s entered the office. This middle-aged gentleman exuded an air of nobility, radiating the aura of someone in authority. However, in Lin Yi's presence, this aura was akin to a mere flicker of firefly light. It is worth noting that Lin Yi emanated an imperial presence. Although he did not deliberately exert pressure, a subtle aura of sovereignty continually radiated around him. Mr. Lin, I presume? It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Ma Shuwen. The mastermind behind Shenglong Real Estate advanced briskly, extending his right hand toward Lin Yi. After a brief handshake, Lin Yi released his grip. Let us not be coy. What is your asking price for this building? Since Mr. Lin has inquired so directly, I shall be forthright. The building's value is approximately 5 billion. If you are sincerely interested in acquiring it, I can authorize a sale at 3 billion, Ma Shuwen stated. 3 billion? That is excessively high. Lin Yi immediately recognized the insincerity of the offer. Do you truly believe that is reasonable? It is not that I cannot produce 3 billion, but rather that it is utterly unnecessary. The annual rental income for this enterprise is around 2.7 billion. To recoup the investment would take a minimum of 11 years. Do you understand what 11 years signifies, Mr. Ma? It implies I could invest elsewhere and generate profit. And I am confident that the returns on my investments would far outweigh the purchase of this building. Spending 3 billion and waiting over a decade to recoup costs is not a venture I would entertain, Lin Yi declared. Furthermore, he was there to seize an opportunity. Without substantial discounts, there was no reason to proceed with the purchase. It would be wiser to let the funds accrue interest in a bank. Ma Shuwen's expression darkened. He recognized the truth in Lin Yi's words. The situation was as described, yet he was indeed contemplating selling the building. What amount does Mr. Lin have in mind? Ma Shuwen inquired, seeking Lin Yi's perspective. 2 billion, not a penny more. That is my bottom line, Lin Yi asserted. That is far too low. Ma Shuwen was the first to object. Then it follows that Mr. Ma's financial situation is stable, Lin Yi remarked. If your financial chain is secure, you would not consider selling at such a low price. Hence, there is no room for negotiation. There is no need for such hasty conclusions, Mr. Lin. If the price is right, I would certainly consider selling. It is merely that this offer is somewhat lacking, Ma Shuwen pondered for a moment before suggesting. How about we settle on a middle ground of 2.5 billion? Unacceptable. I stand firm at 2 billion. Should you decline, then there is no need for further discussion. Lin Yi maintained his position, intent on securing a bargain. Perhaps you should consider a pivotal point. I am prepared to pay in full. If your company is facing a crisis, you should comprehend the significance of 2 billion in cash flow. I cannot speak for others, but in the ancient capital, few can produce such a sum in cash. Lin Yi once again applied pressure, and with the weight of his imperial aura, Ma Shuwen felt the strain. Lin Yi was correct. When a company encounters financial difficulties, liquidating assets is not a simple task. 2 billion. If Mr. Lin can produce this amount, I am willing to close the deal. Ma Shuwen still sought to extract a higher price. 2 billion. That is my final offer. If you cannot accept it, then there is no point in continuing this discussion, Lin Yi stated decisively. Whether the deal transpired or not was of little consequence to him. Meanwhile, in a villa in the southern part of the ancient capital, Ma Hai sought out his sister. The Ma family had prospered early on, providing a life of exceptional privilege for their children. Having grown up in such opulence, Ma Hai and his sister were accustomed to a life devoid of hardship. As a result, his sister maintained flawless skin, and as she matured, she learned the arts of makeup and fashion, cultivating a distinctly stylish persona. Standing at 1.74 meters, with refined features, golden wavy hair, and long legs, she possessed a model-like physique. Over the years, numerous affluent suitors have pursued Sister Ma Hai, yet none have captured her attention. The reason lies in Sister Mai Hai's belief that these individuals merely rely on their family's wealth, leading a life of idleness without ambition. Sister, I have genuinely discovered a way to save our father's company. However, he refuses to believe me. Could you perhaps speak to him and persuade him to meet my friend tomorrow? Mai Hai implored. Friend, among the dubious acquaintances you associate with, how many possess any real potential? You aspire to rescue our father's company. What a fanciful dream. Sister Mai Hai admonished. For the time being, just keep a low profile and avoid upsetting our parents. Father is already quite vexed. If you continue with this nonsense, he might truly resort to disciplining you. Sister, it's one thing for father not to believe me due to our generational gap, but why don't you have faith in me either? My friend, Brother Lin, is indeed very wealthy. Just today, he discussed with us the plan to establish a capital firm named Jinshin Capital. Moreover, Brother Lin intends to personally invest 800 million, holding an 80 stake, while the rest of us would contribute 200 million for the remaining 20. Just think about it. Who would risk 800 million if they were a fraud? Mai Hai felt genuinely exhausted and aggrieved. It was disheartening enough that their father did not trust his son. Now, his sister also seemed skeptical of him. All right, I'll entertain your claims, but father is exceedingly busy, so do not disturb him, Sister Mai Hai replied, her patience wearing thin. In her mind, the establishment of Jinshin Capital appeared to be nothing more than a scam. While there are many wealthy individuals in the ancient capital, very few can produce 800 million in cash, and none among them bear the surname Li. Furthermore, even if someone could muster such an amount, how would that assist their family's company, which faced financial shortfalls in the billions? Sister Mai Hai remained unconvinced. Chapter 60, Complementary Benefits. 20 billion it is. As long as it can turn our enterprise's fortunes around, it will all be worthwhile. Mr. Lin stated, I will prepare the contract now, and we can sign it tomorrow. Having made the decision to sell, expediency was crucial to avoid any potential changes. All right, then tomorrow it is. Lin Yi nodded. As for the contract review, Lin Yi planned to consult lawyer Luo directly. During this period, lawyer Luo was engaged with Lin Yi's litigation matters and was currently in the ancient capital. He would take a look at the contract, for his reputation and professional acumen were formidable. Otherwise, he would not have earned the title of outlaw. After finalizing the time, Lin Yi, accompanied by Chen Shi, ascended to the 19th floor. This would become Lin Yi's future office space. At the very least, it had to be a place where he felt comfortable while working. This area will be transformed into a massage zone. Lin Yi pointed to a room approximately 70 square meters in size. We will hire several masseurs to provide massage services for our employees around the clock. When they are fatigued from work, they can come here to unwind. We'll even install a large screen so they can watch movies while enjoying their massages. Wouldn't that be delightful? Chen Shi nearly spluttered in disbelief. Transforming a workspace into a massage area was indeed unparalleled. However, this was Lin Yi's decision. And regardless of how absurd it seemed, Chen Shi was obliged to comply. Very well, Mr. Lin, I have noted that, she replied. This room will be converted into a recreational area with pool and table tennis tables, allowing our employees to engage in physical activity during their breaks. Lin Yi indicated another room, approximately 50 square meters in size. The combined areas of the massage and recreational zones would occupy nearly a quarter of the 19th floor. Let us designate this area as a rest zone, providing a place for everyone to take a nap. Ensure it is well arranged so that everyone can find a moment of respite. Lin Yi appropriated another 100 square meters for employee relaxation. Understood. Chen Shi nodded, realizing that they had now utilized a significant portion of the 220 square meters available. With an annual rent of 5,220,000 would be allocated for employee benefits. However, considering Lin Yi's resources, it seemed he was not overly concerned about this expenditure. This location is quite favorable, with a pleasant environment. I will claim it as my office. Lin Yi selected a 40 square meter space for himself, then added, we should also partition 3 additional offices, one for you, one for the finance department, and another for a member of management. The remaining area will serve as the workspace for our employees. The 500 square meters were swiftly organized by Lin Yi. Chen Shi couldn't help but think that working here would indeed be a privilege. Mr. Lin, what exactly does our company do? She inquired, still puzzled about the company's purpose. Investment, of course. What else could it be? Lin Yi replied. Our employees will primarily be those specializing in finance and accounting. Your main responsibilities will entail managing our accounts and examining financial statements of various companies. Currently, Lin Yi holds a game company valued at 3 billion and will soon possess this magnificent building. In the future, he anticipates acquiring even more ventures. Given such a vast array of enterprises, it was impossible for Lin Yi to manage everything personally. As previously mentioned, he was not particularly adept at operations and management. Professional matters would be entrusted to experts, while Lin Yi would merely concern himself with collecting dividends at year-end. The purpose of establishing this company was to safeguard against potential mismanagement and fraudulent financial practices within certain enterprises that might siphon off Lin Yi's profits. Therefore, the finance personnel must be the cream of the crop. With such experts on board, Lin Yi felt no apprehension. Each year, they would investigate the financial status of Lin Yi's companies at least 2 to 4 times, reporting back to him. Should any discrepancies arise, Lin Yi would deploy a significant workforce to uncover the truth. Anyone daring to act unscrupulously would find themselves facing dire consequences. After delegating all responsibilities, Lin Yi exited. Just as he left the Shenglong building, a thought struck him. He knew someone named Ma Hai, and the proprietor behind Shenglong building bore the surname Ma Shuwen. Could it be that Ma Shuwen was Ma Hai's father? Shaking his head, Lin Yi dismissed the notion. Even if it were true, it had little bearing on him. Meanwhile, at the Ma family's villa, Ma Hai sought his sister's assistance to whisper into their father's ear. However, despite his prolonged pleas, his sister remained resolute in her refusal. This left him feeling quite despondent. As Ma Hai prepared to return to his room, the villa door swung open. A middle-aged man in his 50s entered. The very man was Ma Shuwen. Unlike the gloomy demeanor of previous days, Ma Shuwen entered the villa's living room with a bright smile, indicating his elevated spirits. "Father, regarding what I mentioned earlier, you really ought to consider it," Ma Hai urged. "My brother truly possesses the capability to assist our family." "Brother? What remarkable individuals could a wastrel like you possibly know? If I cannot resolve it, how could your brother?" Ma Shuwen chided. However, his tone was notably more amiable than it had been earlier that morning. "Father, just trust me this once. It's merely a meeting, and it won't take much time. What if it turns out to be beneficial?" Ma Hai continued to persuade. "Very well, let us meet then. I have a collaboration to discuss tomorrow, and time is of the essence. After the negotiations, I will have merely 5 minutes to spare for him. If you deceive me, you are well aware of the consequences." Ma Shuwen shot a glare at his son. This was partly due to his good mood today. Had it been a few days prior, he would have surely taken off his belt to discipline Ma Hai immediately. "All right, Dad, I will inform my elder brother right now." Ma Hai responded with a hint of excitement as he made his way to his room. "Wait a moment, inform your sister as well. She should join us for this collaboration tomorrow. You both ought to witness the talents of the youth from the ancient capital. It is high time you two stop mingling with your wayward friends, thinking yourselves untouchable. And that so-called sports car club of yours? You better withdraw from it promptly. Don't think I am oblivious to your antics. A bunch of wastrels gathered together can lead to nothing good." Ma Shuwen commanded. "Dad, it's not a sports car club anymore. It has been renamed to Jinshin Capital." Ma Hai defended himself. "Indeed, it is publicly known as Jinshin Capital, but privately referred to as the Zhatian Gang." Ma Hai mused, considering his older brother Lin Yi to be quite the genius for coming up with 2 names, one for public use and one for covert operations, both complementing one another splendidly. Chapter 61, A Match Made in Heaven. The following day, early morning. Sign in. In the room, Lin Yi signed in once more. Ding. Sign-in successful. The host has signed in on June 16th, earning 3 supplementary sign-in cards. The system's voice resonated in Lin Yi's mind. In the preceding days, Lin Yi had neglected to sign in, primarily because the system's sign-ins sometimes yielded rather lackluster rewards. Since a few supplementary sign-in cards had been granted, he decided to utilize them. "May I inquire if the host wishes to use supplementary sign-ins?" the system asked. "Yes." Lin Yi nodded in affirmation. Ding. Supplementary sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for signing in on June 13th, earning a 10-fold cashback card, valid for 24 hours. The host's largest single expenditure will receive a 10-fold cashback. The host must not engage in any violations. Should a violation occur, the reward will be nullified, and the final interpretation rights belong to the system. Ding. Supplementary sign-in successful. The host has signed in on June 14th, earning proficiency in 4 foreign languages, French, English, German, Korean, each equivalent to level 8. Would the host like to begin studying now? Ding. Supplementary sign-in successful. The host has signed in on June 15th, earning a Lamborghini Veneno. Having utilized 3 supplementary sign-in cards, Lin Yi rectified his previous omissions in one fell swoop. The first 10-fold cashback was indeed quite appealing, yet it was rather inconvenient that violations were prohibited. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have simply spent his trillion in the bank, engaged in some dubious maneuvers, and transferred the funds under someone else's name. After obtaining the 10-fold cashback, he could have retrieved that trillion, resulting in a staggering 11 trillion. Alas, the prohibition on violations was rather bothersome. Today, the most substantial expenditure would likely be the acquisition of Ma Shuwen's Shenglong building, costing around 2 billion. Thus, the 10-fold cashback would amount to roughly 200 billion. The second sign-in reward of proficiency in 4 foreign languages seemed somewhat trivial. With Lin Yi's wealth, did he truly require fluency in foreign languages? It would be far simpler to hire a translator. However, since it was a system reward, he accepted it without hesitation. Let us learn 4 foreign languages. Lin Yi thought to himself. No sooner had he uttered this thought than a plethora of memories flooded his mind, encompassing an array of vocabulary and grammar, seemingly etched into his consciousness. At that moment, Lin Yi possessed an unparalleled understanding of the customs and cultures of those 4 nations, mastering their languages with exceptional skill. Ding. Host has successfully learned. The system prompted once more. Next came the final reward, the Lamborghini Veneno. This car's official price was merely 3 million euros, approximately 27 million yuan. However, as a limited edition, its price escalated rapidly, now reaching upwards of 80 to 90 million, nearly touching 100 million. Moreover, it was exceedingly rare, making it difficult to acquire. For context, Lin Yi's previous Aston Martin cost around 50 million. The Lamborghini Veneno's price was nearly double that. Indeed, when the system acts, it delivers nothing short of excellence. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. What man does not harbor dreams of owning a sports car? The most delightful aspect was that he had not purchased this car himself. It was a gift from the system. As the saying goes, a moment of free enjoyment is delightful. Perpetual free enjoyment is even more so. Buzz. Lin Yi's phone rang. It was Chun-Shi, who had been busy from yesterday to today, coordinating with the design company to compile Lin Yi's renovation ideas for the office on the 19th floor of Shenglong Building, discussing various details with the staff. Hello, Mr. Lin. I have contacted Shenglong Building, and the time for the contract signing with Mr. Ma is set for 11 a.m. today, Chun-Shi said over the phone. All right, I will head over shortly. Lin Yi replied, hanging up. It was already 9:30 a.m. He planned to freshen up, grab a bite, and still have ample time. In the villa's garage, the silver Lamborghini Veneno stood quietly. This vehicle was a commemorative edition released for Lamborghini's 50th anniversary, balancing optimal aerodynamics and cornering stability. The powerful, arrow-shaped front end, along with its sharp lines and precise surface interactions, epitomized the essence of luxury automobiles. By heavens, this is simply too cool. Lin Yi could hardly contain his excitement as he slid into the driver's seat, igniting the engine and speeding off. Woohoo, let's take off. On the way, Lin Yi basked in the exhilarating sensations brought forth by the top-tier supercar. When the car finally arrived at Shenglong Building, he still felt a lingering thrill. At that moment, Chun-Shi was already waiting for him. Did you ride your electric scooter over this morning? Lin Yi inquired. Yes. Chun-Shi nodded. It's just more convenient this way. While the subway station isn't far from Shenglong Building, my rental place is somewhat remote. Approximately 25 kilometers from the nearest subway station. 25 kilometers? Walking would take at least half an hour. That's far too much time wasted. Hence, I opted for the electric scooter, she explained. You have a driver's license, right? Lin Yi asked. I will transfer 500,000 to your account shortly. You should buy a car in the company's name. You can use it for transportation. I know a sales representative at a 4S dealership. You can purchase it from her to help her with her sales targets. I will send you her contact details soon. Just mention I referred you. Purchasing the car in the company's name signifies that it belongs to the company, thus to Lin Yi. Nevertheless, even so, Chun-Shi felt immensely grateful. Not only did Lin Yi offer her a generous salary, but he also provided her with a vehicle for her commute. Such a working environment was truly a dream come true. Let us go. We should head up now, Lin Yi suggested. Not long after Lin Yi and Chun-Shi ascended, Ma Shuwen arrived, accompanied by his daughter Ma Yuer and son Ma Hai. The high-ranking officials of the company had already arrived earlier. My goodness, sister, look at that car. Upon arriving at the parking lot beneath the Shenglong Building, Ma Hai was momentarily taken aback, pointing excitedly at a nearby sports car and exclaiming to his sister, Isn't that just a Lamborghini? What's so special about it? Ma Yuer dismissed him with a wave of her hand. Brother, this is no ordinary Lamborghini. The Gallardo typically retails for around 6 to 7 million, or even 8 million. But that car over there is a Lamborghini Veneno. Do you know what that means? Its price tag approaches a staggering 100 million. Ma Hai explained to his sister with fervor. 100 million, you say? That's indeed quite expensive. Ma Yuer nodded, her astonishment stemming not from an affinity for cars, but from the mere idea of spending such a sum on one. My elder brother drives a rather pricey vehicle as well, a nearly 50 million Aston Martin. Ma Hai boasted, adding, and you know, sister, my big brother is still quite young. Just in his early 20s, and incredibly handsome. If you were to be with him, it would be a match made in heaven. Truly a beautiful pairing. Enough already. You keep bringing up your big brother, Ma Yuer said, exasperated. Isn't he supposed to come today? Where is he? He hasn't shown up yet. I suspect he was just joking when he mentioned it. You, my silly little brother, took him seriously and even bothered Dad about it. Ma Yuer was skeptical that anyone of such caliber could exist in the ancient capital. As for the young talent set to acquire the Shenglong Building, Ma Yuer surmised he must be from the Su family. The Su family holds significant influence in the business realm of the ancient capital, managing a company valued at approximately 70 billion. The current leader of the Su family, Su Maoshan, is around 32 years old. A few years prior, when Su Maoshan's father met with a tragic accident, many believed the Su family would falter. However, Su Maoshan emerged like a dark horse, swiftly stabilizing the company and its internal affairs. Subsequently, he engaged in several challenging ventures, doubling the company's valuation to an impressive 70 billion. While there are a few individuals in the ancient capital who could muster over 2 billion in liquid assets, when narrowing it down to the youth, Su Maoshan is likely the only one. Brother Ma Hai began to defend Lin Yi, but before he could articulate his thoughts, their father, Ma Shuwen, interrupted. Enough chatter, let's head inside. With that, they all entered the building together. In the conference room, several high-ranking company officials had already gathered. Upon seeing Ma Shuwen enter, they bowed and greeted the chairman. Is Chairman Su not here? Ma Yuer inquired, noticing Su Maoshan was absent. What Chairman Su? Ma Shuwen asked, puzzled. Su, Ma Yuer started, but before she could finish her sentence, the conference room door swung open. A young man in his 20s strode in, standing around 6 feet tall, with a handsome visage exuding an air of noble elegance. Accompanying him was a similarly youthful woman, presumably his assistant. As the young man entered, Ma Yuer glanced at her father, noticing his palpable excitement. Even more astonishing was her brother Ma Hai's reaction, which surpassed their father's enthusiasm by a considerable margin. She felt he might burst into jubilant dance if not for the presence of others. What is happening? Could this be the individual poised to acquire the Shenglong building? And does he know my brother Ma Hai? Yet, she had never encountered this person within the affluent circles of the ancient capital, nor had she heard of his name. Mr. Lin. Ma Shuwen approached briskly, extending a handshake. Elder brother, it's me. Ma Hai chimed in, following their father and eagerly greeting Lin Yi. Chairman Ma. Lin Yi warmly responded to Ma Shuwen, then turned to Ma Hai. Little Ma, I didn't realize Chairman Ma was your father. Had I known, I wouldn't have pressed my price so hard. Ma Hai, you know Mr. Lin? Ma Shuwen momentarily froze, initially thinking his son was jesting, only to realize that his son indeed had an elder brother who was the very individual set to acquire their building. However, Ma Shuwen had not given the matter much thought and hadn't taken Ma Hai's elder brother seriously. Naturally, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, understanding that such comments could offend. Thus, he feigned ignorance and asked, what do you mean by that? Father, this is the elder brother I mentioned before. He's here to assist our family. Ma Hai, still youthful and naive, elaborated. What a pleasure to meet you. Ma Shuwen said, I've often heard my son speak of his elder brother, but I had no idea it was you, Mr. Lin. We are indeed not strangers, so let us not stand on ceremony. How about we find a place to sit? The contract signing can wait. Ma Shuwen, acting like a seasoned fox, orchestrated the situation with composure. Hey, Yuer, Ma Shuwen called to his daughter, go keep Mr. Lin company while I discuss some matters with little Hai. He fabricated an excuse about receiving a call regarding her grandmother's recent health issues, intending to find a more private setting to glean information about Lin Yi's background through Ma Hai. Such inquiries would be inappropriate to make directly. Hence, he sent Ma Yuer to engage with Lin Yi. Turning to Lin Yi, Ma Shuwen continued, I apologize for the interruption. I just received a call a minute ago, and I intended to step out to speak with you. Please, chat with my daughter while I arrange things. Upon receiving a nod from Lin Yi, Ma Shuwen led his son to the back of the conference room. Little Hai, what exactly is your elder brother's background? Ma Shuwen eagerly inquired in a secluded corner of the room. He's just my big brother. Ma Hai replied. His car is an Aston Martin worth nearly 50 million. Ma Shuwen nearly choked in disbelief. I didn't ask about his car. I meant his background and lineage. What does his vehicle have to do with anything? I'm not entirely sure, but I do know my brother is quite impressive. Dad, you wouldn't believe it. He's planning to pull us in for an investment to establish a firm called Jingxing Capital. He'll contribute 80%, which is 800 million, and the remaining 200 million will come from us, the second generation. Forget it. I can't make sense of this with you. Ma Shuwen shook his head, astonished by his son's naivety. Meanwhile, Lin Yi glanced at Ma Yuer, who had been silent since approaching, and observed her quiet demeanor. He couldn't help but feel curious. He had heard from old Qin that Ma Hai's sister was exceptionally beautiful, and upon seeing her, he thought, indeed, she is quite lovely. However, she did not strike him as extraordinary. The primary reason being, during this period, he had encountered numerous stunning women, each one a campus belle or an internet sensation of that caliber. Ma Hai's sister was just a notch above the school beauty. If the latter were to score an 88, then Ma Yuer could at most claim a mere 9. Such girls were scarce in the Great Xia Kingdom, but given the vast population, there were indeed many who surpassed Ma Yuer in beauty. Is that all? This time, it was Ma Yuer who found herself momentarily taken aback. Throughout her life, She had been accustomed to compliments on her beauty, often met with adoration. How could it be that this Lin, with his nonchalant demeanor, could reduce her to merely acceptable? Ma Yuer felt deeply insulted by his words. Chapter 63. You profit immensely, but I do not lose. May I inquire, Mr. Lin, whose beauty can possibly catch your eye? Or perhaps, what could satisfy your standards? Ma Yuer challenged, a hint of defiance in her tone. I do not know. If I happen to encounter someone, I shall let you know, Lin Yi replied. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuer grew even more incensed. The notion of a next time was infuriating. What did it even mean? When would this next occasion arise? Ma Yuer, who had always been surrounded by admirers, felt a sense of superiority that was now being challenged. If other men had fawned over her from the outset, she would have found it repulsive. Yet, the indifference displayed by Lin Yi ignited a competitive spirit within her. Why must you be so obstinate? Lin Yi furrowed his brows slightly. I have already said next time. I cannot predict when that will be. It could be tomorrow, next month, or even next year. How would I know? Huh. Ma Yuer was genuinely exasperated now. It was the first time someone had called her obstinate. Yet, she remained unyielding. Just then, a series of coughs interrupted their exchange. Ma Shuwen had approached from behind. Everything has been arranged. Let us proceed to the formal contract signing, he announced. Since Mr. Lin is Xiao Hai's elder brother, I have no reservations about signing with you. Hold on. Lin Yi interjected. I was unaware that Chairman Ma was Xiao Hai's father. My previous offer was indeed unreasonable. Let us proceed with the price you mentioned. 3 billion. What? Now it was Ma Shuwen who was taken aback. Was his foolish son worth an additional 10 billion? Is Chairman Ma dissatisfied? Then let us make it 4 billion. Lin Yi continued. With the tenfold cashback card, spending any amount would yield 10 times the return. Thus, why not spend a little more? A 4 billion return would equate to 40 billion. If you don't seize the opportunity, you're a fool. Ma Shuwen stuttered, overwhelmed with excitement that he struggled to articulate. Are you not satisfied? Perhaps 5 billion? Lin Yi pressed. Enough, Mr. Lin. I cannot possibly agree to any further increases. Ma Shuwen interjected, fearing that another increment would be unbearable, were it not for the necessity of signing the contract. He might have suspected Lin Yi of ulterior motives. A mere office building could fetch an astonishing 5 billion. Very well, let us settle on 5 billion. The contract previously stated 2 billion. Please amend the figures accordingly, and we shall sign, Lin Yi stated, adding, as for the transfer, I will contact the bank immediately. As a Diamond Black Card client of the Construction Investment Bank, Lin Yi possessed the authority for substantial transfers, making the transfer of 5 billion quite feasible. Once the arrangements were complete, Lin Yi reached out to Old Wang at the bank. Upon hearing of the 5 billion transfer, Old Wang felt his heart sink. While he was unaware of the exact funds in Lin Yi's account, he estimated it to be in the tens or even hundreds of billions. Transferring such a significant sum would severely impact the bank's profits. However, as it was a request from a major client, Old Wang had no choice but to comply. After verifying all necessary information, he notified the bank to transfer the funds to Ma Shuwen's account. The process, though somewhat intricate, required only a brief moment for the funds to reflect. Meanwhile, Ma Shuwen was elated. His company had debts totaling 6.4 billion, along with an additional 1 billion needed for operations, amounting to 7.5 billion. With the acquisition of 5 billion, he had secured 2/3 of the necessary funds. This financial boost instilled a newfound confidence within him, assuring him that his company could be revived. Once the contract was successfully signed, the bank contacted Lin Yi and Ma Shuwen again for confirmation. Upon mutual agreement, the transfer was completed. When Ma Shuwen beheld the lengthy string of zeros in his company's account, it felt surreal. Dad, I told you, Big Brother would never deceive us, exclaimed Ma Hai from the side. Indeed, how could Mr. Lin possibly deceive us? Ma Shuwen said, elatedly patting his son's shoulder. Xiao Hai, you should engage with Mr. Lin more often. If you ever find yourself in need of funds, just inform me. As long as you do not act recklessly, I shall do my utmost to support you. Are you still short 5 billion? Lin Yi inquired. I will transfer the remaining 5 billion to you tomorrow. However, this money is not without its cost. You will need to return the bank's interest rate. Typically, the annual interest on bank loans ranges from 15 to 20. Even at the minimum rate of 15, the annual interest on 5 billion would amount to 375 million. Conversely, if that amount were deposited in the bank, the interest would yield only 125 million annually, creating a disparity of 250 million. Most banks profited from the interest differential between deposits and loans, reaping substantial rewards each year. As for Ma Shuwen, even if the interest rate reached 30 or 40, he would still need to borrow, for he required significant funds to salvage his company. The banks had already severed access to loans, and he had encountered numerous high-ranking officials who eluded him. Now borrowing 5 billion from Mr. Lin left Ma Shuwen overwhelmed with gratitude, viewing Lin Yi as his savior. Mr. Lin, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude, he exclaimed. Where's the wine? Bring a bottle. I shall toast to Mr. Lin, so you may understand my emotions at this moment. Ma Shuwen was sweating profusely from excitement. Even as a cunning fox, he laid aside his schemes in the face of such a substantial sum. He had been teetering on the brink of financial ruin. Without securing funds, his company would face inevitable bankruptcy, perhaps leading to his own demise. Now, he felt as if he had been granted a second chance at life. Chairman Ma, there is no need for such formality. Xiao Ma is my friend, and it is only natural for me to extend my assistance, Lin Yi remarked, feeling quite nonchalant. His own profits were substantial. Merely acquiring the Shenglong building would net him 50 billion. Previously, Lin Yi had 1 trillion in liquid assets. But after acquiring a gaming company and spending around 7 to 8 billion on the building, funds were now dwindling. Now, within the span of a single day, the funds in the account have surged back to a staggering trillion, with an additional several hundred billion amassed. Chapter 64, Disrobing to Sleep. The signing of the contract concluded, and with it, all matters were settled. Mr. Lin, allow Yuer to see you off. As Lin Yi prepared to depart, Ma Shuwen caught up, expressing his sentiment. Dad, why don't I accompany him? I can have a good chat with Brother Lin and rekindle our brotherly bond. Ma Hai interjected eagerly. Believing he deserved some measure of respect and status before his father, given Lin Yi's assistance to their family. Accompany? You should hurry and visit your grandmother. Ma Shuwen chastised, delivering a playful smack to Ma Hai's head. Just when he thought his son had shown some promise, he found him behaving foolishly once more. What need is there for a male to escort? Do you think you're so important? Oh, the slap jolted Ma Hai into silence as he retreated behind his father. Ma Shuwen then took Ma Yuer by the hand and approached Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, my daughter has been pampered since childhood and is unfamiliar with proper etiquette. I hope you will not hold it against her. Let her see you off, lest others accuse me of being ungrateful. Ma Shuwen's words left Lin Yi with no choice but to acquiesce, despite his initial reluctance. Ma Yuer, although initially resistant, felt a surge of indignation upon witnessing Lin Yi's apparent reluctance. Being a delicate girl, she was offended that he seemed dismissive. Mr. Lin, allow me to see you off, Ma Yuer said with a mischievous grin, inching closer to Lin Yi. In her mind, she assumed that someone as wealthy as Lin Yi must have a girlfriend. If she could get close to him, and if his girlfriend happened to see, she would relish the ensuing chaos. Standing opposite Ma Yuer, Lin Yi found her demeanor perplexing. The previously sharp-tongued girl seemed to have transformed completely. Just call me Lin Yi. If you're uncomfortable, you can follow your brother's lead and call me Big Brother, he suggested, sensing a hint of mockery in her use of Mr. Lin. Big Brother? I'm 2 years your senior. Why would I call you that? Ma Yuer retorted, her dissatisfaction palpable. However, she quickly reconsidered her stance, recognizing that such rigidity could thwart her plans. All right then, I shall call you Lin Big Brother, she relented. Very well. Lin Yi nodded and began to walk outside, with his assistant Chen Shi closely trailing behind. Upon exiting the building, Lin Yi settled into his Lamborghini Veneno, while Ma Yuer, instead of returning home, boldly claimed the passenger seat. My passenger seat is reserved for my girlfriend. Have you thought this through? Lin Yi remarked, having discerned her intentions. Girlfriend? Please, I don't believe that. Ma Yuer shot back, undeterred. All right, hold on tight. We're off. Lin Yi glanced at her before lowering the convertible S roof. Ready to drive. Meanwhile, Chen Shi sought her electric scooter to depart. Today, go look at the car we discussed, a vehicle around 500,000. Choose any you like. Lin Yi instructed. As my assistant, you shouldn't be so frugal. Understood, Chairman Lin. Chen Shi nodded, her heart swelling with joy. She hadn't anticipated he would remember. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. With that, Lin Yi pressed the accelerator and sped away. As for Ma Yuer, she remained composed, curious to see where Lin Yi would take her. However, as they continued driving, unease crept in. Why were they veering further away? They had left the ancient city and were nearing the outskirts. At that moment, anxiety gripped Ma Yuer. Where are you taking me? Home, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Now that the business is settled, what else would I do? Home. But I don't want to go to your house. Ma Yuer protested urgently. Then I'll drop you off so you can take a taxi back, Lin Yi said, slowing the car and pulling over. How can you expect to find a taxi around here? Are you toying with me? Ma Yuer pouted. You must take me back. I don't have the time for that. If you want to go back, do it yourself. If not, we're going to my house, Lin Yi replied, uninterested in indulging her whims, and accelerated again. Reluctantly, Ma Yuer settled in for the ride to Lin Yi's villa. It was broad daylight, and she doubted he would attempt anything untoward. Half an hour later, Lin Yi parked the Lamborghini in the villa's garage, feeling secure in the daytime. Ma Yuer followed him inside without hesitation. Upon entering the bedroom, she was taken aback to find Lin Yi disrobing. It was summer. And Lin Yi wore little, just a shirt that, once removed, revealed his well-defined muscles. He was the kind of man whose physique was accentuated by clothing, showcasing a robust strength that now stood before Mai Wei. "Ah, what are you doing?" she exclaimed in astonishment. "What does it look like?" "This is my home. I'm undressing to sleep. Is there a problem?" Lin Yi countered. This man truly had a peculiar mindset. "Humph, if you're so bold, why not strip entirely in front of me?" Mai Wei challenged, her irritation flaring. Lin Yi, unperturbed by her provocation, continued undressing. Ironically, it was Mai Wei who could not bear it any longer, retreating to the living room. After a lengthy wait of over half an hour, she found herself growing restless, pondering why Lin Yi's girlfriend had yet to arrive. Eventually, her hunger became unbearable, coinciding with Lin Yi waking up. Following him into the kitchen, Mai Wei was treated to a meal prepared by the beautiful foreign housekeepers. Although their culinary skills were commendable, she could not help but silently criticize them for working for Lin Yi. After dining, Lin Yi retreated back to his room. Mai Wei initially considered following him but hesitated. Recalling his potential to undress again, she resolved to wait outside, stubbornly believing that his girlfriend would eventually show up. As the afternoon waned into evening, Mai Wei remained seated in the living room. When night fell, she realized there was still no sign of Lin Yi's girlfriend. Could it be that she had miscalculated? Did Lin Yi truly have no girlfriend? For some inexplicable reason, a flicker of relief washed over her at the thought. However, in the next moment, she wished she could slap herself. She had come merely to witness the spectacle, to observe Lin Yi and his girlfriend in a quarrel. She did not harbor any affection for Lin Yi, nor did she care whether he had a girlfriend. Yes, that was precisely it. She truly did not care about Lin Yi. "Hey, why aren't you leaving yet?" Lin Yi emerged from the bedroom. He had spent the entire afternoon engrossed in gaming, specifically in a game developed by the very company he had acquired. Surprisingly, the experience of a boss playing his own game was quite delightful. The behind-the-scenes staff, concerned for Lin Yi's safety, had dispatched several virtual accounts to escort him along the way. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had taken the opportunity to play the role of a deceptive underdog, eliminating numerous players. This was quite the spectacle. "Me? Are you hoping I leave?" In the depths of her heart, Mai Wei indeed had no intention of departing. She yearned to discern whether Lin Yi truly had a girlfriend. Or perhaps Lin Yi's insistence on her departure was because his girlfriend was about to arrive. Such a possibility could not be dismissed. Moreover, it seemed quite likely. "What do you mean, hoping you'd leave?" "Young lady, it's already evening, and the sky has darkened. Are you planning to spend the night here?" Lin Yi replied, bemused. In summer, nightfall arrived later. It was now around 8 o'clock. If she didn't leave soon, would she even be able to? I refuse to leave. I'll stay right here. What can you do about it?" Mai Wei retorted coldly. "Well, I can't do much. But my villa doesn't have any spare space for you to sleep. If you wish to rest, you'll have to do so in my room. Just be aware. Stepping into my room is akin to entering a den of wolves. When the time comes, no one will heed your cries." Lin Yi intended to intimidate the girl before him. He simply could not fathom why such a young lady was so persistently clinging to him. "You." Mai Wei was incensed, rising to her feet. "Rogue." After uttering this accusation, she stormed out in a huff. Finally, with her departure, Lin Yi felt a wave of relief. Meanwhile, on the other side, as the clock approached 8 o'clock and darkness enveloped the sky, Mahai found himself growing increasingly anxious about his sister's absence. "Dad, should I go look for my sister?" Mahai asked his father. "Look for your sister? What for?" Ma Shuwen replied, puzzled. "Dad, it's already past 8. She still hasn't returned, and you're not concerned?" Mahai queried, more bewildered than before. Their family had always upheld strict standards of discipline, while Mahai was relatively unconcerned. His sister, Mai Wei, was expected to return home no later than 10 o'clock. No matter the circumstances, she was to arrive without fail. Yet today, strangely, his father seemed utterly unconcerned. "What is there to worry about?" Ma Shuwen inquired. "It's just, Dad, I feel like you're different than before. If it were any other time, you'd be calling her by now, worried she might encounter trouble outside. After all, a girl is not the same as a boy." Mahai continued. He had his own motives. During the last club gathering, Mahai had seen Lin Yi from a distance. Since then, today was the first time they had interacted. To be precise, their exchanges had only been brief conversations online. Thus, Mahai intended to seek out his sister under the pretense of looking for her, hoping to engage Lin Yi in further conversation. If nothing else, he could at least borrow Lin Yi's sports car. Not to mention that Lamborghini Veneno. Even a day or two with that Aston Martin would suffice. After all, Mai Wei had yet to return home, and who knows, Lin Yi might have already become her brother-in-law. If Big Brother truly becomes her brother-in-law, that would be a splendid affair, Mahai mused. "You little brat, mind your own business. Remember, do not disturb your sister. Give her some personal space. How old are you? And yet you lack discretion." Ma Shuwen chided his son. Deep down, Ma Shuwen would not mind if Lin Yi became his son-in-law. If the two were to unite, would the Ma family ever lack for wealth? Today, Ma Shuwen had witnessed the prowess of genuine tycoons. A young man in his 20s casually produced billions. What about Lin Yi's background? Ma Shuwen speculated that Lin Yi must belong to a hidden aristocracy, seemingly unremarkable, yet in reality a formidable entity. Fine. Ma Hai's enthusiasm was doused by his father's cold response, leaving him disheartened. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred and discreetly contacted Lin Yi through his phone. Brother-in-law, could I borrow your Aston Martin for a spin? In the villa, Lin Yi pondered over this message. Why on earth was he being referred to as brother-in-law? Don't call me brother-in-law. As for the Aston Martin, feel free to take it for a few days. Just be careful not to scratch or dent it. Lin Yi replied. It was merely a car, and letting him take it for a drive was of little consequence. After all, Lin Yi still had a Lamborghini Veneno at his disposal. As long as he had a car to drive, he was content. Having too many cars that went unused would only result in them gathering dust in the garage. As long as they weren't damaged, it would be fine. Wow. He agreed so readily. Ma Hai's heart surged with excitement. It seemed there was an 80% chance that his sister would end up with Big Brother Lin. After that, he would be the little brother-in-law of a prominent figure, and who would dare to provoke him? Thank you, brother-in-law. No, I mean thank you, big brother. After sending that message, Ma Hai planned to visit Lin Yi the next day, hoping to bring his sister back. If she didn't want to return, that was fine. As long as he could take the Aston Martin for a spin. Back in the villa, Lin Yi looked at his phone, bemused by Ma Hai's peculiar behavior. Why was he being referred to as brother-in-law? Had he sent the message by mistake? Not bothering further, Lin Yi decided to play a few more games before heading to bed. Early to bed, early to rise, a healthy body. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell of the villa rang. It was rather late for a visitor. As Lin Yi pondered this, a series of knocks echoed from downstairs. The housekeeper had gone to answer the door. Moments later, the sound of female voices drifted up from below. One of the women was undoubtedly Katie, her speech marked by a foreign accent. The other voice resembled that of Ma Yuer. At this hour, why hadn't she left? Could it be that she was lingering in his home, reluctant to depart? Lin Yi pushed open the bedroom door and stepped out, only to find the pitiful Ma Yuer looking despondent. Chapter 66, A Stalwart Masculinity. This girl appeared to be utterly wronged, as though she had been slighted. For heaven's sake, Lin Yi had not treated her poorly. He had merely shared a few light-hearted jokes. Could you escort me out? Ma Yuer asked weakly, gazing at Lin Yi. What's the matter? Lin Yi countered. Didn't you want to go home? Why are you back? I got lost. The interior is too vast. And I couldn't find my way out. Ma Yuer confessed, her tone humble. This villa area consisted of standalone houses, each occupying a substantial area. It resembled a sprawling park with abundant greenery. Perhaps due to the darkness, Ma Yuer had wandered around for quite some time without finding the exit. This left Ma Yuer utterly terrified. She initially thought she had encountered a ghostly phenomenon, so she decided to return to Lin Yi's villa. If you want to leave, do so on your own. I have no time to escort you. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, adding, it was your choice to come along. I certainly didn't compel you. Could you lend me a phone charger? My phone is dead, and I need to call my dad, Ma Yuer requested. Not a match. I don't have an Apple charger. Lin Yi shook his head, explaining that both he and the housekeeper used Harmony OS phones. And there was indeed no Apple charger in the villa. Then could you let me use your phone to call my dad? She insisted. Sure, here you go. Lin Yi generously handed over his phone. Beep, beep, beep. After dialing, the line was met with an incessant busy tone, unanswered. After several attempts, Ma Yuer felt a wave of despair wash over her. Why, at such a crucial moment, could she not reach her father? Typically, he would have called her by now, urging her to return. Half an hour later, she surrendered to the reality that she would likely have to spend the night at Lin Yi's home. This was her first time sleeping over at someone else's house, and she found herself feeling somewhat out of sorts. Yet, aside from these feelings of discomfort, a greater sense of excitement prevailed. Finally, she was about to experience something she had never encountered before. With nowhere else to go? Then you can sleep in the living room tonight. The sofa is quite comfortable. Summer nights aren't too cold, so you can just sleep without a blanket, Lin Yi offered. What? As a girl, shouldn't you let me sleep in your bed? Can't you show a bit of masculinity? Ma Yuer protested, feeling reduced to the indignity of sleeping on the living room sofa. All right, if you prefer the bed, I already mentioned that if you don't mind. You can sleep with me, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Then I'll stick to the sofa, Ma Yuer declared, promptly lying down on the couch. Meanwhile, Lin Yi retreated to his own room. During this period, Lin Yi found himself struggling with insomnia, primarily due to his late-night activities that left little time for sleep. As night fell, he became more alert. However, engaging with his phone did not seem appropriate. Thus, he lay on his bed, eyes closed, with a chaotic whirl of thoughts swirling in his mind, drifting from one notion to another. Time passed until the early hours of the morning, and Lin Yi still had not succumbed to sleep. Suddenly, as he was about to rise and head to the restroom, a rustling sound emerged from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Then came a gentle tapping at the door. What on earth? Who could be looking for me at this hour? Could it be Katie and Xiao Ai? Are they unable to sleep and wish to come over to teach me a foreign language? Come in, Lin Yi whispered. Knock, knock, knock. The person outside seemed not to have heard him, as there was yet another gentle knock. Not the two housekeepers. Could it be Mayuer? What is she planning now? It's the dead of night, and she's still isn't asleep. Lin Yi muttered under his breath, rising to open the door. At that moment, he stood before the door in loose pajama pants, while Mayuer, wrapped in a blanket she had somehow procured, looked at him with a pitiful expression. I'm scared to sleep alone in the living room. What are you afraid of? Surely you're not worried about ghosts? Lin Yi countered. At your age? How can you still be afraid of such things? Don't say that. I'm genuinely scared. Mayuer curled up in a ball. All right, come in then. Lin Yi sighed, unsure of how to respond to her. But you must promise not to do anything inappropriate tonight. No bullying or touching. She rattled off several conditions. Are you coming in or not? Lin Yi snapped, exasperated. If you're scared, just step inside. All this chatter doesn't help. Moreover, Lin Yi preferred a mutual understanding rather than coercion. Mayuer fell silent at this and obediently entered Lin Yi's room, curling up in one corner of the bed. Meanwhile, Lin Yi sprawled out in a starfish position on the bed. Initially, he remained sleepless, but as the night wore on, particularly with the rhythmic sound of Mayuer's soft, cat-like breathing, he eventually succumbed to slumber. Time flew by, and dawn arrived. The recent weather had been pleasant, especially at sunrise. This time of day was neither warm nor cold, perfect for morning exercises. Lin Yi stretched and rose from the bed. Beside him, Mayuer remained curled up in the corner, having drooled slightly, indicating she was deep in comfortable sleep. Lin Yi chose not to disturb her, gently covering her with a blanket, thinking, sleeping like this, it's a wonder she doesn't catch a cold. After completing his morning routine in the bathroom, he took a book to the balcony upstairs, where he brewed tea and read. The book he was meticulously perusing was titled Signing In for Trillions, rejecting the school beauty as confession at the start. It was mediocre in quality but frequently steered toward risque themes, which made it rather engaging for him. The only downside was hearing that the author, Mo Huang Tai, had nearly starved to death due to lack of income from his writing. Never mind, let us send a few gifts. After all, they were free and cost nothing. Lin Yi opened his phone and found the official version of the novel on Tomato Novel, clicking 3 times for free gifts. He hoped that after receiving these gifts, the author would be motivated to update his work. After reading for about half an hour and catching up with the latest chapters, Lin Yi found himself at a loose end. He sipped some tea and, according to his routine, began his daily sign-in. Sign-in, Lin Yi murmured to himself. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for signing in on June 17th, rewarding the host with a jar of 400-year-old aged Matai, worth a fortune. What is this reward? A jar of 400-year-old liquor? The system's rewards are becoming increasingly arbitrary. Chapter 67. I beg you to leave quickly. How absurd. The system is becoming more and more careless. It's reminiscent of those who finish a job and refuse to take responsibility, pulling up their pants and denying their actions. Ever since binding with the system, it's been nothing but a wild spree. Lin Yi quietly took out a notebook and jotted down his grievances about the system. Today's system reward is a jar of 400-year-old liquor, which seems rather shoddily made. I hope tomorrow's reward will be something of better quality. Otherwise, I'll draw a circle to curse you. After concluding his diary entry, the sun was already high in the sky. The temperature was steadily rising, becoming increasingly hot, prompting Lin Yi to prepare to return to the villa. Ding. At that moment, his phone chimed with a message. Your savings account ending in 2905 received a deposit of 5 renminbi, 000,000,000,000 at 9:46 on June 17th. With a current balance of 104 renminbi, 174, 321, 865, 486. Jintu Bank. The cashback from yesterday's expenditure had already arrived. A whopping 500 billion RMB had been deposited. Now, Lin Yi's account balance was approximately 10 trillion and 400 billion. Further along, the digits dwindled to mere fractions, and Lin Yi, disinterested, opted not to count them meticulously. Jian Investment Bank. Yesterday, senior client manager Old Wang had executed a transfer of 5 billion from Lin Yi's account. Today, adhering to Lin Yi's directives, he had transferred another 5 billion to a company's account. In total, a staggering 5 billion had vanished from the account. Even when calculated at the modest interest rate of 15%, the annual loan interest would amount to an astounding 112.5 billion. This year, Jian Investment Bank stood to lose a net profit of 112.5 billion. This realization gnawed at old Wang. For this sum represented his performance metrics, now utterly obliterated. Ding ding. Just as old Wang was mired in his discontent, a notification chimed from the computer's back end. Old Wang refreshed the interface, and in the next moment, he was left utterly astounded. Good heavens, there had been a deposit of 50 billion into Mr. Lin's account. Is this how the affluent conduct their affairs? Spending tens of billions one day and receiving hundreds of billions the next? Upon inspecting the remittance details, it was traced back to a bank in Switzerland. Renowned for safeguarding client confidentiality, many magnates had established anonymous accounts there. It was virtually hopeless to uncover any clues from that bank. One thing was now certain: Mr. Lin was far from the simplistic figure he initially appeared to be. In the beginning, old Wang had estimated that Lin Yi's account held perhaps a mere several billion. Subsequently, he revised his estimate to a rough 100 billion. Now, however, he was convinced that Lin Yi's account must contain at least several hundred billion. What a surprise. In his 5 or 6 decades of life, he had never encountered such wealth. Could one's eyes not blur while counting such a lengthy string of zeros? Regrettably, the highest tier at Jin Investment Bank was the Diamond Black Card, reserved for clients with fixed deposits exceeding 10 billion. In light of this revelation, it was clear that such a card was unworthy of Mr. Lin's stature. Just as old Wang prepared to dial Lin Yi, the latter's call came through first. Hello. Old Wang, have you transferred that to 5 billion yet? Lin Yi inquired. Mr. Lin, I am in the process of executing it. Old Wang responded promptly, his tone imbued with newfound respect. Please expedite the transfer. Lin Yi instructed, then added, by the way, I have established a company and have a dedicated assistant, whom you have met. From now on, I will have my assistant communicate with you regarding any matters. No problem, Mr. Lin, old Wang affirmed, for in his lexicon, there existed no notion of refusal when it came to client requests, barring any unreasonable demands. As long as the requests fell within the realm of propriety, old Wang would exert every effort to accommodate them. By the way, Mr. Lin, did you enjoy the previous gathering? Perhaps I should arrange another high-profile client event? Old Wang suggested. High-profile client gatherings should not be too frequent. However, many prominent clients persistently reached out to old Wang, inquiring about the next one. Their eagerness was palpable. They would relish such occasions almost nightly. I have other commitments in the near future, so let's forego the gathering. If you decide to host one, I wish you all the best. Lin Yi gracefully declined, explaining that he had another event to attend, hosted by the explosive gang. Frequent gatherings could become counterproductive. After all, mingling with so many women could lead to difficulty in even remembering their names. With only 24 hours in a day, it was simply overwhelming. If only there were 48 hours. So much more could be accomplished. Upon returning to the villa, Ma Yuer was already awake. It seemed that Lin Yi had refrained from any indiscretions the previous night, as her confidence appeared to have surged. At that moment, Ma Yuer languidly reclined on the living room sofa, engrossed in the television. Her posture was relaxed, as if she were in her own home. Given it was summer, her attire was quite breezy, and her alluring figure captivated Lin Yi's gaze. Ahem. Lin Yi cleared his throat and approached Ma Yuer. What do you want? She asked. Nothing. I simply dislike engaging in activities during the day. Lin Yi replied. You rogue. I want to know what you're up to, blocking my view of the television. Ma Yuer retorted, feigning annoyance. It was absurd, he thought, to flaunt such behaviors in her presence without a hint of embarrassment. Just curious, when do you intend to return home? Lin Yi inquired. Are you truly planning to remain in my house indefinitely? I might just do that. Ma Yuer responded nonchalantly. Aren't you afraid I might make you sleep in the guest room tonight? Lin Yi teased. Not at all. I can sleep anywhere. Last night was no exception. She retorted defiantly. Fine, I'm not going to waste my time arguing with you. With that, Lin Yi pivoted and exited, heading towards the garage. Ma Yuer quickly rose to follow him outside. As Lin Yi settled into the driver's seat of the sports car, Ma Yuer joined him. Without further ado, Lin Yi pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away from the villa. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them. Finally, the vehicle halted before the Shenglong building. As Lin Yi disembarked, Ma Yuer followed suit. Miss, I implore you to return home. Please stop following me. Lin Yi lamented, feeling exasperated. It was rather vexing that she trailed him without uttering a word. Who is following you? The road is wide. Just because you walk doesn't mean I can't. Ma Yuer shot back defiantly. Oh, do you fancy me? Lin Yi, feeling cornered, resorted to boldness. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuer visibly panicked, her face flushed. Who would ever fancy you? Dream on. With that, she turned on her heel and fled. What nonsense. If she didn't harbor feelings for Lin Yi, why was she entangled with him? Chapter 68, Blocked. Humph. She certainly did not have any feelings for Lin Yi. She had merely experienced many things with him that were entirely new to her. Yes, that was precisely it. She felt no affection for Lin Yi whatsoever. Ma Yuer repeatedly reminded herself, feeling an obligation to ensure she did not unwittingly fall into emotional entanglement. Observing Ma Yue's retreating figure, Lin Yi chose not to pursue her. This girl seemed to harbor some interest in him after all. Lin Yi chuckled softly before entering the Shenglong building. Renovations had commenced, and numerous workers were busily engaged in their tasks. Chunxi, please fetch bottled water for these workers and buy each of them a pack of cigarettes. Make sure they're of high quality, 1 pack of Huazi per person, Lin Yi instructed. Understood, Mr. Lin. Chunxi nodded eagerly and hurried off to fulfill the request. At that moment, a worker in his 50s approached Lin Yi. Boss, are you really buying us Huazi? Of course, Lin Yi replied with a smile. A pack of Huazi cost around 70 yuan, and for Lin Yi, purchasing a truckload posed no financial strain. Boss, Huazi is too pricey. How about you give me a discount and switch it for a pack of 5 yuan cigarettes, plus 65 yuan in cash? The 50-something worker chuckled, addressing Lin Yi. Old Hu, what are you doing? Hurry up and get back to work. The foreman interjected, concerned that Lin Yi might be displeased by the workers' chatter. The ability to provide workers with fine cigarettes speaks volumes of this generous employer. It undoubtedly motivates them to labor even more diligently. Who would have thought that Old Hu would attempt to ingratiate himself? What if the boss perceives them as slacking off? No matter. This gentleman wishes to converse with me for a brief moment. It won't take long. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of little concern. Such renovation work is inherently arduous. A brief respite for a smoke or a sip of water is nothing to fret over. One cannot expect them to toil incessantly, like old workhorses deprived of rest, can one? Seeing that Lin Yi had spoken thus, the foreman ceased his objections. Old sir, I won't exchange your cigarettes for $5 notes. My assistant has already gone to make the purchase. Instead, I'll have my assistant distribute a red envelope to each of you shortly, if that is agreeable. Lin Yi was quite accommodating. As it was the first day of renovations, he had sent Chunxi to procure some items for the workers, hoping that they would put forth greater effort in their tasks. Thank you, boss, exclaimed the worker known as Old Hu, bowing slightly and revealing a set of large, yellowed teeth. These individuals earn their livelihoods through hard work, which is no easy feat. Meanwhile, Ma Yue had not returned home. She hailed a taxi and headed straight to her best friend's location. Her friend owned a nail salon nearby, and upon reaching the shop, Ma Yue instructed the driver to wait briefly while she went inside to have her friend come out and settle the fare. Afterward, she borrowed a charging cable from her friend to recharge her phone. Once the device powered on, she discovered that her father had, indeed, not called her even once. However, her brother Ma Hai had sent her several messages, inquiring about her whereabouts. If there's something to discuss, just say it, Ma Yue replied. Almost instantaneously, Ma Hai responded. Sis, are you with brother-in-law? I'd like to borrow his car. He agreed. Please send me your location, and I'll come over. Brother-in-law? Ma Hai, what are you calling him? Just wait until I return home. You'll be in for it. Ma Yue was incensed. She and Lin Yi had barely begun anything yet, so how had he already become Ma Hai's brother-in-law? Isn't it just a matter of time? Sis, Brother Lin is quite a good fellow. You might want to consider it. Ma Hai urged. After waiting several minutes without a reply from Ma Yue, he intended to persuade her further. Yet, just as he sent his message, he noticed the ominous red exclamation mark. Great, he had been blocked. Inside her best friend's nail salon, Ma Yue angrily slammed her phone onto the table. What happened, Miss Ma? It's rare to see you in such a fury. Her friend inquired with curiosity. It's just my brother. He's infuriating me. Ma Yue lamented. It's the same with my brother. He drives me crazy every day. Enough about them. Let us talk about you. I called you last night, intending to invite you for hot pot today, but you didn't answer or return my call, her friend asked. Last night, Ma Yue recalled the events of the previous evening, reflecting on the night spent at Lin Yi's home. Even now, her heart raced. It was a sensation unlike any other, one she yearned to relive. How to describe it? Like an itch, both irritating and yet oddly pleasurable. Ma Yue, you seem off. Your face is flushed. Her friend quickly noted Ma Yue's peculiar demeanor, questioning, did you spend the night with that man? What nonsense are you spouting? Ma Yue hastily denied it. Yet, at that moment, she was beginning to recognize her own feelings. She seemed to harbor an inexplicable affection for Lin Yi, yet dared not confront it. In the Shenglong building, after Chunxi returned with the cigarettes and drinks, Lin Yi distributed them among the workers. After exchanging a few casual words, Lin Yi took his leave. His purpose for visiting was merely to inspect the renovation progress, given it was the first day. Following this, he likely would not frequent the site, leaving it under Chunxi's supervision. As long as quality was maintained, all would be well. Chunxi accompanied Lin Yi downstairs to see him off. Did you purchase the car I mentioned? Lin Yi inquired. I did, a BMW 5 Series in quantum blue. Chunxi replied, adding, I like blue, so I bought it. The vehicle was parked in the garage. Would you like to see it? No need, I was just asking. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. What was so remarkable about a BMW 5 Series? Perhaps if it were a top-tier supercar, he might have been interested. You should devote extra attention to the renovations over the next few days. Additionally, you can start recruiting staff. Ensure their qualifications are up to par, at least from a prestigious university, and they should possess relevant work experience. As for salaries, aim for 15 to 200 above the industry average. Lin Yi instructed. He was now beginning to assemble his own team. All right, I will post the job openings tonight. She nodded. As they conversed while walking, they soon reached the ground floor. Just as Lin Yi and she exited the elevator, a woman approached from around the corner. She quickly recognized Lin Yi ahead. Stopping in her tracks, she exclaimed, Look, that SR building's new owner, the one who just spent 50 billion to acquire this property. 50 billion? Is that possible? Another remarked in astonishment. This building can't possibly be worth that much. Of course, it isn't worth that much. It's rumored that the gentleman who just passed by inflated the price to pursue the owner's daughter. One of the employees chimed in. I heard the initial offer was 20 billion, but that gentleman raised it to 50 billion. Just imagine, 50 billion. How many lifetimes would it take for someone to earn that without eating or drinking? As the gossip circulated among her colleagues, the woman fell silent. She was Chu Xin, once one of the 4 campus beauties at Goethe University, but now reduced to a mere joke. Lin Yi had spurned her affections, and even the wealthy heir Wang Junjie had cast her aside. Throughout her 4 years at university, she had relied on her looks, believing that her beauty would guarantee her success. However, after Wang Junjie left, she realized her worth was negligible. Even securing a job post-graduation had been challenging due to incomplete credentials. She had managed to find a position as an assistant, but the reality of that role was well understood by all. The boss, in his 50s, was particularly sleazy, frequently summoning her to his office during work hours for unwelcome advances. Yet, for the sake of her meager salary, Chu Xin endured. Now, upon seeing Lin Yi once more, her heart was a tumult of emotions. If only she had conducted herself with integrity upon entering Goethe University, refraining from reckless behavior and avoiding nightclubs and bars. Would her life be different today? Would Lin Yi regard her as pure and, perhaps, have lavished her with extravagant gifts worth billions? Alas, everything had irrevocably changed. As she pondered this, Chu Xin couldn't help but feel a strong urge to slap herself. In her youth, she failed to cherish what she had, and now it was too late for regrets. Outside the Shenglong building, Lin Yi drove away without a backward glance. Half an hour later, the Lamborghini Veneno came to a stop in front of the graduate school of Zhejiang University. Chen Zihan had been waiting there, and upon seeing Lin Yi, she hastened towards him with quick strides. It was evident that she was in high spirits today. I haven't seen you in days. I missed you so much, she exclaimed, diving into Lin Yi's embrace. Well, I'm here now, Lin Yi replied with a smile, gently ruffling her hair. At that moment, Chen Zihan resembled a little kitten nestled in Lin Yi's arms, exuding a sense of profound happiness. Let us grab a bite first, Lin Yi suggested, eager to replenish their energy in preparation for the upcoming activities. What activities? Chen Zihan feigned ignorance. Why, the activities for 2. Lin Yi laughed heartily. You just love to tease me. Chen Zihan playfully pouted. There's a great restaurant near our school. Let us go there. Sounds good. Lin Yi had modest expectations when it came to food. After they had settled on a place, they headed straight to the restaurant Chen Zihan mentioned. Once they finished their meal, Lin Yi accompanied Chen Zihan back to her home. After sharing some tender moments, the evening was still young. Chen Zihan had classes later, and with her assistance, Lin Yi managed to slip into Zhejiang University. As the premier institution in the ancient capital and the entire northwest region, the academic atmosphere at Zhejiang University was quite palpable. Along the way, most students hurried by, while a few couples enjoyed fleeting moments of romance amidst the bustling campus life. Such occurrences were normal, no matter where one went. There were those who worked diligently and others who took advantage of the system. Just like in this world, where even in the presence of many good people, there lurked a few evildoers. Conversely, in places rife with wrongdoing, there would still be individuals of integrity. This is where I have class. It's only an hour long. Why don't you wait for me? We can head back together after, Chen Zihan suggested. Deep down, she wished to spend more time with Lin Yi. Gradually, she had grown unaccustomed to living alone. Whenever Lin Yi was around, she found joy in everything they did together. No problem, you go to class. I'll take a stroll nearby. Lin Yi had never been to Zhejiang University before, so this was his first visit. The graduate school occupied a vast area, and finding walking too slow, Lin Yi rented a shared bicycle to ride around the campus. As he absorbed the scenery and the rich academic atmosphere, an indescribable feeling washed over him. Whenever he felt overwhelmed, he could come here to find tranquility. By the artificial lake, Lin Yi halted the bicycle and stepped into a pavilion. On a summer evening, a gentle breeze wafted through. In the midst of this bustling city, Having such a serene sanctuary was rather delightful. Time flew swiftly, and after an hour and a half, he glanced at his phone and realized it was time to head back. He pedaled towards the classroom building. Meanwhile, at the base of a teaching building, a heart made of candles had been arranged. A man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, stood there holding a bouquet and a box containing a necklace. Behind him was a banner proclaiming, "Chen Zihan, will you be with me? I will make you happy." The human instinct for drama is deeply ingrained, and within moments, a crowd began to gather. Isn't that Bai Shaoran, the vice president of the student council? Is he confessing publicly? I heard Bai Shaoran comes from a well-off family. What is so special about Chen Zihan that she can elicit such a public declaration? You might not know, but I'm in the same program as Chen Zihan. Although she is not well known, it's because she doesn't seek fame. In terms of beauty, she is undoubtedly the campus sweetheart of our graduate school. But I've heard that Chen Zihan is solely focused on her studies and isn't interested in dating. Do pretty girls always prefer studying? It's a revelation. From now on, I will double my efforts. Your efforts are futile. Some things are simply unattainable from birth. That's true, but still, we're all graduate students. We should focus on our studies and graduate quickly. As for dating, it only wastes money and time. Exactly. With that time, one could just watch an adult film. The rest should be devoted to studying. I've heard those films are quite lengthy. Can one truly finish watching one and still have time left over? You're foolish. Why not choose shorter ones, around 10 or 20 minutes? At this moment, Bai Shaoran stood with unbridled confidence. Though he was only 1.7 meters tall, his family circumstances were quite favorable. Even as a student, he drove a car worth over 500,000. With the increasing number of graduate students, securing employment had become quite challenging. However, Bai Shaoran had the capability to secure Chen Zihan a good job, allowing her to remain in the ancient capital after graduation. Most importantly, Bai Shaoran was the vice president of the student council, a prominent figure in the school, enjoying a moment of glory. If today's confession is successful, treat us to dinner tonight, President Bai, a member of the student council teased. Don't worry, I'll treat you all to hot pot. And we'll choose a high-end place, Hai Tian Lao, no problem. But you all need to help create the atmosphere and pressure Chen Zihan a bit. In front of such a crowd, I don't believe she would dare reject me. Bai Shaoran had already devised a plan. He would boldly confess, with his friends cheering him on. Once the atmosphere was right, he would unveil his ultimate move by presenting Chen Zihan with the necklace. This necklace was valued at 5,000 yuan. It was no small gift, and he believed that few in the entire graduate school would dare to present such an expensive gift to their girlfriend. Bai Shaoran was confident that at that moment, Chen Zihan would be deeply moved. She is here, President. Chen Zihan has arrived. A sycophant announced. Clearing his throat, Bai Shaoran straightened his outfit and stood quietly, awaiting her arrival. However, after half a minute, he noticed that Chen Zihan was not approaching but instead walking in the opposite direction. This isn't right, Bai Shaoran thought. How could she not see such a conspicuous setup? Growing anxious, he nudged his companion. The accomplice quickly understood and called out to Chen Zihan. Chen Zihan, President Bai is looking for you. The onlookers began to gossip as they caught sight of Chen Zihan. That's Chen Zihan. Wow, she is truly stunning. Not just stunning. She rivals those major celebrities. No wonder Bai Shaoran is confessing publicly. Damn it. How did I not know that our school had such a beauty? It's too late now. I bet Bai Shaoran will win her over. I'm so frustrated. Many in the crowd lamented their missed opportunities. On the other side, Chen Zihan also heard someone calling her name and slowly turned her head. Just moments ago, she had not noticed Bai Shaoran or the heart shape made of candles in front of him. After class, Chen Zihan was eager to meet Lin Yi, hence her hurried steps. Observing the crowd gathered nearby, she instinctively avoided them, concerned that the throng might hinder her search for Lin Yi. Is there something you need? Chen Zihan said coldly. Make way, Bai Shaoran exclaimed, growing anxious as the onlookers blocked the banner he had prepared, hastily pushing them aside to unveil it before Chen Zihan. Ahem, classmate Chen Zihan, I saw you at last year's New Year's Eve party. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, that moment convinced me that you are the one I have been searching for. Bai Shaoran began his heartfelt confession. I understand I may have many shortcomings, but as humans, we are all flawed. Would you be willing to join me in rectifying these imperfections? I wish to spend the rest of my life with you and to share the most beautiful love this world has to offer. Chen Zihan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the confession banner, and when she heard Bai Shaoran's impassioned declaration, she nearly retched. How old are we? Graduate students. For heaven's sake, must you resort to such childish antics? I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend. Chen Zihan declined firmly. Impossible. Bai Shaoran rebutted decisively. Just a week ago, I inquired with someone from your class, and they informed me that you have been single and have never dated. Bai Shaoran's affection for Chen Zihan stemmed precisely from this fact. Just think about it. A girl of such exquisite beauty with an impressive education and yet untouched by romance. It's like discovering a pristine paradise. And the best part is, this paradise remains unexplored. Thus, Bai Shaoran devised a plan to personally uncover this untouched realm. Your information is outdated. I found a boyfriend 2 or 3 days ago, Chun Zihan stated, her expression unyielding. She felt no affinity for Bai Shaoran. He often messaged her on WeChat, and initially, she would respond, but eventually, she grew indifferent and ceased to reply. Subsequently, finding him bothersome, she blocked his contact. To her surprise, even after being blocked, Bai Shaoran continued to pester her. Unbelievable. You must be deceiving me. How could it happen so quickly? Bai Shaoran exclaimed. Disbelief etched on his face. I know you are still single. I hope you can give me a chance, as well as yourself. Here's a necklace I chose for you. I hope you like it. Bai Shaoran emerged from the heart-shaped arrangement, holding flowers and the necklace as he approached Chun Zihan. The onlookers also drew closer, some even lifting their phones to record the moment. I'm sorry, but I don't like it. Chun Zihan rejected him bluntly. Her heart was already Lin Yi's, and she did not wish to create any misunderstandings. How could you not like it? Is it because there are too many people here, making you shy? Why don't you take it for now, and we can chat privately? Bai Shaoran grew frantic, completely thrown off script. He had anticipated that even if Chun Zihan rejected him, she would do so gently, and that the surrounding crowd would cheer, leaving her no room to refuse. Who could have guessed that Chun Zihan would be so forthright from the outset? What are you waiting for? Cheer her on. Bai Shaoran kicked one of his lackeys. The lackey, quickly catching on, shouted loudly, Get together, get together. The crowd, reveling in the spectacle, joined in with their own cheers, creating a cacophony of voices. As the collective shouts echoed, Chun Zihan's face flushed, not with embarrassment, but with the fury of a brewing storm. Silence. Before Chun Zihan could unleash her wrath, a thunderous voice cut through the air. This voice possessed a remarkable resonance, penetrating the hearts of everyone present. Moreover, it seemed to carry an unspoken authority, causing the raucous crowd to halt in unison. From a distance of several meters, a man dismounted from a shared bicycle and approached the assembly. No, he was not merely walking towards the crowd. He was striding directly towards Chun Zihan. Are you all right? Lin Yi gently ruffled Chun Zihan's hair. I'm fine. It's just good to see you. Upon seeing the man, Chun Zihan's expression transformed instantly from one of impending rage to a visage of warmth and tenderness. A stark contrast to her previous icy demeanor. Chapter 71. Once again, believing in love. Goodness, such a beautiful girl actually likes someone who rides a shared bike? Absurd. Could it be that true love really exists in this world? Mom, I believe in love once more. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. Initially, they thought Bai Shaoran's elaborate preparations would likely lead him to victory, only to be stunned by the sudden emergence of a bike-riding suitor who managed to win the heart of the fair maiden. This revelation left them profoundly shaken. It turned out that true love does exist in this world. The beautiful girl did not choose the well-off vice president of the student council, but instead favored a penniless youth. As one of the key players in this drama, Bai Shaoran now seethed with humiliation and rage. He glared at Lin Yi, his eyes practically ablaze. Why? Chun Zihan, tell me why? He's just a guy on a shared bike. Can he even support you? Don't think that your graduate degree makes you special. There are plenty of graduates out there. Without me, can you find a job after you graduate? Are you aware of the price of this necklace? A whopping 5,000. Can that loser boyfriend of yours afford such a thing? Bai Shaoran was now furious, feeling that his dignity had been trampled upon. Why? Why does Chun Zihan prefer that poor loser over me? You don't understand. Some affections cannot be bought with money. Lin Yi responded coolly. At this moment, revealing his true identity held little significance. It was far more impactful to play the role of the humble suitor, delivering a decisive blow to Bai Shaoran. It wasn't just Bai Shaoran. The onlookers were equally incensed. Indeed, even if I can't find a job, what does it matter? As long as I can be with him, I would gladly wash dishes. Chun Zihan gazed adoringly at Lin Yi, affirming his sentiment. This display of affection only fueled Bai Shaoran's anger further. To him, Chun Zihan had always been an aloof goddess, seemingly indifferent to material wealth. Who could have imagined that in front of her boyfriend, she could exhibit such enchanting charm? Is this the disparity between people? Let us go? Don't bother with these people. Lin Yi wrapped his arm around Chun Zihan's waist as they made their way towards the school gates. Meanwhile, Bai Shaoran was left seething in place. Once they exited the gates of the graduate school at Xianjiaodong University, Chun Zihan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her laughter rang out like the sound of chimes, crisp and delightful. Is this really all right? Bai Shaoran genuinely believes you're a poor boy. Noticing that Lin Yi had not yet disclosed his identity, Chun Zihan couldn't contain her amusement. Whether I reveal it or not is inconsequential. As long as you are mine, that is all that matters. Lin Yi said affectionately. Indeed, my dear. Chun Zihan linked her arm through Lin Yi's, brimming with happiness. Today might very well be the happiest day of her life. Lin Yi stood before her like a heroic champion, resolutely rejecting Bai Shaoran. Meanwhile, at Shanglong Building, Ma Yuer arrived with her friend. Does the person you like work here? Her friend inquired curiously. What person do you like? Speak carelessly again, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Ma Yuer retorted fiercely. She had spent the entire afternoon at her friend's nail salon. Previously, she found her friend's nail shop quite intriguing. But this afternoon, she felt utterly bored. For some reason, she was constantly yearning to see Lin Yi. Thus, spurred on by her friend, Ma Yuer found herself here. He is a benefactor to my family. Remember when my dad's company faced issues? He was the one who stepped in to resolve them. Ma Yuer explained. This building was originally my father's property, but it has now been sold to him at a high price. Yet, he remained unfazed by the exorbitant cost. As calm as a gentle breeze. Whenever Ma Yuer spoke of Lin Yi, a faint smile graced her lips. Look, you claim you don't like him. But every time you mention him, you either grit your teeth or smile, her friend observed. I've said it before, I do not like him. Ma Yuer insisted. Flustered and quick to deny it. See, you're getting anxious. That's a sign of affection. Her friend, an astute observer, saw through Ma Yuer's inner turmoil. Yet even now, Ma Yuer could not confront her own feelings. Alas, many women are like this, clearly enamored yet pretending to be indifferent. If you keep talking, I'll get angry. Ma Yuer feigned annoyance, trying to maintain her facade. All right, enough of that. But can you be sure he is still in the building? Her friend questioned. He should be, right? Ma Yuer replied uncertainly. He went inside around noon. He has an office on one of the floors, and I suspect he might be supervising renovations. So what do we do? Should we just go up to find him? Her friend continued to inquire. Why would I go looking for him? I'm just here to wander around. Ma Yuer stubbornly insisted. Sure, who believes you? Her friend replied skeptically, yet she stayed to accompany Ma Yuer. However, after waiting for over half an hour, they still had not seen Lin Yi. By this time, night had fallen. Ma Yuer felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that Lin Yi had already left? But she hesitated to go up, fearing the awkwardness of running into him. Thus, another hour passed. Her friend's legs were aching from standing too long. How about I go up and check if he is still here? Her friend suggested. Unable to bear the weight any longer. If we keep waiting, I might end up unable to stand. I have no intention of looking for him. It's you who wanted to come here. Don't you dare blame me. If you do, you'll see how I deal with you. Ma Yuer declared with mock ferocity. All right, my lady. I'll do as you say. It's me who wants to find him, okay? Her friend replied with exasperation. Liking someone is just liking someone. It's not a big deal. Why hide your feelings? What is the point of concealing them? Her friend remarked. Taking the elevator, she ascended to the 19th floor. Following Ma Yuer's description, she scanned the area thoroughly. After observing for about 10 minutes and confirming several times, her friend still did not spot Lin Yi. And thus she descended. He is not here. He must have left. Her friend stated. What? He left? Ma Yuer's face fell instantly. Send him a message asking where he is. Her friend suggested, also feeling drained. But I don't have his contact information. Ma Yuer replied. What? You like him, but don't even have his contact details? Her friend exclaimed in shock. This is absurd. Chapter 72. Don't go down the wrong path at a young age. No contact information? Do you like him at first sight? Or is it merely infatuation? Or perhaps you've already found a way to like him. Her friend mused, feeling a bit embarrassed for her own thoughts. You must think of some way. Didn't your father sell the building to him? Why not ask your father? Her friend advised. My dad doesn't seem to have his contact details either. But my brother might. Ma Yuer suggested. Then ask your brother. Her friend urged, utterly baffled by the convoluted situation. But I deleted my brother. Ma Yuer admitted. Oh my. What a disaster. My lady, I truly don't know how to help you. Her friend exclaimed, speechless. How can you not even find a contact number? And yet you followed Ma Yuer all the way to Shanglong Building, wasting so much time? All right, I get it. I'll treat you to dinner later, okay? Ma Yuer said apologetically. But I won't settle for anything cheap. I want something fancy. Her friend retorted. Fine, whatever you want. Ma Yuer readily agreed. The next morning, Lin Yi awoke in Chun Zihan's room. Each time he found himself in such a situation, he spent the night awake. Chun Zihan had been exhausted after a long night and was now sound asleep. Check-in. Lin Yi silently recited. Daily check-in. This cannot be missed. Ding. Check-in successful. On June 18th, the host has checked in and received a Nostradamus experience card. Note. This card allows the user to foresee events happening the next day, including but not limited to detailed information on stocks, bonds, futures, and lottery, with the host able to choose one aspect each time. A Nostradamus experience card? Today's reward from the system is rather interesting. It seems my previous comments about the system in my notebook have borne fruit, resulting in a decent reward today. Chun Zihan lay asleep beside him, and Lin Yi gently kissed her cheek before dressing and preparing to return home. As usual, Lin Yi transferred 200 000 yuan into Chun Zihan's account. One cannot allow their beloved to live in poverty. Previously, that Bai Shaoran had the audacity to purchase a necklace worth 5,000 yuan to Wu Chun Zihan. What a joke. Attempting to appear affluent in front of Lin Yi was nothing but self-humiliation. Would the host like to use the Nostradamus experience card? The system inquired in his mind. Yes, Lin Yi mentally affirmed. What would the host like to know about tomorrow's events? The system asked again. This was a more nuanced question. Knowing trivial matters, like what Chun Zihan would do tomorrow, was of little interest to Lin Yi. Even if he knew, it wouldn't provide him with any value. As for the lottery, to be honest, the winnings were limited. The highest lottery prize in the Great Xia Kingdom seemed to be only 2 or 300 million yuan. The returns on bonds were also not substantial. The returns from futures trading have been quite commendable. However, the unfortunate reality is that there is only a single day to capitalize on this. Engaging in futures trading is unlikely to yield optimal results. In light of this, the most suitable option would undoubtedly be stocks. Lin Yi declared. Ding. Prediction successful. The stocks expected to surge the highest tomorrow are as follows. Changhong Company, Limited. Expected increase of 10%, triggering the upper limit. Huiyao Technology, expected increase of 10%, triggering the upper limit. Quantum High Tech, expected increase of 10%, triggering the upper limit. Beifeng Technology, expected increase of 10%, triggering the upper limit. Mabe Technology, expected increase of 9.83%. The system swiftly analyzed and listed the top 20 stocks with the highest anticipated gains. The investment returns for these 20 stocks are indeed impressive, with most yielding over 9%. If Lin Yi were to invest over 1 trillion, he could expect a return of nearly 100 billion tomorrow. Of course, this is merely hypothetical. Should he actually commit such an enormous sum, the stock market would undoubtedly experience turmoil, potentially driving him to madness. Who knows, by that time, Lin Yi might even find himself under investigation by the authorities. Earning money is the goal, albeit modestly. Lin Yi does not aspire to amass excessive wealth. A mere 30 to 40 billion will suffice for now. He plans to enter the market with this amount, then sell tomorrow to return the funds to his account. Furthermore, he intends to open another account, investing an additional 20 billion to seek further profits. In total, this could amount to around 50 to 60 billion, with the profits anticipated to be quite substantial. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi contacted his assistant, Chen Shi, as he exited Chun Zihan's residence, instructing her to seek out 5 or 6 reputable securities firms. He planned to enter the stock market in stages with this capital. After reaping the rewards, he would withdraw. Gudu Securities Company, the largest in the Northwest region, boasts formidable strength. Today, the general manager of the securities firm received a call from a distinguished client who wished to entrust them with a substantial portfolio, reportedly involving funds exceeding 9 figures. The general manager, Zhao Song, was instantly filled with excitement. For a securities company, this represented a colossal order. Having worked in the stock industry for over a decade, Zhao Song had consistently maintained a fixed annual return rate of over 12% on the funds and stocks he managed. It wasn't that higher returns were unattainable. Rather, Zhao Song preferred a stable approach. As long as he ensured safety, major clients would be willing to invest their capital with him. Should there be consistent losses, those clients would inevitably withdraw their investments, potentially jeopardizing the very existence of the company. An annual return rate of 12% surpasses bank interest rates by approximately threefold. Today, we have a significant client arriving, so everyone should exercise caution. Noticing that his assistant was dressed rather lightly, Zhao Song cast a stern glance at her, reminding her to focus on professionalism rather than frivolous pursuits. Zhao Song's wife was quite strict at home, and he dared not stray from propriety. This assistant, who had been with him for half a year, typically dressed appropriately, yet whenever a major client was due, she seemed to favor more revealing attire. Zhao Song, being astute, could easily discern her intentions, to showcase her allure in hopes of advancing her position. Should she catch the eye of a major client, her life could be transformed dramatically. Director Zhao, ISNT at summer? The weather is unbearably hot. The assistant quickly defended herself. Then why didn't I see you in a miniskirt or a crop top yesterday? Zhao Song retorted bluntly, emphasizing the importance of being pragmatic. What is rightfully yours will come to you. Forcing matters is futile. Some are simply born with luck, while others, regardless of effort, cannot achieve the same. You've already proven your exceptional capabilities by becoming my assistant shortly after graduation. However, if your mind is solely occupied with dubious paths, you will not endure. Chapter 73. Beauty is not everything. Zhao Song's assistant, Zhao Ranner, is the daughter of a distant cousin who passed away about 4 years ago, leaving behind only her. Recognizing Zhao Ranner's potential and aided by favorable remarks from relatives, Zhao Song brought her into the company as his assistant. A university graduate learning closely from the general manager undoubtedly experiences rapid growth. Zhao Ranner's academic background is commendable as well, having graduated from the prestigious Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Undeniably, being attractive is an advantage. However, Zhao Song believes that beauty is not the entirety of success. One could argue that if one is beautiful, their baseline potential will never be low. Even if they falter, they will not fall far behind. In contrast, those of average appearance may have a slightly lower baseline, but in terms of potential, they share equal opportunities for ascension with the beautiful. It is the combination of beauty and diligence that constitutes the most effective strategy. Director Zhao, I understand. Zhao Ranner lowered her head, acknowledging her fault. Yet Zhao Song, being a seasoned strategist, easily perceived that she was merely acquiescing outwardly while remaining obstinate in her beliefs internally. All right, go prepare to welcome the major client. Zhao Song waved his hand, signaling her to exit. Once outside the general manager's office, Zhao Ranner exhaled deeply. Was her behavior truly erroneous? She did not believe so. All she aspired to was to establish a home for herself in the vast ancient capital, although she served as the general manager's assistant. Her monthly salary was only around 500 yuan, with a rent of 700 yuan, food expenses of 500 yuan, and additional costs for clothing, cosmetics, and daily necessities adding up to approximately 1,000 yuan. She could only save around 300 yuan each month. Over the course of a year, even with a 30,000 yuan year-end bonus, her total earnings would barely reach 45,000 yuan. With housing prices in the ancient capital starting at 17,000 yuan per square meter. After a year of hard work, she would barely be able to afford 3 square meters of housing. At this rate, how long would it take to establish herself in the ancient capital? As for finding a boyfriend with a house in the ancient capital, Zhao Ranner had no intention of settling for that. Since she was searching, why not seek someone wealthy, perhaps with a villa? Living in a villa is surely more pleasant than in a high-rise. Based on previous intel, a major client was set to arrive today, prompting Zhao Ranner to meticulously adorn herself, opting for revealing attire that accentuated her figure, showcasing her beauty. If that major client were to take notice of her, earning money would be effortless. Mr. Lin, this way please. Suddenly, a voice reached Zhao Ranner's ears. The speaker appeared to be the vice general manager of the company. If the vice general manager was personally going to greet someone, could it be the esteemed client? Zhao Ranner hurriedly snatched a document from her desk and rushed over. As she approached the vice general manager, Zhao Ranner finally laid eyes on the major client. Young, indeed, exceedingly youthful. Moreover, this client was exceptionally handsome, a veritable ideal of humanity. A wealthy, attractive young man is far more appealing than those aged and decrepit. Whoops! In her moment of distraction, the documents in her hands slipped to the floor. She quickly bent down to retrieve the fallen papers. Slow down. Lin Yi leaned down to assist her, picking up several sheets. What on earth? In Zhao Ranner's heart, it felt as if a fawn were leaping wildly. To her astonishment, this esteemed client exuded such gentleness, his voice resonating with a magnetic charm. She was utterly captivated. Zhao Ranner felt as though her heart might melt. Little Zhao, what are you doing? The vice president reprimanded softly, visibly irritated. The arrival of a major client at the company, and you dropped your documents? If the client feels dissatisfied and the deal falls through, he will undoubtedly approach the general manager to demand your dismissal. It's nothing really. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Squatting on the ground, Zhao Ranner looked up at Lin Yi, feeling as if he radiated a warm beam of light. Gazing at his receding figure, she silently vowed to win him over. In the general manager's office, Zhao Song cheerfully extended his right hand for a handshake with Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, I heard from Manager Wang of Jin Investment Bank that you wish to collaborate with us, correct? Zhao Song inquired, curious about Lin Yi's vision for their partnership. I will provide a sum of money, but the selection of stocks will be at my discretion, and these stocks must be purchased today, to be sold off completely before tomorrow's market closes. Furthermore, this matter must remain confidential. It cannot be disclosed to anyone else, Lin Yi stated calmly. Buying today and selling tomorrow? Zhao Song was taken aback. He had never encountered such an approach. In the Great Xia Kingdom, stocks operated on a T1 model, meaning one could only sell what was purchased the day before. Stocks in the Hong Kong and US markets could be traded on the same day. But the T1 model was designed to protect investors from being exploited by capitalists. Most clients entrusted their funds to him for management. And although a few had specific requests, they typically engaged in medium to long-term investments. This model of buying today and selling tomorrow was entirely novel to Zhao Song, particularly with such substantial sums involved. Indeed, we must liquidate all holdings before the market closes tomorrow, leaving not a single share, Lin Yi elaborated. The system has only predicted tomorrow's stock trends, not the day after. What if the stocks decline the following day? Thus, we must divest everything by tomorrow. Then, how much capital does Mr. Lin intend to allocate for us to manage? Zhao Song queried, noting that their company's commission stood at 0.5 for 100 million. The fee would amount to 500,000. The commission is rather steep. Lin Yi pondered momentarily, then replied, I plan to entrust around 1.5 billion to you for management. I would appreciate a discount on the commission to 0.3. According to previous calculations, 100 million would incur a fee of 500,000, thus 1.5 billion would equate to 7,500,000 in fees. They wouldn't need to select stocks or bear any risks. They would merely execute Lin Yi's strategy. Such a straightforward task seemed an unworthy exchange for 7,500,000. 1.5 billion? Zhao Song was dumbfounded. Good heavens. When manager Wang from Jian Investment Bank mentioned amounts in the 9-digit range, Zhao Song felt unperturbed, assuming it was around 100 million. After all, his highest record involved managing over 700 million. But now, with the figure of 1.5 billion looming, Zhao Song felt a wave of anxiety. He had never encountered such vast sums. Managing such an amount risked catastrophic consequences should anything go awry, potentially leading to the company's downfall. Mr. Lin, are you certain about the 1.5 billion? Zhao Song sought confirmation. Indeed, 1.5 billion. If there are no issues, let us proceed to sign the contract. Once the contract is finalized, Jian Investment Bank will remit the funds to you, Lin Yi affirmed. Chapter 74, The Battle of the Stock Market. 1.5 billion. This young man before him was indeed a titan. No problem, the commission will be calculated at 0.3. Zhao Song readily agreed. Even at this reduced rate, the fee for 1.5 billion would still amount to 4,500,000. The company's performance would undoubtedly meet its targets this month, allowing for a more generous year-end bonus for the employees. The next step was to sign the contract. This process transpired swiftly. Having reviewed the terms meticulously and confirmed no discrepancies, Lin Yi affixed his signature. The company had yet to complete its registration, but once finalized, they could utilize the company seal, and all funds would flow from there. Mr. Lin, I look forward to a fruitful partnership. Zhao Song exhaled in relief. Never anticipating such a significant deal would materialize today. As long as they cultivated a good rapport with Mr. Lin, their securities firm's performance would be secured. Exiting the office, Lin Yi immediately spotted the young woman who had dropped the documents earlier. She emanated a faint yet pleasant fragrance, not overpowering, but undeniably comforting. Assistant Zhao, please escort Mr. Lin. Zhao Song instructed Zhao Ranner. Of course, Mr. Zhao, she replied, beaming as she accompanied Lin Yi downstairs. In the elevator, Lin Yi expressed curiosity about her background. Are you related to Mr. Zhao? You both share the surname. Mr. Zhao is my uncle. He is also my mentor, guiding me into this industry, and I have been learning from him ever since, Zhao Ranner explained. How long have you been working? What is your capability? Lin Yi inquired further. I graduated last June. I was dissatisfied with my first job, and around October, I began working with Mr. Zhao. So it has been over 6 months now. As for my skills, Mr. Lin, I am confident that while I may not be the best, I am certainly reliable. This self-assurance was not misplaced, given that Mr. Zhao was the general manager of the ancient capital securities company, renowned for his expertise in the Great Xia Kingdom. Having been by his side, Zhao Ranner had indeed acquired a wealth of knowledge. However, her focus shifted. She wondered if this esteemed client was genuinely interested in her. Given his attentiveness, if that were the case, it could prove advantageous. Here is my business card. Please add my contact information. I have a few more inquiries, Lin Yi said. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Ranner was lost in her own daydreams. He truly did have matters to discuss. Lin Yi intended to open an account for himself and invest an additional 1 to 2 billion in stock trading. Having never traded before, he was unfamiliar with some processes. So having her contact would facilitate inquiries. Certainly, Zhao Ranner felt a flutter of excitement. Adding contact information meant they could chat, and perhaps after their conversation, they might share a meal. Following dinner, as evening fell, returning home might not be feasible. Perhaps a hotel stay would be in order. And if they found themselves bored in the hotel, wouldn't it be fitting to spend some quality time together in one room? Ding. The elevator chimed as it reached the ground floor. That will be all. No need to escort me further. Lin Yi waved his hand, signaling she could return. Time was of the essence. Lin Yi and his assistant Chun, she had to visit several securities firms to finalize arrangements, successfully managing a total of 3.5 billion in funds. Specifically, Ancient Capital Securities would handle 1.5 billion, while the remaining 2 billion would be allocated among other firms. By now, it was already noon. The market would open at 1 o'clock and close at 3. All acquisitions needed to be completed by 3 that afternoon. Lin Yi swiftly downloaded a stock trading application, proceeded with identity verification, and transferred funds. Once he completed these tasks, he began his rapid acquisition of stocks. There exists a regulation in stock trading that mandates a minimum purchase of 100 shares. This means that if one cannot purchase even 100 shares, trading is altogether impossible. There are inexpensive stocks, priced at mere cents per share, but their price fluctuations are minimal and slow. Most stocks are valued at several or even dozens of yuan per share. 100 shares constitute a standard lot. While seasoned traders often engage in transactions of several thousand or even tens of thousands of lots. With Changhong Company, priced at 273 yuan per share, Lin Yi murmured to himself as he initially acquired 30,000 lots. Subsequently, observing the lack of reaction from various parties, he proceeded to purchase an additional 50,000 lots. Within a span of approximately 10 minutes, Lin Yi had amassed 80,000 lots of shares. The last 20,000 lots proved to be somewhat challenging to acquire, possibly due to the fact that the brokerage firms he had engaged were also in the process of purchasing. Fortunately for Lin Yi, luck was on his side, and about 5 minutes later, he successfully acquired the remaining 20,000 lots. This amounted to a staggering total of 100,000 lots, equating to 10 million shares, valued at around 2.7 billion yuan. Next, he turned his attention to a company named Huiyao Technology, where the share price was considerably higher at 14,646 yuan per share. Lin Yi acquired 10,000 lots, or 1 million shares, costing him 1.4 billion yuan. Following this, he purchased 50,000 lots of Quantum High-Tech, amounting to 1.8 billion yuan. For Beifeng Technology, he acquired 200,000 lots, which set him back 3.6 billion yuan, and for Mabe Technology, he bought 120,000 lots for 2.4 billion yuan. In total, for these 20 stocks, Lin Yi unilaterally expended approximately 2.3 billion yuan. Adding the 3.5 billion yuan entrusted to the brokerage firms, the total sum reached around 5.8 billion yuan. While this sum appeared substantial, its distribution across 20 stocks rendered it less conspicuous. However, Lin Yi's maneuvers left the personnel at Gudu Securities utterly astonished. Although this collaboration was meant to remain confidential, discussions among the company's senior executives were permissible. Zhao Song, the general manager of Gudu Securities, was aware that above him were influential figures like the chairman and supervisors. In the office, the chairman, who had surpassed 60 years of age, glanced at the documents on his desk and queried, "Did that young man truly manage to produce 3.5 billion yuan in one go?" "Indeed, Bai Lao," Zhao Song affirmed with a nod. Bai Lao was one of the shadowy titans of the financial sector in the Great Xia Kingdom, although his name was seldom whispered in public circles. Those who entered certain elite circles would surely encounter tales of this magnate's early exploits. He was among the earliest stock traders, transforming 100,000 yuan into 700,000 within a month and maintaining that record for several years. Later, he collaborated with a programmer to develop a software application capable of displaying stock information, which was among the earliest auxiliary tools for stock trading. Even with the plethora of trading applications that have emerged since, this software remains a pioneering example within the Great Xia Kingdom. In recent years, Bai Lao had adopted a more low-key lifestyle, enjoying retirement. This brokerage firm was established out of Bai Lao's boredom, providing him with a pastime to alleviate his monotony. Chapter 75, JK Formal Attire. Something felt amiss. There was an unsettling sensation. Bai Lao observed the stock curves of the 20 companies on his computer, muttering to himself. Did Bai Lao discover an issue? Zhao Song inquired eagerly. Bai Lao, being a figure of authority in the industry, surely had his reasons for expressing concern. Take a look at the stock curve of Quantum High-Tech. Previously, it indicated that the major shareholders intended to sell off their holdings, seemingly preparing to flee. Why then? Would Mr. Lin choose to buy in heavily? Bai Lao explained. I just had a friend inquire about Quantum High-Tech. They experienced significant financial losses in the first half of the year, and the stock was poised for a sharp decline. However, the chairman, in collaboration with several prominent figures, managed to suppress this crisis and artificially elevate the stock price. Yet, in recent days, the chairman has evidently been unable to sustain this facade, desperately seeking to offload shares. Given that Mr. Lin can produce 3.5 billion yuan, he must have some understanding of the stock market. So, why would he choose today to make such extensive purchases? Those present, already seasoned professionals in this field, began to grasp the implications of Bai Lao's insights. But why would he buy when it's clearly a losing proposition? Zhao Song asked, intrigued. Having been in the industry for many years, he had never encountered such a scenario. It's difficult to say. My analysis may not be entirely accurate, and unforeseen events could arise. Additionally, Mr. Lin may be employing a smokescreen, presenting a diverse portfolio of 20 stocks, ensuring that some are bound to be unprofitable. Otherwise, such precise predictions would easily draw attention, Bai Lao concluded. This perspective indeed held merit. Zhao Lao, I have already executed the transactions. Whether the stocks rise or fall from here on out is no longer our concern, Zhao Song stated, although he remained curious about Mr. Lin's identity. He appears to be merely 21 or 22 years old, yet he can produce 5 billion yuan in one go, which is truly astonishing. It's worth noting that even Wang Qianda's son, Wang Xizong, received only 500 million yuan when he started his venture. Furthermore, it is said that Wang Qianda provided the funds in installments, not all at once. Mr. Lin's true identity must be more impressive than Wang Xizong's. Zhao Song pondered. Prior to this, he had never heard of Mr. Lin in the Great Xia Kingdom. The young man seemed to have emerged from nowhere, leaving him utterly astonished. By the way, Mr. Lin was introduced to us by Manager Wang from Jiantu Bank. I attempted to gather some insights from him, but he was as elusive as a cunning fox, revealing nothing, Zhao Song added. If we cannot uncover anything, it may be best not to provoke him. If Mr. Lin becomes aware of our inquiries, he might take offense, Bai Lao cautioned, halting Zhao Song's further actions. In truth, it was not difficult to speculate about Mr. Lin's background. There were two possibilities. First, he could belong to a reclusive family, individuals who remain exceptionally low profile and are difficult to trace. The second option is far simpler. His father might possess a fortune of several billion. Though such wealthy individuals are not numerous in the Great Xia Kingdom, they do exist, and their profiles often escape public scrutiny. It is conceivable that his father's untimely demise left him in control of substantial funds at such a young age. At present, these were the only two plausible explanations. Otherwise, Bai Lao could not fathom the true origins of Lin Yi. Regardless of his background, as long as he could generate profits for Bai Lao's company, it mattered little. Understood. Zhao Song nodded. By the way, what about your assistant? Bai Lao suddenly inquired. Is it appropriate for her to be involved in such matters? Zhao Song quickly replied. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Mr. Bai remarked. I have observed your little assistant as well. She harbors a disdain for subservience. Isn't this opportunity precisely what she requires? However, Zhao Song felt a genuine hesitation. He did not wish for Zhao Ranner to take the shortcut, especially one as dubious as this. You are merely a graduate of the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, while your counterpart can effortlessly present a sum exceeding 10 billion. Clearly, their statuses are not equal. It was evident that Zhao Ranner would not ascend to prominence nor become the legitimate girlfriend of Mr. Lin. Even if she were to succeed, the relationship would likely only endure for a fleeting period. There is no room for doubt. You are not her, so how can you comprehend her thoughts? Each individual is unique. Do not assume that your little assistant, having recently graduated, lacks social acumen. Let me assure you, that young lady possesses a clever mind. Who is Mr. Bai? Over the years, he has witnessed countless storms and can discern Zhao Ranner's innermost thoughts with a single glance. She is a resilient individual, well-versed in maximizing her own interests. On the surface, it may appear that she is merely seeking to attach herself to Lin Yi, but in reality, she is leveraging him as a springboard. Should she manage to amass sufficient wealth through Lin Yi, she may very well venture out independently, armed with those funds to carve her own path. As for whether she will ultimately succeed, that remains uncertain. For the majority of ordinary individuals, are they not akin to Zhao Ranner? They may possess numerous ideas and opportunities, yet they lack the initial capital. They have no margin for error. A single entrepreneurial failure could see years, even decades, of savings vanish, leaving them burdened with debt. Countless others do not even have the chance to attempt, for they lack the financial means. Zhao Ranner is presently engaged in the crucial process of capital accumulation. Relative to this, Mr. Bai believes that since this girl possesses such tenacity, she should be capable of forging her own destiny. In the room, Zhao Ranner had already completed her grooming. Today, she donned a JK uniform that exuded youthful charm. She had even opted for black stockings, as it is said that men are particularly fond of them. Such subtle intentions. She deftly navigated. Subsequently, Zhao Ranner waited in her room for news from Lin Yi. Earlier that afternoon, she had added Lin Yi's contact information. At that time, he had posed several inquiries, likely pertaining to how to register for stock trading software. In Zhao Ranner's mind, how could someone of his wealth possibly be a novice in stock trading? It was apparent he was merely seeking an opportunity to engage her in conversation. Zhao Ranner cooperated fully, addressing all of Lin Yi's queries and confusions. However, after resolving his concerns, he vanished from sight. Zhao Ranner felt a pang of anxiety but chose to bide her time. Perhaps Lin Yi would invite her out later that evening. Chapter 76. Time is life. Zhao Ranner stretched and yawned. Fatigue was beginning to set in, yet Mr. Lin had yet to reach out to her. Glancing at her phone, she noticed several messages from employees at the company. One named Wang Tao inquired if she had time to join him for dinner that evening. Another, named Yu Guangjie, suggested they go to a bar for drinks and then to a nightclub for dancing. The most peculiar was a fellow named Huang Luan, who wanted to take her to the movies and then for a stroll by the river. Had he lost his mind? In this day and age, pursuing a girl with a riverside walk? He should consider that most of those wandering by the river at night were retired grandmothers and grandfathers. Where do young people go in the evening? Moreover, she was not so desolate as to require someone else to treat her to a movie. Without a second thought, Zhao Ranner dismissed these suitors. Certainly, she must not respond to such insistent admirers. Otherwise, it would become an endless affair. The wisest course was to disregard them entirely. Feigning ignorance. Ding dong. Zhao Ranner's phone chimed again. Initially, she felt a surge of excitement, hoping it was a message from Lin Yi, only to swipe up and discover it was from a man whose name she had forgotten. He appeared to be a university alumnus, now working in the ancient capital. However, Zhao Ranner had never felt any attraction toward him. This man was truly persistent. It was exhausting her. Ranner, have you finished your shower? The man inquired. Zhao Ranner scrolled through their chat history. They had exchanged a few trivial remarks around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. She had interrupted their conversation, claiming she needed to shower in order to respond to Lin Yi. Little did she know that after such a long interval, the man was messaging her again. As usual, she had no intention of replying. Yet, just as she was about to exit the conversation, he sent another message. Ranner, I bought you a gift. Could you send me your address and phone number? A gift for herself? Zhao Ranner felt a twinge of discomfort. Their relationship was merely cordial. It would be quite awkward to accept a gift. No, thank you, I don't need it. Zhao Ranner replied. Why be so polite? Ranner, I bought you a set of Armani lip gloss, over 20 shades, costing around 6,000 yuan, equivalent to a month's salary for me. The man insisted. Over 20 shades of Armani lip gloss. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ranner felt a flicker of temptation. After all, it was Armani lip gloss, with such a variety of colors. What girl could resist? Just as she was about to acquiesce, she reconsidered. Her objective was not this. What was a mere set of lip gloss worth? Only 6,000 yuan. If she could truly establish a connection with Mr. Lin, would she still be concerned about such a trivial sum? With this thought, Zhao Ranner resolved to respond, typing, I'm sorry, but I cannot accept such an extravagant gift. You should return it. After sending this message, Zhao Ranner felt a wave of relief. It was not that the other party was unworthy. Rather, he simply did not measure up. A few years ago, a question circulated online. If one man had only 100 yuan and offered it all to you, while another had 1 million but chose to give you only 100,000, which man would you choose? Would you opt for the one willing to give you everything, or the one who only offered a fraction? In Zhao Ranner's view, this choice was fundamentally flawed. Why was it flawed? Because 100 yuan was simply too meager. What good is affection or love when daily sustenance becomes an issue? The primary imperative of life is survival. Under limited circumstances, one should strive to live more abundantly. This is Zhao Ranner's life philosophy. Ranner, I've already purchased it, so please don't return it. Accept it as a token of my appreciation. The message on her screen persisted. Zhao Ranner had no desire to continue the conversation, replying only, I'm sorry, but I have work in the morning and need to rest early. You should also get some rest. Though it was only around 8 in the evening. Claiming the need for rest was merely an excuse to disengage from the conversation. Having spoken, Zhao Ranner chose to ignore the man, instead opening the chat interface with Lin Yi. After a moment of contemplation, she composed a message and sent it. Mr. Lin, are you busy? She was cautious in her inquiry, fearing she might inadvertently displease him. I'm busy, about to reach the king rank. Is there something you need? Came Lin Yi's reply on the screen. Ah, so his notion of being busy pertains to gaming? Does Mr. Lin enjoy playing games? Zhao Ranner delicately probed, hesitant to be too forward for fear of inciting his disdain. It's all right, I haven't played much this season. Under normal circumstances, I would have already attained the Glory King rank, leading others in a rampage. They handle the kills, and I handle the chaos. Another message appeared on the screen. Zhao Ranner couldn't help but chuckle softly. She hadn't anticipated that Mr. Lin was not only affluent, but also possessed a delightful sense of humor. Chatting with you is quite enjoyable, Mr. Lin. After sending this message, Zhao Ranner awaited his response. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Minutes passed without a reply. What was happening? How could the conversation just cease? Growing increasingly anxious, she dared not express her frustration towards Lin Yi. After about 20 minutes, a message finally arrived from him. I finally reached the king rank. That match was truly arduous. The jungler was such a fool, boasting about his stats and claiming he would carry us. Yet he ended up being the most useless. Lin Yi grumbled. Fortunately, in the final 2 team fights, he had managed to turn the tide, ultimately achieving the king rank. So, his long absence from replying was due to gaming? Wasn't it rather perplexing to prioritize a game over a charming young lady? In truth, Lin Yi thought there was little of substance to discuss with a woman. Why waste time with trivial conversation? Everyone is an adult. Why not get straight to the point and head to a hotel room? The time saved could be better spent engaging in other pursuits. It was absurd. They were all grown-ups, yet they behaved like children, meandering around the topic. Time is life. Wasting an hour could equate to squandering millions. If Lin Yi withheld those millions, would they ever reach her? Could a tadpole ever find its mother? Chapter 77, coming soon. Mr. Lin, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Do you have time? I would like to invite you to dinner. At this juncture, there was no need for further pretense. Zhao Ranner stated her intentions directly. You've made me a bit hungry too. How about this? You come to my place, and I'll prepare something for you. Lin Yi replied. Prepare something for me? Zhao Ranner mused. Don't you like noodles? What about soy milk? Fried dough sticks? Though it's a bit late. I still have soy milk and fried dough sticks available, Lin Yi continued. His straightforwardness was rather refreshing. Zhao Ranner appreciated this directness. She found it far more appealing than the overly slick talkers in society who only promised grand gestures without delivering. Where do you live? She inquired. Let me send you my location. You can take a taxi over. Lin Yi responded. Shortly after, he sent her the location. Zhao Ranner glanced at the screen. Noting the address was in a community called Jinsi Renjia, reputed to be the most luxurious in the ancient capital. It consisted of sprawling villas, with even the least expensive fetching around 50 million. No wonder Mr. Lin resided in such an upscale area. Mr. Lin, please hold on. I'll take a taxi over right now. Zhao Ranner promptly replied. Sure, I'll reimburse your taxi fare. Just send me your account details. Lin Yi stated directly. Account details? Zhao Ranner hesitated, contemplating whether to provide them. Would sharing them make her seem materialistic? Surely that would appear rather low in Mr. Lin's eyes. Yet, to withhold them felt like a loss. No need to agonize over it. Just send it. Lin Yi's message appeared on her screen. Well, she might as well. Since they had reached this point, further hesitation seemed unnecessary. 6,217,9979,2168. Zhao Ranner sent her bank account number. Within moments, she received a text. Dear Postal Savings User, your account ending in 2168 has been credited with 20,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 21,540,000 yuan. The money had arrived just like that? 20 million? Was this how the wealthy conducted their affairs? To think, a mere taxi ride warranted such a sum. She toiled for an entire month to earn a few thousand. And even after rent and living expenses, she could only save a little over 1,000. That 20 million would take her over a decade to accumulate. By the way, remember to wear black stockings. I adore that look. Lin Yi stated. In this situation, Lin Yi was quite adept. It was simple. Express desires plainly. Isn't that preferable? All right. Zhao Ranner replied, preparing to set off. She hadn't anticipated the events would unfold so swiftly. Her original plan was to enjoy a meal. Perhaps stroll through a mall. If Lin Yi bought her a gift, that would be splendid. If not, it was no matter. The primary purpose was to pass the time until late evening. By 11 or 12, it would be too late to return, and she would simply find a nearby place to rest. Who would have thought that after just a few exchanges, everything would be decided so quickly? As Zhao Ranner was about to leave, her phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed Zhao Song. At this hour, why was the CEO calling her? Confused. She answered the call. What are you up to at this hour? Zhao Song inquired immediately upon connection. I'm preparing to head out. Zhao Ranner replied truthfully. Are you still in contact with Mr. Lin? Zhao Song continued to question. Yes, Mr. Zhao. Is there something you need? Zhao Ranner asked, puzzled. Nothing much. I understand your intentions. The purpose of this late-night call is to advise you to seize the opportunity with this client, Zhao. You can capture this chance. Zhao Song stated. This isn't just my opinion. It's what Old Bai said. Old Bai said so? Zhao Ranner was astonished. She hadn't anticipated that this matter would draw Old Bai's attention. If he believed it held promise, then it must be significant. My intention was for you to focus on your work, but I understand you may be restless. Your choices reflect the path you wish to pursue. Whether right or wrong, you have made your decision, so continue onward. What happens next is beyond my concern. Whether you succeed or falter, it is your destiny. Zhao Song, upon reaching this juncture, found himself reluctant to continue the conversation. Some individuals are simply inclined to seek shortcuts, desiring to amass wealth more swiftly, and one cannot impede their progress. After all, they are adults, equipped with their own choices. I understand, uncle. This marked the first instance Zhao Ranner addressed him in such a manner since joining the company. All right, I shall take my leave now. You carry on with your affairs. The call ended promptly, leaving only the sound of a busy tone in its wake. Setting down her phone, Zhao Ranner cast a glance at her reflection in the mirror. Clad in a JK uniform paired with black stockings, her ensemble was both alluring and innocent, perfectly aligning with Zhao Ranner's persona. A few hours prior, she had meticulously prepared herself, and this was merely a touch-up, consuming little time. Soon, Zhao Ranner set off. In the villa, Lin Yi, having finished messaging Zhao Ranner, was about to resume his game when a message from Ma Hai arrived. Brother-in-law, weren't you going to lend me that Aston Martin? When can I come to pick it up? Ma Hai inquired. Let us do this. Come over tomorrow afternoon to pick it up. My address is Building 11. Jinsi Rinjia Community. Lin Yi replied. This had been a prior agreement. The other party wished to borrow Lin Yi's car for a while. As long as there were no accidents, he was fine with it. Currently, Lin Yi primarily drove the Lamborghini Poison awarded by the system. After responding to Ma Hai, Lin Yi noticed a message from Qin Zheng. It was a message sent an hour ago, which Lin Yi had overlooked in his eagerness to play. Opening the chat, he found Qin Zheng stating, Bro, I've finalized the details for our first gathering at Jinshin Capital, Explosive Gang. It's set for tomorrow night at 10 o'clock in a villa near Huanbei Lake Avenue. There won't be much traffic on Huanbei Lake Avenue at night. We can relish the thrill of driving our sports cars, and the villa has a spacious swimming pool, making it an excellent venue for a party. This plan had been in the making for quite some time, and it was finally coming to fruition. All right, I'll definitely be there tomorrow night, Lin Yi replied, then returned to his game, determined to secure a few victories and climb the ranks, lest he risk a fall from his esteemed position. Chapter 78, Call Me Brother Lin. The top lane was already engaging in battle, yet the marksman remained idly wandering in the upper lane. Marksman, for heaven's sake, you're already at the king rank, and you can't function without support? Why flee at the first sign of conflict? Incredible. The mage performed brilliantly, with Wanner soaring to achieve a triple kill. Yao Mei, stop riding me. Go ride the marksman instead. Each gaming session left Lin Yi parched and hoarse. The sheer volume of communication was overwhelming. It seemed that the ranks of king-tier players had swelled, with skills varying widely. Sometimes, it was manageable, allowing for easy victories, but other times, he suffered through consecutive defeats, which was utterly exhausting. Thus, during gameplay, Lin Yi either shouted incessantly or transformed into a keyboard warrior. Having navigated the king realm for years, with both parents alive, he unleashed his criticisms mercilessly upon opponents. After approximately 3 matches, the doorbell rang. Zhao Ranner had arrived. Lin Yi set aside his phone, preparing to serve her a meal. At this hour, it was getting late, and it was time to rest. Upon entering Lin Yi's villa and beholding its opulent decor, Zhao Ranner's first impression was a fervent desire to reside in such a grand abode in the future. This was her lifelong aspiration. Her goal was simple, to be wealthy. Exceedingly wealthy. For years, Zhao Ranner had been striving toward this ambition. Mr. Lin. Upon entering the villa, Zhao Ranner felt somewhat constrained. No need for formality. It feels rather distant. Just call me Lin Yi. Lin Yi responded. It was only now that Zhao Ranner learned Lin Yi's true name. She had not been present during the contract signing, and afterward, she lacked the authority to review the documents. Such contracts typically involve sensitive business information, meticulously safeguarded. I shall call you Brother Lin, as it feels more intimate, Zhao Ranner shyly suggested. That's perfectly fine. I'm indifferent to the name, Lin Yi replied, unconcerned by the title. Some called him Brother Lin, while others referred to him as De Lin. An additional Brother Lin was inconsequential. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two retreated to the room to rest. The following day, around 9:30 in the morning, Lin Yi awoke. Zhao Ranner lay soundly asleep beside him. She had succumbed to exhaustion in the early hours of the night. Lin Yi understood and did not hold it against her. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he opened his stock trading app. The stocks he had purchased yesterday were all performing exceedingly well. The 20 stocks recommended by the system were experiencing significant gains. Remarkable. It was time to start selling. Of course, he couldn't liquidate too many at once, as it could trigger a downer. Lin Yi opted to sell in batches, typically releasing 5,000 to 10,000 shares at a time. As soon as the stocks were listed, they were promptly purchased by others. His account began to swell with funds. By 11:30, Lin Yi was still engrossed in this endeavor. Just before the morning trading session closed, he successfully sold off all his stocks. Lin Yi had invested approximately 2.3 billion in stocks, and within a single day, he reaped a net profit of around 2.1 billion. This investment yielded a substantial return. Meanwhile, at Gudu Securities Company, Zhao Song finally exhaled in relief. He had also divested the 1.5 billion he had invested. The profit garnered amounted to 1.4 billion. From the market opening at 9:30 until now, Zhao Song had scarcely paused, anxious about any potential errors. Every 20 minutes or so, he would inquire about the current selling status. In fact, when the market opened at 9:30, Zhao Song was astounded. The 20 stocks chosen by Mr. Lin were all among those with the highest gains. Some stocks, particularly Quantum High-Tech, which Zhao Song had anticipated would plummet, surprised him. Unexpectedly, at 9 o'clock that morning, the morning news reported that the Great Xia Nation would vigorously support certain high-tech enterprises, including Quantum High-Tech in the first batch of beneficiaries. Once the market opened, Quantum High-Tech's stock began to surge dramatically. Upon reaching its peak, Zhao Song swiftly liquidated his holdings. Gazing at the $1.4 billion net profit in his account, Zhao Song still felt a sense of unreality. No matter how skilled a trader might be, every investor experiences losses in the stock market. Yet, this Mr. Lin, having selected 20 stocks, faced not a single loss. This was astonishing, rendering even the most seasoned investors speechless. This Mr. Lin was indeed a true stock market prodigy. Just then, Zhao Song's phone rang. It was an incoming call from Old Bai. Old Bai, Zhao Song could hardly contain his excitement, eager to share the morning's events with him. No need to say anything. I already know. Mr. Bai interrupted Zhao Song's words and continued, that Mr. Lin Yi, I fear, possesses genuine capabilities. My assessment of him yesterday was rather conservative. Today, it is evident that this young man is indeed formidable. You may inquire whether he would be interested in joining me for a meal. Renowned as the Buffett of the Great Xia Kingdom, Mr. Bai holds an esteemed reputation in the realm of stock trading. To dine with Mr. Bai is considered an immense honor by many. All right, Mr. Bai, I shall ask him shortly. Zhao Song nodded. After ending the call with Mr. Bai, Zhao Song dialed Lin Yi's number. The first attempt rang for merely a few seconds before being abruptly disconnected. What the heck? Is Mr. Lin occupied? And have I inadvertently disturbed him? The thought of inciting Lin Yi's ire made Zhao Song feel anxious and uneasy. After half an hour, unable to resist, Zhao Song prepared to call Mr. Lin again to offer an apology. Surely, after such a long while, Mr. Lin must have finished his business, he mused. Beep, beep, beep. A busy tone resonated, followed by an automated message indicating that the recipient's phone was powered off. This is disastrous. It seems I have genuinely angered that esteemed client. Otherwise, why would he not answer my call at this hour? He realized he needed to devise a method to mend the relationship. Zhao Song's mind involuntarily turned to Zhao Ranner. Although he was exceedingly reluctant to contact this assistant, he had no choice. He could only hope for a miracle. Yesterday, it was Zhao Ranner's day off, so she had not come to work. Perhaps she was still resting at home. Zhao Song sighed as he searched for Zhao Ranner's contact information and dialed her number. It was the only course of action left. It was imperative to maintain the relationship with the esteemed client. There could be no mistakes. He hoped Zhao Ranner would prove to be dependable. Chapter 79, Not Daring to Offend. Beep, beep, beep. After a few rings, the call was abruptly terminated again. What is going on? Why was I hung up on again? Is Zhao Ranner also busy? While he dared not offend Lin Yi, he felt no qualms in dealing with Zhao Ranner. Zhao Song dialed her number once more. Seconds later, the system's message chimed. Dear customer, the number you have dialed is currently engaged. Hung up again. And now blocked. What on earth is happening? Zhao Song's expression darkened. In the room, Lin Yi was drenched in sweat. Faced with such intense physical training, he was grateful for the system's enhancement of his physical strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure it. The only thing that agitated Lin Yi was that his phone rang in the midst of his workout. He had hung up and then promptly turned off the device. Less than half an hour later, Zhao Ranner's phone began to ring as well. After terminating the call, the other party rang again. Did they not have the sense to see that Lin Yi was preoccupied? Now that his workout was complete, Lin Yi powered on his phone and noted that the caller was Zhao Song, the general manager of Gudu Securities. This Zhao Song clearly lacked the competence to manage his tasks. Lin Yi couldn't help but recall Old Wang from Jian Investment Bank. That Old Wang was also quite the talent. At the last gathering of esteemed clients, Lin Yi had called him late at night. At that time, Old Wang had also been engaged in a personal activity. Yet upon hearing Lin Yi's request to book a room at the hotel, he immediately ceased his own endeavors to attend to Lin Yi's needs. What a good-natured fellow. If it were Lin Yi, he would have already begun to scold. It seemed he would need to be more mindful in the future and avoid disturbing others' private moments. Lin Yi reflected. He returned the call, and seconds later, it was connected. With Zhao Song's voice coming through. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for the earlier disturbance. Zhao Song's tone was excessively respectful. Please, convey your message. Lin Yi replied coolly. It appeared he had indeed angered Mr. Lin, and Zhao Song's heart sank as he became even more deferential. Mr. Lin, regarding the stocks you selected yesterday, I have sold all of them, yielding a total profit of $1.4 billion. Our esteemed boss, Mr. Bai, is very much in need of talent and wishes to invite you to dinner this evening. I wonder if you might be available. Furthermore, concerning the funds, if you wish to continue investing, we can keep this amount at Gudu Securities. I am confident it will generate significant returns for you, far superior to what you would earn at a bank. Zhao Song rushed to relay everything he needed to say. Wealthy individuals are typically quite busy, with no time for trivial chatter. It is best to be direct. Convoluted discussions would only irritate these affluent clients. I have other commitments this evening and am unavailable. Additionally, I want all $1.5 billion, including the profits, refunded to me. The returns from keeping it at Gudu Securities are minimal. Lin Yi stated coldly. Indeed. He had plans for that evening, as he was to attend a gathering hosted by Jinshin Capital, the explosive gang. This gathering was funded by Lin Yi himself, primarily to express gratitude to the wealthy second-generation individuals and to cultivate relationships with them. With their support, Lin Yi could navigate the city with ease. As for the funds kept at Gudu Securities, he certainly intended to retrieve them. Although there might be some returns, Lin Yi was not particularly concerned about that sum. He was also preparing to establish his own company, which would involve investments as well, allowing him to manage operations directly. Zhao Song was momentarily taken aback. He realized that the untimely call had indeed provoked Mr. Lin's anger. The sudden withdrawal of 1.5 billion was a painful blow for Zhao Song. Had that amount remained in the Gudu Securities account under his control, it would have generated tens of millions in returns annually, contributing significantly to his performance. Such returns would greatly enhance his prospects for promotions or salary increases in the future. With a sigh, Zhao Song replied, "Mr. Lin, if you have other engagements tonight, then let us reschedule with Mr. Bai. As for that sum, it should reach your account by tomorrow afternoon at the latest." Who is Mr. Bai? A legend in the realm of stock trading in the Great Xia Kingdom, yet this individual seems utterly dismissive of him. Since Mr. Lin was busy, they would have to postpone dinner. As for the 1.5 billion, a contract had surely been signed, and there was no backing out. It must be transferred by 6 p.m. tomorrow. Meanwhile, in her villa, Zhao Ranner had also awakened. She had been angry earlier, which prompted her to block Zhao Song's number. At that pivotal moment, calling was akin to inviting disaster. However, in retrospect, Zhao Ranner regretted her decision. After all, he was the general manager, and she had foolishly blocked him. "You may resign from your position at the securities firm and join my company," Lin Yi stated slowly. "I cannot guarantee much, but a salary of 500,000 is certainly assured. You are aware that in your line of work, salary is not the primary source of income. Year-end bonuses are what truly matter. I can assure you that your year-end bonus will not be less than 7 figures. If the performance truly excels, 8 or even 9 figures are not beyond the realm of possibility." Lin Yi extended an olive branch. Zhao Ranner's business acumen is indeed commendable. If she were to be brought under his wing, it would undeniably be a lucrative arrangement. "Really, Brother Lin?" Zhao Ranner exclaimed, her heart soaring in delight. It is worth noting that her salary at the Ancient Capital Securities Company is merely 500 per month. Moreover, as an assistant, her year-end bonus is not substantial, typically around 10,000 to 20,000. Despite her relentless efforts, the entirety of her annual earnings barely surpasses 100,000. In contrast, Lin Yi is poised to offer her a position with an annual salary of 500,000, not to mention a year-end bonus that starts at a minimum of 7 figures. The thought of 8 or 9 figures is too grand to even contemplate. Such an extraordinary opportunity is hard to come by. Lin Yi is truly her benefactor. Chapter 80. The path is walked by oneself. In the afternoon, shortly after Zhao Ranner departed, a visitor arrived at Lin Yi's villa. Ma Yuer's brother Mahai had come to borrow a vehicle. Upon seeing the 3 cars parked in Lin Yi's garage, Mahai nearly drooled. An Aston Martin 1-77, a Lamborghini Veneno, and a Batmobile. Each of these vehicles embodies a dream. Though the Batmobile is relatively less expensive, it is an off-road vehicle, unlike those SUV types, which Mahai believes cannot truly be classified as off-road. SUVs are designed for intercity adventures, and when it comes to the wilderness, especially in desolate areas, they are nearly useless. The Batmobile, however, boasts exceptional off-road capabilities. He has a penchant for off-roading, but ultimately opted for a sports car, as he believes purchasing an off-road vehicle is not a wise investment. A sports car allows him to impress women and showcase his status, something an off-road vehicle lacks. "Brother-in-law, are you truly going to lend me the Aston Martin?" Mahai asked excitedly, still in disbelief. "Take it for a spin. I've been driving the Lamborghini lately, and the Aston Martin has just been gathering dust in the garage," Lin Yi replied. "Just don't scratch or dent it. Feel free to take it out. I'll borrow it for 3 days, and then I'll return it to you," Mahai said, unable to resist sliding into the driver's seat to relish the experience. Meanwhile, Zhao Ranner was taking a taxi. As she gazed at her phone's balance, her conviction grew stronger. Following Lin Yi, she would earn at least 1.5 million a year. Such an income was unattainable at the Ancient Capital Securities Company. In truth, Lin Yi was quite clear. Salary is the fruit of one's labor. However, engaging in a fierce competition alongside Lin Yi is akin to earning through combat. The two cannot be conflated. What Lin Yi previously mentioned, that as long as she achieves results, her year-end bonus could reach 8 or even 9 figures, is not mere exaggeration. If she works diligently, Lin Yi certainly wouldn't miss out on her year-end bonus. For Zhao Ranner, these prospects once seemed like a distant fantasy, but now they appear within reach. Everything feels like a dream. At last, she can realize her aspirations. Overnight wealth is no longer just a figment of the imagination. Although it may involve leveraging her physical allure, Zhao Ranner is unperturbed. As long as she ascends, that is all that matters. At Ancient Capital Securities, Zhao Song simplified the conversation he had with Lin Yi and relayed it to Old Bai. Over the phone, Zhao Song could not discern whether Old Bai was angry. It was astonishing that someone of Old Bai's stature could be disregarded. Let us reschedule. You can ask about it again later and arrange a time to meet. Old Bai instructed. Understood, Old Bai, Zhao Song nodded. Additionally, due to your oversight, this year's year-end bonus will be reduced by 30%. Old Bai issued the penalty over the phone. Zhao Song's year-end bonus was approximately between 3 to 5 million. Even at the minimum of 3 million, losing 900,000 was undeniably painful. However, there was no recourse. A mistake is a mistake, and he could only acquiesce. After hanging up, Zhao Song reclined in his chair. He had initially thought it was a fortunate matter, only to find it turned sour due to his impatience. At nearly 50 years of age, he never expected to make such a naive error. Just as Zhao Song prepared to reflect on his missteps, his phone rang unexpectedly. Checking the screen, he saw it was Zhao Ranner calling. How bold of her to call him after having blocked him. Hello, what is it? He asked directly upon answering. Perhaps due to the earlier incident, his tone was somewhat brusque. Zhao General, I would like to resign, came Zhao Ranner's voice through the line. Resign? Zhao Song immediately comprehended. She had climbed the tree that is Lin Yi. Although he did not endorse her decision, she had chosen her path. And he had little to say. Have you thought this through? Zhao Song inquired again. I have. Zhao Ranner affirmed resolutely from the other end. Very well. You need not formally resign. If you do, the company won't offer compensation. After a moment's consideration, Zhao Song continued, come to work for the next few days, and try to make a minor mistake. I will use that as an excuse to terminate your employment. The company provides compensation for layoffs, typically around 13 months' salary. Zhao Ranner's departure was inevitable. He could not hinder her. In light of this, he resolved to assist his distant niece one last time by providing her with a little extra financial support. No need, Zhao General. I'm going to work with Mr. Lin. His company is new and in need of staff. Zhao Ranner was well aware of Zhao Song's kindness towards her. However, when faced with opportunity, Lin Yi's offer was far more significant. Let us skip the compensation. A monthly salary of 500 is trivial compared to what I can earn from Lin Yi. All right, as long as you've made your decision, Zhao Song nodded. Remember, the path is yours to forge. You must endure the consequences, whether good or bad. If you believe there is greater potential with Mr. Lin, then by all means, pursue that. Uncle, I would like to treat you to a meal. Do you have time? I want to express my gratitude for your help over the past 6 months. Zhao Ranner once again referred to Zhao Song as uncle. Throughout this time, she had addressed him in such a manner only a handful of times. However, it is undeniable that Zhao Song's assistance has been significant. Particularly, she has learned much while working alongside him. One could say that Zhao Song has been akin to a mentor to her. Inviting him to dinner is only fitting. Let us skip the meal. I am not lacking in that regard. Focus on your own affairs. We can chat when you have time, Zhao Song replied before hanging up. A sense of melancholy washed over Zhao Song. He had grown accustomed to having her as his assistant. It seemed he would need to find a new assistant. But the transition would require time to adjust, which was somewhat vexing. At the Jinsei Villa, Mahai was cruising around the entire villa area in the sports car. The sensation delivered by such a top-tier supercar is indeed unparalleled. Unable to resist, Mahai snapped a photo, complete with a caption, and sent it out. The image depicts Mahai seated in a car, one hand grasping the steering wheel, leaning back against the seat. The accompanying text reads, "The elder brother's sports car is simply unparalleled. It's an absolute joy to drive." Following the dispatch of this photograph, comments flooded in within moments, predominantly from affluent second-generation individuals. Wow, Mahai, you're actually driving the elder brother's car. The word envy comprises merely 2 characters. Yet I find myself repeating it 1,000 times in my mind. Mahai, impressive. Have you really established such a swift rapport with the elder brother? In the comments section, many expressed their admiration. Chapter 81. A banquet with a budget of 5 million. Time swiftly progressed to around 8 o'clock in the evening. The gathering was scheduled for 10 o'clock, and it was prudent to arrive early rather than late. After all, there was little to do while lingering in the villa. The streets of the ancient capital were graced with 2 top-tier supercars, forming a striking spectacle. Leading the way was a Lamborghini Veneno, followed closely by an Aston Martin. Their presence drawing the attention of numerous passers-by. As they paused at a red light, many gazed enviously. What a pity that such an exquisite vehicle has no stunning model seated beside the driver. Indeed, waiting at a red light, one could only imagine the thrill of caressing a lovely leg. Look at your aspirations. If it were me, I would have a celebrity in the passenger seat. How exhilarating that would be. Come on, bro, Celebrities are overpriced. With that sort of money, wouldn't it be wiser to invite several tall, attractive commoners? It mattered little, for I already had my dream material lined up for tonight. The crowd buzzed with chatter. As the red light extinguished and the green light illuminated, Lin Yi pressed the accelerator, and the Lamborghini surged forward. Approximately half an hour later, the vehicle appeared on North Lake Ring Road. It was around 8:30 in the evening, and the thoroughfare was still bustling with traffic. Anticipating that by 10 o'clock, the road would become desolate, Lao Qin had arrived at 6 o'clock to prepare the venue for an unforgettable experience. At this moment, a stranger stood beside Lao Qin, exuding an unmistakable aura of affluence. The Lamborghini gradually came to a halt in front of the villa, and Lao Qin promptly approached. "Brother Lin, you've arrived. Indeed, you've done a commendable job with the setup," Lin Yi praised. "I leave professional matters to the experts, and you've executed this splendidly." Lao Qin smiled. "You honor me, brother. Since you entrusted this task to me, I ensured it was impeccably done. By the way, let me introduce a friend of mine, also from our explosive gang." He gestured to the affluent young man behind him, who stepped forward to introduce himself. "Brother, I am Nanjin. My father is in the building materials business." Nanjin's family business is regarded as the largest building materials factory in the entire Northwest region, with a market presence that spans across the Great Xia Nation, ranking among the top 3 in terms of scale. Lao Qin added, "In recent years, the Great Xia Nation has developed rapidly, with construction projects flourishing everywhere, making the building materials industry extraordinarily lucrative. Nanjin's father's wealth is likely over 100 billion. Greetings, brother." Nanjin bowed slightly. "No need for formality. We're all part of the same circle. Let us keep in touch." Lin Yi patted Nanjin's shoulder. "The building materials industry is indeed lucrative. Let us head inside. Many ladies have already arrived." As Lao Qin led the way, he elaborated, "You wouldn't believe how many people are clamoring to attend this banquet once they heard it was hosted by you. However, I conducted a thorough selection process. Entry requires a certain level of capital. Among our group, there are 34 second-generation elites, each permitted to bring one guest, totaling 64 attendees. The remainder consists of internet celebrities. Aside from the few who previously assisted you, I selected many with notable looks, 54 in total. The remaining 80 are high-scoring beauties, both in figure and appearance. Tonight's banquet will host around 200 guests. I procured only the freshest ingredients, arriving here by 5 o'clock. The chefs I hired are Michelin 3-star chefs. Their fee for a single meal is 30,000. I engaged 3 Michelin 3-star chefs, along with several assistants, costing me around 200,000. For the wines, I purchased 100 bottles of 2017 Lafite, priced at 8,000 each, totaling 800,000. Additionally, I acquired 20 bottles of 2006 Romanicani at 28,000 each, amounting to 560,000. The remaining budget was allocated to various imported spirits, roughly 50,000. In dramas, the mention of the 82 Lafite is often employed to elevate the protagonist's status. Indeed, the 82 Lafite commands a hefty price, nearing 100,000 per bottle. This is due to the exceptional nature of that vintage. In normal years, Lafite wines typically range from a few thousand to 20,000. Lin Yi recalled a news report stating that approximately 200,000 bottles of Lafite were produced in 82. While this figure seems substantial, decades of consumption have left very few remaining. Yet, in the Great Xia Nation, an annual consumption of at least 1 million bottles of 82 Lafite is commonplace. It's astonishing that the production back then didn't even reach 100,000 bottles, and now, 1 million are consumed each year. The reasoning behind this is quite evident. As Lao Qin spoke while walking, he effectively reported to Lin Yi where the funds had been allocated. The villa rental cost around 50,000, hiring chefs and assistants amounted to 200,000, with food expenses at 800,000. The total for wines and spirits was 1,860,000. Accommodating guests in 5-star hotel presidential suites cost 300,000. And hiring high-end service staff and setting up the venue totaled around 500,000. I must say, although the expenses for the venue setup were considerable, the final result is indeed quite tasteful. The remaining funds would be utilized for activities to invigorate the attendees, ensuring the banquet remained lively. Lin Yi accompanied Lao Qin on a tour of the entire venue, and overall, the setup aligned well with his vision. By the way, ensure that those who indulge in alcohol tonight do not drive. Arrange for additional security. Anyone causing a ruckus after drinking should be promptly ejected, Lin Yi advised. Drinking at the banquet is permissible, but should anyone attempt to drive recklessly while intoxicated, it would cross Lin Yi's threshold. The primary purpose of organizing this gathering is for enjoyment. If any incidents arise, the pleasant gathering would undoubtedly be disrupted. As long as no issues occur at the banquet, even if they were to crash on the way home, it would not concern Lin Yi, as he had already issued his warnings. Understood, brother. I will find several dozen security personnel to be on standby. Lao Qi nodded. This indeed required attention, as it was previously overlooked. All right, there is nothing else. You manage the rest. Lin Yi continued to take a hands-off approach. Brother, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Suddenly, Nanjing, who had remained silent, addressed Lin Yi. No need for formality, just speak your mind. Lin Yi gestured dismissively. Well, since you are hosting this gathering, I would like to extend an invitation for the next gathering to be hosted by me. Rest assured, the quality will be up to par. While it may not match your lavish expenditure of 5 million, I can certainly manage 100 or 200,000. Chapter 82. A display of incompetence. The 5 million that Nanjing possessed was not beyond reach. Rather, it required some effort to procure. Unlike Lin Yi, who could effortlessly produce such a sum, it demonstrated the disparity between individuals. All right, I'll leave it to you next time, Lin Yi remarked, giving Nanjing a friendly pat on the shoulder. The young lad was quite agreeable. By this time, it was nearing 9 o'clock in the evening, and the invited guests had begun to arrive in succession. Lu Xiao, will we finally meet that legendary big brother today? Outside the villa, a young man expressed his excitement. Who else could he be but Bai Xiaoren? In a bid to infiltrate the elite circle of the ancient capital's affluent second-generation heirs and expand his network, he had spent a considerable amount persuading Lu Xiao to grant him access to this grand affair. The gathering had a stipulation: members of the Zhatian gang could each bring a friend. Upon learning this, Bai Xiaoren had exhausted his savings, accumulated over 2 to 3 years, to present Lu Xiao with a sum of 500,000. In exchange, he secured his coveted invitation. For Lu Xiao, it mattered little whom he brought. His primary aim was to mingle with the ladies. If he could manage to earn a little in the process, so much the better. Once we enter, keep your wits about you. Besides the big brother, there are numerous second-generation heirs with impressive backgrounds. Do not offend anyone. If trouble arises, do not say I did not assist you, Lu Xiao cautioned. Within the Zhatian gang, he was among the lower echelon. His father's wealth merely in billions. Just consider Ma Hai, whose family assets dwarfed Lu Xiao's by many multiples. Then there was Nanjing, whose family's profits during the booming construction sector rivaled those of coal barons. Understood. Just help me introduce me to the big brother later. Bai Xiaoren replied with a smile. His foremost objective for attending this gathering was to meet the fabled leader of the Zhatian gang. It was said that when the Ma family faced a crisis, the big brother had readily offered tens of billions in cash to support them. Such an amount was nothing short of astonishing. If he could forge an acquaintance with that big brother, Bai Xiaoren would have ample material for boasting upon his return. Not just you. I too wish to make his acquaintance. I caught a distant glimpse of him last time, but did not introduce myself. I had no idea he was so formidable. Lu Xiao reminisced. The last occasion he referred to was the gathering of the Supercar Club at the Hillside Villa, where the big brother had arrived in an Aston Martin 1-77. At that time, Lu Xiao hesitated to approach, perhaps underestimating Lin Yi's significance. The subsequent events had taken Lu Xiao by surprise. Damn, it would be immensely beneficial to befriend such a high-profile figure, who can claim their enterprise will always thrive without encountering financial hurdles. If assistance comes during tough times, it would be akin to miraculously navigating a crisis. That is the big brother. Lu Xiao pointed towards Lin Yi, explaining to Bai Xiaoren. That one. Bai Xiaoren scanned the area, noticing the increasing crowd within the villa. At 4 o'clock, in front of the villa's entrance, the individual beside him is Qin Zheng, who serves as the general manager of our club, overseeing many arrangements. Moreover, it was he who brought the big brother into the Supercar Club, Lu Xiao elaborated. However, upon concluding his explanation, he noticed Bai Xiaoren's expression had turned ashen, as if he had encountered something terrifying. What is the matter? Lu Xiao inquired, puzzled. Isn't it merely a gathering? Why does it feel like a guillotine? Nothing, Lu Xiao. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Please greet the big brother for me. I need to visit the restroom, Bai Xiaoren hastily replied. Don't say I didn't take you to see the world, Lu Xiao muttered before heading towards Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoren's complexion was as pale as death. Damn, that person is the legendary big brother of the Zhatian gang? This is a death sentence. Just days prior, he had pursued the graduate student Chen Zihan from Shijia University, who had been with the very big brother at that time. Ironically, he had derided the big brother as a poor loser. Now, it appeared the true loser was he himself. Damn, how adept he was at concealing his true self. To be so impressive yet ride a shared bicycle. How deeply hidden he was. In retrospect, I resembled a clown, foolishly believing in the existence of true love. After all, he is the big brother, capable of producing tens of billions at will. No wonder Chen Zihan held him in such disdain. Reflecting on this, Bai Xiaoren wore a bitter smile. He had spent 500,000 in hopes of befriending that big brother, only to see it all go to waste. That 500,000 represented 2 to 3 years of his saved allowances, gone in an instant. Bai Xiaoren felt as though he could weep. Yet he knew he could not show his face. If Lin Yi were to discover his identity, the consequences would be dire. Excuse me, may I have the pleasure of meeting you? Just as Bai Xiaoren sought to remain inconspicuous, a young woman approached, balancing 2 glasses of wine, offering one to him while keeping the other for herself. Not now. Bai Xiaoren waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in conversing with her. His primary concern was how to exit this venue. How rude. The young woman huffed in response to Bai Xiaoren's rejection, muttering, "What a coward," turning away a girl who approached him. Pathetic. Damn. The words ignited a fire within Bai Xiaoren. How was he cowardly? He was quite capable. Thank you very much. Though anger surged within him, he dared not voice it, opting instead to curl up in a corner. To the young woman, Bai Xiaoren's behavior was a clear admission of his own ineptitude. At the villa's entrance, Lin Yi was preparing to settle by the pool when Lu Xiao approached him. Big brother. Lu Xiao greeted Lin Yi with a slight bow. This affluent second-generation heir, surnamed Lu, could simply be referred to as Xiao Lu. His family operated in the cosmetics industry, boasting assets in the billions, as old Qin had noted. Lu Xiao? Lin Yi responded amicably. Not at all. In the presence of a big brother, I am but a mere child. Please, call me Xiao Lu. Lu Xiao's face radiated obsequiousness, a stark contrast to his earlier haughtiness towards Bai Xiaoren. We're all in the same circle. Let's maintain connections. As per tradition, Lin Yi patted Lu Xiao on the shoulder, exchanging pleasantries. Numerous other affluent heirs had approached Lin Yi in a similar vein, and he had handled them all in kind. For Lu Xiao, being acknowledged in such a manner felt like an honor. The big brother actually patted my shoulder and expressed a desire for continued association. Wow, have I just struck a connection with the big brother?